The young man realized he had to become stronger to stand up to such an opponent. The fearsome warrior drew a glowing sword from its sheath. So far, none of those who had tried to stand up to him had survived. They had all been destroyed with just a few swings of his sword. The young man wanted to become strong. No matter who he was about to face, all he needed was unyielding strength. His opponent was Gu Cheongmyeon, an elder of the Hua mountain sect. He was an unparalleled martial arts master who embodied the very essence of strength. And this man was standing right in front of the young man. The young man believed he didn't stand a single chance of surviving. His body was bleeding and there was no way he could put up a fight anymore. The young man had come to the Demon Academy to become stronger. He had overcome difficulties time and time again over the years. Gu Cheongmyeon stepped right up close to the young man. The young man didn't even try to resist. The young man thought it was unfair. He didn't want to die. If only he had mastered the martial arts better. If only he'd had even a shred of luck, things would have turned out differently. Was this really the end? The young man began to see visions. A screen appeared before his eyes, prompting him to make a choice. The screen displayed several options for how events could unfold. Resume, load save point, restart. As the young man began to lose consciousness, he closed his eyes and thought deeply. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. The system reported that the option restart had been selected. Now the hero would return to the time before his personal meeting with the Lord in the Supreme Court. At that moment, the young man had no idea what that meant. The young man found himself lying on the surface of the water. A bright glow was visible on the horizon. The young man's name was Sol Hui. He opened his eyes and realized he was alive. To learn the demonic arts, which shorten a person's life, Sol Hui enrolled in the Demon Academy. However, he never actually studied those arts. For many years, he participated only in search parties and reconnaissance missions. As a result of these activities, Sol Hui died. His life was, in fact, just a huge pile of crap. The young man opened his eyes and was surprised to find himself lying in bed. He jumped out of bed and even let out a cry of surprise. Sol Hui looked around and realized he was in the old training center. The young man didn't understand what had actually happened. Sol Hui could say with complete certainty that he had died, recalling his encounter with Gu Cheongmyeon. Could he have dreamed all of this? But what had happened seemed so real. It was all because of that scoundrel from the Supreme Court. The old man said they needed to search the surrounding area. The deputy was supposed to carry out this task personally. Sol Hui still couldn't understand how this could have happened. Two men appeared behind the young man. One of them asked in surprise, "Is the squad commander stuck here?" The young man recognized Chokmen's voice. But how did he end up here? This was a direct unit of the Supreme Court. The second person turned out to be a member of the Black Moon Squad named Chik-san. Chik-san punched the young man in the chest, and the young man was sent flying far backward. The bald man said he was very sorry, but his hand had slipped accidentally. Chik-san leaned over the young man and asked, "Has Sol Hui, the squad leader of the flying faction, still not regained consciousness?" The bald man reminded him that standing before Sol Hui right now was Chokmen, captain of the Black Moon Squad. Sol Hui still didn't understand what was going on. Instead of feeling pain in his chest, he felt even greater astonishment at the situation. He realized that he had definitely been through the exact same situation before. Sol Hui remembered that the bald man was about to say, if a young man lacks skill, he should at least know how to bow his head. Chokmen stepped closer and said that he was dealing with a true insolent. The Lord of the Supreme Court was summoning him. Chokmen reminded him that there was a place called the Red Demon's Chamber. It was the first main branch of the Demon Academy. 5 courts were located there. The leaders of the courts possessed incredible mastery of martial arts, but the demonic flame was an art capable of melting a person down to the bone with a single explosion. Because of his terrible temperament, this old man would destroy anyone he didn't like without a second thought. Sol Hui understood that the leader of the Supreme Court was a man who could not be trusted. However, he had no choice but to obey. The young man appeared in the doorway. The old man told his companion that this was Sol Hui. The man carefully assessed the young man and said that he looked just as promising as the Lord of the Supreme Court had described. However, as for his greeting, this young man seemed to bow his head too hesitantly. Sol Hui immediately fell to his knees, bowed his head, and apologized for his audacity. He said he had intended to greet the elders as soon as he entered the room. The Lord of the Supreme Court told the head of the court of the holy deity not to go too far. If he judges others as if it were an interrogation, then next time he should not put him in such an awkward position. The old man added that he did not even know how to behave in the presence of the leader of the court of the holy deity. Just 4 days ago, the Lord of the Supreme Court had ordered the young man to greet him with a simple bow. The old man told Sol Hui to stand up. Could it be that he intended to accuse him of treachery? The leader of the Supreme Court asked if the young man had ever considered becoming a clerical worker in Cheong-il. Sol Hui thought that the old man was finally showing his true colors. The Chief Justice noted that Sol Hui had shown an interest in demonic arts, so they had to exercise special caution. The young man knew that the office in Cheong-il was a place where thousands of secret books were kept. The old man added that he was considering giving Sol Hui another mission that would suit him perfectly. Sol Hui knew that the old man wanted to send him to the outpost of the Hua Mountain sect and order him to take only a knife with him. This could turn out to be an opportunity granted to him by heaven itself. Sol Hui decided to beat around the bush to avoid this mission. He didn't want to die again. At some point, the young man realized he couldn't move, and a strange screen appeared before his eyes. What was happening? What had happened to the world? Why had time stopped? This was definitely not a dream. Sol Hui had died once and returned to the past. What appeared on the screen resembled mathematical symbols and constants. It was as if time itself were forcing the young man to make a choice. 2 options had almost vanished. I will obey any command you give, and I want a different task. They were already practically inactive. Only one option remained: cut off my right hand. However, Sol Hui could not cut off his own right hand, and obeying the old man's order meant certain death. Therefore, the young man decided to ask for a different task. He declared aloud that he wanted to receive another order. Sol Hui's face broke out in a cold sweat. The young man covered his mouth with his hand and thought, "What did I just say?" The leader of the Supreme Court rose from the table and declared menacingly that he had not yet given the young man any orders. The old man added that this was extremely insolent. How dare he ask for a different assignment? The old man's rage was all-consuming. The entire room burst into flames. The protagonist felt an incredibly intense thirst for blood. The young man was terrified. He had only heard of the demonic flame once before. It felt as if someone had bitten him on the neck. Sol Hui realized that he was now in real trouble. Suddenly, the leader of the Supreme Court shouted loudly, "Stop!" At that very moment, a sharp blade appeared before the young man, and with it, the girl holding it. Sol Hui didn't understand where she had come from. The young man thought that if the leader of the Supreme Court had given the order even a moment later, he would already be dead by now. Sol Hui realized he wouldn't even have had time to react. He would have lost his head before he even realized what was happening. This girl was a vassal guarding the supreme ruler. Her name was Hek B. The old man said he was willing to hear the young man out. However, he would decide whether to destroy him or let him go in peace during the conversation. Sol Hui realized that his fate was about to be decided. The young man fell to his knees again and asked the leader of the Supreme Court not to misunderstand him. When he asked for another assignment, he did not mean a task he would choose for himself. The young man added that a rumor had recently spread that members of the Mount Hua sect were gathering at the Hanam border. Hadn't the Supreme Court stated that eliminating the scoundrels of the Hua sect was a sacred duty? The young man added that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. The Flying Killers Squad specializes in reconnaissance and surveillance. If the dates for the expedition were announced, he was ready to join it immediately. Modis, the leader of the Supreme Court, laughed and said that this was quite amusing. Apparently, information had leaked from Falcon Court to the Corps. Otherwise, how could a mere squad commander have learned of this rumor? The leader of the Supreme Court smirked and said that he had already been planning to assign this task to the young man. The deputy had already personally gone on a reconnaissance mission to the location Sol Hui mentioned. However, before making a decision, it was necessary to conduct an additional investigation. The old man added that if Sol Hui went on this mission, he must find out who was there and what the terrain looked like. After a thorough inspection, he was required to relay all the information to the captain of the flying killers. Without looking up, Sol Hui immediately declared loudly that he would definitely carry out this order. The old man said that in that case, the young man was free to go. The young man exhaled with relief and thought that this time he had managed to get out of it. Hekbi silently watched the young man walk away. Our hero noticed that a strange inscription had appeared above the girl's head. +4 lives. What could that mean? Sol Hui stepped outside the fortress walls, walked over to the lake and washed his face. What happened then seemed unbelievable, but should he believe it? Sol Hui looked at his reflection in the water and saw another inscription above his head. 1 coin, last chance. Our hero recalled the words of the Supreme Court leader when he had given him the assignment. The protagonist thought that this old man was a shameless scoundrel. After all, no one ever returned from his missions. Sol Hui himself had once been mercilessly destroyed while carrying out a similar mission, and he had nowhere to retreat to. The young man wondered if he should flee to Jeonwon. However, he realized that doing so would be extremely difficult. Sol Hui believed he would be unable to conceal the malevolent energy that had accumulated within him, especially when it came to the righteous warriors of Murim who would have no trouble sensing that energy. They would pursue him until they caught and destroyed him. The protagonist thought that no matter which of the two paths he chose, the end would be inevitable anyway. The young man met Chik-san. The bald man surmised that someone had been given an important assignment. He added that Sol Hui had put on quite a show in the Supreme Ruler's office. From now on, he should be more careful. Chik-san immediately caught himself and realized that he seemed to have accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. He asked them to ignore it and expressed hope that Sol Hui wouldn't take his words to heart. The protagonist saw the inscription again, this time above the bald man's head, +1 life. Sol Hui recalled his meeting with Gu Cheon-myung and decided that this was his last chance. The young man knew he had to make a choice. One option was to follow orders and head towards certain death. Sol Hui stepped closer. Chik-sang asked if the young man really wanted to say something to him. Our hero replied that he wanted to check something. The bald man looked at the young man with surprise and suspicion. The protagonist drew his sword and lunged at his opponent. Chik-san was taken aback but managed to draw his own weapon. Our hero swung his sword and struck. The bald man thrust his sword forward and managed to block the blow. He asked in surprise what else Sol Hui had in mind. Sol Hui continued to strike, attacking his opponent from different angles. The bald man defended himself tenaciously. At one point, our hero finally landed a blow on his opponent and wounded him. Chik-san looked at the bleeding wound. His leg was injured. Sol Hui asked what the bald man had said about the show in the Supreme Ruler's office. The young man added that he had wanted answers that would help him become stronger. However, he never received any. The confrontation resumed. Sol Hui unleashed a series of strikes on his enemy with renewed vigor. The 7 black demonic swords skill was activated. Chik-san declared that such behavior would not go unpunished for this scoundrel. Sol Hui replied that he didn't care anymore. After that, the protagonist rushed into the attack once more. Our hero thought if he'd been given this chance, why should he stop now? The young man believed he had to find a way to avoid dying again. The fight continued with frenzied fury. Sol Hui kicked his opponent in the chest. The bald man screamed in pain and retreated. The protagonist used the resulting pause to regroup and prepare for a new attack. Sol Hui noticed that the same inscription had reappeared above the bald man's head, +1 life. Perhaps it was precisely this that would help him survive. Our hero raised his sword and prepared for the final attack. Chik-san declared that if Captain Chokmen found out about this, the young man would be in big trouble. The protagonist lunged forward with great speed. Blood spurted in all directions. A frightened bird flew off a tree branch and soared into the sky. The bald man's body was pierced right through. Chik-san dropped his sword and fell to the ground, bleeding out. Only now did our hero realize that he had killed a comrade from his own unit. Sol Hui understood that there was no turning back. Sol Hui stuffed the body into a sack, tied a stone to its feet, and threw it into the lake. The young man stood silently in the boat for a while longer, watching as the evidence vanished to the bottom of the lake. After the young man had eliminated Chiksan, the inscription above his head disappeared. However, nothing had changed within the protagonist himself. But when he saw his reflection, he noticed that the old inscription was gone. In its place, a new inscription appeared: 2 coins, last chance. As part of an armed squad, our hero was making his way through the reefs in a small boat. This area had strong currents and dangerous sheer cliffs. However, it was the best place for moving around unnoticed. Sol Hui once again recalled the mission given to him by the leader of the Supreme Court, to find out who was in the area and to scout the terrain. Thus, the protagonist found himself here once more. Sol Hui thought that even if he had remained in the cult, Chalkmen would have eliminated him sooner or later anyway. Finally, the boat pulled up to the shore. The most difficult part of the journey was behind him. Sol Hui looked at his reflection in the water and saw the inscription above his head: 2 coins, 2 chances. The inscription hadn't disappeared. It had changed after Chiksan's death, but the protagonist still couldn't figure out what it meant. Chial Sujin, commander of the Flying Hand Squad, called out to the young man. Sol Hui turned around and said he was listening carefully. The commander noted that members of the Huashan sect were present, so extreme caution was required. Chial Sujin ordered Sol Hui to determine the number of enemies and scout the area. After completing the mission, he was to return to this deployment point. Our hero understood that she commanded 3 flying hand units, though she did not usually participate personally in reconnaissance missions. Sol Hui waved to his colleagues and ordered them to follow him. Overcoming numerous obstacles, Sol Hui and his comrades moved along a predetermined route. Their pace was faster than average. In the past, the young man hadn't had a chance to really think about it, but now he realized that something was definitely wrong here. He could think of only 2 plausible explanations. Either the squad commander had given this order herself, or she was working for Huashan. The squad stopped at a fork in the road. Sol Hui suggested turning right. One of the squad members was surprised. Weren't they supposed to turn left? What on earth was Sol Hui thinking? Sol Hui remembered that the last time the people from Huashan had set up an ambush, it seemed as though they had known in advance that the scouts were coming. Sol Hui didn't want to die again, like a cornered beast. Our hero believed that he hadn't joined the demon cult just to meet such a fate. Sol Hui continued to ponder the mysterious inscription above his head. What did 2 coins, 2 chances mean? The young people stopped at the edge of a clearing, in the middle of which stood a solitary house. One of the assistants asked Sol Hui what they should do next. Could they have already been spotted? Sol Hui thought that if he simply walked past, the rest of the squad would surely become suspicious. Therefore, the protagonist announced that he would personally go check out the situation. If he gave the signal, everyone would have to follow him immediately. Sol Hui, using his stealth skill, crept up to the house. He realized that this building was very likely an observation post. If there was just an ordinary soldier inside, it wouldn't be hard to defeat him. However, if there was a swordmaster with overwhelming strength inside, the outcome of the confrontation would be quite grim. Fortunately, there was no one inside. Sol Hui gave a signal, and the rest of the squad joined him. Our hero wondered what he should do next. Head for the Central Plains? But he couldn't return to the cult after dealing with Chiksan. The girl noticed that their commander was acting a little strangely. The guy agreed and added that Sol Hui looked as if he were up to something. One of the warriors pointed out that the guard stationed here might return soon. Therefore, they should quickly survey the area and report back to the commander. The squad members continued to ask our hero questions, but he couldn't answer a single one of them. There was only one thing he could do. Sol Hui studied the options presented on the screen that appeared before him. At the same time, the protagonist saw no enemies around him and heard not a single unusual sound. Sol Hui realized that time was running out. He had to choose from the available options and make a decision. Could the enemy really be somewhere nearby? But what if the enemies were those whose presence he was completely unable to sense? In that case, they wouldn't survive anyway. In the end, he chose the option. Try talking to the enemies first. Events continued to unfold, and the brief pause came to an end. Sol Hui shouted at the top of his lungs, demanding that those in hiding come out. At that very moment, the reconnaissance squad formed a circular defense and grabbed their weapons. This went on for some time. Sol Hui had already concluded that there was no one here after all. However, a voice suddenly rang out, stating that someone among these young people had proven to be quite observant. The young people who heard this voice immediately parted and turned around. An armed old man appeared in the center of the circle. Sol Hui was stunned. How could an unrivaled martial arts master, the very embodiment of strength, have ended up here? Standing before him was the greatest sword master, a master of the blooming plum style. Standing before the young people was the elder of Huashan, Gu Chengmyong. The old man assumed that everyone present had recognized him. This man was considered the #1 threat to the demon cult. Our hero did not understand why Gu Chengmyong was here. The squad had been traveling this route non-stop ever since passing through the middle gate. They weren't even close to the location they were supposed to reach according to their orders. The protagonist asked the old man how he knew they would be here. Elder Huashan replied that he didn't understand what this young man was talking about. Hadn't they themselves intruded into his patrol area? Now it was Sol Hui who didn't understand what the old man was talking about. Was he really patrolling this area? Gu Chengmyong declared that, in any case, such discussions were pointless now. He didn't know what these people were doing here, but they were all members of the demon cult, which meant they had to be destroyed. Deep down, the protagonist understood that nothing would change in this life either. Whether he died now or later, the end result would remain the same. However, a glimmer of hope still burned in his heart. It was a hard life, but Sol Hui kept moving forward, hoping that one day everything would work out. Our hero certainly did not want to die. He strongly disagreed with the old man's decision. The young man shouted loudly for everyone to flee immediately. After these words, the people scattered in all directions, but the old man did not abandon his plan. Gu Chengmyong declared that they were moving too slowly. As a result, all the warriors were wiped out, including Sol Hui himself. The Huashan elder remarked that they had proven to be very weak. However, this was not surprising, since the man they called their leader was, in fact, a fool. The wounded Sol Hui lay on the ground, bleeding to death. With his last ounce of strength, he managed to say that the old man knew everything. The elder asked what exactly he was talking about. Then the protagonist added that the old man must have known they were coming here. Otherwise, none of what had happened made any sense. Gu Chengmyong still didn't understand what this guy was talking about. The Huashan elder approached our hero, grabbed him by the hair, and lifted his head. The old man asked the young man how he had found out about this. Gu Chengmyong continued to look the young man in the eyes and repeated his question. An idea popped into our hero's head. The ability to act beyond the bounds of logic. The old man knew not only the day of their arrival, but also the exact time. He wouldn't have been able to set up such an ambush if he hadn't been aware of everything in advance. The elder agreed to confess, since the young man had already figured everything out anyway. However, the young man had to think it all through carefully first. Gu Chengmyong noted that some people grow stronger through their own skill, while others simply eliminate the fools in their path, and this arrangement benefits both sides. The old man added that he liked this young man, a demonic cultivator who dares to defy his own superiors. The elder asked in surprise, could it be that the young man who wields the notorious demonic energy is actually crying right now? Gu Chengmyong stood up and said he was grateful to this man. After all, thanks to him, he would be able to improve his skills. The elder swung his sword and declared that this young man must now die. The old man added that after that, he would deal with the leader of the Flying Killers squad. The protagonist felt that dying in such a way was too unfair. He begged for mercy and wanted to be given one more chance. The system reported that the hero had one chance left. Sol Hui found himself lying on the water once again. Now he had to make a decision and choose one of three options: reset, continue, or load save point. The countdown had already begun. Sol Hui knew he couldn't start all over again. There was no guarantee that the same thing wouldn't happen again if he went back. At the same time, he couldn't choose the load save point or continue options. Sol Hui recalled how the elder of Mount Huashan had said that this young man was quite talented. Sol Hui, leader of the Flying Killers Squad, realized he had no choice left. Therefore, he selected the resume option. The hero would return to the moment before the personal meeting with the Lord of the Supreme Court. The protagonist opened his eyes and found himself sitting on the bed. Our hero decided that this time he had simply been unlucky. In the future, he would have to find a way to survive at any cost. Sol Hui felt he couldn't just leave things as they were. If he stayed here, they would come for him soon. The young man managed to hide. Immediately, Chok Mayong and Chik Sun appeared by his bed. The bed was empty, and they wondered where Sol Hui could have gone. Sol Hui thought, perhaps because he had already destroyed Chik Sun once, the words above him had disappeared. Perhaps this meant that he could only take one person's life once. The protagonist thought, if that's the case, then he has only one life left. One coin. Last chance. That means he needs to become much stronger and survive. Sol Hui decided to change his location as quickly as possible while simultaneously toughening his body through physical training. The young man ran to the office of the leader of the Supreme Court. While resting in the armory, the young man looked in the mirror and saw the words above his head. One coin. Last chance. Sol Hui was a little at a loss. What was he supposed to do now? Enemies were waiting for him at every turn, and he had to fight them. However, it was impossible to defeat them, and he couldn't avoid running into them. He had to find a way out. Our hero entered the elder's office, fell to his knees, and said that Sol Hui, leader of the Flying Killers Squad, had come to receive orders from the Lord of the High Court. Sol Hui thought that since it all started with this status window, there must be some kind of clue there. The window stated that the hero would return to the moment before his personal meeting with the Lord of the Supreme Court. The old man recalled that he seemed to have heard of this young man before. His name was Sol Hui. The Chief Justice agreed that this young man seemed like a decent person. Sol Hui noted that this situation was different from the previous one. Perhaps it was because he had bowed first. Furthermore, the elder hadn't scolded him. The leader of the Supreme Court asked if the young man had any thoughts about becoming a civil servant in Cheong-il. The protagonist pointed out that the old man was now saying the same thing as last time. The young man replied that such thoughts had never crossed his mind. How could he possibly desire such a prestigious position? Such a position was not suitable for him. The old man listened to him with satisfaction and added that, in any case, he wanted to give the young man a task. Sol Hui exclaimed that he had been waiting a long time for this moment. Now the young man knew that both the first and second options would lead to his death. Only the third option remained. Cut off my right hand. This was exactly what the protagonist told the old man, which genuinely surprised him. Sol Hui understood that at that moment, he had no better option. The elder was surprised and asked why the young man was saying such things. Sol Hui thought, if he couldn't escape his fate, he would rather do it with his own hands. The young man said that the elder had been keeping a close eye on him because he had dared to aspire to the highest level of martial arts and constantly said things that went beyond what was permissible. Moreover, there was a time when he even looked through the Lord's belongings without any fear. Sol Hui bowed his head and said that even destroying him several times would not be enough to atone for his sins. The young man continued, saying that in this way he wished to prove his loyalty to the Lord of the Supreme Court. The Chief Justice remarked that this young man was much more interesting than he had previously assumed. The leader of the Supreme Court tossed a dagger onto the floor in front of the young man. The old man said that, in that case, the young man must do as he was told. Sol Hui picked up the dagger and thought he had to do this at least once. Once he saw it through to the end, he would be able to find another way. With a loud cry, the protagonist made a deep cut across his shoulder. Blood spurted in all directions. The leader of the Supreme Court shouted loudly for him to stop immediately. At that very moment, Hekbi appeared before the young man. The girl knocked the dagger out of his hands. The blood-stained dagger fell to the floor. The execution was halted. Sol Hui looked at the girl and was surprised. Had she really stopped him? Above Hekbi's head, the inscription, +4 lives, stood out. Our hero was clutching his right shoulder. It was bleeding and hurting terribly. The young man couldn't move his arm. The leader of the Supreme Court laughed and said that this young man was very amusing. The Chief Justice smiled and agreed with his companion. Matis added that in all his time at the academy, he had never seen anyone like this young man. He really was a very unusual person. The old man tossed a plaque inscribed with Jong-il at the young man's feet. Hadn't Sol Hui said he wanted to head the Jong-il department? The leader of the Supreme Court told the young man to go there. Sol Hui realized that all along he'd had 3 options to choose from. The protagonist thanked the old man and said he would never forget his kindness. The young man understood that it was the 3rd option that held the key to his survival. Sol Hui picked up the tablet and said that, in that case, he would take his leave. By his actions, the hero confirmed one important thing. Among the options presented, there truly was a path to his survival. As he left the room, the young man thought that he would never forget those 2 scoundrels. The tall tower, Jong-il's agency. The man who had been reviewing the young man's file asked his name, his age, and whether he had any experience. The protagonist replied that he had been a member of the elite assassin squad for 8 years. The man noted that at his primary school, this candidate had ranked 12th out of 1,000 students. Sol Hui stood silently, blushing with embarrassment. He was surprised, for he had never imagined he would see such a high-ranking official here, in this shabby institution. The official asked what had happened to the young man's hand. The young man replied that it had been an accident. The man told the young man to follow him. The man added that from now on, Sol Hui would be working here. His duties would include monitoring the records kept here. Our hero found himself in a room completely filled with books. The man said that the place needed to be properly organized. Nothing was to be damaged. Otherwise, the young man would be forced to take full responsibility. The man asked why the young man was silent. Could it be that he didn't want to do this? The man said that the books needed to be sorted by size and type. This would be the most important task here. Sol Hui thought that perhaps the Lord of the Supreme Court and the Lord of the Court of the Holy Deity were unaware of certain things. All this classified information was under the control of the librarians and a government agency, whose true intentions remain unclear to this day. It's unlikely that books on the highest martial arts are stored here. However, our hero didn't need such great works anyway. The protagonist wanted to find a book on how to destroy Gu Cheongmyeon. Above this man's head was an inscription, +1 life. Sol Hui thought that even if he made a mistake in this life, the next one might turn out differently. Just how strong is this man? Our hero wondered if he could defeat this man when his right arm was practically useless. Sol Hui pulled out a dagger and plunged it into the man's stomach. An office worker was outraged and asked what this guy was up to. The man kicked the protagonist and Sol Hui was sent flying backward. The young man thought he hadn't struck deep enough. A knife also appeared in his opponent's hand. Sol Hui thought that if the display showed only +1 life, then this man was roughly equal in strength to Chik-san. Sol Hui decided he had to end this very quickly. The longer he waited, the more disadvantaged he would become. The opponent grabbed Sol Hui by the torso and threw his entire weight against him. Because of his injured right arm, our hero was unable to put up a proper fight. The opponent knocked Sol Hui to the floor. The young man dropped the dagger from his hands. The man pressed down on his opponent's injured shoulder. Sol Hui screamed in unbearable pain. The man swung the dagger and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Sol Hui stopped resisting. The entire floor around him was covered in blood. The protagonist continued to stare at his interlocutor. All of this was merely a figment of our hero's imagination. Right now, in his current state, Sol Hui would be unable to put up a decent fight. The man noticed his gaze and asked what exactly had caught his interest. Sol Hui took some small coins out of his pocket and handed them to the man. The young man noticed that it was getting cold outside and the man was working so hard. It wasn't much, but he was giving it from the bottom of his heart. The man took the coins and said that the young man turned out to be quite a sociable person. In the future, he's ready to answer any of his questions. The man advised him for his own good not to stand out. If Sol Hui wants to live a little longer, it's best to do just that. As he left the room, the man added that monsters are lurking very close by. The protagonist thought that in order to leave this place and take revenge on those old men, he needed to survive and become stronger. What must be done to defeat the leader of the Supreme Court? After prolonged and painstaking work, our hero realized that there were still many books left here even after order had been restored. One of the books caught the young man's interest, and he decided to read it. The title of the book could be translated as Flowing Deep. Sol Hui wondered what that could mean. What the young man read in the book made him blush and feel embarrassed. Sol Hui tucked the book into his shirt and thought that it was indeed very profound. A screen appeared before our hero, displaying a question. Which martial art would he like to master? At that moment, one of the books lying nearby lit up. The protagonist wondered why this had happened so suddenly. This time did not stop and continued to flow. He was asked to choose from 3 options: the white glow martial arts, the fiery hand martial arts, and the unification martial arts. Only the first option remained active. Sol Hui wondered, could this book really contain martial arts techniques? The martial art of unification is the art mastered by the Lord of the Supreme Court, and it is recognized by the Academy as the highest of the arts. The martial arts of the fiery hand were also a well-known and highly respected discipline. The young man was delighted, for he had found a book that truly interested him. However, he understood that he must choose only the martial arts of the white glow. Sol Hui thought that if he could master all of this, then he would have no reason left to hold back. First and foremost, he chose sword skills. A message appeared on the screen stating that a demonstration was available to the hero. Sol Hui saw an armed shadow before him. The figure, which had suddenly appeared in front of him, moved with confidence and purpose. The shadow demonstrated refined postures and a magnificent fighting stance. White vapor emanating from its mouth indicated proper breathing technique. Sol Hui thought that the shadow was demonstrating the ideal sword position. It was the martial art of the white glow, in the most expressive and vivid way possible. The shadow demonstrated every movement. Sol Hui saw before him a unique set of martial arts skills from the white glow, the art of the great sword. Much of what the young man saw on the screen remained unclear to him, especially the meaning of certain symbols. However, there was one thing he knew for certain. Sol Hui drew his sword and stepped into the center of the room so that the shadow was directly in front of him. The protagonist decided he had been given another chance to try. Now he would use all the knowledge at his disposal. Sol Hui said that all means were acceptable in the name of revenge. The protagonist decided that to survive, he had to defeat Du Hong, the secretary of the Zhong-Il agency. The young man thought, if he mastered the martial art of the white glow, he would be able to win. His shadow training continued. Small rodents lived in the Cheon-Il library. They often damaged the books. Sol Hui struck a blow, destroying the library wall. The young man said that this was the martial art of white radiance, so much power in just a single movement. A deep hole appeared in the wall. Cracks radiated out in all directions from it. After a month of continuous and intense training, the protagonist was unrecognizable. Our hero practiced hand-to-hand combat techniques, honing the skills he had acquired. Mastering the sword made it easier to learn hand-to-hand combat and footwork. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't figure out how to use the great sword. Sol Hui read the instructions for the demonstration. Although he understood what to do with his left hand, he couldn't grasp the direction of those movements. For an unexpected and surprising reason, the young man gained something he had never had before. Now the young man thought he could defeat Du Hong. Sol Hui tidied up the library and decided to read a book on basic skills, hoping it would help him with the fundamentals of mastery. At that moment, a stranger entered the room. Sol Hui heard footsteps and realized someone was in the library. The stranger asked what was going on. Sol Hui recalled the words of the office secretary, who had said it was best not to stand out. Sol Hui thought that Du Hong had been right about the monsters. Above the stranger's head was an inscription that read, +10 lives. Sol Hui ran up to the man and began apologizing, explaining that he was allowed to be here. The stranger smiled and remarked that such politeness was unnecessary. He asked what he should call the young man. The protagonist bowed and said that the gentleman could call him Sol Hui. Sol Hui recalled that Hek B, who guarded the leader of the Supreme Court, had 4 lives. This man had as many as 10. The protagonist surmised that this man must be far too powerful. The uninvited visitor asked what Sol Hui was doing there. The young man replied that he had been ordered to organize all the bookshelves. The man said that in that case he wanted to ask one question. He added that there was a book here that was very dear to him. Had the young man seen a book titled The 3 Fundamental Arts? It was the book that Sol Hui was holding in his hands at that moment. Time stood still. He now had the chance to choose one of 2 options. He had never seen such a book, or he had mastered these martial arts. The protagonist wondered why this was happening again. He had to pull himself together, because if he said the wrong thing, he'd be wiped out. Sol Hui was puzzled as to why he had found this particular book. The guy felt he couldn't choose any of the options presented. What was he supposed to do? Time was running out catastrophically. He had to make a choice. Sol Hui decided to choose the least dangerous option. He said he'd never seen that book. The visitor was surprised. Could the young man really not have seen it? The man began pacing along the shelves, trying to remember where he had left it. Sol Hui stood in the middle of the room, terrified and covered in a cold sweat. Sol Hui turned around and said he could help find the book. The man was delighted, since he really couldn't remember where he'd left it. Suddenly, the visitor stopped and said he'd finally remembered where he'd left it. He turned around and added that Sol Hui was holding it in his hands. The sweat on the young man's face grew even colder. Sol Hui decided he'd been caught in a lie. The man slowly approached our hero. The young man tried to figure out where he'd gone wrong and what would happen to him now. Sol Hui assumed he wouldn't be able to escape from this man. The visitor suddenly laughed and said he was just joking. He remarked, "Didn't Sol Hui say he was new here?" Then he introduced himself and gave his name, Pu Ilki. The man added that he was pleased to meet the young man. Pu Ilki turned around and said he would check out a few books. Sol Hui thought the visitor had been laughing for too long. It sounded insincere. The protagonist wondered who Pu Ilki really was. The visitor spent several hours browsing through the books. Sol Hui secretly watched him, his curiosity getting the better of him. Pu Ilki asked if Sol Hui had come here on the recommendation of the Lord of the Supreme Court. Our hero answered in the affirmative. Pu Ilki said that this was unexpected. The old man was not the type to ask for favors. Sol Hui remarked that the leader of the Supreme Court treated him well. Pu Ilki was surprised. His companion noted that this old man had rendered the young man's right hand useless, even though it is extremely important in Murim. Sol Hui wondered if Pu Ilki knew about him. The man apologized, saying he hadn't intended to gather information, but he was curious about who he was. Pu Ilki noted that at least it wasn't the young man's neck. He added that in the real world, it was better to wallow in manure than to pass away. The man advised the young man to give up and not try to master new arts at the academy. Sol Hui thought that Pu Ilki was starting to get on his nerves. Who exactly is Pu Ilki? If he calls the leader of the Supreme Court an old eccentric, then he must certainly be powerful. The man asked if Sol Hui remembered something. The protagonist asked what he was talking about. He explained, the young man couldn't recall which member of the younger generation would dare to call the Lord of the Supreme Court an old eccentric. Sol Hui thought this man was reading his mind. He replied that he wouldn't dare make such assumptions. Pu Ilki remarked that it was normal to make assumptions. Pu Ilki added that he was interested in the martial arts of the white glow. How much information had Sol Hui already mastered? Sol Hui decided he was being tested. He said he didn't understand the question since he couldn't even use his right hand. Pu Ilki said he understood that, but there was no need to be so serious. In any case, everything Sol Hui said was a lie. The young man had deceived him. The man headed for the exit and told Sol Hui to keep working. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. It felt as if his heart was about to burst. However, for some reason, Pu Ilki didn't leave the library. The protagonist noticed that a screen had appeared before him. Once again, a choice appeared. Perhaps he is the heavenly demon's 4th disciple, the earth demon. He has truly mastered the martial arts of the white glow. The person he's talking to is in the same situation as he is. Our hero was at a loss, not understanding what the heavenly demon's fourth disciple meant. Previously, there had only been rumors about him. He ranked 30th at the Demon Academy and was at the pinnacle of martial arts. The young man was bewildered. Could this person really be standing right in front of him? Having no choice, he settled on the first option. Puilki said that wasn't bad. The protagonist wondered what he meant. The man added that he didn't understand how the young man had figured it out, but that didn't change anything. Puilki remarked that he was simply a man who had lost his place in the struggle for power. Sol Hui dropped to his knees and tearfully apologized for his audacity, thinking to himself that the answer had turned out to be correct. However, if the issue was that the Earth Demon's identity couldn't be revealed, then things would get much worse. Puilki remarked that it didn't matter to him. Sol Hui must continue doing what he had been doing. The protagonist was frightened and surprised. Why had the screen with the same options appeared again? He had already made his choice. Sol Hui said that he had indeed mastered the martial arts of the white glow from the book that Puilki had been looking for. A man approached our hero and said that this could only mean one thing. Sol Hui had lied to him. The library visitor grabbed his sword and asked indignantly how the young man dared to lie. Time stood still again. One possible translation. The person he's talking to is in the same situation as he is. Another possibility. It seems their situations aren't all that different. Sol Hui thought this wasn't even a choice. He was being forced to choose the worst option. This time the timer was longer, a 3-digit number. It seemed as though he was being given time to understand the meaning of the question. The protagonist thought this question must be the key to the solution. Sol Hui realized that the heavenly demon's aggressive disciple was standing right in front of him. He needed to convince him. The young man decided he'd found a way out. He needed to redirect Puilki's aggression elsewhere. He recalled that the old man wasn't the type to ask for help. Judging by the Earth Demon's words, he does not sympathize with the Lord of the Supreme Court. Puilki said that he was a man who had lost his place in the struggle for power. But is that really the case? Sol Hui recalled Gu Chengmyeon's words, one side benefits while the other gets rid of the weak. Sol Hui realized that Puilki, a representative of the Demon Academy, was communicating with a member of another faction. The protagonist decided that he now understood everything. The brief pause ended. The young man said that Puilki's situation wasn't all that different from his own. The man stopped short. What had he just said? Sol Hui noted that Puilki, the Earth Demon, had been unable to surpass the other disciples of the Heavenly Demon. By the time the demon made his decision, the other disciples had already begun seeking allies. Puilki, holding a sword to the hero's neck, told him not to change the subject. The protagonist thought that since his interlocutor was listening to him, it must be important. Sol Hui told the Earth Demon to choose the Lord of the Supreme Court. The Earth Demon's expression changed. Sol Hui added that the Supreme Court was the heart of the Red Demon's chamber. Seizing the Supreme Court would be a great advantage for Puilki. He would be able to take over the Red Demon's chamber. The hero asked, "Isn't that why the Earth Demon found him?" The young man noted that the Earth Demon had not come here for the book, The Three Fundamental Arts. Sol Hui said he wondered, what could have caused the Heavenly Demon's disciple to appear here? What could have prompted him to strike up a conversation with someone at the very bottom? The protagonist added, Puilki came here to find someone who could reveal the weakness of the Lord of the Supreme Court. The man asked why Sol Hui had decided to do that. The protagonist replied, the Lord of the Supreme Court ordered the flying faction to conduct a search and reconnaissance mission. Was it a coincidence that he was the only one expelled from the faction? The young man thought, if he had acted the same way as last time, the entire flying faction would have perished. The Earth Demon surely knows about this from rumors. Our hero said he believed that Puilki didn't consider him an ordinary person. The protagonist suspected that his interlocutor had another motive. Puilki responded with a loud laugh. Sol Hui was taken aback by this laughter. The man said that he now understood why the old man Sim Gu Yu didn't like the young man. In any case, the young man insisted that he could tell him about this weakness. What could it be? Sol Hui remained silent in response. Puilki asked, Could it be that the young man couldn't think of anything else to do but brag? The protagonist asked, if he told the Earth Demon what he wanted to know, what would he get in return? The young man added that he had put his life on the line. Therefore, if he could get something in return, he wanted it. The Earth Demon asked if Sol Hui really thought his life was worth anything. The young man replied that he knew his life was worthless. However, if his information could save the Earth Demon time and effort, wasn't that enough? Pu Ilgi thought for a moment and said that if the young man had such information, he promised to repay him in full. Sol Hui stated, the weakness of the Lord of the Supreme Court is the elder of Huangshan, Gu Chongmyeon. Pu Ilgi asked what evidence the young man had. The protagonist noted that the Lord of the Supreme Court leaves no clues. The heavenly demon declared that, in that case, it was merely a guess. Sol Hui remarked, if the search were narrowed down to a single person, wouldn't there be enough power to fabricate evidence to support that conjecture? There are many people capable of uncovering the truth. The protagonist thought that this was entirely possible. Pu Ilgi knelt down beside the young man and said he would think it over, but there was something he needed to clarify. There was one task that Sol Hui had to carry out for him. The Earth Demon told Sol Hui to deal with Chok Myong. Sol Hui asked what the reason for this was. Pu Ilgi explained that this was his way of testing the young man to see if he could be trusted. The Earth Demon remarked that the young man might be on the side of the Lord of the Supreme Court and that the entire conversation was a provocation. Pu Ilgi asked once more if Sol Hui could do this for him. The young man replied that he could, since he was Sol Hui, the commander of the Flying Factions unit. The Earth Demon stated that he would wait for the young man with good news on the 12th floor of the agency. Pu Ilgi added that the young man must deal with Chokmin and then find him. The protagonist thought that the Earth Demon must assume he wouldn't be able to complete this task. Our hero reasoned, even though everyone is equal in the eyes of the heavenly demon's disciple, he is on a different level. The young man decided that this should help him survive, despite such a disadvantageous position. He was referring to the martial art of white radiance. Sol Hui wondered, when does a person relax? When eating, sleeping, or on a date? Our hero had a different answer. He approached Huanshan's outhouse. Sol Hui entered the wooden outhouse. The young man kept thinking about one thing. Chokmen had beaten him when he was bored, when everything had become routine, and even when he was feeling unwell. The young man looked into the cesspool and thought that Chokmen must spend a lot of time here. He'd have to hide down there. This was a place where the commander let his guard down, so he'd have to strike from there. Sol Hui covered his nose with a handkerchief and thought, even though it would be disgusting, he'd only have to do it once. The protagonist believed he could endure it no matter what and survive. He would be able to rise above everyone else. Sol Hui looked back and saw a man approaching. He noted that Chok Myong comes here at the same time every day. His body runs like clockwork. There was no time to think. Sol Hui jumped down to avoid being noticed. The area below was clean. It looked like it had been tidied up recently. That was a stroke of luck. From below, our hero saw the squad commander approaching the designated spot. Chokmen took up the proper position and began the necessary procedures. His pants dropped down. From his hiding spot, the protagonist thought he only needed to do this once. The light in the pit dimmed, and a human shadow appeared above the young man's head. Sol Hui readied his sword and decided it was time to act. However, the young man slowed his movement and waste began to fall on him from above. Keeping quiet, the protagonist began to move to avoid coming into contact with the feces. Taking advantage of a brief pause, Sol Hui decided that now was the time to act. A message appeared on the screen stating that the hero had equipped the art of the sword. This was the perfect opportunity. The hero had found his opponent's weak spot. There was a chance to deal maximum damage. Sol Hui was surprised, but his body moved of its own accord. The attack was delivered with incredible force. A loud scream rang out. The roof of the establishment was pierced right through. The opponent was flung outside. A transformation strike was activated. The protagonist dealt a massive amount of damage. Sol Hui made his way outside and saw Chokmen lying on the ground, bleeding out. Our hero's sword was glowing. The guy thought, Could this really be the sword's energy? The opponent's health was down to almost zero. Chok Men was defeated. Sol Hui made his way to the nearest reservoir and began washing away all traces of himself. He also had to get rid of the smell. The young man looked at his reflection in the water and saw the words above his head. 3 coins, third chance. Sol Hui updated his status. Now sword art was available to him. But how did he use it? When he channeled the sword's energy, it didn't deplete his stamina at all. The young man thought, if he could use such power without restrictions, then he would be able to become stronger. Sol Hui looked at his shoulder and realized that his right arm was useless in this life. Moreover, if word got out that Chok Men had been destroyed, he would find himself in even greater danger. With a right arm like that, it would be difficult to become stronger. The protagonist decided that, in that case, he would lay the groundwork for his next life. Should he tell the Earth Demon everything? Better to think it all through first. He couldn't trust this man just yet. His motives were unclear. The protagonist dropped to his knees and said that the clerk of the Cheongil Bureau greeted the Lord of the Supreme Court. The old man was outraged. Had the young man completely lost his mind? How dare he show up in his office? On top of that, he stank unbearably. Sol Hui stated that he had no choice. Sim Gui replied that he was quite surprised. The young man said he had no other way to get rid of Chok Men, the captain of the Black Moon Squad. The old man asked how he had managed to deal with the captain. Sol Hui felt it was hard to breathe. The old man activated his demonic flame skill. The leader of the Supreme Court grabbed the hero by the hair and asked who he had been meeting with. The protagonist was surprised by what the leader meant. The old man shouted at the young man to look him in the eye. If he said anything without thinking right now, he was finished. Sol Hui asked if it wasn't more important right now that the leader was hiding something. The old man suggested that the young man had gone mad after his stay at the agency. Our hero declared that he wanted to know the truth. Did Sim Gui really want him dead? The young man added, if the old man was so interested, he was ready to tell him everything. He had met with the Earth Demon. It was this very man who had sent him here. It was a lie, but that didn't matter now. There was something more important that the hero was about to find out. The old man let the young man go and said that he understood everything now. If the young man was helping the Earth Demon, it was clear why he had destroyed Chok Men. Sim Gui asked what exactly the Earth Demon wanted to know. The protagonist explained, Pu Ilgi had asked where and when the Lord of the Supreme Court had secretly met with Elder Gu Chongmen. It was interesting to see how he would react. For a member of the Demon Academy, communicating with a representative of another faction is considered treason, regardless of the reason. Sim Gui asked if he had indeed inquired about this. The young man confirmed it. The old man asked if the Earth Demon had asked any other questions. Sol Hui said that the Earth Demon had asked about one more thing, where and when they would meet again. Sol Hui asked the Lord to be honest. The old man replied that they had agreed to meet on Yellow Mountain at the beginning of next month. The protagonist saw a screen in front of him, positioned on the floor. There was only one inscription on the screen. The hero had received a secret map from the Lord of the Supreme Court. Did he want to see it? Sim Gui asked when the Earth Demon had managed to teach him martial arts. Sol Hui replied that it had happened a few days ago when he arrived at the Cheongil agency. The old man said he had sent him there recently, but the young man had already come to trust that person and learn from him. On top of that, he had dealt with Chok Men. Moreover, the Earth Demon had ordered him to gather intelligence. Sim Gui crouched down beside the young man and pierced right through his body with his bare hand. The old man was outraged. Did this guy really think he was a fool? At that moment, the protagonist was asking himself, why was he born? Why was he here? Why did he feel nothing while killing people? Why did he want to become stronger? The young man realized that it all began with the question, why? That question turned into, why should he stand behind those who are stronger? Perhaps that was why he had angered the Lord of the Supreme Court. Sim Gui asked if he knew why he had lost. The old man pointed out that the Earth Demon doesn't teach martial arts to anyone. He only uses the techniques the Heavenly Demon taught him. Sol Hui laughed and said there were some things the old man didn't know. The young man said that the leader of the Supreme Court had lost to him personally. Simgi got angry, cursed viciously, and shoved the young man away. The system rebooted. Sol Hui woke up in his bed. The young man realized he was back. The first thing he did was check his right hand. It was perfectly fine. The protagonist realized he had only 2 lives left. After checking his tactical and technical stats, the young man confirmed that his health and stamina had increased slightly. However, he no longer possessed the white glow martial art. Despite this, the protagonist remembered this art in the finest detail. The next moment, a message appeared on the screen stating that the hero had acquired the white glow martial art. The following skills were also available: Divine Demon Sword and 7 Swords of the Black Demon. A map appeared in our hero's hands. Sol Hui opened the map and realized it was a map of Yellow Mountain, the one Sim Gui had mentioned. The young man also acquired other items, including a nutrition bar. Sol Hui tasted the bar and thought it was quite tasty. This bar was wonderful, chocolatey and nutritious. The young man decided he should save part of the bar, but could he put it back in his inventory? As he pondered this, the bar began to disappear. The item was saved in the inventory. Sol Hui was delighted and said that this was simply wonderful. The protagonist got dressed and headed back to the Cheongil agency. The young man was going to go up to the 12th floor, since that was where the Earth Demon's office was located. He said he was requesting an audience. The young man reported that he was the commander of a low-ranking unit from the Supreme Court. Since the unit does not report to any specific department, it is called the Flying Faction Unit. Pu Ilki asked why the young man wanted to meet with him. The protagonist replied that he wanted to share information that would be very useful to the Earth Demon if he wanted to become the new leader. Pu Ilki met with the young man in his office. The Earth Demon said the young man was very amusing and asked what information he had. The protagonist handed him a map. Pu Ilki asked what it was. Sol Hui advised him to read it. The Earth Demon reviewed the information and asked the young man if it was really true. His tone of voice changed as he did so. Sol Hui swore on his life and said that this was all he had as a low-ranking squad commander wishing to follow the Earth Demon. The young man added that he wanted to become stronger, just like everyone else. The Earth Demon declared if this information was true, then the young man would get what he wanted. 3 hours had passed since the Earth Demon had left to verify the information. The protagonist hoped for a favorable outcome. However, the young man couldn't stop worrying. How could the Earth Demon possibly know all the political dynamics among the high-ranking officials of the Demon Academy at the temple? The only thing the young man knew was that the Earth Demon was backed not by the Lord of the Supreme Court, but by the chief disciple, the Blood Demon. Finally, Pu Ilki returned to his office. Sol Hui was worried. What would happen if he had made a mistake? What would he do in his next life? A screen appeared before the protagonist, offering to save his current progress. His progress was saved. The options presented were different from the previous ones. Each option led to a completely new life. The symbols beneath each option also indicated their difficulty. The difficulty increased with each option. The hero was offered the choice to become the Earth Demon's chief warrior, the Earth Demon's advisor, or the Earth Demon's secret swordsman. Sol Hui thought that, even though he would be able to improve his stamina and skills, this did not guarantee survival. The protagonist decided that choosing one of the options might present an opportunity to get rid of the Lord of the Supreme Court. He would need to wait for the right political climate. He should have enough strength for that. Sol Hui decided to try the simplest option, to become the chief warrior of the Earth Demon. No matter what the young man chose, his main goal was survival. He didn't want to lose another life. Pu Ilki noticed that the young man had made a good choice. However, there were still 6 days left until the end of military enlistment. He would need to speak with the secretary on the first floor. The young man should wait in the basement near the storage room. The Earth Demon noticed that there was a book here titled A Guide to the 3 Fundamental Arts. It contained combat techniques that might be useful to the young man. Sol Hui thought that Pu Ilgi hadn't mentioned this by chance. The Earth Demon said that the young man needed to prepare during these 6 days. The young man rushed to get the book and thought that perhaps this time he would be able to master this skill. The young man quickly found the book he needed. Before long, he had mastered the martial art of the white glow. The martial art of the fiery hand, which the former deputy had mastered, and the martial art of unification, which the Lord of the Supreme Court had mastered, could now be mastered by the protagonist. Sol Hui decided to focus first on the flaming hand martial art. The demonstration process was activated. A black shadow appeared once more. The shadow burst into a bright flame. A glowing orb appeared in his chest. Sol Hui was amazed by what he saw. Such an abundance of fire impressed him. The protagonist thought that the martial art of the fiery hand was a strange and destructive power. Next came the martial art of unification, harsh peaks. This was a martial art widely practiced at the academy, one that even the Lord of the Supreme Court used. It was a power that our hero could not even have imagined in his past life. The shadow demonstrated stunning skills. The young man was indescribably thrilled. The protagonist decided that he would be able to master all these techniques. For the next 6 days, he would devote himself entirely to this. As time passed, the room was completely destroyed. The training was a success. Although the young man had mastered all 3 arts, he couldn't reach the shadow level. He lacked the stamina. The day of enlistment arrived. The young man said he had finished his training. At that moment, a man entered the room. The man asked the protagonist if his name was Sol Hui. The man introduced himself. His name was Ko Woon. The earth demon ordered him to accompany this young man. Ko Woon held out a pill and told the young man to take it. It was the pill of eternity, a medicine that increased stamina. Ko Woon noted that a single pill was enough to boost his ki level, as if it had been accumulating for 10 years. Sol Hui said he couldn't accept something so valuable. Ko Woon told him not to refuse. He would need it if he wanted to survive in the army. Sol Hui swallowed the pill, and his stats increased significantly. His health and stamina both rose. The young man was delighted. This sort of thing happens only once in a lifetime, and not to everyone. Thanks to his increased stamina, our hero gained access to the passive skill, mind reading. This skill allowed him to view status windows. However, the Earth Demon's escort status window indicated that he was a double agent and had a hostile attitude. Sol Hui was surprised. Could this really be a real spy standing before him? Our hero followed the Earth Demon's escort along a route that wound through the forest. The protagonist thought this was impossible. When had the enemies managed to send a spy? If this were really the case, it would give him an advantage over the Earth Demon. This couldn't be a lie. The escort pointed to a tall building peeking out from behind the trees and said they had arrived. Ko Woon turned around and announced that it was time for him to return. Time seemed to stand still. The young man had to make a choice. Ask for the flying dragon pill. Ask if the escort had anything to say, or just grin. But hadn't he just received that pill? The young man chose the second option. He asked if Ko Woon had anything to say to him. Ko Woon was surprised and asked what he meant. Sol Hui replied that he was confused and didn't know how to proceed. Skilled and outstanding people join the army. The Earth Demon must understand what he is capable of. The pill the guard gave him proves just how difficult it will be to survive in this place. Sol Hui asked if he could just go there like that. Would he be able to survive simply by increasing his chi? Ko Woon admitted that one pill wouldn't be enough. He handed the young man a sword. Sol Hui was delighted. This weapon made the user feel stronger by increasing health, stamina, attack, and agility. The escort explained that only those chosen by the higher-ups are accepted into the army. There, the young man would gain skills through missions and forbidden books. Ko Woon added that the Earth Demon believed the young man would succeed. Therefore, Sol Hui should thank the Earth Demon. As he crossed the threshold marked Army, the young man thought he should hide his sword just in case. It would be bad if he were caught with such a weapon. They might take it away from him. The sword was stored in his tool pouch. Sol Hui walked deeper into the room and saw a table ahead of him with an instructor sitting behind it. He was one of those overseeing the trials. Instructors rank below the Lord of the Supreme Court. However, those appointed as instructors are not insignificant figures at the academy. The protagonist stated his name. The instructor pointed to the bamboo sticks on the table and told the young man to choose one of them. The sticks were inscribed with the characters, Shin on Seo Pan. These characters meant body, eloquence, writing, and judgment. Perhaps his choice would determine what trial lay ahead. Sul Hui thought that torso was related to the body, eloquence to speech, writing, and judgment to decision-making. The instructor noted that, in any case, he would have to go through all four. Saul Hui decided there was no point in hesitating and chose one of the sticks. The instructor noted that the young man had chosen torso. The old man said he needed to collect 6 more pieces of bamboo with the same inscription. The young man had 1 day. He would pass the test if he brought them back tomorrow at the same time. The instructor pointed out that the exit was behind him. He must return by that very path. Much awaits him behind that door. Everything from forbidden books to treasures and weapons is fair game. Sol Hui must hurry. The protagonist thought there would be others with the same tasks. He needs to take the bamboo sticks from them. Our hero arrived at a detached building on the edge of the forest. The protagonist thought that the more he roamed around here, the greater his chances of finding something useful. However, the risk of being discovered also increases. Sol Hui decided that he must survive and become stronger no matter what. The protagonist noticed that it was too quiet here. Had he arrived too early? There was no one around. The young man decided to take a look inside the building. Sol Hui began moving as quickly as possible so as not to be caught. Using his stealth movement skill, the protagonist found himself by the wall of the building. The young man saw a message on the screen. An unknown enemy has discovered his weak spot. What should he do next? 3 options were offered: confront him, chase him away, run away. Sol Hui realized that someone had found his weak spot. This was the first time that it ever happened. What should he do now? Our hero chose the runaway option. The young man noticed that his body had started moving on its own again. An armed man appeared as if out of nowhere and began chasing the protagonist. The man expressed regret. He could have dealt with this guy before being discovered. During his retreat, our hero was wounded, but the injury was minor. The pursuer suggested they not waste any time. Sol Hui grabbed his sword and said he agreed. Our hero didn't know how strong his opponent was, but he realized this guy had less stamina. This meant there was no need to fear him. Sol Hui charged at his opponent. In the martial art of white radiance, white symbolizes cold. Therefore, our hero's breath turned cold. The opponent didn't understand what was happening to him. The cold began to restrict his movements. Sol Hui attacked his opponent and landed a devastating blow. The pursuer was still unable to move, but now his body was bleeding profusely. Sol Hui left his bleeding opponent behind. Just 1 strike, yet it proved decisive. The protagonist didn't miss the opportunity that presented itself, even though he was still at the imitation level. Sol Hui noted that he had become much faster and stronger. According to the status window, our hero now always sensed that danger was near. This man was carrying a piece of bamboo inscribed with the word torso, just as the young man had suspected. Among the trophies was golden tincture, a special elixir meant to heal the protagonist's wounds. Sol Hui bandaged the wound and stopped the bleeding. His health had deteriorated due to this injury. Sol Hui thought, if things continued this way, he might actually die. He needed to use the golden tincture, but he had to be careful in this situation. The young man believed that before he passed on to the next world, he had to deal with those 2 scoundrels. The young man used the medicinal herbs from his inventory. The bleeding had completely stopped, and his health had improved slightly. Footsteps could be heard. A man appeared in the next room. It was Chok Ho. Chok Ho saw the warrior lying on the floor and approached him. The protagonist was hiding in the next room. Chok Ho was the commander of the Black Fire Squad. Chok Myong, the commander of the Black Moon, had given him a hard time, so he was clearly no pushover. Watching this guy, the protagonist thought that his skills were surely much higher. If he had to take him out, he'd have to do it with a single blow. A window popped up with the message, "The hero has found the enemy's weak spot. There is a chance to deal maximum damage." Sol Hui wondered if he could take advantage of this. Chok Ho was examining the armor, pondering how to put it on. It was clear that the warrior had become distracted. Sol Hui wondered why the information window wasn't appearing right now. Did that mean he had to wait for another suitable opportunity? The protagonist couldn't wait any longer. No matter how serious his injuries were, he couldn't let Chok-ho take that equipment. The information window appeared again. However, he had to choose one of three options: attack, use martial arts, or use item. Sol Hui chose the most straightforward and safest option, to attack. The protagonist waited for a moment when his opponent's hands were occupied and immediately launched his attack. Sol Hui struck, piercing Chok-ho's body right through. His opponent was defeated and hung from the sword. Our hero thought happily that he had succeeded. Sol Hui searched Chok-ho's body and found 5 bamboo sticks. In addition, there were other trophies, which he stored in his inventory. The protagonist noted that the toolbox's interface had changed to a more user-friendly one. There was a reason Sol Hui had hidden everything in the toolbox. Whenever he retrieved items from it, any changes took effect instantly. The young man touched his wound and noticed that it no longer hurt at all. The system reported that the equipment activated instantly. Sol Hui tested this effect and confirmed that everything really worked. The young man noticed that there was a way to make the armor invisible. Sol Hui decided that this equipment was like a mysterious blessing. A message appeared on the screen. An unknown enemy has detected a weak spot. What should you do next? The young man was frightened. Was he really in danger? Sol Hui realized he didn't know who his opponent was. Therefore, attacking wasn't the best idea. Running away was also dangerous. He might get injured just like last time. Sol Hui chose the option: drive the opponent away. Sol Hui stood before the body of the defeated Chok-ho. An armed man was approaching him from behind. The protagonist managed to turn around and took the blow with his chest. Our hero sank to his knees and began coughing up blood. The young man thought that blocking this attack had been extremely difficult. His opponent turned out to be much closer than he had expected. Compared to other possibilities, at least he knew where the enemy was. However, the outcome was still unfavorable. It was a good thing he had invisible armor on his chest. As his opponent drew nearer, he asked if his strike had really been that weak. The sword hadn't pierced through. He asked what this guy was wearing. It was Oh-ma, the commander of the Heavenly Abyss squad from the Red Demon Chamber. He was much stronger than those the protagonist had fought earlier. Sol Hui thought this guy was incredibly strong. His health and stamina were far superior. Even if Chok Mayong and Chok-ho joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. On top of that, there was an inscription above his head that read, +1 life. The young man was surprised. Why does someone so strong have only 1 life? Oh-ma wondered why the guy was rolling his eyes. In any case, he would be destroyed. Sol Hui noticed that he, too, had been trying his best in this life. The young man thought it was unfair. He thought he had been dying and coming back to life, trying to stay alive. He believed he had a chance, but he was faced with an imbalance of power. It was unfair. The protagonist gripped his blade and shouted that he would not give up. Sol Hui decided to resist for as long as possible. The white glow martial arts skill was activated. Sol Hui struck, but Oh-ma parried the attack. His opponent asked what kind of martial art the young man was using. There is a martial art known as the martial art of cold radiance. It is based on the use of extreme cold and is a supreme demonic art accessible only to the highest ranks. It is more suited to women than to men. Since this art is extremely powerful, men also strive to learn it. Therefore, techniques based on it were created. The young man had always thought that the martial art of white radiance was based precisely on this. His meridians weren't good enough. His body couldn't be fully polarized. However, Sol Hui could easily wield this martial art. There was no other explanation. The protagonist's attack was successful, but things weren't going well. Oh-ma swung his sword and charged at our hero. Sol Hui managed to dodge the attack. The young man moved around the room and Oh-ma's attacks missed their mark. It wasn't easy to match his opponent's speed, but our hero could see all of his movements. After a brief battle, our hero's health had decreased. Oh-ma noticed that the young man had held out for a long time with his tricks. Sol Hui thought he was running out of strength. Sol Hui looked at the screen. His mastery of the white glow martial art had increased. The protagonist decided to give it his all and, leaping up, rushed into the attack once more. Oma was unexpectedly wounded in the shoulder. Blood spurted in all directions. Our hero was surprised. Had he really become that much faster? The young man's spirit soared, and he began to attack with even greater vigor. Oma was forced to fall back into a defensive stance. His opponent asked what the young man had just done. After another attack, his opponent's sword cracked and broke. Oma looked at his weapon in surprise. Sol Hui chose to attack him. 3 types of martial arts also appeared, but the young man couldn't choose 2 of them. It was likely a matter of stamina. Using a unique skill, the protagonist struck his opponent's chest with his hand. The burning palm skill was used. The opponent was engulfed in flames. Oma's health plummeted to 0, and he was defeated. Sol Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The fight was over. Our hero declared victory, but his health and stamina were nearly depleted. If it weren't for the warning window about his opponent's weak spot, he would have lost. The young man decided he needed to leave as quickly as possible. If enemies appeared, he wouldn't survive. The next morning arrived. The young man had recovered with the help of a golden potion and was now lying in wait in the forest. Sol Hui had completed the quest and collected all 6 pieces of bamboo. Our hero wondered whether he should use the items he had received from Oma, but everything had to be carefully planned. He needed something with a permanent effect, unlike elixirs. The martial arts he had learned did not fade from his memory. As soon as he chose to study them, the knowledge immediately settled in his mind, from breathing techniques to methods of application. Sol Hui thought that if he used the stealth technique and the window of opportunity that had appeared just before Oma's death, it would give him an advantage. The more the young man thought about it, the clearer it became to him. He needed all the luck he could get. If he could take advantage of it, his dream of rising higher would no longer seem like a mirage. The protagonist looked up and saw a strange and unnatural light. The young man chose not to save his current progress. Sol Hui had no regrets. He didn't know if he would ever have another opportunity like this or if this was his last chance. However, it's better not to save his selection. There are still many treasures left here. That means he'll have to come back here in his next life. Sol Hui went to the instructor and brought him the bamboo sticks. The old man said the young man should choose the next bamboo stick with a different character. Sol Hui realized that in any case, he would have to choose each of the ones offered, so there was no point in hesitating. The instructor said that the young man had chosen the character for eloquence. He pointed to an open door and told the young man to go through it. Sol Hui was surprised again. Why hadn't he met anyone this time either? It wasn't the only entrance, but he had hoped to run into at least a few people. The young man descended the steps and found himself in front of a door. Sol Hui pushed the door open slightly and wondered what kind of trial awaited him this time. The young man found himself in a room that resembled a prison cell. There was one person inside. Sol Hui sensed an aura of bloodlust. It was so strong that his stomach churned. This man was very powerful. The stranger cursed loudly and asked what the young man was staring at so intently. Sol Hui replied that he had come here for a trial. The stranger warned that if the young man said something like that again, he would be destroyed. Sol Hui once again felt a terrifying thirst for blood. Could this really be part of the trial? The protagonist looked around. The room was empty. He searched for anything that might provide a clue. Sol Hui spotted a note on the table and became curious. The young man was surprised. Could it be that this person didn't care what was happening? The young man picked up the note and read it. It stated that the hero was on a secret mission. He had to destroy the intermediaries. Wandering through the thicket, he spots an abandoned house and the 3 people he's been looking for. These people are about to leave. All 3 know martial arts. One is stronger, another is on par with the young man, and the third is weaker. It doesn't matter where he is. Sol Hui thought, could this really be the test? He had to choose one of 3 options. Disguise himself as a Murim resident and strike up a conversation. Wait near the house until something happens. Or choose nothing. Sol Hui wondered why the third option had been added. The young man decided to wait until something happened. He assumed this was the safest option. The stranger jumped up, reminded the young man that he had warned him, and began swinging his sword. The protagonist was attacked and wounded, blood spattered in all directions. Sol Hui was sent back. The Earth Demon said the young man had three options. At that moment, the protagonist noticed a screen that had appeared between them. Sol Hui chose to become the Earth Demon's chief warrior. Pu Ilki remarked that it was a good choice, the same one as last time. The young man realized that everything was repeating itself just as before, the gaze, the words, and even the gestures. The Earth Demon did not forget to mention the manual on the three fundamental skills. After saying this, the Earth Demon left. Recalling the attack by the unknown assailant, the young man thought that he hadn't even had time to move a finger. That meant he was still too weak. Our hero decided he needed to prepare even more thoroughly because he wanted to live. The items in his inventory didn't disappear, just as expected. The inventory check went smoothly. The young man thought, if he stole something from the Earth Demon's room and hid it in his inventory, it would remain with him in his next life. The young man began searching through the books on the shelves, convincing himself that it was for the sake of his future life. He had to find at least something useful. Sol Hui saw his reflection in the mirror. An inscription appeared above his head. 2 coins. A second chance. With the extra life he'd received for defeating Oh Ma, he had only 2 left. The young man decided he was fine. He just needed to perk up. About an hour passed. Sol Hui searched the entire room but found nothing useful. In one of the closets behind the clothes, the young man discovered a strange crack. What could it mean? The young man obtained a forbidden book of the highest quality. It was Wind, one of the 4 major demonic martial arts, one of the forms used by the Earth Demon. Sol Hui headed to the Cheongil agency down to the basement. The young man found himself in the library and decided to catch his breath for a moment. The young man's inventory now contained forbidden books of the highest quality, including the primary demonic martial art, Wind. However, after checking his stats, the young man concluded that his stats were pitiful. This time he needed to ask for the flying dragon pill. The protagonist realized why he had perished in his past life. If he was too cautious and chose only safe options, it wouldn't lead to any results. In the army, fate decides who gets the treasures. If he wants to be ready to fight against masters, he needs to become stronger. With that in mind, it's best to use all the elixirs he has. That's exactly what the protagonist did. The result turned out to be better than expected. Not only did his stats change, but so did his body. His muscles grew larger, and his body fat decreased. He mastered one of the major demonic martial arts, Wind. It is a great power that can destroy an entire building with a snap of the fingers. Sol Hui wondered why the ability was locked. To use it, he needed at least 30,000 health points and 50,000 stamina points. The protagonist realized he couldn't do it yet. He still had a long way to go. Although, considering who he had become, he should rely on luck. He was bound to succeed. The young man used a technique that didn't consume stamina. It was the best gift luck had given him. Special martial arts skills of the white glow were activated. Our hero decided he had to uncover the secrets of this technique. The day of conscription had arrived. A man named Ko Woon approached the young man. The Earth Demon ordered him to accompany him. Ko Woon handed him a pill and said it was an elixir. A single pill increases one's chi level as if it had been accumulated over 10 years. After taking the pill, his stats increased significantly. Sol Hui thanked Ko Woon. Sol Hui thought that the increase in stamina would allow him to reach the novice level. Thanks to this, he would be able to hold his own in the army. The protagonist was once again given a choice. Both options were specific, probably because he already had a sword. Sol Hui made his choice and told Ko Woon to give him the flying dragon pill. The young man noticed that the escort hadn't given him the pill. The young man added that the Earth Demon had mentioned 2 pills, the Pill of Eternity and the Flying Dragon Pill. He brought this up just in case. The protagonist speculated that the Earth Demon might not have given the pill to the escort. In that case, he'd have to apologize, but it would take more time. Ko Woon handed the young man another pill. The young man realized he had been right. Ko Woon suddenly swung his arm and struck the young man in the chest. The young man was temporarily incapacitated and fell to the ground. Ko Woon crouched down and said that the young man would die anyway. However, even if he survived, he would still die at Kowun's hands later. Sol Hui, overcoming the pain, popped a pill into his mouth and swallowed it. The protagonist's stats increased significantly, and his proficiency in martial arts and mind reading improved. The young man thought, if he survives this, Kowun will be destroyed. After completing his latest assignment, the protagonist returned to the inspector. The young man made his choice again and received a bamboo stick inscribed with the word torso. The old man said once more that he needed to collect 6 more of these bamboo pieces. The young man had one day. He had to bring them back tomorrow at the same time. The young man asked if he was the only one undergoing these trials. Given the number of bamboo pieces, there had to be others. Why didn't he see anyone else? No answer followed. The young man was surprised. Had he really done something wrong? Standing before him was the instructor, whom no one usually dared to speak to. The protagonist decided it would be best to just leave. As he was leaving, the old man said, "Your eyes look higher and farther." Sol Hui figured there must be other participants. He just couldn't see them. They'd arrived at a different time or through a different entrance. Those who were already there were fighting and growing stronger. The old man's words implied that those who arrived later would become even stronger. However, that didn't change anything. If he had to face them, he needed to move faster and gain the upper hand by collecting more items. Sol Hui arrived once again at the building in the forest. He thought there would soon be a bloodbath here, but this time everything would be different. In his past life, he had been attacked here. Sol Hui decided that this time he would strike first. However, there was no one around. No matter how many times he circled the building, the silence remained. A message appeared on the screen. An unknown enemy has detected a weak spot. What will your next move be? The young man remembered that last time he'd decided to run away and had been struck in the back. Back then, he hadn't even thought to defend himself, since the enemy hadn't seemed that strong. Now he could easily defeat him. He selected the option face the enemy head-on. Sol Hui prepared to attack. Our hero counterattacked, and his opponent was taken out. The protagonist remarked that it hadn't been difficult. His opponent remained lying on the ground. Sol Hui realized that the difference in skill was enormous. It was evident even from his opponent's gaze. A message appeared on the screen again, stating that an unknown enemy has detected a weak spot. Sol Hui thought that his life had become too thrilling, and it wasn't about the pleasure of destruction, but rather the disparity in strength. The young man couldn't believe how much this disparity captivated him. In this life, the protagonist could defeat his opponent by any means necessary. He had already tried both conventional attacks and martial arts. Sol Hui noticed that the forbidden books had disappeared. Only healing and equipment remained. That was all he could use right now. Our hero selected a short sword from his equipment and gripped it in his right hand. The young man thought it would come in handy if the sword broke or was lost, but it wouldn't help if a weak spot detection window appeared. His opponent swung at him, and Sol Hui said it was too slow, then pierced his body. The opponent was destroyed and fell to the ground. The young man picked up the bamboo stick he was looking for. The protagonist wondered how many people were currently in the army and what treasures could be found inside. Our hero realized that he could now cover his tracks, but using his stealth skill drained too much stamina. He approached the building's door. Although he had become much stronger, this was still relative. There were no guarantees. The young man went inside, knowing that caution was still necessary. Sol Hui began checking every accessible spot in search of something useful. However, there were no treasures to be found. The young man heard footsteps approaching, and they were getting louder. Someone was approaching him. Sol Hui froze and lay low. He couldn't give away his presence. Before, the young man wouldn't have been able to hear a person from such a distance. Now, however, using the stealth effect, he could pick up even the faintest sounds nearby. The stealth technique is designed to conceal one's presence. Part of it also involves sensing when someone else is nearby. Therefore, it's not surprising that stealth has this effect. Sol Hui could hear the person moving, but he couldn't tell exactly what they were doing because the door was closed. "We can't stay here. It could be dangerous." The protagonist believed in his abilities, so he decided to enter the room. Kuyom, the leader of the Court of the Destruction of the Holy Deity Squad, looked back and realized he wasn't alone in the room. Sol Hui, taking advantage of the element of surprise, lunged at the man. The protagonist struck, but Kuyom thrust his sword forward and parried the attack. Sol Hui believed this was his only chance, so he fought with maximum intensity. As a result, he managed to pierce his opponent's body right through. It was a very powerful blow. The squad commander fell to the floor and ceased to resist. Our hero was surprised. Why hadn't the window with the weak point notification appeared this time? Kuyom was breathing heavily. He told his opponent to finish him off. The protagonist thought that the notification window apparently didn't appear for those who had lost the will to live. Sol Hui noticed an energy bar in a box nearby. Our hero wondered what the squad commander could have been looking for in this place. However, Kuyom lay there with his eyes closed. Sol Hui realized that this man had lost consciousness. The young man thought he might be attacked unexpectedly, so he needed to deal with this opponent first. A prompt appeared in the information window asking him to choose one of two options, destroy or torture. Sol Hui was surprised. What does this mean? Kuyom asked why the young man was sparing his life. Sol Hui was surprised. Could his opponent actually be conscious? The protagonist realized that in this situation, it was far more advantageous to choose torture over destruction. Sol Hui chose the torture option and pressed down on the wounded area. Kuyom screamed in unbearable pain. During the torture, the protagonist tore the flesh from the bones. Using his ki, he heightened his opponent's pain receptors, then began twisting the bone to inflict as much suffering as possible. The squad commander continued to scream loudly, experiencing excruciating pain. Sol Hui continued the execution. The protagonist demanded answers to his questions. Kuyom didn't understand what kind of answer this man was expecting. Sol Hui replied that this guy already knew everything. It was time to talk. Kuyom confessed and said that it was with him. Sol Hui asked what he was talking about. The wounded man added that it was under his bandana. The protagonist lifted the bandana and examined the hidden area. Our hero pulled out a fragment of a treasure map from there. The young man decided this was a stroke of luck. The map marked the locations of all the treasures in the building with the purple roof on the army's grounds. Kuyom said that now his opponent must let him die. Sol Hui replied that it wouldn't be difficult. All it would take was pressing a single acupuncture point. The system offered a choice, destroy or continue torturing. Sol Hui realized that this man was hiding something else. As a result of the subsequent torture, all 7 fragments of the treasure map were recovered. Sol Hui said that this was simply disgusting. The young man understood why Kuyom had hidden parts of the map in his shoes and underwear, but why had he hidden them in the back passageway? Now our hero had pieced together a map of the territory controlled by the army. Sol Hui decided to continue his search in this location. The protagonist reasoned that if his hunch was correct, there must be treasure in this dresser. However, he didn't find what he expected there. Could he have been wrong in his assumptions? Sol Hui came up with a new theory. Someone had taken the treasure earlier and left a nutrition bar as a mockery. Sol Hui decided he needed to act quickly before all the treasure was taken. The guy discovered a secret cache containing a guide to voice transmission. It was one of the first treasures he found. Since reading usually takes a long time, a book isn't the most useful find in a situation like this. The protagonist stashed this book in his inventory, under the banned books section. After some time, the guide to voice transmission was studied. Sol Hui declared that he was now different from the rest. Sol Hui moved the cabinet aside and discovered a second treasure hidden in the wall. It was a guide to creating the poisoned demonic iron. After some time, he had studied the manual for creating the demonic iron poison. Sol Hui decided it wouldn't hurt to have it. Our hero also discovered a treasure hidden in the ceiling. It was a high-grade item, demonic bracers. The item looked ordinary, but why was it called high-grade? Sol Hui put on the bracers. A message appeared on the screen. The basic wind technique has been mastered. The proficiency level of the burning palm technique has been increased. These were the favorite gauntlets of Elder Nok Chun Khan, who ranked 34th at the Demon Academy. Now our hero understood why those who had served in the army were held in such high regard. Sol Hui realized he already had 3 treasures. Someone else had taken another one. He needed to hurry before the rest were taken. The protagonist decided it was time to leave and headed for the exit. Suddenly, he heard loud shouts coming from outside. The young man peeked into the adjacent room and saw a crowd of armed men. Mu Gong, a member of the Seven Dragons group, asked why they shouldn't just leave and find opponents on their own level. Kam Cha, his comrade, replied that they could handle it, since they were trained in synchronized attacks. So Tae, a member of the Demon Dragon group, replied that he knew just how clumsy their synchronized attack was. Sal Yo, his comrade, added that their opponent would be finished if they couldn't attack properly. The Vile Demon Chamber and the Red Demon Chamber are 2 of the 4 chambers that support the existence of the army at the Demon Academy. The Lord of the Supreme Court and the Lord of the Court of the Holy Deity belong to the Chamber of the Red Demon and hold leading positions. That is why they are far more powerful than Chalkmen. Each of them is stronger than the captain of the Black Moon. A conflict was breaking out among their subordinates at that moment. Sol Hui wondered why the treasures happened to be right here. The protagonist thought that his stats were higher than those of these warriors. On the other hand, it was still better not to mess with them. Sol Hui could have understood more if they had demonstrated their techniques. However, he was certain that they wouldn't do anything unless absolutely necessary. He needed to find a way to deal with them. Finally, the opposing sides began the battle. Our hero believed it was better to come up with a plan first rather than rush headlong into a fight. He didn't want to walk away empty-handed. On the other hand, the young man understood that you can't get stronger without taking risks. He realized this after dying several times. Sol Hui peeked out from behind the door and saw one of the warriors wounded. A message appeared stating that this was the perfect opportunity. The hero had found the weak spot of a member of the Seven Dragons group. Sol Hui decided this was a problem, since he had wanted to wait until Kam Cha lost. A new option appeared. Get up close to the enemy. Sol Hui thought this technique was better suited for one-on-one combat, but he was currently facing 4 opponents. If he used his QE, they would immediately pounce on him. Sol Hui decided he had to act no matter what. The option, get right up close to the opponent, was selected. After that, a new choice appeared from among 4 options, the ability to instantly teleport to any location. Sol Hui thought this wouldn't affect the situation, since time was paused. Sal Yo is standing south of Kam Cha. To the west of him stands his comrade, Mu Kyung. Sol Hui thought it was safe to the east and north of him. However, in any case, he needed to think everything through carefully. Sol Hui realized he had to eliminate 2 people at once, 1 from each pair. If each one was left alone, they wouldn't attack him. After analyzing the situation, he moved north. It all happened in an instant. The young man noticed he was now next to Kam Cha. The latter reacted, but not immediately. Sol Hui said it was too late and struck his opponent in the chest with his sword. It was a surprise attack that ended with a devastating blow. Maximum damage was dealt. Kam Cha was destroyed. The 3 surviving warriors, seeing this, immediately stopped fighting. What does this mean? Sol Hui was absolutely certain that his plan would work. However, at some point, the gift of divine luck exceeded all his expectations. The system reported that the hero had found the weak points of Mu Kyun, Seitai, and Sal Yo. The young man was presented with an incredible opportunity, described as perfect. The protagonist chose Sal Yo, a member of the Demon Dragon group. The young man used martial art of unification and harsh peaks from his basic techniques. The opponent stood there in confusion. Using his unique abilities, the hero delivered an unstoppable blow. The opponent was crushed. Sal Yo lost all his health and fell to the floor. The protagonist was surprised. Did he really possess such incredible strength now? After the strike, the young man realized he had lost nearly half his stamina, though it was worth it. The next moment, the hero was attacked. He realized he'd been distracted and wouldn't have time to dodge now. The protagonist activated his demonic bracers and parried his opponent's attack. The opponent was outraged. How could this guy have parried his strike? Sol Hui, using his bracers, rushed into the attack. The blow was so powerful that his opponent was sent flying upward and out the window, so Tae was also defeated, having lost all his health. Our hero continued to follow his plan, making adjustments as the battle progressed. Sol Hui assumed that he would now have all the bamboo tablets. The surviving opponent swung his weapon, intent on destroying his foe. As a result of his rash actions, Mugong also lost all his health and was defeated. The young man sighed deeply and said that was all. After this battle, the protagonist obtained many useful items. Among other things, the protagonist gathered the bamboo sticks and said that with these tablets, he would pass the trial. The young man obtained the 9 defensive gestures pill and the heavenly demon spirit pill. The protagonist also received the 8th emperor armor, and it was magnificent. The armor was better than the heavenly silver breastplate. Sol Hui noticed another box located there. The young man conducted a thorough search and found a single energy bar. The protagonist wondered why there were always energy bars in these boxes. Sol Hui asked himself, could it be that the energy bar was here instead of a treasure, or was someone deliberately leaving it there? A man appeared behind our hero. The man quietly moved closer, swung his sword, and prepared to strike. Sol Hui reacted just in time. He raised his sword and parried the attack. His opponent took a few steps back. The young men realized that a confrontation was inevitable. The attacker said that this time he was out of luck. He'd run into a strong opponent. It was Ma, commander of the Heavenly Abyss Squad from the Red Demon Chamber. The protagonist was surprised when he realized who was standing before him. The opponent asked, "Do we know each other?" Sol Hui looked at the box and realized why it was empty. Sol Hui thought that instead of energy bars, there should have been elixirs in there, the very ones that had made him stronger in this life. Ma suggested postponing the fight. He had just arrived and had nothing with him. His opponent wouldn't get anything, even if he won. Sol Hui decided he was right. The last time he had surveyed that building much later, Ma wouldn't have been able to handle that group of 4 on his own. That meant they'd attacked him after they'd already settled things among themselves. Sol Hui asked where he would go if he were released. After all, it would be better for them not to meet again. Ma replied that he would head for the building with the yellow roof. In his opinion, that would be the easiest place to operate. Sol Hui replied that he had no reason to worry. But while he would go to the building with the yellow roof, his opponent might choose a different path. Ma said he understood everything. Sol Hui noted that there was something else. The protagonist asked where stronger opponents might gather. He asked because there was no one here with outstanding abilities. Ma decided that this guy knew nothing about this place. How could he say something like that? The young man is certainly different from the rest, but that will only last until sunset. Then strong fighters will appear, and the balance of power will change significantly. If the young man can't gather enough treasure before nightfall, it won't be easy to survive. Sol Hui asked how strong the night warriors were. Ma replied that they were roughly on par with chamber members or the commanders-in-chief of the courts. Ma said his goodbyes and left the location, leaving the hero deep in thought. Sol Hui thought that the commanders-in-chief representing the 5 courts and 9 pavilions were the most important members of the academy. The protagonist decided that tomorrow, those equal to him in strength would appear here. He needed to become stronger if he wanted to survive. Our hero used the 9 defensive gestures pill and the heavenly demon spirit pill. His health and stamina were boosted. Just as our hero expected, everything repeated itself, just like in his past life. Sol Hui awaited the arrival of a new opponent. The option close in on the opponent was selected. The opponent returned, and Sol Hui shouted at him not to dare move. Sol Hui added that if he'd wanted to, he would have already destroyed him. The man lying on the ground was wearing a breastplate made of celestial silver. As expected, it was back in place. The items the young man had put into his inventory reappeared. His opponent asked what he needed. Chok Ho had minor injuries, and his health and stamina were slightly below normal. The protagonist crouched down next to the fallen warrior and checked his pockets. Bamboo sticks appeared in our hero's palm. Sol Hui asked if he was from the Supreme Court. Our hero asked if he was the commander of the Black Fire Squad. Chok Ho was surprised but confirmed it. Chok Ho was even more surprised when his opponent threw the bamboo sticks at him. Sol Hui said that if Chok Ho answered his questions, everything would belong to him. The commander agreed. The protagonist asked what he knew about the other trials. Chok-ho was surprised. Had this man really come here without even knowing what kind of place it was? Sol-hui was surprised. Weren't trials simply being held here? Chok-ho was also surprised that such a skilled fighter could be unaware of the nature of the trials. Now it was clear why he had chosen Shin first. Chok-ho asked if his opponent would spare his life if he told him. Sol-hui replied that he would, if the answer satisfied him. The squad commander explained, "Trials in the army are conducted in a specific order. It's impossible to join the army if you don't complete them correctly. There are 4 trials in total: Shin, On, SEO, and Pan. He doesn't know their order, only that Shin is the final trial." The protagonist asked excitedly, "Is it really the last one?" The young man thought, "In that case, what were the previous trials?" Chok-ho replied that he had only found out about this once he arrived here. He had heard that the person who organized all of this had deliberately set up the system so that a single person could monopolize all the treasures. It became clear to the hero that there were many treasures here, but he still hadn't encountered anyone stronger than himself. Sol-hui thought that was because this trial would be their last. Ma had also said that stronger warriors would appear tomorrow at sunset. This place is designed so that one can defeat stronger opponents with the help of hidden treasures. This gives even weak contestants a chance to survive. That is precisely why this trial was named Shin, Torso. The protagonist realized that this was a slaughterhouse where the strong oppress the weak. Sol-hui replied that he was willing to believe that, but wouldn't it be better for the commander to simply flee? Chok-ho replied that he intended to do just that if he didn't find anything useful by midnight. Tomorrow morning, those who have completed the previous 3 trials will arrive. If we don't find anything useful, we'll have to leave. Sol-hui asked how strong they were. Chok-ho replied that their strength is recognized by the 5 courts and the 9 pavilions of the Demon Academy. In that case, Shin Biran, the captain of the Black Gold Squad, will also be here. He is one of the strongest warriors representing all the squads of the Supreme Court. The protagonist was given an important mission. A proposal was made: accept the challenge, eliminate Shin Biran. The reward will be a heavenly dragon pill created by the celestial scholar Hu. Rumors are circulating about this pill. The protagonist thought that this represented a decade's worth of accumulated chi and health. There's no point in hesitating. He must obtain this pill at any cost. Sol-hui accepted the challenge and decided to carry out the mission. The status window popped up. Information about the captain of the Supreme Court's Black Gold Squad had been received. Now the hero could see the combat power stat. Shin Biran's martial arts proficiency was nearing its peak. His stats looked as if they exceeded 10,000. Sol-hui thought these were unbelievable numbers. Would he be able to defeat this man? Chok-ho asked if there were any more questions. The hero asked what else was known about the trials. Chok-ho replied, "Pan is related to sound judgment. If a candidate fails to complete the trial within the time limit, poison will be administered and the person will die. During the On trial, a question is asked. If the instructor doesn't like the answer, the candidate will be eliminated. During the SEO trial, candidates are given a book with problems they must solve and submit." Chok-ho noted that this was all he knew. The commander said it was time for him to leave. He needed to gather as many treasures as possible. Sol-hui thought that Ko-woon had set him up badly. He deliberately didn't explain anything so that he couldn't pass the trials. The protagonist decided to survive, become stronger, and destroy Ko-woon at any cost. For the rest of the time, the hero searched the yellow building. The only useful find was a grenade. There were still many treasures left, but powerful warriors were expected to arrive soon. It was important to restore his stamina by circulating ki. Sol-hui thought it would be nice to know a more effective technique for restoring energy. The sun had already set below the horizon, but the hero continued his meditation. Finally, it was time to set out. At that moment, a loud scream rang out. The protagonist realized that it had begun. He had become too absorbed in circulating his ki and hadn't noticed their arrival. He used the stealth skill. Sol-hui began to move. The young man made his first stop on the roof of the nearest building. He needed to look around and get his bearings. Sol Hui saw a man running away. He was shouting loudly, but couldn't hide. He was attacked. The warrior was wounded in the back, lost his bearings, and fell face down. Watching from high ground, the protagonist assessed the situation. An armed man was patrolling the complex. He felt confident and at ease. The squad commander was hiding behind a large rock. He couldn't reveal himself and engage in battle with such powerful opponents. The squad commander tried to hide in that spot, but was discovered and killed by an armed man who appeared after sunset. The powerful warrior still made no attempt to hide. Like a hunter, he continued to comb the surroundings. Sol Hui saw the explosion and realized that the slaughter had begun. Another powerful man appeared at the site of the explosion. With a single blow, he eliminated several opponents. Sol Hui thought that the creatures of twilight had overrun the quiet night. The smell of blood hung in the air everywhere. It was like a mass slaughter. Our hero managed to survive among those skilled enough to eliminate even those who were well hidden. Perhaps it was all due to his stealth. The young man continued to comb the area, remaining unnoticed. It wasn't just his skills. Perhaps there was another reason as well. Sol Hui hid behind the door when he heard footsteps. The wounded warrior Chok Ho appeared in the doorway. He asked why he was doing this. Sol Hui was surprised. Had the squad commander really not left yet? Apparently he hadn't been able to resist his greed. A night warrior appeared before Chok Ho. In response to the question, he said he simply wanted to do it. It was Shin Biran, one of the strongest. The protagonist was surprised. Since they belonged to the same court, why were they fighting? Chok Ho remarked that if the Lord of the Supreme Court found out about this, Shin Biran would be punished. His opponent was surprised. Did he really think so? Shin Biran added that, unfortunately for Chok Ho, he had already discussed everything with the Lord of the Supreme Court. He had given permission to deal with anyone who hoards treasures. Chok Ho realized the hopelessness of his situation and lunged at his opponent. However, Shin Biran struck first. Chok Ho immediately collapsed to the floor. Shin Biran was surprised. Could this guy really call himself a squad captain when he was so pathetic? Sol Hui was surprised. Chok Ho had been instantly defeated with a single blow. The difference in their skills turned out to be too great. Shin Biran checked the contents of his pockets and said that this guy had nothing but bamboo sticks, although that was to be expected given his abilities. Our hero had been watching this man for some time, but no warnings about a weak spot had come through. Sol Hui thought he could attack Shin Biran with a grenade and that would give him a chance. He had to try while the other man was distracted by Chok Ho. There might not be another chance. However, a notification appeared stating that he could not open his toolkit at the moment. The system also reported that the enemy was aware of his presence. He needed to leave the enemy's area of influence. Sol Hui realized that Shin Biran had sensed his presence despite his stealth. The protagonist turned around and decided to flee. However, his opponent suddenly emerged from the room. Sol Hui decided that this was the end for him. Shin Biran had spotted him. A message appeared on the screen stating that this was the perfect opportunity. The hero had found Shin Biran's weak spot. What would he do next? The following options were presented: attack, use martial arts, use an item, get up close to the enemy. Sol Hui realized he was too far away to land a devastating blow. Using martial arts wouldn't work either. Our hero decided to get up close to the enemy. Shin Biran looked back. Sol Hui realized he had made his decision too late. It was too late to change his plan. Sol Hui swung to strike. Shin Biran grabbed his sword and parried the attack, but lost his footing and fell to his knees. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance and decided to continue the confrontation. Next, our hero decided to use martial arts. The enemy was attacked again. The blow was so powerful that it dealt significant damage to the opponent. His health and stamina decreased. The protagonist decided not to stop and rushed into the attack once more. The white glow martial arts skill was activated. Sol Hui, capitalizing on a slight advantage, landed another devastating blow. Shin Biran managed to raise his sword and parry the attack. The protagonist shouted loudly and kicked his opponent in the chest. Shin Biran lost his balance and began to fall onto his back. Our hero fought with extreme aggression, not giving his opponent a single second to recover. He couldn't afford to give him a chance to attack. Solhui activated his demonic bracers and continued his assault. Next came the breath of the sword technique. A horizontal whirlwind engulfed Shinbi Ran. Sol Hui shouted that he wasn't done yet and continued his attack. Once again, he used the White Radiance martial arts skill in combination with Breath of the Sword. Shin Biran could no longer maintain a safe distance. The hero's attacks were closing in on him from all sides. The information window popped up again. Time had stopped. He needed to choose an action. However, a message appeared stating that Shin Biran had discovered the hero's weak spot. Sol Hui was puzzled. What did that mean? It was both a perfect window of opportunity and a warning. The available options didn't align. Sol Hui was at a loss. What should he do next? Time was running out. The protagonist wondered if he should rewind time by 3 seconds. If he chose attack, he would be able to see the opponent's movements. But the weak spot remained a problem. Sol Hui couldn't even imagine what consequences these options would lead to. Our hero chose attack and face him head on. Time rewound 3 seconds, just as he had expected. It was both a perfect opportunity and a huge risk. Because of the warning about the weak spot, the young man decided to defend himself rather than attack. Sol Hui was attacked himself. Blood appeared on his cheek. It was Shin Biran's first attack to hit its mark. Sol Hui thought that the sword's aura had helped him. Otherwise, the wound would have been much more serious. Our hero was unlucky, but under different circumstances, he could have destroyed his opponent, though he himself would not have survived. The only advantage was that Shin Biran had expended a lot of stamina. Sol Hui realized that he now had the upper hand in stamina and health. Shin Biran cursed viciously and asked who he was dealing with. The protagonist didn't answer right away. Sol Hui said he was just an ordinary person under Shin Biran's command. The Night Warrior was surprised. Could this guy really be from the Supreme Court? Sol Hui replied that this scoundrel had no business knowing that, and charged into the attack once more. Using hand-to-hand combat techniques, the protagonist began landing precise strikes, almost every one of which hit its mark. Sol Hui realized that, despite his health advantage, he lacked stamina. A single missed strike could decide the outcome of the fight. An intense exchange of blows ensued. The hero's health and stamina were in the red zone. Shin Biran shouted that he mustn't get distracted. They were fighting for real. The Night Warrior made a faint lunge forward, trying to confuse his opponent. Sol Hui believed he had to reach the opponent first at any cost. The system reported that Shin Biran had discovered the hero's weak spot. A course of action must be selected. Face the opponent head-on, drive him back, run away. These 3 options differed in terms of distance and the opponent's movement. A face-to-face confrontation was the most dangerous. The drive him away option allowed him to increase the distance and was the most rational choice. Run away allowed him to avoid the attack, but could lead to a critical strike from behind. Sol Hui chose the drive him away option. The young man was immediately attacked. Shin Biran landed a series of devastating blows, and the hero began to bleed profusely. The attempt to defend failed, and his health dropped. Shin Biran turned out to be much faster than the hero had anticipated. Now Sol Hui had less health than the Night Warrior. Shin Biran approached his opponent and said that this was the difference between them. No matter how hard he tried, he was nothing but a reject. Sol Hui understood that this wasn't just bragging. This man was carrying out an important mission for the Supreme Court. The protagonist told his opponent not to delude himself. He had no intention of giving up. Our hero asked if Shin Biran really considered himself the one and only chosen one. The Night Warrior swung his sword and said there was no need to speak in riddles anymore. The sword's aura was activated. The blow landed on his left shoulder. Shin Biran declared that this wasn't the end of it. To be continued. Sol Hui managed to jump out of the way, even though his health and stamina were at their lowest. The protagonist thought he had lost too much blood and could barely see anything. Shin Biran approached again and said that he had fought well. He'd even made him break a sweat. Sol Hui decided to take a risk. He pushed off and leaped out the window. Shin Biran was outraged. How dare he run away? The night warrior leaped out of the building, rushing in pursuit. The system reported that the hero had been presented with a perfect opportunity. He had found Shinbi Ran's weak spot. He must choose one of four options: attack, use martial arts, use an item, or get up close. Sol Hui thought that triggering this window wasn't that difficult. It appears when the opponent has a weak spot. This was exactly the moment he had been waiting for. He selected the use an item option. The young man took a healing item from his inventory, a half-eaten energy bar. The hero decided not to use the grenade. Surviving and winning were more important right now. He also used a golden potion. His health was restored, and the bleeding stopped. Sol Hui sank to the ground and felt different. Surprise flashed in Shinbi Ran's eyes. How was this possible? After all, he had been on the brink of death. The protagonist reminded him that he too was the chosen one. He had warned him after all. The battle continued, with our hero drawing on newfound strength. Shinbi Ran was truly strong and fought until the very end. The night warrior couldn't understand what was happening. Why was this guy putting up such a fight? And why were his attacks so fierce? Sol Hui decided to end the battle, and his opponent was destroyed. Our hero himself was also severely injured. His health and stamina were at their lowest. Objectively speaking, the night warrior was stronger than our hero. Sol Hui was simply very lucky. The mission was complete. As a reward, the hero received a heavenly dragon pill. Sol Hui hoped he wasn't dreaming. The pill significantly boosted his health and stamina. Now that the young man had this pill, he had no regrets. The young man decided he needed to take everything he could carry from Shinbi Ran's body and get out of there. Someone called out to the young man. He turned around and saw a girl standing behind him. She asked, "Was it really you who defeated Shinbi Ran?" The girl remarked that it was simply astonishing. She hadn't expected to meet someone with such a high level of skill. Could it really not have been a trap? The girl asked Sol Hui if he was from the Supreme Court. The stranger added that in that case, he wouldn't survive here. She also said she'd be happy to meet him again in a more relaxed setting. She was a little busy right now, so they could still talk in the future. For a while, Sol Hui just kept watching her walk away. If anyone had seen what she was carrying, they would have thought he'd gone mad. However, in reality, there was nothing else he could do. So Ryong was a member of the Red Demon Chamber. It was out of the question to even think that our hero could defeat someone stronger than Shinbi Ran. The protagonist hid once again in his trusted spot. Last time he managed to escape unscathed because he hid right here. Now he had 2 lives. The young man pondered what to do. Should he use the pill now and become stronger or wait until later? If he used the pill now, he would become even stronger than Shinbi Ran. However, if everyone who arrived at midnight attacked at the same time, he wouldn't pass the trial. His next life would be terrible. He'd have to go through the same trial again, and his level would drop so much that he could forget about defeating Shinbi Ran. Sol Hui decided to save the pill for a better time. He didn't understand how he'd managed to survive this situation at all. The night warriors could easily track down anyone hiding. At the same time, our hero simply walked out through the main gate and didn't even run into anyone. The protagonist decided he'd think about it later. For now, he needed to at least put the demonic bracers in his inventory. They were his best weapon, and he couldn't afford to lose them. It wasn't the most suitable option for the hero, since he usually used a sword, but it was precisely this that helped him survive in critical moments. The armor was already badly battered, but it still shouldn't be removed. Sol Hui was surprised. The toolkit wouldn't open. Finally, he realized that another night warrior was hiding there. It was the very same powerful warrior the protagonist had seen first. It was Ko Vel, a member of the Red Demon Chamber and captain of the 7 Dragons Squad. He noticed that the young man was quite agile. Sol Hui thought that he had been in danger all this time, which was precisely why the toolbox wouldn't open. Ko Vel's stats were close to Shinbi Ran's. However, the hero's current condition remained unsatisfactory. Could it really end like this? Ko Vel raised his sword and said that there was no point in this guy rolling his eyes. He was going to die anyway. Sol Hui thought that even if he died, he had to go down fighting. He drew his sword from its sheath. The protagonist let out a loud shout and charged forward. However, time froze. A message appeared stating that Covell had found the hero's weak spot. He had to choose an action: face him head-on, drive him away, or run away. Sol Hui thought that the whole problem might be due to the huge disparity in their strength. However, as soon as he tried to strike first, a warning window popped up, even though he hadn't managed to do anything yet. Sol Hui chose the option, chase him away. Covell swung his leg and kicked his opponent in the chest. The young man was sent flying backward. The young man screamed in pain. Covell moved in close and continued his attacks. The captain of the Seven Dragons group kept striking him and laughing. Sol Hui screamed and tried to crawl away. Covell dealt significant damage. The hero's health and stamina dropped sharply. The opponent said the young man was strong and had no intention of giving up. But what could he do? Covell grabbed the young man by the hair, lifted him up, and told him he must obey. Sol Hui realized he finally understood everything. He had to keep enduring. His life had started anew after death, and now he wanted to become stronger. That's why he must keep fighting these scoundrels. If he doesn't fight, he'll die. Sol Hui decided that he had to survive, and then these scoundrels would submit to him. That's why he needed to become stronger. The protagonist activated his sword and struck. Covell coughed up blood. Blood gushed from his wound. His health and stamina dropped. Sol Hui stood up and took a few steps back, trying to keep his distance. Covell had taken significant damage and was leaning on his sword to keep from falling. Sol Hui thought that the instructions on how to use the sword had definitely come in handy. The protagonist said that his opponent should have stopped while he was still stronger. Covell shouted that this guy had no right to treat him like that. Unfortunately, Sol Hui was unable to land a full-force blow due to his low health. Our hero laughed and said that now this night warrior wouldn't be able to escape. The other scoundrels wouldn't let him get away from here when he was so badly wounded. Now he was definitely finished. Covell cursed loudly and gripped his sword tightly. Sol Hui realized that resistance was futile. This was the end. However, this life hadn't been so bad. He had a pill and he'd figured out how to use the sword. However, an information window popped up again. The hero had been given a perfect opportunity. He'd found Covell's weak spot. Sol Hui realized he didn't have the strength to fight back right now. He couldn't even lift his weapon. An idea struck the protagonist. He opened his inventory and decided to use a grenade. At that very moment, the grenade activated and landed right in front of Covell's face. A devastating explosion rang out. The shockwave knocked Sol Hui aside. Covell was destroyed. When the smoke cleared, Sol Hui saw that his opponent had been torn to pieces. Everything around him was destroyed, but he had survived. He realized he had won. However, with such injuries, he wouldn't last long. The protagonist decided to take everything Covell had. The young man hoped to find a healing elixir or a pill. If he died, the grenade would have been wasted. He remembered the energy bar. After a while, his health recovered just a little. The protagonist decided that he had indeed succeeded. Now he could take his time. The young man remembered that the shadow-severing sword was lying somewhere nearby. Sol Hui saw the sword in front of him and reached for it. He needed to get his hands on that weapon. After that, the young man's health dropped to 0. Our hero returned to the save point. He stood before the Earth Demon and had to make a choice. The protagonist chose the option to become the Earth Demon's chief warrior. Pu Ilki, just like last time, said that it was a good choice and the young man could go about his business. Sol Hui said he had some information he wanted to share. He had accidentally found out something, but it was difficult to talk about. The Earth Demon asked him to continue. Sol Hui reported that he had discovered a spy watching the Earth Demon, sent by another disciple of the Heavenly Demon. Pu Ilki stated that his answer was obvious. It didn't matter who had sent him. Any disciple of the Heavenly Demon faced a multitude of problems. The protagonist thought that the fourth disciple of the Heavenly Demon, the Earth Demon, was a martial arts master, ranked among the top 100 at the academy, but one without influence or a demonstration of power. Sol Hui realized that the Earth Demon was waging many secret wars simultaneously. Pu Ilki said that if the young man learned anything else about the spy on his way to the trial, he should report it. He would likely be at Yuwan's residence. Yuwan's residence is a place of rest for the heavenly demon's disciples. No one else is allowed there. Pu Ilgi added that it would be best to bring the spy in alive. Sol Hui bowed and said he understood and would do his best to fulfill the request. The basement of the Cheong Il Bureau. Sol Hui thought about the spy so he wouldn't have to repeat the trial. He needed to decide what to do next. Sol Hui decided that all the treasures should remain where they were, but after he found out who was coming after sunset, that option became too dangerous. Now he had to catch the spy, Ko Woon. The protagonist checked the information window and was disappointed. Unfortunately, the effects of the pills did not last after his death. The young man examined the artifact he had received from Ko Veli. 1,000 years and 100 shadows. At least that's something good. The protagonist sat in the lotus position, entered a state of meditation, and used the artifacts he had obtained through great difficulty. He also used the long-awaited heavenly dragon pill. His health and stamina increased significantly. Sol Hui felt it was incredible. His body seemed to be pushing beyond its limits, and his qi flowed freely through the meridians, strengthening his dantian. The protagonist surmised that, thanks to his heightened senses, he could hear someone walking upstairs, moving objects, and even coughing. His mind-reading ability had been enhanced. He had mastered various martial arts. The young man had also finally gained the ability to wield the great sword. Our hero had hoped this life would be different. Now he has a completely different potential. The Cheon Il Agency. The protagonist sneaked into the basement again and spent half a day there. The time spent there was not wasted. The result was obvious. Now the hero needs to learn how to use the great sword as quickly as possible. The great sword is an excellent weapon, but it has a weakness. Sol Hui was left-handed, and using his left hand slowed him down. If he switches hands, the question arises, how does he activate the sword? All the movements take too much time. The enemy won't wait. Sol Hui thought that if he could use both the sword and the White Radiance martial art, he would become faster. He needed to keep training. A man appeared behind Sol Hui. He called out to the young man and asked, "Why is it so noisy here?" It was Du Hong, the secretary of the Cheong Il department. Sol Hui apologized and said that he must have accidentally made some noise while training. Du Hong asked what the young man was doing here so loudly. The young man repeated once more that he was training here. Above the department secretary's head was the inscription, +1 life. Sol Hui was surprised when he saw the mission on the information screen, become Du Hong's lapdog. What does that mean? The department secretary spat a piece of apple, which he had just bitten into, at the young man. Sol Hui managed to dodge it. The piece flew past his head. Du Hong was outraged. Did this guy really decide to dodge it? He's completely lost his mind. The old man spat at the young man again and hit him in the chest. Sol Hui clenched his fists in anger and thought, should I destroy him? The young man tried to calm down and think things through. It wouldn't be hard to defeat someone like Du Hong. However, his death would have consequences. Right now, he couldn't afford any changes to the plan. The priority was to eliminate Ko Woon. The protagonist bowed his head, apologized, and added that he would now restore order here. The department secretary spat again, hitting the young man in the face. Du Hong declared that this guy was lucky. He was already bored and had absolutely nothing to do. Some scoundrels were hanging around here and getting on his nerves. The old man leaned toward the young man and offered to get to know him better. The thought of destruction flashed through our hero's mind once more. However, he pulled himself together once more and decided to be patient for the sake of his ultimate goal. One must follow where the sword of the strongest points. These are the main rules of the Demon Academy, which everyone must follow. For those at the top, it's normal to control others' lives and have the right to destroy their subordinates. Therefore, despite Du Hong's taunts, there's no reason to stop him. The door to the outhouse outside the castle walls was open. Following the secretary's orders, the young man was cleaning up feces. Sol Hui decided he would destroy this scoundrel in the most horrific and repulsive way possible. The protagonist had to clean all night and scrub out the cesspools in the morning. He thought he'd never be able to escape this shitty life. Sol Hui realized that after this place, he'd have to clean 6 more just like it. What kind of battle is this? Was it even worth getting into all this? Footsteps could be heard, and a man entered the restroom. It was Lee Bayuk, the third-floor administrator at the Cheongil agency. The young man called out from below that there were people downstairs. Lee Byuk looked down and said, "So this is the guy Du Hong was talking about. This is the very same newcomer who came to Cheongil." The protagonist thought that everyone already knew about him. Only Cheongil administrators use these restrooms. Sol Hui confirmed that it was him and added that he was carrying out an important assignment here. Lee Byuk pulled down his pants and told the young man to do his best, but not to distract him just yet. He was busy. The protagonist said that wasn't right, since there was a person down there. However, those words didn't matter. The third-floor administrator had diarrhea. After work, the protagonist washed himself thoroughly on the shore of a mountain lake. The young man scrubbed his body with soap as hard as he could, trying to get rid of the smell. The young man poured a lot of water over himself, but shaking off his depressed state was more difficult. Meanwhile, Sol Hui was thinking about how he would destroy these scoundrels. But first, he would beat them until they were half-conscious. The protagonist shouted loudly that he would destroy them all. The basement of the Cheongil agency. The protagonist arrived here after completing his mission. Du Hong asked, "Has the young man really finished cleaning up?" Lee Byuk laughed and said that the last time he checked, everything was clean. Sol Hui thought that these two were like overlords who had planned everything to humiliate him. However, the protagonist still believed he had to restrain himself, despite his desire to smash their faces in. Sol Hui smiled and confirmed that he had already cleaned everything up. Du Hong told the young man to bring some water. He wanted to wash up. The protagonist replied that he would take care of it right away. Lee Bayuk reminded the young man to wash his hands thoroughly. He couldn't let any unpleasant odor come from him. Sol Hui replied that there was no need to worry. He had washed not only his hands but his entire body thoroughly. The old men laughed. The young man thought that if this went on much longer, he wouldn't be able to hold back and would destroy them. Suddenly, footsteps were heard and a person entered the room. The old men's expressions changed immediately. Sol Hui saw Du Hong and Lee Bayuk rush to the entrance and ask if the lady had already arrived. Our hero wondered why she had come here. It was So Ryan, a member of the Red Demon Chamber. The young woman asked the elders where the master was. Do Hong replied that he was currently at Yuan's residence. The young woman looked at the protagonist and said she didn't recognize him. Dohan reported that he was in charge of the basement storeroom and had previously been an assistant to the Supreme Court. The old man added that there was nothing special about this young man. He wasn't worth paying attention to. Even the slightest bit of attention was too much for him. The girl smiled and said that there was something amusing about him. Looking at So Ryan, the protagonist felt as if his heart might stop. The girl came quite close to our hero. The old men's faces twisted. They thought this might end badly. So Ryan asked the young man his name. The protagonist gave his name, Sol Hui. The girl said it was a nice name. She noted that she shouldn't pry into how he became the manager of the basement storage room. There must be reasons. As she spoke, So Ryan touched her nose. Our hero thought she had smelled the odor coming from him. No matter how much he washed, it wouldn't go away. Sol Hui thought once again that those disgusting old men were to blame for everything. So Ryan waved to the young man and said they'd see each other again. At that moment, time seemed to stand still for the young man. He had to make a choice. Sol Hui was surprised. Why had the information window popped up again? Does So Ryan want to start dating him? Does she want to spend a passionate night with him? Does she want to touch his abs? The protagonist thought that although these options seemed sudden, most of them would affect his future. Because of this, he finds himself in danger, but the reward is worth it. Sometimes this affects not only his current life but also his future decisions. Sol Hui chose the first option. The brief pause ended. He asked So Ryan if she could spare him a little time. The girl smiled and said he was really funny. Sol Hui decided he'd made the right choice. She smiled again. Even after her harsh words, he didn't sense any hostility from her. Time stood still again. Now he had to choose between the two remaining options. The young man thought he was going crazy. It was just like with the Earth Demon. Our hero wondered if he might have made a mistake. He always chose the best options, but they led to the worst outcomes. The worst options turned out to be the right ones. The young man decided to face the consequences like a man and chose, does So Ryan want to spend a passionate night with him? To anyone present, this might have seemed like madness. Sol Hui added that he understood. Such words were inappropriate. He said that every day he tries to become stronger, but he's still here. Even up to his ears in trash, he can't change anything. But he wants to be brave and talk to So Ryan. The protagonist added that he speaks his mind, even though he understands the futility of it. He wants to have a reason to live. It might be humiliating for her, but for him, it's a blessing. Sol Hui suggested that he talks so much because his life consists only of destruction and ruin. He started talking to soothe his grief, but he rambled on so much that it was hard to understand him. Sol Hui poured out all his feelings. He just let them all spill out. So Ryan replied that it wasn't humiliating. To her, it wasn't humiliating. The girl added that it was too blunt. Sol Hui was surprised. Didn't that offend her at all? Li Bayuk was outraged and asked if he realized who he had insulted, adding that he was ready to teach the boy a lesson. Sorian looked at the old men and angrily asked why they were making such a commotion. Do Hong and Li Byuk were frightened by her tone and fell to the floor, trying to avoid her wrath. So Ryan walked past the old men without even glancing at them. The girl approached the young man closely once again. So Ryan told him to follow his dream and become stronger, and then they would escape this hell together. The girl added that she would like to meet him again if the opportunity arose. Sol Hui was surprised. Could it be that someone from the Red Demon Chamber actually considered this place to be hell? Who is she, So Ryan? The young man thought that life itself is a series of decisions, and that their consequences are what make up one's destiny. It's often said that destiny cannot be changed. However, this decision changed his future and his past, a word he had never seen before. An inscription appeared above the girl's head, Love +3. While carrying out a new assignment, the protagonist washed a large number of sets of laundry. The young man had, of course, expected this, but the old men beat him up really badly. His whole body ached. From the information window that appeared, our hero realized that these old men had hidden a lot of things. He decided to take them as payment for the cleaning. Sol Hui thought that in a few days he would be able to complete his mission, to become Duhan's lapdog. He didn't have to endure it much longer. In any case, he couldn't even imagine that anyone would share his opinion in a place like this. Demonic martial arts rob people of rational thinking and awaken a thirst for power. In the Red Demon's Chamber, people become addicted to power because of their desire to become stronger. It's as if they've been brainwashed, and they seek only more powerful techniques. Those who do not succumb, however, become suspicious and try to find something better. People like the protagonist appear from time to time in the chamber of the Red Demon. Sol Hui did not expect Sorayan to be one of them. Will they be able to meet again? The young man thought once again that he needed to become stronger. This desire arose because he no longer wanted to get caught up in new, disgusting situations. Sol Hui thought that his goal had now become clearer. Even if his power was still insignificant, by becoming stronger, he would get a chance. The young man decided that he would escape from the demonic academy together with Lady Sorayan. Our hero wanted that day to come as soon as possible. He wished for it with all his heart. Dohan told his colleague to do everything right, crouch down and punch with his fists. Sol Hui was tied with ropes to a wooden cross. The old men took turns beating the young man, taking pleasure in it. It was Li Bayuk's turn, and he began beating the young man with undisguised delight. The protagonist told himself he had to endure it. There was very little left. Li Byuk moved closer to the young man and said he had one last blow left. The old man swung his leg and struck the young man in his most vulnerable spot. The young man screamed loudly in pain. The young man's body went limp on the ropes. He stopped screaming and moving. Li Byuk was satisfied with his blow. Duhan declared that this was wrong. He had said they should have done things differently. Now he'd have to show them everything himself. The office secretary swung his fist and punched the young man in the face, but the young man pulled his head back and dodged the blow. Du-han was outraged. Why was the guy dodging? Lee Byuk asked, has he completely lost his mind? The old man assumed he'd been beaten so badly that he couldn't think straight anymore. The quest objective was completed. The young man opened his eyes, smiled, and confirmed that he had indeed gone mad, and those scoundrels were about to find that out for themselves. Now our hero could choose his combat style. Lee Byuk asked indignantly what he was talking about. Sul Hui selected turn-based combat. The old man cursed again and swung his fist. The protagonist freed himself from the ropes, grabbed the old man's arm, and said that he would repay them in full for everything they had done to him over the past 6 days. First, Sul Hui struck the old man with a knee between the legs. Lee Byuk screamed loudly in pain. The young man remarked with cold confidence that the sensation was indescribable. Du-han became extremely enraged and lunged at the young man with his fists. Sul Hui said that the office secretary was rather slow and punched the old man in the jaw. Du-han was deactivated and collapsed to the floor. White foam appeared at the old man's mouth. The young man said that such a blow shouldn't have killed him. A message appeared in the information window stating that Du-han had been destroyed. Sul Hui grabbed the old man by the chest and ordered him to wake up immediately. He wasn't done with him yet. Sul Hui studied additional information related to turn-based combat and figured out how to proceed. Among the options was a combat mode controlled by artificial intelligence. The user issues commands to the system and observes the battle without intervening. The old man reappeared behind the young man. Lee Byuk got to his feet and lunged at the protagonist. Sul Hui activated the AI-controlled combat mode as an experiment. At that very moment, something incredible happened. Sul Hui felt himself floating above the ground. In his place, a doppelganger, the artificial intelligence, stood on the ground. Lee Byuk was already about to strike while Sul Hui thought it resembled astral projection. The old man shouted loudly, but his opponent didn't even flinch. Our hero, watching from above, wanted the artificial intelligence to start acting already, since the enemy was attacking. At the last moment, the artificial intelligence flipped over and kicked the old man in the jaw. Lee Byuk was deactivated by the first blow and fell to the floor. Sul Hui thought it was a technique relying purely on physical strength, not a martial art. The enemy had been defeated effortlessly. Sul Hui was surprised. Why wasn't the AI finishing the fight? What was going on? He saw another person approach the scene of the fight. It was Pyo Kam, the chief administrator of the Cheong-il department. The chief administrator silently assessed the situation. Pyo Kam asked if he had done it. Silence was the only response. He decided that further questions were unnecessary. Our hero was curious to see how the AI would handle this opponent. Judging by its strength, it wasn't the most formidable, but it shouldn't be underestimated. Pyo Kam drew his sword. The artificial intelligence had nothing in its hands. The artificial intelligence immediately launched an attack. Sul Hui thought this was too bold. Pyo Kam noted that the opponent was too arrogant. The chief administrator struck, but the opponent easily dodged the blow. Sul Hui was surprised. Could the AI really have dodged that? Or had it foreseen everything? The artificial intelligence continued to move confidently. However, in reality, our hero nearly died. For a second, he forgot that his body was down below. Sul Hui saw that the AI had launched another attack. But why is it doing this? Watching from above, the protagonist couldn't understand what the AI was thinking. Why was it darting around like that in front of the enemy? The AI resumed its sudden movements. Pyo Kam swung his sword and asked who the AI thought he was. The AI seized the moment and kicked the opponent in the jaw. Pyo Kam let out a loud scream and dropped to his knees. Sul Hui silently watched the outcome of the fight. There was a brief pause. A choice had to be made: destroy or deactivate. Sul Hui realized that the AI was giving him one last choice. The protagonist chose the first option. The AI grabbed Pyo Kam by the head and completed the mission. After that, the artificial intelligence was deactivated. Sol Hui thought that he had spent only a few health points to destroy Administrator Cheon-il and had not spent any QE at all. The young man felt himself returning to Earth once more. A moment later, his consciousness returned to his body. The fight, in which he had eliminated 2 people, had cost him only 12 health points. Sol Hui hadn't even imagined it was possible to fight like that. He was still in the basement of the Cheon-il agency. He buried the bodies of the slain agents and decided it was time to leave. The young man saw his reflection in the mirror. The words 2 coins appeared above his head. That meant he had 2 lives again. The young man realized he had become much stronger. If he could defeat Ko Woon, he would be able to win the favor of the Earth Demon. He desperately needed this favor to achieve a larger goal. Our hero decided it was time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Sol Hui took a celestial silver breastplate from his inventory and put it on. His understanding of the art of swordsmanship had improved, as had his skill level. Now all his techniques were at the basic level. All preparations were complete. The combat mode was reset to turn-based. The day of the military trials at the Cheon-il department had arrived. Sol Hui believed he was fully prepared for both offense and defense in the upcoming battle. Now all he needed was himself. The system reported that the hero had reached a crucial plot point. Did he want to save his progress? The young man tried to figure out why the window had appeared. It always forced him to make a choice that would affect the future. Sol Hui decided to save his progress. A man entered the room. It was Ko Woon. He held out his hand and offered a pill of eternity. The protagonist accepted it and swallowed it. His health and stamina immediately increased. Ko Woon said that a single pill boosts one's chi level as if he had been accumulating it for a long time. The protagonist asked if he would give him the flying dragon pill. The young man added that the Earth Demon had said it belonged to him. Ko Woon reluctantly handed over the pill. The protagonist caught it and realized that everything was repeating just like last time. That meant Ko Woon's actions were predictable. The spy swung his arm to strike. The protagonist had expected this. Last time he hadn't even noticed that strike, but now things were different. Sol Hui intercepted his opponent's arm and blocked the strike. He asked directly why Ko Woon had done that. Could it be that the heavenly demon's top disciple had taught him to act so recklessly? His mind-reading level had risen to basic. His health, stamina, and combat power have increased. Now he is confident he can win. His experience with military trials and his use of perfect opportunity windows have raised his martial arts level. Now he understood how to wield the great sword. Sol Hui realized that he could now see an opponent's combat power rating after raising his mind-reading level to novice. It is now clear that abilities depend on this rating. Shinbi Ran's was 70,000, but this was even higher. Ko Woon's combat power was 190,000. The system reported that Ko Woon had found his opponent's weak spot. What would he do? The difference in strength was enormous. Sol Hui realized that fighting back was pointless, and there was nowhere to run. He chose defense. He tried to block the attacks while staying on his feet. The hero was surprised at how effectively he was holding his own, despite the difference in strength. The system again reported a weak spot. A course of action is required. Sol Hui chose run away. Ko Woon swung his sword and struck the retreating opponent. Sol Hui took serious damage and fell to the floor. His health and stamina were significantly reduced. Ko Woon, sword in hand, approached the young man. His gaze was resolute. Sol Hui realized he couldn't predict what the spy would do next. The power gap between them was too great. Moreover, our hero realized that he couldn't use the great sword at that moment because his left hand was seriously injured. The only things the protagonist could rely on were his health and stamina. The young man still believed that with the martial art of the white glow, he would be able to win. Our hero drew his blade with his right hand and lunged forward, attacking his opponent. The skill, third technique of the white glow martial art was activated. Following that, he executed the strike, frost biting the heels. The young man realized that the white glow martial art was indeed effective in this battle and was producing tangible results. That meant he needed to keep attacking. The system issued another warning that Ko Woon had found his opponent's weak spot. An action must be selected. The young man was angry. Why was this happening even when he was winning? The option, face the opponent head-on, was selected. Ko-woon thrust his sword forward and pierced our hero's shoulder right through. The young man's health had dropped significantly. He sank to his knees and began to bleed out. Ko-woon approached his opponent, who was still on his knees. The spy landed a punch to the jaw and knocked the protagonist unconscious. The system recorded the loss of consciousness. When the young man came to, he noticed he was sitting, tied to a chair. Ko-woon continued to slap the young man across the cheeks and urge him to wake up. Our hero finally came to his senses. Standing before him was the same spy, Ko-woon. Sol-hui checked the status of his body and realized he had been seriously injured. Another person emerged from the darkness behind the spy. He said, "Indeed, this guy has woken up." The protagonist recognized him. It was the man who had conducted the tests in the army. Above his head, the inscription Insight +1 glowed. The man asked the young man if he knew who was standing before him. Our hero tried to figure out what insight meant. The man said that if the boy had been spying and deceiving them all, it would be strange if he didn't know who was standing before him. The man asked who had sent the young man. Sol-hui replied that he didn't understand the point of the question. The opponent realized that talking wouldn't get him anywhere and grabbed the boy by his wounded spot. A technique to damage bones and flesh was activated. Sol-hui screamed loudly in pain. The villain said he wanted to ask one more time. Who had sent this young man? How could a young man with such abilities remain in the upper court without any support? Someone must surely be backing him. Sol-hui admitted that there was indeed someone. The young man replied that he had received an order from the Lord of the Supreme Court. The torturer didn't believe him and pressed the sore spot again. The man told the young man to calm down and pull himself together, even though they had plenty of time. Sol-hui was surprised. Wasn't it the other way around? If they didn't deal with him before the end of the army trial, they, not he, would be the ones in trouble. The man asked why the young man thought so. Sol-hui replied that the earth demon would be looking for him. That was precisely why Ko-woon was trying to prevent him from passing the trial. His interlocutor asked why they would do that. Sol-hui replied that it was because he knew the secret of the Lord of the Supreme Court. The man laughed. Did it really matter to them whether the young man knew the secret or not? Sol-hui asked whom the Lord of the Supreme Court could vouch for. Spies working for the heavenly demon's first disciple are interrogating him. Is he explaining himself clearly enough? Sol-hui thought that this time he had elicited the necessary reaction from them. That meant he had guessed correctly. There is only one reason why these two are hostile toward him. He is a threat to the blood demon, the heavenly demon's first disciple. However, he hadn't done anything that could threaten them. He didn't even have the strength to do so. Only the Lord of the Supreme Court is capable of such a thing. Sol-hui asked why these two had panicked. The young man thought he could infer from this that as soon as he revealed the Lord of the Supreme Court's secret to the Earth Demon, the others had also started to stir. Now everything definitely points to the blood demon. The man said it looked amusing. However, the young man had attacked Ko-woon himself. Why did he think they were trying to prevent him from passing the military trial? Sol-hui replied that they planned to let him participate because they were certain he would die. But then they changed their minds because they realized Ko-woon was a spy. The guy understood that the order of the trials didn't matter from the very beginning. The man cursed loudly, realizing that the young man had indeed figured everything out correctly. Sol-hui guessed that the ghost eye had planned to find him. That's why the instructor was alone when he arrived at the trial. Everything confirms that they were in cahoots. Our hero understood that even if he had announced his surrender before reaching the end, they would still have tried to destroy him. Sol-hui figured this out thanks to the words in the information window. You must become the Earth Demon's chief warrior. The last enemy after failing the army trial. The last phrase meant that he couldn't have passed it, and the last enemy was Ko-woon. The young man told the two of them to confess. I wonder, who is backing him, or are they curious about how many secrets of the Lord of the Supreme Court he revealed to the Earth Demon? The system reported that thanks to his insight, the young man had uncovered the blood demon's objectives. Sol-hui earned insight points. The hero gained access to a martial arts level up. Another person emerged from the darkness. It was Hek B. She said that the young man turned out to be much more interesting than previously expected. The girl added that in any case, they had already heard everything. It doesn't matter whether he passes the test or not. Anyone who threatens the blood demon will be destroyed. Hekbi swung her blade and did her job. Sol Hui was returned to the save point. The young man thought that this death had taught him something. He couldn't pass the military trial. He had no choice but to fight Kowun. Sol Hui didn't want to complicate his life right now. The young man thought he now had to choose a combat style, artificial intelligence. The protagonist had seen artificial intelligence in battle. It was stronger than the original. Sol Hui used the Great King's military attire, retrieving it from his inventory. He also used the Blade of the Warrior's Spirit. The young man had a dagger scented with the moon tucked into his shirt. The White Spirit Bomb was in his inventory. Sol Hui decided that this would give him more options. If the artificial intelligence chose the optimal option, he would surely be able to take advantage of it. Above the young man's head, the words "one coin" glowed. Sol Hui believed he had to win at any cost. The young man decided that the preparations were finally over. Now he had to use the insight points he'd recently acquired. Sol Hui found himself above the ground once again. The artificial intelligence had taken control. Kowun asked why Sol Hui was holding a sword. His opponent replied that he had been training. Sol Hui noted that the artificial intelligence could speak. Kowun, just as he had done before, handed the young man a pill. The artificial intelligence told Kowun to give him another flying dragon pill, the one he had received from the Earth Demon. Sol Hui was surprised. He had thought that the artificial intelligence could only fight. It turned out that it could speak and make decisions that benefited humans. The AI added that Kowun apparently hadn't understood him. The Earth Demon said he would give him the Eternity Pill and the Flying Dragon Pill. Sol Hui thought that those words would be followed by an attack. What would the AI do? The protagonist was surprised, but the AI attacked Kowun. The man managed to dodge. The sixth form of the White Glow martial arts skill was activated. The Wandering White Light technique was also used. Sol Hui thought that the AI was attacking mindlessly, just like last time. Kowun remained steady on his feet throughout the fight. The protagonist thought that such tactics wouldn't work against this opponent. The AI was repeating the same techniques our hero had used earlier. Sol Hui was extremely surprised. At what point had the AI started using this sword? The great sword appeared in his hands. Sol Hui watched as the AI skillfully wielded the great sword. Moreover, it smoothly transitioned from one form to another while using this sword. The young man realized that the AI was calculating everything in advance. It possessed an astonishing understanding of battle. Kowun was surprised. Could this really be a master who uses the blade's qi? On top of that, the young man knows how to wield a sword with a blade. However, his technique isn't all that impressive, but he can project qi. It looks quite unique. Kowun asked how the young man had managed to do that. Sol Hui thought that this opponent remained calm even after being wounded. He was a true monster. Kowun thrust his sword forward and said that he was ready to learn little by little even in this fight. After all, everyone learned something little by little, one way or another. The artificial intelligence activated the harsh peaks technique. Kowun was forced to retreat. The battle continued. Despite the imbalance in strength, each opponent displayed magnificent skills. At one point, Kowun even went on the offensive, and his opponent was forced to retreat and regroup. The artificial intelligence moved quite quickly across the battlefield, constantly changing its position and confusing its opponent. It could easily end up behind Kowun, putting him at a disadvantage. Sol Hui watched the battle from above with undisguised interest. The protagonist believed that the artificial intelligence was displaying a marvel of improvisation. Its movements were quite original. How was such a thing even possible? Kowun was once again shocked and even perplexed. He didn't even try to hide his feelings. Now our hero was absolutely certain. The artificial intelligence would definitely win this battle. However, at some point the sword in the AI's hand cracked and the blade was destroyed. Sol Hui thought this happened at a very inopportune moment. The blade couldn't withstand the ki of the great sword. Kowun smirked and said that this was indeed a misfortune. The spy said that he now remembered The Earth Demon had asked to give the young man another sword. It was a good thing he hadn't done so. He'd be lucky today. The protagonist thought that he should have taken the sword away beforehand. The AI said that his opponent had absolutely no luck today. Sol Hui was surprised. Had he really not heard that? The AI ordered the spy to listen to him carefully. Ko Woon's technique is quite mediocre. He moves slowly with his feet. It's simply unbearable to watch. The AI said that the spy could come closer and fight him. He wants to crush his skull. Sol Hui was surprised. Could it really be him? Maybe another personality had taken over his body? Ko Woon immediately lunged at his opponent, and the AI took a few steps back. The attack missed its mark. The spy declared that this guy had nowhere to run. They had to finish this fight. Ko Woon struck again, hoping it would be his last blow. The AI dodged and leaped to the side. The young man was surprised. Could the spy really be angry? If so, he had a gift for him. The AI threw a grenade toward his opponent. Ko Woon realized that White Spirit had been used against him. However, it was already too late to do anything. A powerful explosion rang out, accompanied by flames and a burst of excess energy. When the smoke cleared, it became clear that Ko Woon was still alive. A dart immediately flew toward him. Sol Hui thought that the artificial intelligence never ceased to amaze him. The protagonist decided it was time to put an end to this. The iron blood poison coating the dart required an antidote. Otherwise, Ko Woon wouldn't survive. However, the artificial intelligence said that his opponent wouldn't die that way. He had to pay for crossing the line. Sol Hui told the artificial intelligence to stop. Ko Woon was already afraid of his opponent. Our hero believed that the only way to resolve everything was to bring the spy to the Earth Demon. The AI swung its broken sword at the opponent. The protagonist shouted for the AI to stop immediately. Time seemed to stand still. Sol Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Ko Woon had been deactivated. Sol Hui found himself back in his own body and realized he had returned once again. In the next instant, the antidote for iron blood was administered. U1's residence. The Earth Demon spends his time here in deep thought. Pu Ilgi asked the liaison how things had gone. His aide, Zhong Quan, replied that a problem had arisen. Some of the people noticed they were being followed. Pu Ilgi asked if any traces had been left behind. Zhong Quan replied that there was no need to worry. Those who were there used rebirth powder, so no traces of them remained. The Earth Demon said it was simply unbelievable to get rid of the experts from the Silver Spirit Squad. An aide noted that these were not masters from the Supreme Court. Pu Ilki agreed. The Silver Spirit Squad is one of the Earth Demon's main squads. They are trained as spies. They are all experts, well-trained in tracking down the enemy and in retreating. They weren't supposed to be caught, but they were exposed nonetheless. This could not have happened unless those who failed to capture them had not reached a level higher than that of an expert. Zhong Quan noted that it was all a matter of timing. Why had they assigned guards to the Lord of the Supreme Court specifically at this moment? Pu Ilki speculated that someone was leaking their information. The assistant was surprised. Hadn't they been especially careful this time? The Earth Demon asked the assistant how many sect members he thought were on his side. Pu Ilki noted that other disciples were constantly poaching them. The number of followers of the heavenly demon's other disciples was growing, and all of this was happening without his knowledge. The reason is the weakening of his influence. Pu Ilki apologized and expressed regret that they had such a weak master. Zhong Quan said that they all believed their master would carry out his great millennium plan. The Earth Demon smiled. There was a time when he was devising this great millennium plan. The heavenly demon's other disciples have more influential ministers and officials on their side than the Earth Demon does. Rumors are circulating that the sect's elders are bowing to certain disciples. Pu Ilgi asked his aide what had happened to the young man who had so brazenly revealed the secret. Zhong Quan replied that a second-rate guard had been sent after him. Today, he is scheduled to begin his military trials. Zhong Quan added that he was feeling anxious. Was the map that the young man had handed over accurate? After all, it could have been a lie or a ploy. The Earth Demon asked his aide if he had ever met that guy face to face. The answer was no. Pu Ilki stated that he had found out something on his own. He knows why the Lord of the Supreme Court hates that guy so much. Sol Hui and his squad mates sneaked into the Lord of the Supreme Court's office without permission. Zheng Quan was surprised. How could someone of such low status dare to do such a thing? Pu Ilki agreed that it was madness. However, when the Lord of the Supreme Court found out about it, he took no action. Did Zheng Quan know why? The answer was no. Pu Ilgi asked if the aide knew what had recently happened to Sol Hui's unit. The Earth Demon added that they had all been wiped out by the scoundrels from Huangshan. Zheng Quan remarked that a few days ago he had received information about an attack on third-class soldiers by the Huangshan clan, but he did not know that they were Sol Hui's subordinates. The aide thought, so the truth of that secret conversation and the existence of the map are confirmed by this incident. Zheng Quan remarked that, in that case, he would like to clarify. If the Lord of the Supreme Court had planned all of this, what should they do? Only the squad leader survived, and he was the one who handed over the map. Is that why the Master ordered the Silver Spirit Squad to track down the Lord of the Supreme Court? But they too perished. The Earth Demon replied that he was unsure of anything at the moment. The map presented by Sol Hui contained notes with information sent to the sect, written in the Lord of the Supreme Court's own hand. This incident calls all the sect's rules into question. It's too heavy a burden for the squad leader. After he ended up in Cheonil's department, it became easier for the Lord of the Supreme Court to discover the map's disappearance. Zheng Quan asked why the Master had sent Sol Hui to the military trials. Isn't this guy just a pawn right now? Why send him to the trials, give him a sword and pills? Pu Ilgi replied that he had promised. The young man had asked for a chance to become stronger. Zheng Quan remarked that it would be nearly impossible for this young man to pass the military trials with the skills he currently possessed. Pu Ilgi agreed. The Earth Demon added that if the young man survived this, then perhaps, thanks to him, he himself would be able to find the strength within himself. Being a disciple of the Heavenly Demon is a heavy burden. You can't take a single step forward or backward. He has to seize every opportunity. Perhaps he thought he was in the same situation. The Earth Demon remembered how Sol Hui had said he wanted to become stronger. Footsteps could be heard approaching. Po Ilki noticed that they had unexpected guests. Sure enough, other disciples of the Heavenly Demon appeared ahead. The protagonist was carrying a heavy load on his shoulder. Presumably, he had a bundle with a person inside. A sound came from inside. Sol Hui tapped the bundle and told them to keep quiet. The young man was stopped by a shout, and they asked who was coming. An armed man asked what the young man wanted there. It was Pan Kok, a guard at Yuwon's residence. Sol Hui was surprised at how much strength the guard possessed. Pan Kok repeated his question, but this time with irritation. The young man gave his name and added that he needed to meet with the Master, the fourth disciple. Pan Kok asked if an appointment had been made. Sol Hui replied that he assumed so. The guard said he would go and ask the Master. Pan Kok remarked that if the young man was lying, he would have to pay for it with his life. Sol Hui replied that he didn't mind. After a while, the guard returned and said the young man could proceed. The protagonist continued along the designated route with a large bundle on his shoulder. Our hero saw the people gathered there and expressed his surprise. Among those present was the Red Demon, the Heavenly Demon's foremost disciple. But why was he here? Other disciples were also present. Pu Ilki asked why the young man had come here. Sol Hui was flustered and began to wonder what he should do. He had intended to hand the spy over to the Earth Demon. However, the first disciple's spy was right here. The Earth Demon repeated his question. Why had the young man come here? Another disciple asked who this young man was, given that Pu Ilgi was acting this way. Time seemed to stand still. Sol Hui had to make his choice among the options presented. I've brought the spy of the first disciple, the Red Demon. Don't interfere if you don't want to die. The third option, it's me, the scoundrel. Sol Hui was even more surprised. What kind of crazy options are these? Yuwan's residence, 15 minutes before Sol Hui's visit. Pu Ilki asked the guests how they were doing. Among those present was the Heavenly Demon's second disciple, Ma Wu. The Heavenly Demon's third disciple, Ah Rayong. The eldest among them was the first disciple, Sal Ma. Ma Wu replied that he was always having a good time. And how was Pu Ilki doing? Ma Wu's second disciple, though he looked like a kind-hearted person, was in fact like a snake lying in wait. Every move he makes is carefully calculated. This is evident even from the way he dealt with the secret Chaos Squad. Aryong noted that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. Pu Ilgi said he completely agreed. Ryan, the third disciple, appears to be a simple and frivolous beauty, but in reality, she is capable of cunning intrigues and manipulation. She is a master of manipulation and has managed to secure the cooperation of everyone involved in training and espionage within the sect. She is backed by masters from the sect's inner circle and the council. The most powerful person in the sect and the heavenly demon's strongest disciple is Sal Ma. It is said that at the age of 20, he beheaded the head of the Wu Dan sect, one of the great masters, right before the eyes of his disciples. At the age of 30, he destroyed 3 elders, 4 guardians, and 8 top disciples of the Diankang sect in one-on-one combat. He piled their severed heads into a mound to mock all orthodox sects. Back in the Murim world, this story was the most popular. Now, at 40, he has reached the level of the greatest demon. He is a cut above all the masters in the world. Pu Ilki asked if his older brother was doing well too. Usually Salma simply ignored the earth demon, but today he was in a hostile mood. Anyone who tries to go against the Supreme Court's aides is a subordinate of Salma. Pu Ilki assumed that Salma already knew about the latest events, which was why he was acting this way. Pankok approached the master and reported that there was an urgent message for him. A man named Sol Hui said he needed to meet with the master. An order was given to let him in. Our hero appeared, still carrying a bundle on his shoulder. The earth demon asked why the young man had come here. Sol Hui hesitated to answer, and Pu Ilgi repeated his question irritably. Ma Wu asked who this young man was, since Pu Ilki was acting this way. Sol Hui replied that it was him, that very guy. Why is this scoundrel asking such questions? Those present looked at our hero with undisguised curiosity. The young man chose this answer from the options offered in the information window. He couldn't believe he'd said that himself. Of all the crazy options, the protagonist had chosen the worst one. Judging by our hero's experience, the worst option actually turned out to be the best for him. Sol Hui looked at the reactions of those present and thought that perhaps he'd made the wrong choice. Arion reached out to strike Sol Hui with her sword, but Ma Wu stopped her and ordered her not to intervene. Arion replied that she wanted to do it because she didn't like this guy. Ma Wu pointed out that he couldn't let her do that, since they couldn't allow their brother's man to die. Ma Wu suggested they take a look at Salma. Their older brother has many abilities, and he pays no attention to insults. The girl pulled her hand back and stepped aside. Sol Hui noted that Ryong was holding the Sword of Consciousness, a heavenly-level weapon. This sword writhes like a living snake and is surrounded by an insanely powerful aura. Sol Hui didn't just fail to see her movement, he didn't see anything at all, even when the sword was at his throat. Ma Wu managed to stop the attack. Just how strong are they? Ma Wu noticed that their brother had a funny young man. As soon as he saw him, he immediately started shouting insults. Pu Ilki apologized for his subordinate and promised to deal with him. Ma Wu said that his brother hadn't heard him. He had just said not to touch that guy. Sol Hui wondered, could Ma Wu really be a good person? The protagonist believed that he could have died several times already if Ma Wu hadn't taken his side. The system reported that, thanks to the chosen option, the hero would receive 3 rewards. The first reward was information about the personalities of the heavenly demon's disciples. Ma Wu was a sociopath willing to do anything for success. He knew how to hide his true motives and character. The second disciple suggested that the young man wasn't there to argue. In that case, what was he there for? Sol Hui thought he'd seen that look somewhere before. It was a mix of defiance, curiosity, and satisfaction. Didn't the Lord of the Supreme Court have the same look? The protagonist knew he couldn't remain silent in this situation, but how should he respond? If he piqued Ma Wu's interest, he might survive. This was his only chance. Sol Hui threw the sack to the ground and reported that, on the orders of the Lord of the Earth Demon, he had captured a spy and brought him here. Ma Wu was surprised. Could there really be a spy here? Pu Ilki asked who exactly it was. Sol Hui suggested that those present take a look and pulled Ko Woon out of the sack. Our hero noted that the Red Demon reacted immediately to this man. According to the information in the system window, Salma was a psychopath willing to do anything for personal gain. He is prone to fits of rage, is interested only in powerful people, and destroys anyone who stands in his way. Ma Wu asked if Aryong could interrogate this spy. The girl replied in the negative. Ma Wu persisted. If his sister tried, they might find out who the spy was working for. According to the information, Ah Ryong suffered from a histrionic personality disorder. She was impulsive, rude, prone to mood swings, and used and controlled people to sustain her own parasitic lifestyle. Pu Ilki asked why Sol Hui believed this person was a spy. The young man replied that this person had deliberately refused to hand over the pill and sword given to him by his master so that he would fail the military trials. The young man added that he was desperate. He had begged for the pill and sword to be passed on, but received only beatings and threats in return. Ko Woon also said that the young man would not pass the military trials even if he were lucky, and that in the end, he himself would destroy him. He also added that he had noticed the young man was just as much of a coward as the Earth Demon. It was a lie, but judging by the way the Earth Demon grimaced, the provocation had worked. Pu Ilki, the Earth Demon, a man with borderline personality disorder. He is emotionally unstable, impulsive, prone to aggression and unpredictable behavior if he feels abandoned. He is extremely dependent on other people. Ma Wu asked, if the young man is telling the truth, whose spy is he? Sol Hui couldn't answer. There was no evidence that he was Salma's spy. Sol Hui remembered that he had a reward, the secret orders of the demonic ruler Ghost Eye, passed on by Ko Woon. Our hero knew that the Eye of the Ghost was one of the first disciples' subordinates. The protagonist said that the information about whose spy he was in this guy's pocket. Pu Ilki received the scroll and read the information. Ma Wu said he was curious too. What was written there? The Earth Demon handed the scroll to Ma Wu and Aryong, and they also read its contents. Salma said that this scoundrel was strange. It's one thing for a spy to reveal himself, but it's another to prevent an unknown person from taking the trials. Although he calls himself the bodyguard of the heavenly demon's disciple, he's no warrior at all. Even the guy who was heading to the trials himself managed to take him down. Sol Hui sensed an aura of destruction emanating from Salma. He couldn't even move a finger. Our hero had never felt such a strong thirst for destruction. It's impossible to survive a battle against the Red Demon. At that moment, the hero received another reward. His health and stamina stats increased significantly, and his combat skill level also rose. Sol Hui thought this was a real stroke of luck. Time stood still. A message appeared on the screen stating that Salma had found the hero's weak spot. A choice had to be made. Sol Hui wondered why this had happened and what he should do. Even though he had grown stronger, he definitely couldn't defeat Salma. The young man decided he couldn't just die like that, so he chose the option, escape. At that moment, Salma decided to attack Sol Hui. The protagonist dodged the Red Demon's attack and remained unharmed. Our hero managed to don his armor. Thanks to his enhanced abilities and the armor, the sword's aura did not touch him. Salma concluded that this young man was worth putting in a little effort. Sol Hui noticed that his legs and arms wouldn't obey him. The young man sensed the Red Demon's incredible thirst for battle. Upon reaching the highest level of mastery, one can paralyze an opponent with a single glance. Ma Wu stepped forward and tried to stop his older brother. Salma sheathed his sword and walked past him. Sol Hui turned around and looked at the spy. Ko Woon showed no signs of life. The young man realized that the Red Demon had tried to destroy not only him, but also Ko Woon. Salma had planned to destroy them both from the very beginning. He was a true monster. Ma Wu returned the scroll to the Earth Demon and said that his subordinate was indeed quite amusing. Ma Wu followed his older brother toward the exit, and Aryong followed him. The hero understood Salma's reaction. The red demon was involved. But what was written in the secret orders if the other disciples had behaved that way? Pu Ilgi ordered the young man to follow him immediately. The protagonist wondered where they were going. Could it really be the Cheongil Bureau? Recalling the information he'd received, Sul Hui couldn't help but be amazed. Could the Earth Demon really be that powerful? Pu Ilgi said they had arrived. Sol Hui asked where they were, since it looked like a dead end. The Earth Demon replied that this was the place where he planned to interrogate the young man. A message appeared stating that Pu Ilgi had found the hero's weak spot. A course of action must be chosen. However, the protagonist did not have time to do anything. After a while, the young man opened his eyes and discovered that his hands and feet were tied to a chair. He couldn't move because his meridians were blocked. Now he has 6 stab wounds and 32 other minor injuries. The Earth Demon looked at the young man and said that he had finally woken up. Sol Hui asked why the master had done this. Pu Ilgi replied that the young man should already know this. At the same time, the Earth Demon handed the protagonist that very scroll and revealed the code. Pu Ilgi added that he was ready to explain something. The Heavenly Demon's disciples know all the sex codes. This is the code for the Chamber of the Holy Night, which reports directly to him. When deciphered, the text reveals the phrase, "Punish the traitor." The protagonist didn't understand which traitor was being referred to or what the Chamber of the Holy Night was. Could these be secret orders from the demonic ruler, Eye of the Ghost, of the Red Demon's chamber? The Earth Demon said that the young man was a good actor. Pu Ilgi asked what his mission was and who was behind it. Sol Hui replied that he knew nothing. A technique to damage bones and flesh was activated. The protagonist screamed loudly in pain. The Earth Demon said he would help the young man reveal everything. After the Lord of the Supreme Court dealt with his subordinates, the young man was sent to the Cheon-il agency. He then handed over the map. To earn their favor, the young man said he wanted to become stronger, so they sent him to undergo military trials. It now turned out that these trials were not difficult for him. It turned out that the young man had no intention of passing them. His goal was to gain trust and become a spy. After hearing this, the Earth Demon asked if that wasn't the case. Sol Hui thought there must be a way to sort out this situation. Is the Earth Demon telling the truth? Does the code really mean, "Punish the traitor"? Judging by the behavior of the other disciples of the Heavenly Demon, he is most likely not lying. If this is indeed a special code of Pu Ilgi's Holy Night Chamber, which has no factions, then everything becomes clearer. Perhaps one of Pu Ilgi's subordinates heard the rumors and passed a note through Ko Woon saying, "Punish the traitor." Now all of the Heavenly Demon's disciples know about this. Everyone believes that Sol Hui is someone's spy. From the other disciples' perspective, since he dealt with Ko Woon, that means he's Pu Ilgi's spy. That's exactly why they left, leaving the Earth Demon to deal with this spy. The young man asked, "So, does that mean he has to prove he isn't the Lord of the Supreme Court spy?" Pu Ilgi asked what that meant. The young man repeated, "He must prove that he is not on their side." The Earth Demon asked if he could prove that. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. As always, he had an option, to run away. Because of this, he was mistaken for a spy, and Pu Ilgi decided to interrogate him. The Earth Demon said he was waiting for proof. The young man had other proof. Based on his experience across many lifetimes, he activated his toolkit. Sol Hui said that the proof was in his companion's pocket. Pu Ilgi took a book out of his pocket and asked where the young man had gotten it. The Earth Demon craved answers from this man even more intensely. Sol Hui replied that Ko Woon had that book. The young man added, if he really were a spy, where would he have gotten that book? The young man asked when the gentleman had noticed that the book was missing. The young man knew that Pu Ilgi would not answer that question. Losing such an important book is a great disgrace. His pride would not allow him to admit it. The Earth Demon acknowledged that the timing of the book's disappearance and his encounter with the young man didn't match up. Sol Hui noted that the world around him was changing. When objects end up in his toolkit, it gradually alters reality. Pu Ilgi remarked that the secretary of the Holy Night Chamber would not betray him. Sol Hui replied that if the book was stolen without the secretary's orders, it would inevitably come to light. The young man added that if they were taking action, their enemies weren't sitting idly by either. Those who weave intrigues are always prepared for the worst, the possible death or capture of Ko-woon. They could very well have prepared a counterattack. The Earth Demon asked if the young man really believed that everything had been rigged. Sol-hui replied that it was at least worth considering. Pu-ilgi remarked that this guy was constantly throwing him off balance. Sol-hui replied that if he really had something sinister in mind, wouldn't he have shown the book to the other disciples of the heavenly demon? Sol-hui thought that Pu-ilgi already had an extremely tense relationship with the Supreme Council. If he had shown the forbidden book to everyone, his situation would have worsened. Perhaps even his life would have been in danger. The Earth Demon said he liked the young man's answer. Pu-ilgi added that he was interested in something else. Why did Sol-hui berate another student when he showed up at Yuan's residence? The protagonist replied that he was aware of his mistake, but he only wanted to voice what he believed the Earth Demon was thinking. Pu-ilgi asked what he was talking about. Sol-hui replied, one of the students is a snake. There's a deceiver among the students. The senior student is a complete mad scoundrel. The Earth Demon is probably having a hard time because of them. The young man added that when he thought about it, he got very angry. The protagonist admitted that he had violated the chain of command and apologized. Pu-ilgi couldn't help but laugh in response to the young man's words. He said that of all the things Sol-hui had said, these were the most pleasant. The protagonist wondered, could the Earth Demon really have believed him? For some reason, the young man's eyes began to close. When he opened them again, he saw that he was lying in bed. The young man sat up and looked around, greatly surprised. He realized he hadn't died, but where was he then? He noticed that he was completely healthy. Could he have taken some kind of pill, or had Pu-ilgi helped him? Right now, our hero was at the peak of his physical abilities. Sol-hui looked in the mirror and saw the words "one coin" above his head. That meant he had only one life left. Our hero thought that he had become much stronger than in his past lives. However, difficulties still lay ahead of him. Now he was on the side of the weak, on the side of the Earth Demon. In the future, the young man will face many dangerous situations, so he needs to gain even more lives. After overcoming all the hardships, Sol-hui gained the ability to use the major demonic martial arts. With them, he hoped to become even stronger. Now the hero could only choose martial arts with a proficiency level above average. The insight points he earned can be used to improve them. What techniques will be unlocked for him? Sol-hui noticed that the white hand technique was now available to him. Thanks to it, his hands begin to emit a bluish glow. It belongs to the techniques of the Supreme Chamber. Thanks to this technique, his flesh cannot be wounded by a sword or blade. Now he can fight unarmed against an armed opponent. When used correctly, it can become more powerful than the major martial arts. The major demonic martial arts are available only to disciples of the celestial demon, but since none of them have become widely known, many doubt that this is the quintessence of the Supreme Chamber's centuries of experience. The white hand technique is an entirely different matter. About 20 years ago, a woman used it to defeat 100 Union guards. Her name was Jongmi Ryo, the Ice Demoness. Sol-hui decided to try out the technique. This ice technique requires the accumulation of yin energy. The protagonist gathered all his strength into his fist and struck the ground. Icy energy spread in all directions. Sol-hui noticed that his meridians, which had not yet fully opened, prevented him from using the technique to its fullest extent. However, even so, it was clear just how powerful it was, a terrifying force. Pu-ilgi witnessed the demonstration of skills and asked if this was truly Ms. Jongmiryo's disciple standing before him. Our hero was so excited about the new technique that he forgot about his surroundings. The Earth Demon admitted that this guy had seemed suspicious from the very beginning, a warrior from the lower ranks who had managed to defeat Ko-woon. The protagonist realized that Pu-ilgi didn't trust him. Now he had also witnessed the white hand technique. However, there was a hint of sympathy in his tone. He needed to try to take advantage of that. The protagonist confirmed this and asked how the gentleman had figured it out. Pu-ilgi apologized. The young man had probably wanted to hide it, but he was too distrustful and observant. The Earth Demon asked if Jongmi was still training in seclusion. She is a complex person. Even in the Supreme Chamber, little is known about her. Sol Hui realized that she was indeed in seclusion. The young man said that about 10 years ago, she announced her desire to become even stronger, and they hadn't seen each other since. The young man added that since then, Zhong Mirio had not been in contact with anyone, not even him. All communication had been cut off. Pu Ilki said that Sol Hui was right. The secretary of the Chamber of the Holy Night knew nothing about what had happened. Most likely, everything was organized in secret. The Earth Demon noted that he intended to consider accepting the young man into the Silver Spirit Squad. Our hero knew that this was one of the Earth Demon's main squads. They secretly track down enemies and can eliminate them if necessary. They always have a lot on their plate. They undergo rigorous training. In this squad, there's a chance to become stronger and faster. The protagonist bowed to the Earth Demon and said he wouldn't let him down. Pu Ilki replied that he was counting on it. A message appeared on the screen. The mission to become the Earth Demon's chief warrior has been completed. As a result of these events, the young man gained extra lives. Now, 4 lives is displayed above his head. A new mode, Simulation, has also been added to the combat types. You can now change the combat type during battle. In Simulation mode, just like in Artificial Intelligence mode, you cannot view the enemy's status. It is available only once. In a battle against multiple opponents, the simulation calculates the optimal strategy against the strongest enemy. Pu Ilki said he had important business to attend to and was leaving. When the young man is needed, he will return. Sol Hui thought that the more paths he chose and the more he fought, the weaker his desire to become stronger became. But he couldn't give up. In a place like this, he had to become stronger. Unless he reached the summit, there was no escape from this hell. After a while, Pu Ilki returned to the young man and ordered him to come closer. Behind the Earth Demon stood a stranger. The protagonist asked who it was. It was Hyuk Gu, Black Dog, the leader of the Silver Spirit Squad. It was hard for our hero to imagine just how strong he was. Sol Hui asked what this meant. Pu Ilgi replied that to join the Silver Spirit Squad, one must pass a trial, but he believed Sol Hui was worthy. However, he wanted the young man to take his rightful place, so he devised another, simpler trial. Sol Hui asked what he was supposed to do. The Earth Demon said he had to fight this man and show everything he was capable of. Without further ado, our hero began warming up and preparing for the sparring match. The Sword of the Spirit appeared in the protagonist's hands. The young man asked if he should start. His opponent beckoned him with a wave of his hand. Sol Hui chose a step-by-step fighting style. The next moment, time froze. A message appeared on the screen. This is the perfect opportunity. The hero found Hyuk Gu's weak spot. Sol Hui thought this guy was extremely cocky. Strangely enough, the main demonic martial art wasn't among the options offered. The young man chose the white glow martial art and launched an attack, leaping high into the air. Sol Hui pointed his hand at his opponent and unleashed white, icy energy. Hyuk Gu still didn't react. The protagonist thought that with this technique, he would surely win. However, even after the strike, Hyuk Gu didn't sustain the slightest damage. Sol Hui landed and began preparing his next attack. Even one of his best techniques had failed to produce a result. The message about the perfect opportunity appeared again. The hero found Hyuk Gu's weak spot. The young man chose the option to close in and found himself behind his opponent. He lunged forward, aiming his sword at his opponent's head, already anticipating victory. However, Hyuk Gu easily dodged and blocked the blade with 2 fingers. He asked if the young man was mocking him. The squad leader slapped him, and the hero was sent flying backward, losing his balance. Hyuk Gu noticed that the person in front of him was supposedly Zhong Mirio's disciple, but it turned out to be a decoy. He asked the Earth Demon why he was giving this guy a chance to join the squad. However, the protagonist said he wasn't finished yet and switched to Artificial Intelligence mode. Sol Hui rose into the air once more. The atmosphere changed, and Hyuk Gu noticed it immediately. The squad commander thought the provocation had worked. This Sol Hui wasn't so weak after all. He had potential. Let's see what he's capable of. The AI initiated the fight and launched an attack. Hyuk Gu once again blocked the sword with 2 fingers. The AI increased its speed and began delivering a flurry of strikes using icy energy and a white glow. Hyuk-gu fell back into a defensive stance. The ignition technique was also activated. Sol Hui, watching from above, thought that the difference in strength was too great and that there was nothing he could do about it. The artificial intelligence looked at Sol Hui and said that he had left it alone to face such an opponent. The protagonist was surprised. Could the AI really be talking to him? The AI added that this man was watching from the astral plane, and the only thing he lacked was greed, a desire that could never be satisfied. The AI said that the young man must cast aside his weak aspirations and desire only to destroy the enemy. Sol Hui thought that made sense. The best warriors fought exactly that way. Hyuk-gu asked if he was giving up. The AI replied that it was impossible to defeat this amateur with a body like that. The next moment, the AI began stimulating his acupuncture points. The protagonist was frightened. Was it really trying to win by risking his life? The next moment, the AI changed. A question appeared before the protagonist. Does he want to intervene in the fight? Sol Hui replied that he wanted to intervene in the fight and immediately found himself standing before his opponent in place of the AI. Hyuk-gu remarked that it was quite impressive. Sol Hui said he needed one more chance. The squad commander replied that it was unnecessary. He already understood the young man's skill level. Sol Hui bowed his head. Hyuk-gu repeated that it was unnecessary. He already understood everything. Pu Ilki told him to keep going and give it his all. He needed to use everything he was capable of. Hyuk-gu said that, in that case, this was the young man's last chance. Sol Hui thanked the gentleman. Our hero understood that he couldn't move like an AI. There was no way he could win against the squad commander. That meant he had to try simulation mode. A message appeared stating that 3 core skills would be used during the simulation. The analysis of available options was complete. Various hand and foot techniques were suggested. Sol Hui was puzzled. What was he supposed to do with this? Hyuk-gu asked if the young man was going to attack him. Sol Hui was completely at a loss. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of our hero. A message appeared on the screen indicating that a video would be shown. A shadow also appeared in front of Hyuk-gu. Simulation mode was activated. Both shadows engaged in combat. The battle was impressive. Our hero's shadow displayed masterful swordsmanship, demonstrating a wide range of techniques. Sol Hui realized that they were showing him every possible way he could attack. However, none of these shadows even came close to touching Hyuk-gu's shadow. It always managed to block everything his opponent's shadow did. Hyuk-gu was a true monster. At one point, Sol Hui's shadow finally managed to wound his opponent. He was surprised. Had he really managed to do it? The simulation ended. The fight began. Sol Hui tried to repeat what the shadow had done when it succeeded. Dodge to the right, lunge at the legs. Hyuk-gu blocked all of the protagonist's attacks. The squad commander asked why his opponent was attacking him so easily. Sol Hui noted that Hyuk-gu had already become angry. At one point, Hyuk-gu declared that this was enough. However, Sol Hui continued the fight, used the White Radiance martial art, landed the necessary strike, and achieved his goal, just as his shadow had. Sol Hui distracted his opponent with simple lunges until the opponent grew bored and let his guard down, not expecting such a technique to be used. Our hero thought that the simulation could analyze everything. Hyuk-gu became truly enraged. On top of that, he had sustained an unexpected injury. The squad commander swung his sword. Sol Hui shouted for him to stop. At that moment, Pu Ilki grabbed the warrior by the arm. The Earth Demon told Hyuk-gu to stop. After all, if he struck that guy with such force, he would surely die. The squad commander bowed and apologized to the master. Pu Ilki noted that even from the sidelines, it was clear that Sol Hui was mocking his opponent. Judging by his abilities, he would be well suited for the position of leader of the Spirit of Destruction group. But since he needs time to settle into the organization, the young man will require additional training. The Earth Demon asked if the head of the education department could give him a few lessons before he took on the role of leader of the Spirit of Destruction group. Hyuk-gu replied that he had been planning to do just that. Pu Ilki addressed our hero. He said that from this moment on, the young man would be a member of the Spirit of Doom group. However, this would not last long. The protagonist replied that he would do his very best. It would take 4 days to recover from the battle with Hyuk-gu, during which time our hero must meditate, eat, and sleep. The young man periodically recalled the words the artificial intelligence had spoken to him. In the beginning, there really was greed. But what about now? Sol Hui looked at his reflection in the mirror. He still had 4 lives. The protagonist thought that the more lives he had, the less desperately he pursued his desire. Our hero believed he wasn't brave enough to face his fear head-on. The Earth Demon said that once he settled in and finished training, he would be able to become the leader of the Spirit of Doom group. During that time, the young man hoped to become better than artificial intelligence. He had no idea what he was capable of. Sol Hui saved his progress. This window appears after our hero completes a quest or right before a quest begins. Now it appeared as he approached the bed. Could something be about to happen? Sol Hui read the information on the screen and thought, 3 years of incredible growth. This is a magnificent opportunity to develop his skills. The protagonist decided he had a lot on his mind right now. He needed to take a bath and do some training to clear his head. Unexpectedly, the system prompted him to make a choice. He had to select a schedule for the 95th heavenly year, 9th month. Sol Hui wondered, what does this mean? It said he had to make 36 selections, and he had 3 years to do so. Could it be that if he chose something, it meant he'd have to spend the entire month doing it? Our hero decided to choose training in the Silver Spirit Squad's primary martial art. It made sense. As a member of the Silver Spirit Squad, he first needed to master this art. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The young man opened it and saw a man standing on the threshold. The man asked if he was Sol Hui. The young man nodded in affirmation. The man said his name was Jok Pa and that he was in charge of training for the Spirit of Destruction group. Starting today, the young man would begin training in the Silver Spirit Squad's primary martial art. Jok Pa told the young man to follow him. Sol Hui found himself on the training grounds. The system reported that thanks to simulation, the hero had mastered the martial art of destroying the spiritual root. The young man was surprised. How could this be learned in a single day? His understanding of the martial art of destroying the spiritual root had improved. Sol Hui couldn't believe it was possible so quickly. His understanding of the martial art of destroying the spiritual root had risen to the novice level. Sol Hui was already able to imitate the chui of a sword. Suddenly, the protagonist discovered that he was at a save point. The young man was puzzled. What was that? He had only just left the room. Why did he suddenly have memories of an entire month of training? Sol Hui reviewed his tactical and technical stats and was surprised to find that his health and stamina had increased. His Kui was now at an unprecedented level, and his combat power had also risen. Could it really be that he wasn't sleeping? The system prompted him to select a schedule for the 95th heavenly year, 10th month. The protagonist chose to train in martial arts. Sol Hui noted that he had merely blinked, and a month of training had already passed. Moreover, he learned a great deal about the layout of the Black Turtle building, the members of the educational department, and all the subgroups. Most importantly, our hero learned a true martial art. The martial art of destroying the spiritual root is somewhat comparable to other demonic martial arts, in that it also requires the accumulation of ki at the expense of the master's life energy. As a result of his training, his health improved, his Kui increased, and his combat power grew. His mastery of the martial art of destroying the spiritual root reached the expert level. Sol Hui felt that he was progressing incredibly quickly. It took him only 3 months to become this strong. The system prompted him to select a schedule for the 95th heavenly year, 12th month. The young man chose to train in martial arts. Our hero came to the conclusion that learning is actually quite fun. It's fun to get stronger. The protagonist wanted to learn everything. He mastered meridian theory to the expert level. The young man thought it had taken him only 3 days to master such a complex theory. In 1 month, our hero managed to learn, among other things, surveillance theory as well. It was the 31st day of the 12th month. Sol Hui decided he needed to try out all the martial arts he had learned and get some more practice. A small box caught the young man's eye. It reminded him of the treasure hunt during his military training. The box turned out to be empty. There wasn't even a nutrition bar inside. A prompt to combine martial arts appeared on the information window's screen. The young man agreed. The system suggested placing martial arts books into this box. Now the purpose of this box became clear. Sol Hui looked around and saw what interested him at that moment: books and scrolls. The protagonist still remembered all the martial arts he had learned. The young man tried to put all his knowledge down on paper. The martial art of white radiance, white hand, the martial art of destroying the spiritual root, the martial art of the fiery hand, the martial art of unification, the 4 major types of martial arts, and wind. Sol Hui loaded 6 martial arts and decided to see what the result would be. However, the characteristics of the martial arts differed greatly. The young man thought, if the characteristics are different, then he must follow the order of the harmony of the 5 elements. The white radiance martial art and white hand belong to the yin martial arts and the water element. The fusion process was complete. As a result, the white body martial art emerged. The white hand allows one to make their hands so strong that their flesh cannot be wounded by either a sword or a blade. This means that the white body martial art makes the entire body that strong. Even an imitation proved sufficient to create a defense as solid as ice. It may even become stronger than the 4 major martial arts. It must be studied thoroughly. During the process of further synchronization, the martial art of the harsh flame was created. It is a combination of the martial arts of the fiery hand and the harsh peaks. Now this technique has become the art of using the fist. Now the power of fire has become stronger while consuming less ki. Although he was unable to merge the other martial arts, the protagonist was satisfied with everything. The messages that appeared at the crossroads of life and death became a guiding star for Sol Hui in the dark night. The new year arrived. The system prompted him to select a schedule for the 96th celestial year, first month. Sol Hui chose to study martial arts. The Black Turtle Building is where members of the Silver Spirit Squad train. It is part of a mansion surrounded on all sides by forest. The training ground next to the Black Turtle Building. Today marks the start of training under the head of the education department. Jok Pa said he heard that Mr. Pu Ilki personally invited the young man to train here. It is truly amazing that the young man was able to master this in 4 months. Even a genius would have needed 3 years for this. Sol Hui bowed and thanked the head of the Silver Spirit Corps' education department. Jok Pa added that these abilities were still not enough to be of any use to the master. Sol Hui asked what the head meant. Jok Pa asked if the young man knew how powerful the heavenly demon's disciples were. The answer was no. 3 high-ranking demons stand behind Sal Ma. There are 2 such masters near Ma Wu, and behind them stand several dozen junior demons. 2 supreme demons are also associated with Ah Ryong. It's unclear how she persuaded them to cooperate with her. These masters do not interfere in worldly affairs, but it is said they decided to support her nonetheless. The highest level of martial arts mastery is also known as the God of War, or the demonic god. Hasn't Gu Chengmyeon from Mount Huangshan reached this level? Sol Hui speculated that Mr. Pu Ilgi did not have such allies. Jok Pa replied that, unfortunately, the young man was right. The protagonist asked how, in that case, the Earth Demon had managed so well all this time. Jok Pa replied that it was all thanks to his potential. The head of the agency asked if Sol Hui knew about the Star of Destruction. The protagonist was surprised. Could Mr. Pu Ilki really be the Star of Destruction? It is said that such a martial arts master is blessed by heaven itself and is born once every 1,000 years. He is capable of mastering any martial art and even becoming a god of war without special training. If a Star of Destruction were to train in demonic martial arts, he would be impossible to defeat. Sol Hui had heard that a Star of Destruction usually does not live past the age of 16. Jok Pa confirmed this. Most of them perish, unable to rein in their madness. The head of the department added that this was precisely why the heavenly demon had chosen Mr. Sol Hui as his disciple. Pu Ilki is different from other stars of destruction. Sol Hui asked if that meant he could become the sect leader. The answer was no. Jokpa stated that a star of destruction is a star of destruction. If Pu Ilki unleashes his true power, he will perish. However, his power definitely surpasses that of the highest-ranking demons. His fate is to unleash his full power only once, after which he will perish. Only now did the protagonist realize that the symbol meant the boundless power of the Star of Destruction. Jokpa asked if the young man now understood why he could not be the master's assistant. The answer was yes. Sol Hui asked what, in that case, was the point of the Silver Spirit Squad's existence. The leader replied that their goal was to spread disinformation in order to destroy the squads of the heavenly demons' other disciples from within. They also fight, risking their lives, to put an end to all of this in a single battle. The young man thought the plan was simply not to lose, since there was no chance of winning. Although this plan is realistic, it leads to only one outcome. Jokpa added that the most important thing now, given the young man's current level, is to prevent him from becoming the leader of the Spirit of Doom group. Therefore, he needs to be trained and helped to become stronger. Sol Hui replied that he was ready to obey his mentor in everything. Our hero decided that now was not the time to worry about the future. He must become stronger no matter what. At this stage, that is the goal. Jokpa suggested in that case not to waste any time and to start right away. Sol Hui saw the information on the screen about what he had to do in a single day, and his expression changed immediately. Jokpa wondered why the young man wasn't getting started. During the first 2 days, the mentor wondered why Sol Hui knew so little. This time, the hours didn't fly by. Even on the 6th day of non-stop training, our hero still couldn't figure out how this could be accomplished in just 1 day. If the protagonist's posture wasn't perfectly correct, the strike didn't count. Sol Hui couldn't help himself and shouted loudly. It wasn't until the 17th day that the daily quota for chopping strikes was met. Next, rotation was added. The repetition target was doubled. On the final day, the results of a month's training were to be demonstrated. A single word appeared on the screen: no results. The main department in the Black Turtle building. An employee said the results were simply impressive. Jokpa carefully reviewed the information provided. Baek Ryong, a member of the education department, speculated that they would surpass their peak in 6 months at most. Jokpa acknowledged that everyone had excellent grades. Oh-rim, Jeon-seong, and Yeon-jin are quite well known in their own right. However, no one expected such a result from Seo Ryong. Baek Ryong remarked that Seo Ryong is an extremely clever girl. She can easily outwit an ordinary person. Thanks to this, she passed the military tests. Jokpa noted that Mr. Puilki is very perceptive. A member of the education department agreed. Jokpa asked if that weakling who was supposed to become the leader of the Spirit of Destruction group was still meditating. Baek Ryong confirmed that he had been doing so for 3 months now. The head of the department realized that this guy wasn't training. Baek Ryong expressed his personal opinion. Appointing him as the leader of the Spirit of Doom group wasn't the best idea. After all, he had been repeating basic movements for several months. Shouldn't he be training to act in various situations? Jokpa said that Baek Ryong was missing something. This guy wasn't just repeating movements. With every movement, Sol Hui circulated true ki. Circulating true ki is a technique that allows one to channel all one's strength into the sword's blade. Baek Ryong asked, could he really have learned this in just a few months? Jokpa replied that he didn't know yet. In order to obtain the necessary information, the elders approached the protagonist, who was meditating. Sol Hui greeted the head of the department. Welcome back. Jokpa asked if the young man had completed his task. Sol Hui replied that he was still working on it. Jokpa wondered why it was taking so long. Our hero replied that he had been pondering, does this even make sense? Is there such a thing as the perfect movement? That was exactly what he was thinking about right now. Jokpa asked if the young man had found the answer to that question. The young man replied that it was impossible. Jokpa asked, is that an answer? Sol Hui said that he was thinking about how to make the impossible possible. Jokpa was surprised. What exactly is this young man doing, and what is his true goal? Sol Hui stated, at first, it seems impossible to do something perfectly, but if you think more broadly, you begin to understand that you can't make a mistake either. It all depends on how you understand the ideal. The protagonist noted that even a wrong answer can become the right one. Jokpa thought that this young man had reached the heart of the sword. Paradoxically, the closer a person gets to the ideal, the farther away from it they find themselves. This is the kind of enlightenment experienced by martial arts masters who have realized the truth. It is the path to even higher levels of mastery. Jokpa shouted for the young man to immediately assume the lotus position. Sol Hui wondered what was going on. The mentor told the young man to think about how to repeat these movements without stopping. While he was thinking about this, Jokpa placed his hands on the young man's shoulders and felt the qi moving through his body. The concentration was strongest around the heart. The mentor praised the young man. The changes in the protagonist's body at that moment could not go unnoticed. Jokpa was forced to step back to a safe distance. Sol Hui's physical stats had increased significantly. His health and stamina had risen. A message appeared stating that the quest, reached the highest zenith, had been completed. The system reported that the hero's dual QE meridians are now unlocked. Sol Hui felt strange, for he had become a master of a level beyond the zenith. The system reported that the hero has mastered the traceless ghost step and the technique of the 4 major martial arts. Our hero realized that to become stronger, it isn't necessary to know only the best martial arts. One can develop in other ways as well. Understanding martial arts and training are also very important. But the foundation is the art of war. By understanding how combat is conducted, one can advance to a higher level of martial arts mastery. Our hero noticed that the martial arts training had disappeared from the screen. Apparently, that's because he's already mastered everything. In that case, he needs to try completing a quest. He needs to decide who to accept a quest from. Maybe he should start with the Earth Demon? Earlier, Pu Ilki, the Heavenly Demon's 4th disciple, had noted that the young man had become much stronger but was still not ready. He couldn't select the necessary quest. The young man was advised to return to this quest later, once he had grown stronger. At the moment, the quest from the Earth Demon was unavailable, so he needed to become even stronger. Hyuk Gu, the leader of the Silver Spirit Squad, asked if the young man had actually managed to find the double Kui veins. That was simply astonishing. However, this quest wasn't suitable for him. He could return in about a year. Sol Hui decided that, in that case, he would simply choose the last option among those offered. There was a knock at the door. It was a servant bringing food. Sol Hui told him to come in. The young man entered and apologized, saying he wanted to discuss something. This young man's name was No Sam. He often served Elder Bai Kong. He brought our hero food every day. No Sam explained that one day, Baek Hong went to see the assistant to the sect leader. The assistant wasn't in his usual place. While waiting, Baek Hong accidentally found a forbidden book in a brazier. At first, he was flustered, but later decided to secretly give the book to a close follower who was waiting outside. However, this led to another problem. The follower suddenly disappeared. This meant that he had left the sect and gone to the Central Lands. Sol Hui asked how he had managed to escape unnoticed. Perhaps the assistant to the leader or someone else had eliminated him, but Sam replied that no body had been found. Moreover, it was Baek Hong who had visited the assistant, not this man. They were in no way connected. But Sam added that Elder Baek Hong's hands were tied at the moment. If the book had been deliberately placed in the brazier, he would find himself in a difficult situation. Sol Hui thought that the eternal struggle for power was to blame for everything. He asked the servant why he had told him this, but Sam replied that if someone leaves the sect, they must be eliminated. He added that he was simply looking for a suitable person who could move about freely and wasn't tied to any factions. The protagonist realized that this guy had come specifically to him. He speaks eloquently, but in reality, they need someone whose death will go unnoticed. No one is backing him, so no one will seek revenge. Sol Hui asked if he would receive a reward if he found this person. The servant replied in the affirmative. But Sam added that Elder Bai Kong had said, if Sol Hui ever needed his help, he would repay him only once. Sol Hui thought that wasn't bad. Sol Hui saw a notification on the screen that he had received a mission from the servant. The young man realized that this guy was Elder Baek Hong's senior disciple. Sol Hui decided that in that case, it would be better to bring him in alive if possible. The protagonist thought about the book on the art of changing one's face. This secret technique allows one to alter one's appearance. Previously, the young man had believed that such a thing was impossible. Besides, he would obtain a forbidden book and a map. It was likely something important. The system reported that Elder Baek Hong's senior disciple, Yum Muki, had taken the forbidden book and fled to Qinghai. Sol Hui asked the servant whether the thief was a close follower of the elder. "Isn't this man a lust demon?" But Sam confirmed it. The young man realized that he had indeed fled, since he had handed over the book on the art of changing one's face to the lust demon. Sol Hui said that he understood everything and was ready to set out. But Sam added that Elder Baek Hong had asked to send one more person along with whoever he found for the mission. This person knew Yum Muki well, and it would be easier to leave the sect with him. Sol Hui understood that they wanted to keep an eye on him. The man introduced himself, saying his name was Sok Du and that he was going with Mr. Sol Hui. Sol Hui thought that this man had reached the first level, even though he had absolutely no key. Could he really be special in some way? The protagonist asked how they would get out of there. Sok Du explained that barricades were being erected along the path to the main gate. They could get out if they said they were going to gather firewood. Sol Hui agreed. After a while, our hero and the carpenter Sok Du were traveling by carriage along the designated route. Sol Hui noted that this was very convenient. But does Sok Du really claim that they'll be able to find the demon of lust no matter what he looks like? His companion remarked that they've known each other since childhood, so it won't be difficult. Even though he has a different face, he can't forget his habits and the way he moves. Sok Du added that this scoundrel deserves to die. The carpenter noted that every day the demon of lust would taunt him, saying that women didn't like him because he was ugly and always looked dirty. But isn't loneliness a sin? The coachman peered into the carriage and said they had already arrived at their destination. Sol Hui and his companion got out of the carriage and headed toward the city center. The protagonist wondered how much time had passed. He was born into a butcher's family but lost his parents at an early age. People around him mocked the boy and often beat him, accusing him of all kinds of sins. The boy was forced to endure the beatings since he didn't know how to handle such situations. One day, while he was desperately trying to survive in this terrible world, someone found him. The young man was asked if he wanted to learn martial arts. Fascinated by these words, he agreed to join the demonic sect. When he had no idea that a job worse than that of a butcher awaited him, Sok Du asked what Mr. Sol Hui was thinking about. The young man replied that he was hungry and was wondering what to eat. The carpenter said he was hungry too. They could have lunch at the Big Fief Tavern. After a while, the young men found the tavern they were looking for. Once they went inside, Sok Du realized that something had happened there. The atmosphere in the tavern was tense. Two groups of people stood facing each other with aggressive expressions. The leader of one of the groups said that he had been waiting. This day was bound to come someday. The leader of the other group replied that he too had been waiting for this day. Is his opponent ready to repeat who is worse here? The instigator repeated that the Baizhong sect was the best swordsman sect in Qinghai. His rival remarked that it was simply mockery to say such things while Lady So Hai was present. Doesn't he know that the Gujun sect is the best? Sok Du suggested that the two sword-fighting sects were currently at odds. Sol Hui agreed. Everyone was abuzz and hoping to see a fight. The protagonist added that, in any case, they had come here to eat. The diners began their meal. The young man heard someone ask a girl nearby, "Shouldn't someone break these guys up?" Ju So Hai said they were all cowards. They'd had a little argument and agreed to settle it later. They were just showing off in front of her. The girl added that they didn't know how to act like real men. Sok Du told his companion that the food at this eatery was quite delicious. Sol Hui confirmed this, since Sok Du had just eaten 3 whole dishes. The protagonist asked his companion if they had any money left. The carpenter replied that they had spent all their money on a cart to get here. A dart flew toward the young men, but the carpenter easily caught it using wooden chopsticks. Sok Du stood up from his seat and said he would handle it right away. Suddenly, he raised his arm and shouted loudly that his arm was broken. It was unbearably painful, and he might die. The opposing sides froze and looked in the direction from which the scream had come. Sokdu, with a dart in his hand, asked who had done it. The swordsmen were surprised. Who else could it be? Why was he interfering with their fight? Sokdu made a show of aggression and stomped his foot hard. The resulting shockwave spread in all directions. The carpenter repeated his question. He wanted to know who had thrown the dart. The frightened people began repeating one after another that they had nothing to do with it. Enraged, Sokdu grabbed the people closest to him by the collar and demanded to know who, then, could have done it. The carpenter said he had conditions. These two had to pay for his dinner. Moreover, since they had disturbed his host, they had to pay for him as well. The frightened swordsman replied that they understood everything. Sol Hui told Sokdu to put an end to this farce. It was time for them to leave. The carpenter smiled and signaled to his companion that he had everything under control. The girl standing nearby clapped and said it was an amazing display of martial arts. This was Ju So-hai, the granddaughter of the head of the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate. The girl added that she was pleased to meet these gentlemen. The protagonist received a notification on the screen stating that So-hai had 2 quests for a warrior. Sol Hui surmised that he could receive 2 quests from Ju So-hee, so she can't be ignored. The young woman added that she hadn't seen such stunning martial arts skills in a long time. Even though these men were swordsmen, the guests easily defeated them. Sokdu asked who this young woman was. So-hai realized that she hadn't actually introduced herself yet. The girl introduced herself as the granddaughter of the head of the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate and gave her name. She also stated that everyone in the area knew her. Sol Hui remarked that the beauty was like a blossoming flower. It became clear to our hero why these 2 instigators were so interested in this girl. What's more, she is the granddaughter of the estate owner, who is considered the richest man in Qinghai. The protagonist surmised that Ju So-hai could get anything she wanted simply by stating her name. Sol Hui wondered what the granddaughter of the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate was doing there. The girl replied that martial artists like that always pique her interest. She wants to learn various martial arts. Sol Hui replied that they aren't as good as she thinks they are. So-hai noted that if a person is talented, they most likely have a dark side. Sol Hui thought to himself that this girl had a steely resolve. Ju So-hai pointed out that these young people weren't locals. Their clothes and manner of speaking gave them away as outsiders. Where had they come from? Sol Hui thought that it hadn't even occurred to this girl that they might be from a demonic cult. The young man speculated aloud that this encounter might be fateful. He added that he had a small favor to ask. The girl was surprised. Had they really just met, and the young man already needed a favor? But what was he interested in? Sol Hui explained that they needed to catch a certain scoundrel. Since Ju So-hai knew this place well, her help might come in handy. The girl asked what they knew about the man they were looking for. Sol Hui explained that the demon of lust can change his appearance, so they don't know what he looks like. All they know is that he's constantly on the hunt for women. He also uses demonic martial arts. Judging by his companion's reaction, the protagonist surmised that people here fear the demonic sect. Even though Qinghai is quite far away and is not technically considered part of the Central Lands. The young man added that the demon of lust is skilled enough to hide his demonic nature. It will be difficult to find him unless he reveals his true power. Sol Hui thought that Ju So-hai's prejudices could only get in the way. She is not at the level of an enlightened being. Our hero believed that the girl would not be able to understand who he really is. Besides, he can now fully control his demonic ki. Sokdu has no ki at all. He's simply physically strong. Ju So-hai asked what the young men could offer her in return if she helped them. Sol Hui said that Ms. Ju had misunderstood him. It was more of an offer than a request. The demon wreaking havoc in the world will be captured by a warrior from the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate. Isn't that enough? Our hero had no intention of giving up his advantage. If she didn't agree, they'd simply go to someone else. The girl smiled and replied that she would help them. Sol Hui said that in that case, she would have to help them a little more. They needed to find a place to spend the night and have lunch. So-hai asked if that would really be enough. What about the substantial reward? Information that could be accessed at any time, maps of the area, and all that other stuff. Ju So-hai stated that she would be happy to provide all of that. Sol-hui thought that was very ambitious. She's no ordinary person. Ju So-hai added that once they caught this demon of lust, they would have to return to the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate. Those were the conditions. Sol-hui thought this must be related to her mission. In that case, there were fewer and fewer reasons to refuse. After the young people reached an agreement, the girl showed our hero an impressive building. The young man thought that this was indeed the wealthiest family in Qinghai. A servant told Lady So-hai that her husband had been looking for her. The young woman asked why her grandfather had been looking for her. The servant explained that her grandfather had brought a suitor for her, Mr. Jun. Ju So-hai asked where her grandfather was now, since she had told him many times that she didn't want to get married yet. The servant replied that her grandfather was currently in the carved gazebo. The young woman told the young man that the servant was showing them to the designated room. She needed to meet with her grandfather. The carved gazebo at the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate. The old man told the guest that his granddaughter had apparently gone out for a walk. The host apologized for keeping Mr. Jun waiting. Ju Wang-il was the wealthy and influential owner of the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate. Jun Mu-yun replied that there was no need to worry. He had asked to meet the young woman precisely because he really wanted to. Ju So-hai appeared. The young woman said that if she had known she was expected here, she would have come earlier. So-hai didn't expect Mr. Jun to show up unannounced. The young man apologized for being rude and for meeting her in this manner. The old man explained that Mr. Jun had finished working on his assignment and that they had run into each other by chance on their way here. One of the estate's outbuildings, Sol-hui's temporary residence. The protagonist was so absorbed in thoughts of the perfect movement that he forgot everything else. Sok-du asked what the young man was thinking about. Sol-hui asked what was so interesting about eavesdropping outside the door. Sok-du walked up to the door and said there was some commotion out there. Everyone was talking about Ms. Ju's fiancé, some Mr. Jun. Sok-du listened and said everyone was gathering to see this fiancé. Did Mr. Sol-hui want to see him too? They say he's from Huangshan, but he probably doesn't know how to fight. The protagonist grew nervous and asked if he was really from Huangshan. Our hero told Sok-du to take him there. Sol-hui decided to at least see his face. Ju So-hai sat down at the table next to her grandfather and decided to join their conversation. Besides, the tea was quite delicious today. Ju Wang-il said he wanted to properly introduce this gentleman to his granddaughter. He is an independent student from Huangshan, from a very good family. He can be relied upon, and he acts according to his conscience. Besides, he's a renowned martial arts master. The young woman remarked that from what she'd heard, he seemed like a wonderful person. However, she'd also heard that he was careless and that many projects had failed because of his recklessness. Many people say he adores women. Ju Wang-il asked why his granddaughter was saying such things. If a man has no bad habits and doesn't treat a woman rudely, that's not a vice, is it? The guest noted that the rumors, born of his inexperience, had upset the lady. However, what she fears will not happen. To back up his words, Jun Mu-yun even swore on his family. A crowd gathered at the doorway, including our hero. Jun Mu-yun asked why they had gathered to see him. The guest was asked whether it was true that his teacher's health was improving. Jun confirmed this, but said he still needed some time to fully recover. The host was surprised, since in a letter last month, Jun had said he would be well soon. Jun Mu-yun confirmed this. Indeed, that was exactly what he had written. In any case, everything would be fine. The groom said that he seemed to have disturbed the lady with his sudden visit. Next time, he'll let her know he's coming, but for now, it's time for him to leave. Jun added that something had come up that needed to be dealt with urgently. Sol-hui asked Sok-du if this man was really from Huangshan. The protagonist reminded him the carpenter had said that if he saw Yum Muki, he would definitely recognize him. Sok-du replied that he would never forget him. The young man became convinced that the technique for altering one's face truly existed. It was Yum Muki, Baek Hong's senior disciple. Sol-hui thought that Jun Mu-yun must have already died and that Yum Muki had taken his body People said he was strong, but no one expected his combat power to be nearly 2 million. How was he supposed to deal with him? However, our hero believed he would still be able to handle him. The young man needed 2 tasks from Ju So Hai. If he used demonic martial arts during the fight, they probably wouldn't go to waste. Sol Hui knew who was standing before him in any case. Maybe he should just follow him and figure it out. Sokdu asked, "Does the master really think this is a demon of lust?" Sol Hui recalled how Sokdu had insisted that it was indeed him. At that moment, Jun was staring intently at him. The young man recalled how Jun had said that interesting people had gathered here. The groom remarked that such skilled people were rarely found in Qinghai. Ju So-hee replied that Master Jun held them in very high regard. Jun Myung said he meant something else and approached our hero. Sokdu remarked that they were indeed very special. The lady had witnessed their combat abilities and invited them to the estate. Sol Hui realized that Jun was trying to gauge their level of martial arts proficiency. However, it didn't matter, since his demonic nature was no longer detectable thanks to the heart of the sword. Ju So Hai said that was very rude. How could this man treat her guests like that? Jun Muyan apologized. He had simply wanted to greet them and get to know them. Jun Muyan apologized to the guests. Sokdu replied that he didn't see anything wrong with it. Sol Hui thought to himself that he didn't like this scoundrel. He asked, did this guy really think they wouldn't find him? At first, our hero wanted to follow this man and was caught off guard by an unexpected situation, but now he'd changed his mind. Did Jun really think he'd hidden his demonic nature, started behaving differently, and therefore believed he could hide? He should have concealed it better to fool everyone, although even then he wouldn't have been able to hide. The system reported that a perfect opportunity had arisen. The hero had found Yummuki's weak spot. He needed to choose his next action. Sol Hui reviewed the mission recommendations. Warnings also appeared on the screen that could not be ignored. This was a condition of the mission. Sol Hui decided it would be best not to use demonic martial arts at this time. Our hero chose the option, close in and deal with his opponent as intended. He was unable to use the element of surprise. Yummuki spun around, parried the first attack, and braced himself for the confrontation. Sol Hui thought that his opponent had defended himself using ki. The sword simply bounced off him, causing no harm. That meant he needed to attack with more force. The bystanders shouted that a fight had broken out. This man had challenged Mr. Jun to a duel. The system once again reported that a perfect opportunity had arisen. The hero had found Yummuki's weak spot. A choice must be made. Perhaps due to the difference in their skills, the perfect opportunity screen keeps appearing. Yummuki took several hits in a row, and his health dropped significantly. He shouted for his opponent to stop and spare him. Sol Hui said he had many questions for Yummuki. Those around him shouted that Mr. Jun needed immediate help. Our hero realized that the guards of the 10,000 Golden Mountains estate had appeared. However, they could not be destroyed. The estate's guards surrounded our hero on all sides. The screen displaying the information about the weak point kept appearing, probably because the protagonist didn't know how to deal with the guards. Worst of all, he couldn't destroy them. Because of this, he lost Yummuki. At one point, Sol Hui said that this annoyed him immensely. The protagonist counterattacked the guards. Once the guards were dealt with, the information screen no longer appeared. Sokdu finally ran up and asked if the master was all right. Sol Hui remembered that the carpenter could fight in his place. He shouldn't have any major limitations. Sokdu asked if that was really Yummuki. Sol Hui told the young man to deal with the guards but not to kill them. Sol Hui thought that now he could return to turn-based combat. However, he was unable to change the combat mode in this situation. This mission was getting more and more difficult. In the simulation, he couldn't see the stats. The young man thought that now he would have to search for Yummuki in the crowd on his own. Sol Hui saw a strange body lying on the ground and realized what proliferation meant. It was a technique for absorbing life energy. It regenerates by drawing life energy from people. This was definitely the work of Yummuki. Sol Hui scanned his surroundings, trying to spot the rogue demon. He had changed his appearance because the status screen was no longer visible. The protagonist saw an old man running away, shouting that there was another motionless body over there. Sol Hui arrived at the scene and saw several bodies lying on the ground. The modus operandi was the same. The old man said the criminal had run in that direction toward the woman. Since simulation mode had been activated, a shadow appeared and began jumping high into the air. Sol Hui also jumped high into the air at that very moment, and it turned out to be the right decision. The old man tried to attack the young man but missed. Sol Hui realized it was Yu Muki. Our hero hadn't even considered that the enemy might disguise himself as an old man. He looked into the crowd and saw that this very old man was trying to escape. Sol Hui rushed after Yu Muki. However, the villain changed his appearance once again. It was the worst place to carry out such a mission. Along the way, he came across a woman with an infant. Sol Hui asked her a question, and she replied that she hadn't seen anyone. The protagonist grabbed the woman by the arm and looked intently into her eyes. It wasn't Yu Muki. He couldn't sense any ki in her. Sol Hui kept turning his head from side to side. Where on earth could Yu Muki have gone? The woman asked what was going on. The shadow that had appeared leaped high into the air once more. The next moment, our hero was attacked and wounded. Sol Hui clutched his bleeding wound. The woman's withered body lay beside him. Sol Hui realized that this wasn't the woman he was looking for. But where had Yu Muki come from to attack him? The young man realized it was the child in that woman's arms. Sol Hui decided that things couldn't go on like this. Zhu Wanggil suddenly appeared. He shouted for everyone to stop immediately. The old man asked the captain of the guards if a demon had indeed appeared there. The captain confirmed it. Women and children were dying because the demon was draining their life energy. The estate owner asked his granddaughter if this man was indeed looking for the demon of lust who could change his appearance. The girl confirmed it. The young man told her this right away as soon as they met. Zhu Wanggil asked where Mr. Jun was. The chief guard replied that the man had gone missing after getting into a fight with this man. He believes that the demon of lust is not Mr. Jun. Sol Hui noticed a commotion nearby. Two people were arguing. Sol Hui approached the two and asked what was going on. Two identical Sokdu stood there, arguing with each other over which of them was the real one. Ju So Hai asked if one of them could possibly be the man they were looking for. Sol Hui surmised that Jun must have already died. The demon of lust had a reason for impersonating him. Sokdu told the master that they needed to deal with this guy strictly. The other Sokdu insisted that the demon of lust was standing right in front of them. The protagonist realized that Yu Muki was no ordinary man. Amid all the commotion, he was able to perfectly mimic Sokdu's attire and even his voice. Now it was clear why Elder Bei Kong had taken him on as a disciple. This strange technique was simply incredible. Ju So Hai asked what they should do. We need to figure this out somehow and establish the truth. Sol Hui declared that there was no need to figure anything out. The protagonist turned to Yu Muki and said that he didn't seem to understand something. It didn't matter which one was which. The guy added, if he beats them both unconscious, the real Yu Muki will give himself away. He told both carpenters to grit their teeth. Sokdu and Sokdu looked at the protagonist warily. People shouted that this man's face was changing. That means he's an evil spirit in human form. One of the Sokdu changed his appearance and asked if everything had already become too obvious. However, that no longer mattered. Muki appeared in his true form and said he wasn't going to run away anymore. Now, everything would be different. Sol Hui noted that this man's aura had changed. He had been stealing life energy to become stronger. A spiked whip appeared in his hand. Sol Hui asked if Yu Muki really wanted to fight him. The young man added that he certainly wasn't opposed to it. The lecherous demon swung his whip and struck. The villain unleashed blow after blow, declaring that he would now destroy his opponent. The blows hit their mark, but Sol Hui was invincible. Sokdu shouted for the gentleman to be careful. Muki struck the carpenter and told him to shut up immediately. The villain told his opponent not to give up until he was done letting off steam. If the guy dared to give up, he'd have to gouge out his eyes and flay him alive. Sol Hui wasn't hurt by the blows and said it just stung a little. The protagonist asked if that was really all Yu Muki was capable of. The villain grew even angrier and began swinging his whip more vigorously. The guards shouted that a demon stood before them, for he was displaying demonic ki. The system reported that all additional quest conditions had been successfully completed. All that remained was to capture Yumuki. Sol Hui grabbed his opponent by the head and said that it hadn't been difficult to trick him. Our hero added that now it was his turn and warned that the first blow was coming. After numerous blows, Yumuki screamed for the young man to stop. The protagonist replied that the scoundrel had better grit his teeth tight or his skull would be shattered. Sol Hui continued to strike him, repeating that the punishment was ongoing. After a while, Yumuki found himself tied with ropes to a wooden cross. Sokdu stood before him. Sol Hui asked how things were going there. Had the demon of lust said anything? Sokdu replied that he continued to resist. He even tried to make threats while in that position. Yumuki spat at the carpenter and said that if he survived, the first thing he would do was destroy him. The villain said that the people in front of him were still novices. They wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He had already been tortured this way many times. Sol Hui thought that just a short while ago, this man had promised to tell everything if they stopped beating him. But as soon as he told them to record everything in the book on face-changing techniques, Yumuki began to act differently. He must think that even if he doesn't say anything, he won't face any consequences. Sokdu continued to strike him. Sol Hui looked at the villain and asked if he had truly decided to say nothing. The young man thought that even though the mission was complete, he had received only 2 rewards. The sect leader's forbidden book and a map he hadn't even opened yet. There was also a key. As our hero walked here, he thought there was only one method that would definitely work on the demon of lust. Yumuki asked what he was talking about. Sol Hui suggested he just show him. Sol Hui delivered a kick right to the most painful spot. Yumuki screamed loudly in pain. Sol Hui noticed he'd missed slightly, but the next blow would make up for it. Our hero swung his leg dramatically and promised he definitely wouldn't miss this time. Yumuki continued to groan in pain. The demon of lust shouted that this wasn't right, since he used that. He didn't want to become a eunuch. After a while, Yumuki described everything in detail on paper, answering all the questions. Sol Hui reminded him that everything had to be written down with precision, down to the last letter. Yumuki replied that he was trying his best. The protagonist noted that this guy drained people's life energy whenever he felt like it and was also trying to play on their pity. Yumuki replied that he didn't do it on purpose. He simply didn't know how to do anything else. The guy added that he wanted to start his life over. He too felt he could no longer stay in the cult, so he wanted to live like Mr. Jun. Sol Hui was outraged. Did Yumuki really think he could live like everyone else while draining the life energy of others? The protagonist asked why Yumuki had run away with the book on the art of changing one's face. His opponent was surprised. What are you talking about? Sol Hui realized he was talking about the book that Elder Baekong had given him. Yumuki stated that it was a book on body-shaping techniques. Now it was Sol Hui's turn to be surprised. Now it became clear how this guy had managed to completely transform his body using body-shaping techniques. Sol Hui thought that with the facial transformation technique, one could get rid of an Adam's apple, change one's voice, and even grow hair. However, one cannot change the skeleton or the eyes. With the body-shaping technique, one can alter the bones. That was precisely how this young man had managed to deceive no one. As a reward for completing the task, the hero was given the sect leader's forbidden book, a map, and a key to the secret library. Sol Hui thought these items came from the sect leader's hiding place. Before, he couldn't even have dreamed of ending up in a place like this. Now it doesn't seem so unbelievable. With body-shaping techniques, one can escape even through a hole the size of a fist. Ju So Hai entered the room accompanied by her grandfather and asked if they were finished yet. The old man said he didn't even know how to thank the young man. If it weren't for him, there would have been big trouble. Sol Hui said there was no need for thanks, as he was simply doing his job and fulfilling his civic duty. Ju So Hai asked if Mr. Sol Hui could stop by to see them later. The young man promised, since he still had reasons to return. Ju So-hai asked what reasons he was referring to. The young man replied that he and Ms. Ju would definitely meet again in the future. Our hero returned home to the save point. The mission was complete. The protagonist earned Baek Hong's highest favor. The system reported that there were 17 days left until the next mission. The young man decided he needed to test out the techniques he had learned. He used the face-changing technique. The reflection of an earth demon appeared in the mirror. Next, he applied the body-shaping technique. The protagonist transformed into a child. After activating the white body martial art, certain parts of his body underwent a transformation. The young man also activated the severe flame martial art. The effect was astonishing. The 4 great martial arts of the wind produced a stunning result. Our hero spent the next 17 days in a way that benefited both his mind and body. Most importantly, the young man finally understood what the speed of the wind meant in the 4 great martial arts. Putting this into practice would be a bit challenging, but he couldn't contain his joy at the thought of just how much stronger he could become. To complete the next quest, the protagonist was transported to Mount Lo, to the White Dream Chamber, at the very heart of the sect. The mountain is located in the center of the sect's lands. But why was he here? The system informed him that the hero must receive a quest from Dr. Hong. At this moment, Dr. Hong is being pursued by the White Blood Squad. He must find the doctor before the squad does. Peering out from behind a tree, Sol Hui saw a group of warriors chasing the fleeing doctor. The armed men were shouting that they had to capture the doctor before he left the White Dream Chamber's territory. The protagonist activated his face-changing technique, which helped him get closer to these people. But what should he do now? How could he save Dr. Hong if he was being chased? The squad was commanded by a man possessing unusually high combat prowess. The White Dream Chamber is a place for those who stand at the highest rank within the sect. Although this man is merely the captain of a small squad, he is stronger than Juk Myung. The pursuers lost sight of Dr. Hong. They stopped at a fork in the road. The warriors asked the captain what they should do next. The captain ordered the first 3 teams to head left. Teams 5 and 6 will search the cave. The 7th team is climbing the mountain. The protagonist realized that he was part of the 6th team and had to follow along to explore the cave. Using his unique abilities, the protagonist realized that Dr. Hong had hidden in the cave. The team leader raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. There was another fork in the path ahead. That meant another decision had to be made. The group leader said they needed to split into 2 groups, and if there was another fork ahead, they would have to split up again. He added that he would wait for everyone here, since there was no other way out of this cave. It had to be thoroughly searched. Fortunately, our hero once again found his way to where Dr. Han was hiding. He needed to wait for a moment when there were fewer people around and deal with them. Dr. Han was very tired and sat down near a rock. He said his legs were no longer obeying him. The man silently asked the earth demon for forgiveness. He wanted to give him the purifying herb. The doctor heard the voices of his pursuers, who had once again split into 2 groups. Han decided that his end had come. However, there was still one more thing he needed to do. No matter how hard the doctor tried, he couldn't destroy the plant. It was beyond his power. Suddenly, a warrior appeared and ordered the doctor not to move, or else he would have to destroy him, and very painfully at that. Behind this warrior stood the protagonist. The warrior told the doctor to put down the herbs and not cause any trouble. The protagonist abruptly twisted the warrior's head and snapped it off. Sol Hui told the doctor not to worry because he was on his side. Our hero activated the glowing finger skill and illuminated a section of the cave. The doctor was surprised to see Sol Hui there. The young man reminded him that it was the doctor who had cured him, and now he was helping him. The protagonist asked the doctor to explain in detail and clearly what had actually happened. Captain Hu Quan of the White Blood Clan accidentally found the purifying herb. He knew it was an excellent medicine, which meant he most likely wouldn't be allowed to keep it for himself, so he decided to hide the herb. Taking the herb right away is dangerous, as it could be poisonous or its yang energy could be too strong. So he left the herb with Dr. Hong so that he could assess its properties. However, Dr. Hong decided to flee, taking the herb with him. Here, everything belongs to those of higher rank. That is why the captain of the White Blood Squad is searching for him to destroy the evidence of the theft. Sol Hui asked why the doctor had stolen the purifying herb. Didn't he realize what might happen? The doctor replied that it was a very powerful and rare medicine. Such a treasure should belong to his master, the earth demon. The doctor added that he knew what he was doing, even if it cost him his life. Sol Hui asked how he could help the doctor. The system reported that a mission had been received from Dr. Hong. If successful, the head of the White Dream Chamber would take an interest in the hero. He is an influential figure with high status, even among the sect's top members. The protagonist told the doctor to wait for him there. The face-changing technology was activated again. The squad commander asked if the doctor was there. The protagonist said he had gone deeper into the cave. If the commander didn't believe him, he could go check for himself. The squad commander asked where the man who had been standing nearby was. To avoid being exposed, our hero threw the squad commander off the scent. Sol Hui returned to the doctor and said they needed to get out of there. The protagonist turned around and saw the other squad members behind him. They said this guy wouldn't be able to just walk away. Sol Hui had been exposed. There was nowhere to retreat. The young man realized there were many of them, but hoped he could handle them. The captain asked where the young man had come from. Sol Hui replied that it certainly wasn't from the Chamber of White Dreams. The captain was indignant. Didn't the young man understand the situation he was in? Did he really think he could escape? Our hero understood that, according to the notes in the information window, he had to deal with these people. Moreover, during the fight, they must not realize who he really is. The problem is that the face-changing technique requires constant concentration, not key. The young man couldn't fully demonstrate what he was capable of. For a situation like this, simulation would be more suitable than turn-based combat. Martial arts and their forms were analyzed. The simulation phase was activated. The skill Traceless Ghost Step Third Form was activated. This was followed by a horizontal strike. Sol Hui acted stealthily and with lightning speed, not even giving his opponents a chance to recover. Our hero struck with both hands at once, leaving his opponents unable to resist him. The white body martial art was activated. Dr. Hong stared at this man, unable to utter a single word. The ice armor prevented the warriors from even scratching the protagonist's body. An ice explosion was triggered, and the warriors were sent flying in all directions by the icy energy. Dr. Hong thought this was a true martial arts master. He would indeed become the leader of the Spirit of Destruction group. Hong had thought this guy had gotten into the squad through connections, but in reality, he turned out to be a highly skilled warrior. Simulation mode was complete. Sol Hui had accomplished his mission. Every time the protagonist uses this fighting style, he amazes himself. It's as if he's mimicking a shadow, yet he easily dispatches his opponents. Even though he couldn't unleash his full power due to the face-changing technique, he managed to defeat them. Sol Hui told the doctor that they needed to hurry and head home. Shouts could be heard from deep within the cave. People were searching for the warriors from the sixth group. Sol Hui wondered, could the others have noticed that someone was missing? Worst of all, he heard Captain Hu Quan's voice. His combat prowess was formidable, and he possessed a very strange combat chi. The protagonist thought that even if he were lucky enough to take on an entire squad, trouble still awaited him ahead. Dr. Hong said that the young man understood as well. He shouldn't have run away. If no one had found out about the theft, everything would have been fine. But now, if he didn't turn himself in, he'd be in trouble. Sol Hui said they should give it a try. Maybe it would work out. The doctor pointed out that it wasn't just the White Blood Squad that had seen him flee. Sol Hui thought the doctor was right. If he destroyed everyone, things would only get worse. It would affect not only him, but also the Earth Demon. Dr. Hong understood this perfectly well. The man held out a plant to our hero and told the young man to take it. Hong asked the young man to give it to Pu Ilki. He had to promise. The mission was complete. The purifying herb and the map from the sect leader's forbidden book had been obtained. Sol Hui was surprised. He had thought he'd failed the mission. Wasn't helping the doctor return part of his duties? Dr. Hong told the young man to get out of there. The protagonist remembered that the screen had said he needed to earn the doctor's trust. Dr. Hong told the young man to give this herb to Mr. Pu Ilki. The man stepped aside and shouted loudly that he was there to draw attention to himself. Sol Hui heard the soldiers change direction and rush toward the doctor's voice. The doctor was immediately spotted and killed. Hu Quan personally took part in this. The protagonist returned home to the save point. The mission was completed successfully, but an unpleasant feeling lingered. The protagonist looked at the healing herb and wondered what to do with it. He had been asked to deliver the herb to the Earth Demon, but Dr. Hong had died. Was there any point in fulfilling his request? If no one knew that the purifying herb even existed, then no one would know that he had used it either. Of course, there was still the possibility that someone could have sent a pigeon with a note. Sol Hui activated his toolbox. The purification herb was added. After that, the protagonist decided to save himself just in case Pu Il-ki found out about the existence of the purification herb. The young man noted that he still had 4 lives left. After that, Sol Hui decided to give it a try and swallowed the herb. The system reported that a breathing technique for absorbing yang energy is necessary for the successful assimilation of the purification herb. The system added that without the breathing technique for absorbing yang energy, it takes 1 year to assimilate the purification herb. Sol Hui thought he wouldn't be able to digest it. The screen did not specify what effect the herb had or what technique was required. The young man's face turned red, perhaps a side effect, and it was unclear whether this was good or bad. The protagonist thought, would he really have to endure this for a whole year? Or perhaps it would make sense to seek out a breathing technique. The system reported that the head of the White Dream Chamber, the primordial Asura, wished to meet with the hero. The young man had a bad feeling. The fact that he had come here on his own most likely meant that his subordinates had already reported everything. The system informed him that this meeting could not be declined. The young man logically concluded that there was now no way he could avoid this meeting. An old man stood in the doorway. He said he wanted to introduce himself since this was their first meeting. It was the head of the White Dream Chamber, the primordial Asura. The head of one of the 8 chambers, the White Dream Chamber, who ranks 29th among all members of the sect. Sol Hui was surprised. Could it really be that such a person had decided to meet with him personally? The young man asked what business he had with him. The protagonist thought that the old man couldn't even see his combat power. The primordial Asura asked if the young man had any idea why he had come. Sol Hui replied that he didn't know. The old man suggested that the young man try to guess the purpose of his visit. Would he be able to do so? Sol Hui thought something wasn't right here. It seemed the old man had somehow found out that he had taken the purifying herb. While fleeing, he had used qigong and other techniques to cover his tracks. The young man was certain he wouldn't be caught. The old man suggested he keep guessing. Sol Hui pretended to be deep in thought. Time seemed to stand still, and the system prompted him to make a choice. Sol Hui reviewed the information and thought the options were too strange and daring. The situation with the answers was similar to when he had met Pu Il-gi. Sol Hui couldn't choose any of the options. Usually, the options he considered the worst turned out to be his only chance of salvation. But even if that were the case, they seemed too crude right now. Sol Hui chose an option and told the old man that he was talking nonsense and only annoying him. The primordial Asura said that the young man was quite bold. Sol Hui was surprised. Could it really have worked? The old man said that when he goes for walks, he notices that his subordinates develop red spots on their faces. This usually happens after consuming certain herbs. It's what's known as a healing crisis. Sol Hui asked why the old man was telling him this. The old man remarked that this made sense if the young man was trying to hide something. They both knew which herb he was referring to. The primordial Asura said that the young man's face was red. Is he all right? The next moment, the old man grabbed the young man by the throat and lifted him off the ground. The primordial Asura remarked that the young man had made a big mistake, thinking that no one would touch him. The old man added that he did not obey any of the heavenly demon's disciples. This meant he would face no consequences if he destroyed him. The primordial Asura pierced the young man's body right through with his hand. Sol Hui screamed in pain and began coughing up blood. Sol Hui returned home to his save point. He had 3 lives left. The young man clutched his chest in phantom pain. He had tried very hard in his previous life, but the quest had turned out to be too complicated. The head of the White Dream Chamber had come in person, which meant he was certain the herb actually existed. Maybe he should have chosen a different save point. Now he needed to think everything through. The first option was definitely the wrong one. I need to recall other options. What would have happened if he hadn't taken the purifying herb? Perhaps Dr. Hong was right, and he should have given the herb to the Earth Demon. Fortunately, the young man survived after placing the purifying herb in his toolkit. He still has a choice about what to do with it. Sol Hui wondered what would happen if he gave the herb to the Earth Demon, but the problem wasn't solved. If the head of the White Dream Chamber finds out that Pu Il-Ki has the herb, he certainly won't just stand by and do nothing. The time for their meeting had come, and the head of the White Dream Chamber found himself face to face with the young man once again, just like last time the old man introduced himself. An inscription appeared above the head of the chamber, Cooperation +2. The young man thought this wasn't a coincidence. It was connected to the purifying herb. The old man assumed the young man had already been expecting him. Sol Hui stated that he wanted to tell the chamber leader something about the location of the purifying herb. The protagonist decided it would be better to give the herb to White Dream rather than to the Earth Demon. The old man asked where it was now. The young man replied that he couldn't just tell him that. Sol Hui thought that this cooperation might lead to a new twist of fate. The old man was surprised. Could the young man really be trying to strike a deal? That was quite audacious. Why couldn't he just tell him about the herb? The young man sensed an oppressive aura. He realized he had to hold his ground and turn the situation to his advantage. Sol Hui noticed that Mr. Pu Il-Ki knew about this as well. The primordial Asura looked at the young man with suspicion. The old man said he would take it. Didn't it belong to his chamber to begin with? He would explain everything to the Earth Demon himself. The primordial Asura added that he could cooperate with the young man. Sol Hui realized he had done everything right. Sol Hui said that in that case, he would give him the herb. The old man asked where it was now. The young man replied that he had it with him and took it out. The old man laughed. Had he really been hiding it under his shirt? The old man turned around and wished the protagonist a good day and that his wishes would come true. Sol Hui breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately sensed that something was wrong. He looked at the old man again. The text above his head, Cooperation +2, was still there. Why hadn't it disappeared? Sol Hui remembered that the chamberhead had definitely said the word cooperate. That meant the text should have disappeared. The old man stopped and said he had remembered something. He wanted to take something else. The primordial Asura said it was a payment for the lives of his subordinates. The system reported that the head of the White Dream Chamber had found the hero's weak spot. Sol Hui realized he had made a mistake. The protagonist didn't know what to do next. Was he really going to die again? The head of the White Dream Chamber ranks 29th in the sect. Our hero tried to find a solution, but nothing came to mind. Surely a single blow from the old man would be enough to destroy him. However, a choice still had to be made. Sol Hui thought, if he was going to die anyway, why did the window appear? Last time, he had no choice. The protagonist decided that the appearance of the window meant a chance to survive. Could that really be true? Not knowing the outcome, Sol Hui chose his only option: attack. The old man understood his intention and drew his sword. The artificial intelligence combat style began. The protagonist found himself in combat mode once again and realized that now he could rely only on artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence looked at Sol Hui and cursed rudely. Sol Hui didn't understand why it was behaving that way. The young man noticed that it treated the old man's subordinates politely. It added that it could have destroyed them all but didn't. Sol Hui thought that the artificial intelligence was truly insane, but he was confident of victory. Every time it exceeded expectations. Sol Hui said that he still believed in it. The AI screamed loudly, and the primordial Asura was surprised. After the scream, the young man turned around and ran. It was unexpected. The old man shouted, "Has the boy gone mad?" Sol Hui returned to the save point. He had 2 lives left. The protagonist realized that even artificial intelligence hadn't helped. With only 2 lives remaining, he began to doubt whether his decision had been the right one. Having to start all over again was exhausting. Besides, he couldn't abandon a quest on which he'd already spent 2 lives. It was all because of greed. The young man realized that this herb had never been meant for him from the very beginning. He hadn't expected the head of the White Dream Chamber to find him, and he couldn't figure out a way to negotiate. That meant there was only one option left. Our hero made a decision to give the purifying herb to the Earth Demon. Pu Ilki asked why the young man had shown up there. Our hero handed the purification herb to the Earth Demon. Pu Ilki asked if this was what Dr. Hong had asked him to deliver. The Earth Demon said that this would help him greatly. He would never forget what the young man had done for him. Even if the head of the White Dream Chamber found out, nothing terrible would happen. Reflecting on what he had done, the protagonist couldn't understand why he had complicated things so much. He had had to sacrifice 2 precious lives. This mission helped him realize something important. One must not be greedy and take everything in sight. Danger can always lurk, so one must act rationally. The protagonist decided he would be much more cautious from now on. A message appeared again stating that the head of the White Dream Chamber, the primordial Asura, wished to meet with the hero. The meeting could not be declined. The old man said that since this was their first meeting, he wanted to introduce himself. Sol Hui asked why the head of the White Dream Chamber had come to see him. The primordial Asura asked what the young man thought about this. The protagonist replied that he didn't know. He surmised that the Earth Demon hadn't spoken to the old man yet. The old man said that if the young man didn't know, he could try to guess. Sol Hui noted that these lines were repeating just like last time. Sol Hui noticed that the answer options were exactly the same. He couldn't believe it. The young man got angry, since the Earth Demon had promised there wouldn't be any problems. The protagonist looked out the window and thought that maybe he should choose a different save file. Was there really no chance to avoid a repeat? Why did he even take that herb in the first place? The young man felt as if he were trapped and couldn't escape the mistakes of his past. If he were to die again, maybe he should choose a different option. Sol Hui chose an option and admitted that he was the one who had taken the herb. The primordial Asura called him insolent. The old man grabbed his sword and asked if the young man considered this confession a request for his own destruction. Suddenly, the Earth Demon entered the room and said he had been searching for them for a long time. The old man immediately hid his sword and stepped aside. Pu Ilki told the young man not to worry. As long as he was nearby, the old man wouldn't be able to do anything. Sol Hui bowed and thanked the Earth Demon. The young man didn't understand what was going on. Perhaps it had to do with his status as a disciple of the heavenly demon or some kind of agreement between them. Be that as it may, he persuaded the head of the Chamber of the White Dream to protect him. Pu Ilki noted that Sol Hui had done the right thing. As a gift from the Earth Demon, the protagonist received a sacred weapon of excellent quality, the Royal Ceremonial Sword of Enlightenment. Our hero noted that the power of all his martial arts had increased thanks to this sword. His combat power and effectiveness when using various combat techniques also increased. Moreover, the sword possessed a special unknown effect. It was as if it were a gift from fate. The Earth Demon observed that the young man had managed to survive and return after Dr. Hong gave him the purifying herb. This meant the young man was a skilled enough warrior to wield this sword. The Earth Demon added that he had high hopes for him. Sol Hui replied that he would not let them down. Pu Ilgi added that the young man must do his utmost. Our hero held a magnificent sword that had once been used by the heavenly demon's disciple. The young man could feel the immense power contained within it, though it also filled him with fear. Sol Hui used the God of Wind technique. A massive whirlwind appeared before the young man, one that was impossible to resist. The technique proved to be incredible. After the whirlwind disappeared, a deep crater formed beneath the young man's feet, its bottom invisible. The Royal Ceremonial Sword of Enlightenment proved to be a truly unique weapon. An information window prompted the protagonist to select a schedule for the 96th heavenly year, 4th month. The young man noted that he was glad to see this message again. He was tired of quests and thought he'd never see it again. Sol Hui wanted to perfect the God of Wind technique, so he decided to select training mode. He was transported to the garden behind the Black Turtle building, an excellent place to train. The system prompted him to select a schedule for the 96th heavenly year, 9th month. Sol Hui was surprised. Had he really been swinging his sword non-stop for a full 5 months, as if possessed, in order to master the God of Wind technique? Yet he had only reached 30% mastery. Sol Hui recalled that the Earth Demon had promised to appoint him as the leader of the Spirit of Doom group once he reached the required level and grew accustomed to this place. Could that time have finally come? The protagonist chose to train the leaders of the Spirit of Doom subgroups and began a conversation with Hyuk Gu, the leader of the Silver Spirit Squad. Hyuk Gu was surprised. Had that day really arrived? Hyuk Gu had heard that the young man had completed the training to join the Spirit of Doom group in just 1 year. It was hard to believe. He began to think that Mr. Pu Ilki truly knew how to recognize talent. Since the young man possessed all the necessary skills, he was appointed leader of the Spirit of Doom group effective today. All members of this group were exceptional individuals, personally selected by Mr. Pu Ilki. Hyuku noted that if the young man couldn't handle them, he would have to resign from his position. The system suggested creating a save point. The protagonist thought that, judging by the circumstances, he might soon find himself in danger. Otherwise, there would be no need to save now. However, the guy wanted to see the description in the information window. The save point was created, but no additional information appeared. The system suggested that the hero watch an episode. He had to give his consent. Part 1. The leaders of the Spirit of Doom subgroups. In a separate room, the subgroup leaders were engaged in a leisurely conversation. Yo Rim, leader of the first Spirit of Doom subgroup, said that someone appointed by the group's leader would be coming to see them. Jok Sun, leader of the second Spirit of Doom subgroup, noted that they had finished the task too quickly. So Ryan speculated that this time they had chosen someone from within their own ranks. The position had been vacant for a long time. Now there are rumors that this person has a personal connection to Mr. Pu Ilki. Yorim asked how she knew that. So Ryan, the leader of the fourth subgroup of the Spirit of Destruction, replied that she simply sensed it. They were similar. Another subgroup commander entered the room and declared that it didn't matter. If the person was useful, they would obey him. Otherwise, he would have to be eliminated. It was Yan Jin, the leader of the third Spirit of Doom subgroup. The system announced that the prologue was now over. Sol Hui was confused and didn't understand where he was. Behind the door was the subgroup commander's room. Our hero put on the Spirit of Doom group's uniform. The system suggested he put on a mask. The young man realized he needed to hide his face because of So Ryan. They had first met during the military trials, but due to numerous restarts, their paths had crossed again at the Cheon-il agency. At that time, he was merely a clerk carrying out orders from the agency head. Wearing a mask, the hero opened the door and entered the room. The subgroup commanders were scrutinizing him closely. Sol Hui wondered, why did it feel as if time had stopped? The system suggested speaking with each subgroup leader. Sol Hui didn't understand how this was possible, but he himself was able to move while doing so. The system suggested listening to Yo Rim's thoughts. The young man agreed. Yo Rim felt that, even after joining the Spirit of Doom, he had never truly mastered the martial arts. All his assignments boiled down to patrolling territories, which is why others looked down on him. He wanted to study the white eyes of the night or confusing waters techniques. Sol Hui thought that the white eyes of the night technique allowed one to see in the dark. He had studied it while learning the theory of surveillance. Our hero began to understand why the head of the education department had taught him all of this, so that he could pass on the knowledge and earn trust. Jok Sun thought he was tired of missions and wanted a real fight that would get his blood pumping. It didn't matter to him who he was facing, as long as they were strong enemies. Yeonjin thought that they were constantly having to clean up after others, and that there was probably someone influential behind the new leader. Sol Hui thought he was hearing nothing but complaints. The protagonist approached the girl. The system asked if he wanted to hear So Ryong's thoughts. So Ryong thought that nothing ever changed, no matter where she was. Everything remained the same. She believed she had to find a way out, or else everyone would perish at the hands of the Supreme Court Lord's assistant. So Ryan wondered if he too wanted to escape from this hell. The protagonist became curious about who she was thinking of. The system reported that the mind reading was complete. The script will continue. Sol Hui addressed those present, reminding them that they knew who he was and that he had no intention of showing sympathy just because of their thoughts. He declared that he didn't care about their opinions and that the world was full of injustice. Those who wanted to obey would obey. The rest could leave. Yeonjin was outraged. Who did he think he was? The protagonist gave him a cold look and said he wasn't finished yet. Yeonjin snorted and turned away without saying another word. Sol Hui added that those who were dissatisfied could attack him right now, even all at once. Yeonjin called him arrogant and rushed into the attack. The protagonist activated turn-based combat mode. The system flagged the perfect moment to strike. Sol Hui instantly found himself behind his opponent. He landed a blow and Yeonjin lost his balance, flying backward. The commander stated that he now understood why the Scarlet and Amber Doom groups didn't take them seriously. He added that such ignoramuses shouldn't be leading subgroups. The commanders became enraged and rushed at Sol Hui. The hero realized that fighting all four at once was a risk even for him. Simulation mode was activated. He decided to fight them all at the same time. So Ryan threw her darts and executed a horizontal swing at a 15-degree angle. Sol Hui easily parried the attack with a single movement. The darts changed course and flew back toward the opponents. One of them missed, while another struck the commander in the chest. Sol Hui pressed his sword against Yeonjin's chest. The battle ended with the hero's victory. The opponents were stunned. Sol Hui asked if he was worthy of the position if he had received it through connections. He added that it was neither a coincidence nor luck. Or were they blaming themselves for making the wrong choice? The protagonist reiterated that he didn't care what they thought, and if they were dissatisfied, they could leave. He wanted to end the conversation quickly and get back to his business. But sensing he was being watched, he decided to pretend he was training them. He added that simply training wasn't enough to become strong. The system reported that the favorability of the Spirit of Doom subgroup leaders had increased. Sol Hui was surprised. Did their standing really need to be raised even further? Left alone, he took off his mask and examined it. He thought that the start of their collaboration had gone well, but danger was always lurking. A peaceful day could turn into a disaster. The best solution was to win them over to his side and complete the mission. Sol Hui recalled Sorian's thoughts and sensed that their paths would cross again. To be prepared for the future, he needed to become even stronger. The day of training for the Spirit of Destruction leaders had arrived. He wondered if they would show up. The protagonist entered the room. The leader said he was late and asked when the training would begin. Sol Hui thought that time would once again pass too quickly. After a month of intensive training, he checked their results. He decided to continue training at the same pace. The system offered 5 options for where to go. Sol Hui realized there was a reason behind this, and now he had more opportunities. The protagonist was transported to the vicinity of the Black Turtle building. Yo Rim appeared from behind a tree and asked what the commander was doing there. Sol Hui replied that he was just looking around, and in turn asked what the subgroup commander was doing there. Yo Rim said he'd come out to get some fresh air. The student added that he was looking forward to today's lesson. Sol Hui thought this guy was acting this way because of his low status. He was polite, but clearly not eager to talk. Our hero wondered why he had ended up here in the first place. After all, they couldn't have just teleported him here for no reason. There had to be a reason behind any of the possibilities. The commander reviewed the remaining teleportation options and decided to check each one. He was teleported to the training ground, but it was Joksun's turn next. The subgroup commander looked back and asked what had happened. Sol Hui replied that he was just taking a walk. Joksun noted that he used to train here sometimes and added that it was time for him to leave and prepare for today's lesson. Sol Hui thought that something was off here and needed to be figured out. Next, our hero was transported to the roof of the Ministry of Education, where he met Yeonjin. Sol Hui remarked that the weather was nice today. The protagonist asked why the student was standing there alone and looking so downcast. Yeonjin replied that it didn't matter and promised to explain next time. Sol Hui speculated that the subgroup leader's favorability ratings influenced their behavior. Sol Hui decided to save the leader's training room for last. If he went to the garden behind the Black Turtle building, he would most likely see So Ryan there. Unlike the other leaders, So Ryan's disposition indicator had shifted from simple curiosity to interest. Just one suggestion she made once had a profound impact on the protagonist's fate. In one of her past lives, she had suggested they escape this hell together. The protagonist was transported to the garden behind the Black Turtle building, but the surroundings there had changed. Our hero found himself in a state similar to an artificial intelligence mode. So Ryan wasn't alone here. She was surrounded by young people, one of whom claimed that she had attacked them. A warrior reported to Mr. Kang that it was this very girl who had initiated the attack. Kang said he had been meaning to reprimand her for a long time, and now was the perfect moment. Until now, he had forgiven her everything because of her looks, but now she had crossed the line. How dare she attack a group from the Red Doom? Had she really forgotten her place? Kang added that he wanted to see how quickly they would knock the arrogance out of her. The squad commander ordered his warriors to completely seal off the area. So Ryan smirked. Could it be that the leader of one of the Red Doom subgroups was still afraid of something? Although, judging by his subordinates, it was clear that he himself wasn't the best fighter either. Kang noticed that the girl was too self-confident, but he was going to fix that right now. He added that the head of their group would personally handle her punishment. A screen appeared in front of the protagonist asking, what will he do to win So Ryan's favor? The young man thought that if he wanted to win her favor, it would be better to step in and help. Sol Hui decided to just watch for now. He chose the option, watch. The squad commander rushed decisively toward the girl with the intention of punishing her. Sarayan wasn't afraid and didn't back down. The protagonist, watching from above, noted that the commander was very fast, while So Ryan, on the contrary, reacted too slowly. However, the girl turned out to be unpredictable. She unexpectedly threw darts at the enemy, who managed to deflect them. So Ryan continued her attack, forcing the enemy to retreat. The protagonist noted that the situation was interesting. She hadn't dealt any damage, but the idea of attaching a string to the darts so they'd return looked well thought out. The question arose again. What would the hero decide to do to win So Ryan's favor? The young man chose to observe once more. So Ryan went on the offensive, landing blow after blow. The sword in her hands became a deadly weapon, and the battle reached a turning point. Sol Hui noted that green chi was a martial art designed to destroy one's spiritual root. So Ryan was indeed a skilled fighter and wielded the sword better than he had expected. Her strength lay in her flawless fundamental technique. However, something wasn't right. Her opponent was the leader of the Red Doom, and he shouldn't be losing so easily. So Ryan asked what he wanted and why he wasn't as weak as he seemed. The question appeared on the screen again. Sol Hui felt the situation growing increasingly strange. He decided to continue watching, even though he realized the opponents were up to something. The leader of the Red Death struck with his hand, and So Ryan was sent flying backward. Q Yan, the leader of the 4th Red Death squad, smiled, his eyes flashing. Sol Hui grew wary. Kang Seok, the leader of the 3rd Red Death squad, reacted the same way. The protagonist realized that they might simply be mocking So Ryan. Her strength was clearly at least half that of theirs. Q Yan continued to attack, forcing the girl into a defensive stance. Blows rained down one after another. The opponent kept laughing while So Ryan took damage. The protagonist noted that Q Yan's technique was more akin to external martial arts. He delivered blows aimed at destroying the body rather than internal energy. Sol Hui realized that So Ryan would not be able to win the fight and decided to activate the shield. However, the shield did not appear and the beating continued. So Ryan found herself on her knees, and Q Yan raised his hand to strike her. The commander of the Scarlet Doom declared that she would not be able to get up. He had not only damaged her meridians, but also disrupted the flow of ki. So Ryan asked how he had done it. Q-Yon replied that there is a martial art called translocation that allows one to alter the position of the meridians. So Ryan pointed out that he would be in trouble if this were to become known. Q-Yon replied that she had attacked first and that justice was on their side. He would not intervene unless they decided to destroy her. The protagonist clutched his head, not knowing how to help her. C.O. Ryan said that the leader of the Spirit of Destruction group wouldn't let this slide. Q-Yon and Kang-suk laughed out loud. Q-Yon asked if she was really talking about the guy Mr. Pu Il-ki had taken under his wing. He added that the guy used to do the dirty work for the Cheon-il agency and that all their leaders were just a bunch of weak fools. Q-Yon suggested she switch sides and join them. In response, So Ryan spat in his face. She declared that even if they locked her up forever, she would never join them. She reminded him that the leader of Silver Spirit wouldn't intervene unless she died, and added that this would come back to haunt him. The girl held up a pill on her tongue and said that those scoundrels would meet their end. Q-Yon replied that she could do whatever she wanted. He already knew she wasn't an ordinary person. He added that just in case, he had blocked her meridians. The man said that now she couldn't move. Tears welled up in Seo Ryan's eyes. Q-Yon heard a noise behind him and turned around, asking who was there. A masked man was approaching the group's leader. The Red Doom warriors had been neutralized and were lying on the ground all around them. Shortly before this, the protagonist had chosen the option, intervene in the fight. So Ryan couldn't believe her eyes. Could this really be the group's leader? Kang Seok asked the masked man who he was. Sol Hui thought he might be imagining things, but So Ryan's voice was trembling. The protagonist grew angry. The situation was all too reminiscent of a previous incident in which his subordinates had suffered. He no longer cared about the layout. The system had become both a blessing and a curse. Sol Hui thought the system seemed to be mocking him. Kang-suk repeated his question after receiving no answer. The masked man said that one of them would die today. He added that he would spare one, just so that person could spread the news. Kang-suk grabbed him by the chest, and the protagonist activated turn-based combat mode. Kang-suk asked if this should be considered a threat of annihilation. The system reported that it had found the hero's weak point and offered a choice. Sol Hui chose face-to-face, and their blows clashed. Kang-suk was struck by a powerful blast. The protagonist activated the martial art, Fierce Flame, and the opponent screamed in pain. Kang-suk clutched his injured arm. His health had plummeted. The protagonist landed a blow to the head. The opponent lost consciousness and fell. The masked man grabbed him by the head and lifted him up, declaring that he wasn't finished yet. Time stood still. The system reported that Q-Yon had found the hero's weak spot and once again offered a choice. Sol Hui chose to defend, exposing Kang-suk to the attack, and Q-Yon attacked his ally. The system noted the perfect moment to attack. Sol Hui chose to attack and closed in on his opponent. He struck Q-Yon in the chest with his palm, and Q-Yon flew backward, screaming in pain. The masked man noted that he had destroyed his opponent's dantian, and now he would be unable to use ki. Q-Yon fell into despair and lunged at the protagonist. The hero stopped him with a blow to the jaw, changing the trajectory of his movement. After that, the protagonist struck his opponent on the head with the hilt of his sword. Another scream rang out. Sol Hui made it clear that he had no intention of letting these scoundrels get away with it. The masked man declared that he was going to tear them to pieces with his own hands. After dealing with these scoundrels, Sol Hui said he even felt a sense of satisfaction. So Ryan approached the captain to express her gratitude. The protagonist said that now he wants to teach his students a few more things so they won't have to endure humiliation from various scoundrels anymore. It will be difficult, but they'll have to endure it. They have no choice. Sol Hui told the girl that they'll have to manage on their own. So Ryan told the captain that she had missed him. Sol Hui asked, "What are you talking about?" So Ryan walked past him and ignored his question. The system reported that So Ryan's status had changed from interest to friendship. The protagonist headed to the leader's training room. The man stood near the bodies of the slain Q-Yon and Kang-suk. He said he was too late. He was just about to intervene when a masked man appeared. It was Bu Yan, the assistant to the leader of the Scarlet Death subgroup. Gun, the leader of the Scarlet Death subgroup, said it was an unexpected appearance by an outsider. Bu Yang isn't to blame for this. Sol Hui, watching from above, thought that these warriors were very strong. They were stronger than martial arts masters. Could this have happened after he beat up Kuyan and Kangsak? Gun said they looked very pathetic. They had been ordered to merely scare her and let her go, but they failed. Moreover, because of this stranger's appearance, they now cannot intervene. The protagonist realized, so they were going to scare So Ryan first, and then those two were supposed to help. But why? Buyan said again that it was his fault. He didn't know just how stupid those two were. Gun declared that this would be enough. Now they won't be able to convince So Ryan to switch sides. It'll be a shame to see such talent go to waste in that subgroup. But since it's come to this, it's best not to leave any evidence behind. Buyan pointed out that they shouldn't go to such extremes just to take out their leader. Squad Commander Gong replied that he agreed. Buyan grabbed the bodies of his comrades and decided to destroy the evidence. Gun began to wonder who this masked stranger could be. Sol Hui noted that time was passing quickly again. The commander continued training the Silver Spirit Squad in their primary martial art. After a month of training, So Rayong's proficiency had increased by 10%. The young man was surprised. Why had he ended up at the door to his room? Sol Hui stepped inside and was surprised to see a man there. Who was he, and why had he entered without permission? The stranger said he was Gun, the leader of the Scarlet Doom. Gun challenged the young man to figure out why he had appeared there. Our hero didn't introduce himself, but he assumed this man already knew who he was. After all, he must have known where he was going. Gong examined the masked man with undisguised interest. After all, it was this very man who had caused the deaths of his subordinates. Sol Hui said that at least two conclusions could be drawn from Gong's words. Sol Hui said that first of all, the man had an excellent mask. Otherwise, Gun wouldn't have come here. Second, the commander of the Scarlet Death subgroup wanted to get to know him. Gun laughed and said that this guy was amusing. The protagonist noted that those two had already told him that. The visitor noted that he was actually there because two of his leaders had recently been killed. Gong added that he had discovered a member of the Spirit of Destruction subgroup was involved in the incident. Moreover, it turned out there was more than one person involved. That's why he decided to come and ask if the young man knew anything about what had happened. Sol Hui thought this guy was testing him, asking questions even though he already knew everything perfectly well. Sol Hui said he had a question of his own. Was that person wearing a mask? His interlocutor replied that he didn't know. Sol Hui thought that Gun considered himself the only one with all the information and was therefore not revealing his full hand. The protagonist said that they had been trying to desert. The young man decided he should use this information against his interlocutor. The guy replied that it wasn't just his people, but also other members of the Silver Spirit Squad. Sol Hui thought that Gong had come here believing that he was the man in the mask. However, since he couldn't answer right away, that meant he wasn't entirely sure. Gong asked who the young man was talking about. Sol Hui surmised that this man had always had external enemies. That was enough to make him doubt. The young man also wondered who it could be. In fact, our hero didn't know the answer, but what he didn't know, his interlocutor might know. Gong had been in the Silver Spirit Squad for a long time. He would immediately think of its most suspicious members. The guest asked, "Does the young man mean the secretary of the Lord of the Supreme Court?" Gong assumed that he had no reason to be active right now. Sol Hui wondered, what is this man talking about now? I need to find out more. Our hero suspected that Gong was trying to hide something. Gong noted that there were plenty of oddities surrounding this case. A loner, belonging to no faction, had simply been wandering around the Supreme Court. Yet suddenly, he became the leader of the Spirit of Doom. In reality, the young man's abilities were greater than what had been described in the reports. The commander of the Scarlet Doom said that the leaders of his group were skilled warriors. The young man shouldn't have been able to defeat them with the skill level attributed to him. Sol Hui thought that his interlocutor wasn't so simple. Not only was he insulting him now, but he also wasn't giving him a chance to respond. By trying to force him to admit that he was stronger than the leaders of the Scarlet Doom, he would secure confirmation that it was indeed he who had destroyed them. Our hero had heard far worse things when he served as a secretary in the High Court. The young man admitted that he had served the Lord of the Supreme Court, but because he belonged to no faction, he was treated like a vagabond. Besides, it really wasn't difficult for him to deal with those two commanders. They were simply pathetic. They couldn't even handle a single spy who caught them off guard. The protagonist asked his interlocutor whether Scarlet Doom was really that weak. Baigong was outraged by what he heard. The protagonist believed that now was not the time to back down. Our hero thought if he used everything he had, he would be able to handle this opponent. If one of them were to be seriously injured or even killed, the one who started the fight would be held responsible. That meant he couldn't be the first to attack. Sol Hui thought that even though their combat strength was nearly equal, his opponent had far more experience. It would be better for both of them if they settled things with words. The protagonist reminded him that the fish rots from the head down. It turns out that the leader of the Scarlet Doom shares the weakness of his subordinates. The young man believed that his opponents had crossed all boundaries by attacking So Ryong. Baigun couldn't hold back and grabbed his sword. The system reported that the opponent had activated Rage. Combat power slightly increased. Sol Hui selected the combat style, Simulation. Baigun attacked our hero. The young man used the Step to the Right, second form of the Fiery Flame martial art. Next, the Dragon's Flame skill was activated. Baigong was forced to retreat. The protagonist drew his sword and delivered a diagonal strike, harnessing the sword's qui. Baigong began to act more cautiously and avoided rushing headlong into the fray. Our hero activated an excess energy burst. Baigong was hit and flew out of the building through a shattered window. The commander of the Scarlet Doom subgroup took damage and began bleeding out. He was baffled. How was this guy able to do that? A turn-based combat style was selected. The protagonist decided to taunt his opponent, even though the battle could have been avoided, partly because of So Ryan, and partly because he himself was curious to see what he was capable of. Baigun said that his opponent had no right to treat him that way. He disagreed. The battle continued with the same intensity. Our hero parried all of his opponent's attacks. Sol Hui noted that his opponent's movements had become fast and unpredictable. Could this be a new technique? Moreover, the QE emanating from his sword made it very difficult to concentrate. The system reported that Baigong had found the hero's weak spot. He must decide on his next move. The young man realized that his opponent had taken advantage of his confusion. The protagonist decided to retreat and flee. However, his opponent landed a devastating blow and wounded our hero. Sol Hui's health had dropped significantly. Baigong landed on the ground and began closing in on the young man. The commander of the Scarlet Doom said that this guy was all talk. Our hero decided it was time to change tactics. The white body martial arts skill was activated. Fortification, icy chainmail. Baigong noticed that this guy had finally decided to take the fight seriously. He said that in that case he would be serious too, and his sword flashed. Baigong asked why the guy had been trying so hard to provoke him. Sol Hui remarked that no one took the Spirit of Destruction subgroup seriously. The young man added that he wanted to teach Baigong's people a lesson. The protagonist added, if the Scarlet Destruction group so much as laid a finger on his subordinates, it would be the end for all of them. Sol Hui released icy energy around himself, forming ice crystals. The protagonist added that things would be different now. Baigong realized he had fallen into a trap and that his opponent was completely out of his league. The protagonist inflicted a serious wound on his opponent. However, Baigong was also able to attack our hero, dealing damage to him. The system reported that the hero and his opponent had found each other's weak points. The protagonist used the white body martial art, Icy Moon. His opponent was attacked once again. As a result of this battle, Sol Hui and Baigong were simultaneously dealing damage and losing health. Previously, our hero believed that high combat power was the most important factor for survival. That is why he focused on increasing it. However, he had to sacrifice his other stats. Baigong said that the young man didn't look very well. Apparently, he was in trouble. Our hero had a chance to win this battle, but his low health and key stats held him back. The commander of the Scarlet Doom subgroup swung to strike. Our hero began to retreat, trying to make the best decision given the situation. The young man realized he had only one option left. The God of Wind skill was activated. This is a martial art of incredible power that requires no QI. It will help turn the situation in his favor. However, the chance of successfully executing it is slim. If nothing has changed since his training days, the probability is no more than 50% right now, but he needs the right opportunity. Sol Hui struck using the God of Wind skill. His opponent was surprised. What is this guy doing? However, it was a direct hit. But this time, it was Bai Gun who was hit. Our hero's health dropped to near zero. Sol Hui stopped resisting and fell to the ground. Bai Gong declared that he was already tired of all this. Standing before him was the leader of the Spirit of Destruction, in name only. Wasn't he ashamed in front of his subordinates? The commander of the Scarlet Destruction said that if his opponent knew what shame was, he wouldn't be wearing that mask. He had come up against a particularly pathetic opponent. Destroying him would bring no honor. Our hero had one idea for how to deal with this opponent, but he didn't want it to come to that. If he destroyed him, many other problems would arise. Bigong looked back and saw that Sol Hui had gotten back to his feet. The commander of the Scarlet Doom asked what else this weakling had to say to him. Sol Hui switched his fighting style to artificial intelligence. Bigong said that if the boy didn't surrender, he'd have no choice. For the sake of Master Pu Ilki, he'd spare the young man's life, but at least one of his arms would be injured. The artificial intelligence activated icy whirlwinds around itself, using them to attack its opponent. Bai Gong lost his balance, became disoriented, and began spinning erratically in the air. After the weakened body of the Scarlet Doom subgroup commander crashed to the ground, his opponent approached him. The AI asked Sol Hui, was it really worth inviting him just for such a trifle? After that, the AI withdrew from the fight. After a while, Bigong began to stir. Sol Hui said that he had finally come to. The commander asked, did I really lose? Bigong asked if that move at the end of the battle was one of the 4 great martial arts. Sol Hui nodded in affirmation. The commander of the Scarlet Doom squad suggested that the young man had been hiding his true strength. Sol Hui replied that he had simply been lucky. Bigong said that the young man was trying to console him. Sol Hui replied that the commander could think whatever he wanted. The young man added that he wanted to learn more about the secretary of the Supreme Chamber. Baigan noted that some of his men had died while spying on him. The commander added that when they tried to investigate what had happened, Mr. Pu Ilki ordered them not to interfere. He couldn't influence the situation in any way. He couldn't even get his men to take action. Sol Hui thought that things weren't quite as simple as they seemed. Our hero thought surely what had happened was somehow connected to him. It was he who had told the Earth Demon about the weakness of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber. But what really happened to the members of the Silver Spirit Group? Bigong said he simply wanted to find out what Sol Hui was really like. If the guy turned out to be a weakling, he could lure his subordinates over to his side. That's why they decided to provoke Sol Ryong first. The commander added that he hadn't suspected his men were capable of such vulgar behavior. He apologized for that. Sol Hui wondered whether this man had decided to apologize sincerely or was trying to force him to admit that he was the one who had beaten up his men. He was definitely very cunning. The protagonist noted that he wasn't proud of his own behavior either. He asked his interlocutor if he really thought they were enemies. Sol Hui took off his mask. Baigun asked why he was doing that. The protagonist replied that he hadn't intended to hide his face, but circumstances had forced him to do so. At first, our hero didn't want So Ryan to know who he was, which is why he wore the mask. It was also partly to prepare for his confrontation with the Secretary of the Supreme Council. The system reported that Baigun's interest in the hero had increased. Sol Hui decided there was nothing wrong with friendship. Our hero lay down on the grass nearby and said he was very tired and wanted to rest. Early in the morning, the leaders of the Spirit of Destruction learned how Sol Hui defeated Baigun. Yunjin immediately thought that their commander was not like everyone else. Apparently, when they were fighting, he had held back to be on equal footing with them. Yerim remarked that if that were true, he was surprised that the commander had achieved such a high level of martial arts proficiency. Could it be that they now have such a great captain? John Sok also thought that their commander was an unusual person. He needed to treat him better. The morale of the Spirit of Doom subgroup leaders had improved. Sol Hui opened his eyes lying in his bed. The young man thought that he had merely defeated the leader of the Scarlet Doom, yet their morale had already improved significantly. The protagonist didn't understand what had happened to him or why he couldn't move. Sok Du appeared at the open window. He was delighted to see that Sol Hui had woken up. He explained that earlier that morning he'd noticed the broken door to the room and decided to fix it. Sol Hui told him to let him know next time if he planned to drop by. After a good rest, the protagonist got out of bed and stretched. Finally, he could move again. Another problem solved, so it was time to save his progress. At the start of the day, the system prompted him to choose his schedule for the 96th heavenly year, 11th month. The protagonist chose train the leaders of the Spirit of Destruction. Sol Hui was going to rest a bit and then get down to fulfilling his military duties. But since his subordinates' favor had increased after the victory over Begun, he now needed to raise their favor to the maximum. Sol Hui moved to the leaders' training room. Here, the Silver Spirit Squad was being trained in their primary martial art, the expert-level martial art of destroying the spiritual root. Our hero carefully monitored the students' mastery of the martial art of destroying the spiritual root, as practiced by the leaders of the Spirit of Destruction. Their skills had improved. The system reported that the Spirit of Destruction subgroup leaders' ranking had increased. The protagonist noted that he had been training them for 4 months, yet their ranking hadn't budged from 80. Was there anything else he needed to do? However, further training for the Spirit of Destruction leaders was no longer available. Apparently, this was because their ranking wasn't improving. The young man decided to head to the Spirit of Doom leader's resting place. He found himself once again beneath a huge tree resembling a baobab. Instead of resting, one of the disciples was honing his swordsmanship. Sol Hui tried to be quiet so as not to disturb them. However, a dry branch lay under his foot. It snapped, and Sol Hui was discovered. Joksun turned around and asked how long the captain had been standing there. The protagonist replied that he had just arrived. The warrior remarked that it was simply amazing. He hadn't even sensed when the commander had approached. Sol Hui noted that this man's voice had changed, perhaps because his rank had risen. Joksun said he had something he'd like to ask the commander. Is it true that Sol Hui wasn't this strong before? How did the commander manage to get stronger so quickly? The system prompted him to choose one of the possible answer options. The options weren't the same as before, which means any answer could be correct. Sol Hui noted that he isn't asked pointless questions. So, the choice of answer could affect Joksun's disposition. What really matters is what follows the answer. In that case, he needs to tell his story. The commander chose the response option, out of desperation. Sol Hui asked Joksun where he was from. The young man replied that he didn't remember himself. The protagonist remarked that it had been a long time since he'd been back home. In any case, it's not the kind of past one wants to recall often. However, all he still remembers is the screeching of livestock and the smell of blood. When you have to slaughter cows and pigs, their screeching is ear-piercing. Each one screams in its own way. Horror can be heard in all these cries. Sol Hui added that he never managed to get used to these sounds. On top of that, the smell of blood and raw meat makes the work even harder. The protagonist noted that he didn't know if his childhood memories would help his conversation partner find a reason to become stronger, but that would be his answer. Sol Hui added that in their village, the butcher's shops reeked of blood, but the smell of urine and feces was much worse. Joksun said that he too had been a butcher. Sol Hui suggested they sit down and have a thorough talk. Our hero remarked that when he was a child, his stomach growled more often than he blinked. Did Joksun also hide leftover meat under the table? The apprentice laughed and said that he did indeed do that, especially in the winter. The commander remarked that frozen meat wouldn't yield to a knife, so he used an axe instead. Joksun smiled again and said that because of this, pieces of meat would fly everywhere. He'd pick them up and eat them, letting them thaw right in his mouth. All the villagers believed that butchers had the best life of all. While the rest chewed on grass, roots, and bark, the butchers never had to go hungry. Sol Hui thought that no matter how far his path as a martial arts master, whose life depended solely on his sword, might take him, he would always look back on his childhood with fondness. The commander noted that he had been in a desperate situation and that very hopelessness had helped him become stronger. Jock's son asked the commander why he hadn't been trained while serving in the Supreme Chamber. According to rumors, Sol Hui was a loner. The commander replied that he had failed the trials. The apprentice was surprised, since the captain was skilled at controlling demonic ki. Sol Hui realized the young man was surprised, but many of those who resist demonic impulses end up doing the dirty work. That's why he had to take a risk. He began searching the Supreme Chamber Secretary's office to find something that would help him become stronger. Jock's son was surprised. Could it really be in the office of the Secretary of the Supreme Chamber himself? Sol Hui replied that he had been lucky enough to find the old man's weak spot. Thanks to that, he had met Mr. Pu Ilki. The apprentice said that was simply amazing. The captain's desperation had led him to commit a reckless act. The commander dared to risk his life and rose to his current position. Sol Hui smiled and replied that it sounded about right. The system reported that the hero had succeeded in convincing Jock's son. His favor has been raised to the maximum. The warrior said that if the commander had any questions, he was welcome to ask them. The system offered a list of possible questions, but the protagonist decided it didn't matter which one he chose. Most likely, he could select all the options one by one. The captain said he was interested in the future of warriors whose demonic impulses weren't strong enough. Jock's son replied that this was simply terrible. They couldn't accept the obvious. If a warrior is weak, then he's already as good as dead. That is precisely why the warriors of the Supreme Court are stronger than the rest. The apprentice added that the members of the Silver Spirit Squad, who had been following the secretary, had vanished. They were the leaders of the Scarlet Doom. Most likely, they used rebirth powder so they wouldn't be recognized. If that's the case, then the secretary already suspects the Silver Spirit Squad. He knows he's being watched. If he thinks about it carefully, he might even figure out exactly who it is. Jock's son added that the Silver Spirit Squad is in danger, and Mr. Pu Ilki's influence within the sect has also weakened. This means their role in all of this has become more important. Sol Hui thought that the map he had brought was the cause of all these problems. Future missions would not be easy. Sol Hui asked one last question. He was interested in information about equipment. Good equipment helps in battle. Certain types of weapons are available not only to subgroup leaders but also to the main leader. If they're lucky enough to obtain the desired equipment, their combat capabilities will increase. The type of weapon used and one's aptitude for it are also very important. Weapons have different capabilities as well. Jock's son noted that if the captain manages to get good weapons for the leaders, it will help them successfully complete their missions. There are various ways to do this, by completing missions, requests, and military duties. If you have the money, you can simply buy them, though the prices are exorbitant. Sol Hui thanked him for the useful information and added that he had enjoyed the conversation. Jock's son said it was time for him to leave. He still had unfinished business. The protagonist surmised that the information he'd received from Jock's son would come in handy in the future. Now, he had something to think about. Suddenly, our hero spotted a strange place. It was the place Jock's son had gone to. Sol Hui was surprised. Could it be that he was now seeing through Jock's son's eyes? Someone called out to the young man. Sim Gui, the leader of the Supreme Court, emerged from behind a tree. He said he wanted to ask a few questions. The system informed him that he had to make a choice. Try to attack or wait. Sol Hui wondered, what was he doing here? The protagonist thought, was he really supposed to fight this scoundrel right now? There was no point in that. Sol Hui had given it his all. He'd been on the brink of death countless times and never shied away from any training, although he'd learned a great deal and gained new skills through countless battles. However, the leader of the Supreme Court was far stronger than anyone could imagine. Sol Hui wondered in surprise, why was this old man here? This is the territory of the Silver Spirit Group. They have no connection to the Supreme Court. Besides, it's best not to come here without a reason. Sol Hui decided he needed more information, so he chose the option. Wait. Jok Seong bowed and asked what the secretary was doing here. The old man replied that he had business here. Wasn't this where the leader of the spirit of destruction was located? The protagonist was surprised. Why would the secretary of the Supreme Chamber need him? Sol Hui thought that in this life, he had no connection whatsoever to the leader of the Supreme Court. He hadn't had a chance to receive any assignments from him because he'd been transferred to the Cheong-il department. There, he'd managed to persuade the Earth Demon. Could it be that the problem was that he dealt with the department's employees? Jok Seong asked the chief, was he looking for the captain, perhaps? Sim Gui asked where he could meet him. Sol Hui thought that since they had parted ways with the apprentice only recently, it would be easy to find him. But if Jok Seong remained silent, the young man would face serious trouble. Joksun bowed and said he didn't know for sure, since the leader of the spirit of destruction had only recently been appointed. Simgui replied that he understood everything. The old man asked, isn't it customary in such cases to say that the young man will find the captain and bring him here? Joksun was surprised. The old man noticed this and struck him across the face. He said that there were plenty of scoundrels around whom no one had bothered to raise properly. Joksun bowed again and asked the leader of the Supreme Court for forgiveness. Simgui declared, if the boy wanted to be forgiven, he had to prove that he was sincerely sorry. He threw a dagger at the young man's feet. Sol Hui recalled the time when the leader of the Supreme Court had thrown a dagger at his feet. That time, the old man had wanted the boy to injure his own hand. Our hero cursed viciously at the old man. He was infinitely angry. Our hero thought that this vile old man was still humiliating people in the same disgusting way. The young man felt an unquenchable desire to destroy this old man. Sol Hui believed he had to intervene immediately. Despite the old man's status, Sol Hui and Joksun were members of the Silver Spirit Group. Overstepping one's authority must still have compelling reasons, although what our hero feared might not actually happen. Joksun asked, why is the leader of the Supreme Court doing this? The young man pointed out that he was a member of the Silver Spirit Group and served Lord Puil-Ki. If the leader was dissatisfied with his behavior, he could file a formal complaint. If the Earth Demon found out that Simgui was pressuring him simply because he hadn't answered where his captain was, he wouldn't let it slide. Sol Hui was pleased with his student's answer. It was the correct answer. A member of the Silver Spirit Group should refer to Puil-Ki. The old man smiled in response and told Hyukbi to come to him. An assistant immediately appeared behind the old man. Hyukbi knelt before the old man and handed him the dagger. The protagonist wondered what Simgui was about to do. The old man suddenly plunged the dagger into the girl's shoulder. Blood spurted in all directions. Joksun was stunned by what he saw. The girl silently accepted this punishment. The old man said that Hyukbi must now destroy this young man. The girl activated her blade and looked at Joksun. The young man was frightened. He understood that Hyukbi was a vassal of the leader of the Supreme Court, that she was very strong, and that she would not disobey her master's order. Joksun drew his sword from its sheath and prepared for battle. The old man continued to hold the blood-stained dagger in his hand. The protagonist realized that if Joksun wounded his subordinate, this young man could be legally eliminated. Our hero realized that the old man had decided to settle the score with Joksun simply because he didn't like the young man. Hyukbi was faster and plunged her blade into her opponent's shoulder, piercing the young man's body right through. Joksun screamed in pain and jumped back. Hyukbi closed in on her opponent once more. They stared intently at each other. The young man suffered another wound. Now both his shoulders were bleeding. Sol Hui thought that Joksun was certainly no match for her. She was a far stronger warrior. She could destroy him with a single blow, yet she chose not to. Hyukbi was trying to force him to surrender through blood loss and unbearable pain. The girl was acting like an animal toying with its prey. Hyukbi swung again to strike. The old man said that would be enough. Joksun exhaled with relief. The girl indifferently lowered her weapon. Simgui asked the young man if he knew that his captain, to whom he had sworn allegiance, had in fact abandoned his subordinates. Sol Hui used to be a simple soldier who roamed the grounds of the Supreme Chamber. He was in charge of a small flying faction. When he received the assignment, he got scared and delegated it to his subordinates, after which he defected to the side of the heavenly demon's fourth disciple. As a result, his subordinates died, but he succeeded and became a captain. This guy was just lucky, and he rose through the ranks. Does the young man really want to serve him after hearing all that? The protagonist realized that this old man knew everything. Most likely, when Pu Ilgi began tailing Simgui and sending his men to the Supreme Court, he noticed that his map was missing. The old man noticed that the young man's wounds were serious. If he didn't see a doctor right away, he could die. The leader of the Supreme Court added that he would be brief. Simgui asked where the head of the spirit of destruction lived. The protagonist looked at his disciple and waited for his reaction. Joxiong remained silent. After a while, the young man replied that he had remembered everything. The old man told the young man to hurry up with his answer and speak louder. Jock's son moved closer to the old man. The old man waited impatiently. The young man looked at Simgi and spat in his face. Jock's son declared that this would be his answer. The young man added that he used to be a butcher. To someone like him, the life of a person such as the leader of the Supreme Court is no more valuable than that of an insect. Jock's son remarked that this was precisely why he liked the captain. Although the captain used to be even weaker than him, he is now stronger. Isn't that amazing? The young man added that someone like the leader of the Supreme Court could never understand anything about their lives. The young man said that the captain's words had impressed him. Jock's son didn't finish his sentence and fell face down from blood loss. Sol Hui watched silently from his elevated position. The system offered a choice: try to attack or wait. Sol Hui chose not to act because he didn't want to die. However, there must be a limit to everything, and there must be a limit to cowardice as well. In order to survive, Sol Hui had put his subordinates in harm's way time and time again. However, he had 2 lives to spare. The young man chose the option: attack. Sol Hui, wearing a mask and wielding a sword, appeared in the clearing and headed toward the leader of the Supreme Court. The protagonist decided that from now on, he would always act this way. The system reported that 2 or more hostile targets had been detected. He must select the target to be attacked first. Sol Hui was surprised. Could he really choose even in this situation? Our hero chose the leader of the Supreme Court as his target. Interruption mode was activated. Simgi and Hek B saw a glowing mass of energy high in the sky, descending toward them. The energy cluster transformed into a swirling current, and its speed increased. The old man and the girl were exposed to the harmful effects of this current, and their condition worsened. The system reported that a perfect opportunity had arisen. The hero had found Hek B's weak spot. He needed to decide on his next move. Sol Hui pondered, what would be best to use in this situation? Which martial art? Our hero was caught between 2 opponents. He was in the line of fire. The young man thought that the martial art of the fierce flame wouldn't make sense, since he had a weapon. If strength were the main consideration, wind would be best, but this art is poorly understood. The young man chose the 9th form, Phantom Sword. As a result of this attack, it was a direct hit. Hek B was forced to step back. Sol Hui thought that thanks to the wound the secretary had inflicted on the girl, her health had already dropped. Now was truly the perfect opportunity. Sol Hui understood that everything now depended on the situation. There were only 2 options to choose from. The young man chose the white body martial art, Icy Moon. Now Hek B was moving 20% slower. Her health had also been reduced. Sol Hui thought this was excellent. Now he had to keep up the momentum. The system reported that the leader of the Supreme Court had found the hero's weak point. A next action must be selected. Sol Hui realized this was the last chance fate had given him. The screen appeared, even though he hadn't even moved from his spot beforehand. The old man truly is a martial arts master at the level of an emerging supreme demon. However, the young man had no intention of retreating, because otherwise he would lose his chance to attack. The combat mode was selected, Simulation. Our hero chose Hek B as his target. Next, the young man selected the option, Strike Hek B without losing health. Solhui understood that from the very moment he entered the battle, his goal was to land a critical hit on Hek B. Above the girl's head was the text, +4 lives. The young man was determined to destroy the Supreme Court leader's vassal at all costs. Simulation mode was activated. Seum-gui lunged at our hero. The protagonist executed his moves 5 times faster than his normal attack speed. The old man appeared behind the protagonist and prepared to strike. The Supreme Court leader activated his unique skill. His palm seemed to turn into fire. Our hero calculated that when the leader of the Supreme Court was close enough, he would use the breathing technique of the martial art of destroying the spiritual root, the small root. Sol Hui felt the heat of the master's attack, but his unique skills helped the young man withstand the pressure. In simulation mode, the young man didn't understand the purpose of the calculations, but the point was to precisely replicate the shadow's movements. Now, he must use the small root technique to concentrate the flame into a single point. Next, he must turn around and strike with his sword. 4 strokes move 100 jin, and nothing can stop this. He was defenseless against such a move. The old man could not interfere with our hero's actions. He could only acknowledge that his assistant was losing this battle. In the Chamber of Fragrant Heavens, our hero heard a story about a technique that allows one to steal an opponent's strength, the technique of depletion. To defeat a strong opponent, one must use a minimum of force. This technique turns the opponent's own strength against them. The simulation was complete. After that, the old man sprang into action and, using the grapple skill, seized the young man by the throat. Sol Hui's mask began to burn. The old man recognized our hero's face. The young man smiled and asked if Sim Gui was really surprised. The reality was that the leader of the Supreme Court could do nothing. He simply watched as his subordinate perished. In fact, the one who leaves his subordinates to perish is none other than the leader of the Supreme Court himself. The old man screamed loudly and mustered all his strength to deal with Sol Hui. Our hero returned to the save point. The 97th heavenly year had been loaded. Leader's favor had increased. The protagonist thought, feeling the heat of the flame accumulation martial art as it engulfs your entire body is excruciatingly painful. For the first time since Sol Hui began traveling through time, he was in such agony. In any case, it was good that the simulation had succeeded and he'd managed to defeat Hek B. The young man looked at his reflection in the mirror. Above his head was the inscription, 5 coins. Sol Hui thought, if he continued to improve, he would definitely have a chance to strike this demon with a combat power of 30 million. However, the gap between them was still too great at the moment. Now was not the time to fight this scoundrel. Lives couldn't be thrown away so carelessly. Sol Hui reflected that he had managed to destroy Hek B and had even witnessed Sim Gui in a rage. Now he needed to figure out how to handle this situation. Our hero decided that the first priority was to send Joksun away. Sim Gui would only appear once his favor had been raised to the maximum. That meant he had to send his apprentice somewhere else before Sim Gui showed up. Sol Hui looked around. Where had the sword gone? After all, he hadn't put it in his inventory. The young man was upset because it was a very important sword, an excellent weapon that boosted all his abilities. Sol Hui decided to try to remember. The weapon might still be where he'd left it. Before the battle with the leader of the Supreme Court, the sword had been in the young man's hands. If the cause and effect relationship remained intact, then the sword should be where it was left after his death. Our hero found himself once again in the clearing beneath a huge tree where Joksun was training at that moment. The warrior turned around and asked in surprise, "Is the captain really here? How long has he been here?" The protagonist thought that this young man had remained loyal to him until his very death. It was the first time he had seen such devotion from a subordinate. Our hero decided he would do everything in his power to ensure Joksun survived. The apprentice said the captain should listen to him but not to take it the wrong way. Joksun held up the sword and asked, "Isn't this the captain's weapon?" It was hard to believe, but the sword was just lying there. The protagonist realized he had been right. He told the apprentice that he had come here specifically for the sword. Sol Hui realized that all the items he had possessed remained in the same place after his death. Jok-sun said that he also wanted to ask the captain something. The protagonist managed to convince the apprentice. His favorability reached its maximum. After that, Sol-hui told Jok-sun to return to the training room. The commander added that there was no need to ask any questions. Jok-sun had to return to the training room right away. Sol-hui suspected that the boy had caught on to something, but since he already trusted him, he wouldn't disobey. Once this matter was settled, Sol-hui proceeded to carry out the next phase of his plan. Our hero climbed onto a tree branch and began observing from there. The leader of the Supreme Court appeared in the clearing. Everything went as expected. The protagonist tried to figure out where the old man was headed next. Two possible answers came to mind. The young man thought, if a screen appeared, then everything was fine. Sol-hui wondered where he should go next. He had a feeling that a new mission was waiting for him in the garden behind the Black Turtle building. At some point, the protagonist moved and found himself on the wall surrounding the garden. Sol-hui heard a noise and hid. He saw a man running. Looking more closely, the young man realized it was Yeon-jin running. But where was he running to so quickly? The protagonist surmised that someone was chasing this warrior. Sure enough, after a while, Hekbi appeared, running in the same direction. Without revealing his presence, the protagonist continued to watch. But why was she chasing his student? The leader of the Supreme Court appeared right behind the girl. Our hero was presented with a choice, help or watch. He chose the first option. Yeon-jin kept running, but he was tormented by the question. Why was she trying to kill him? Had he really done something wrong? The young man was in the garden. It was his day off, so none of the members of the Silver Spirit group were there. At that moment, he was attacked by his pursuer. The attack hit its mark. Yeon-jin thought there was a great distance between them, but the tip of her sword reached him. Something wasn't right here. It was as if she could destroy him at any moment, but for some reason didn't want to. As if she were cornering a beast. At that moment, the protagonist was behind the student. Yeon-jin heard a strange sound behind him and turned around. Sol-hui signaled for him not to make a sound. Yeon-jin realized the captain was standing right next to him. Anticipating the question, the protagonist said he would explain everything later. However, they couldn't stay there. The captain grabbed the student by the collar and dragged him to a safe place. Yeon-jin realized he was now safe, so he tried to calm down and rest. The student asked the captain, "What's going on here?" Sol-hui replied that he would explain everything later. There was no time for conversation. They might be found soon. Yeon-jin asked if the commander knew her. Sol-hui replied that the girl's name was Hekbi. She was a vassal of the leader of the Supreme Court. The protagonist took off his outer garment and told Yeon-jin to do the same. The young men exchanged clothes. The commander said this was necessary so that she would chase after him. Yeon-jin blushed with embarrassment but agreed. Sol-hui remembered that Simgui had asked Jok-sun where his commander lived. However, this time, Yeon-jin caught the old man's eye. By threatening the lives of the subgroup leaders, the old man is trying to act in a way that prevents Pu-il-ki from finding out about his actions. Simgui surely needs information about that map. Yeon-jin wondered if this would work, since they were so different from each other. Maybe it would be better to fight her? Sol-hui asked what they would do if the leader of the Supreme Court joined them as well. In that case, they wouldn't survive. Sol-hui told Yeon-jin not to worry about his appearance. The commander removed his mask. His face had become identical to Yeon-jin's thanks to the transformation skill. The apprentice remarked that it was simply amazing. Where did the commander learn to do that? Sol-hui replied that he had his own methods. Yeon-jin regretted that he couldn't help at all. Sol-hui pointed out that as captain, he had to take responsibility for his subordinates. The system reported that the hero had succeeded in winning Yeon-jin's favor. It is now at its maximum. The system reported that Yeon-jin could provide additional information on how to raise the simulation level. As a result, the simulation was raised to level 2. It can now display more optimal solutions. The system is ready to calculate the optimal option based on the specific situation. Sol-hui realized that the optimal solution changes depending on the circumstances. This was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. The protagonist told the student it was time to leave. They said goodbye. Sol-hui activated his far-sightedness skill and saw Hekbi at the end of the street. She was approaching purposefully. The protagonist realized that the girl had spotted him, so he selected the Simulation Combat Mode, Level 2. Unexpectedly, an information window popped up with options for further actions. Now he needed to ask a question, and the optimal course of action would appear on the screen. Our hero wanted to know how he could escape from Heck B. A solution was found. Sol Hui saw the route and set off along the indicated path. Despite the obstacles, the protagonist continued moving, using the traceless ghost step technique. In places where a straight stretch allowed him to pick up speed, Sol Hui increased his pace. Once again, he employed the traceless ghost step technique, but this time in its third form, free path. Finally, our hero arrived at his final destination. The system reported that he had reached his destination. People nearby wondered who this guy was. Bai Gun told the stranger to state his name and affiliation. Sol Hui looked up and saw his pursuer on the roof of the neighboring building. Heck B had caught up to him and was still watching. The girl and the protagonist, disguised as a student, stared intently at each other. Since the young man wasn't alone, the girl changed her plans and left in an unknown direction. Sol Hui breathed a sigh of relief. B Gun asked again who this guy was. Did he really want to fight? The protagonist replied that he wouldn't fight Bai Gun again. The young man deactivated his transformation skill and appeared in his true form. B Gun was surprised. Could this really be the captain of the Spirit of Destruction? Sol Hui noted that he had survived thanks to B Gun, for which he thanked him. Sim Gui asked the girl if she had lost track of him, but she had never made a mistake before. The old man added that it was apparently not easy to catch someone without drawing attention. The leader of the Supreme Court remarked that if things had turned out this way, they would have to find another way. Sol Hui realized that he had one last chance to win the leader's favor. Our hero was transported to the chambers of the heavenly demon's fourth disciple. 4 days had passed. Sol Hui was surprised when he saw So Ryong and Yo Rim standing back to back with their swords drawn. The disciples were forming a circular defense. They were surrounded by strangers. Sol Hui, looking down at the scene from above, couldn't understand what was happening there. Among those present were Cho Kwa and Yang Gyok, the first and second blades of the Supreme Chamber. Sol Hui knew they were assassins from the Supreme Chamber. There was also a group of 10 warriors, each of whom carried out secret missions for the leader of the Supreme Court. Yo Rim asked a logical question. Why had they appeared here? Did they even realize where they were now? This was the jurisdiction of the Earth Demon. Cho Kwa said he was interested in answers to several questions. Where was the leader of the Spirit of Destruction now? The protagonist hadn't expected anything else. Our hero realized that he was their target. The leader of the Supreme Court proved to be extremely persistent. Yo Rim replied that they did not have such information. Yang Kyuk realized that they wouldn't reach an agreement through words alone. Yo Rim said that when Mr. Pu Il-ki invited him over, he thought he would be trained. So Ryong speculated that the Earth Demon had nothing to do with this. After all, he hadn't personally invited them here. The Supreme Court leader's assassins rushed to attack the young people. Yo Rim dodged his opponent's blow and counterattacked. So Ryan also fought back against the ruthless attackers. Sol Hui watched silently from a safe vantage point on high ground. However, the odds were stacked against them. The protagonist realized his students couldn't handle it. They didn't stand a chance. The system offered the hero a choice: try to fight or wait. Sol Hui pondered his choice, assuming that the assassins would spare these two since they weren't the intended targets. However, the young man didn't want to go through the same situation he'd experienced with Jock Sun. The protagonist chose the option, try to fight. Sol Hui selected the combat type, level 2 simulation, and charged into the attack. As he approached his opponents, our hero asked the system, "How can I eliminate all the Supreme Court's assassins?" The system provided the answer. He must deal 60% damage. In that case, he would be able to critically wound all members of the group. Sol Hui thought this was risky, but he wouldn't be able to manage without a simulation. The opponents were surprised. Who was this guy? The protagonist activated the white body martial arts skill, White March. The assassins didn't understand what was happening to them. However, they lost the ability to move. Sol Hui used the ghost's traceless step. Two opponents were eliminated. One of the assassins crept up from behind and attacked unexpectedly. Sol Hui realized he wouldn't be able to dodge in this position. That meant he'd have to take the hit. Our hero blocked the attacker's strike and employed the martial art of destroying the spiritual root. The ninth form, Phantom Sword. The assassin was wounded and began to bleed out. However, there were casualties. Sol Hui was also wounded. The young man suffered a 60% loss of health. This was a necessary and sufficient condition for achieving the goal. The confrontation continued. Sol Hui remained firmly on his feet despite his bleeding wound. The simulation wasn't over yet. The protagonist understood that he had to deal with his opponents. Yo Rim said that the captain was in danger because he was seriously wounded. Sol Hui shouted at his student to be quiet. He knows what he's doing. Sol Hui realized that he was the killer's target. They must not realize that the person they're looking for is right in front of them. The system reported that the hero's movements did not match the suggested ones. The killer launched another attack on the protagonist. The young man thought he had ruined everything. The attacker began to change his appearance. His body was filling with excess energy. As a result of these changes, an explosion occurred. Sol Hui was knocked aside by the shockwave. The young man managed to land on his feet. He was almost unharmed. Suddenly, a voice from behind him said that these scoundrels had decided to attack the Silver Spirit group. Sol Hui and his students turned around and saw that Sim Gui, the leader of the Supreme Court, had appeared in the room. The old man said that this was simply disgusting. Yo Rim was surprised to see the leader of the Supreme Court here. The old man snapped his fingers and another explosion occurred, accompanied by a bright flame. The protagonist realized that this scoundrel was covering his tracks. He couldn't let anyone find out that these were his men. Sol Hui, of course, knew who this man was, but still, only a madman would destroy his own subordinates as if their lives meant nothing. The old man had said that these people might be in great danger. Was everything all right? Sim Gai told the protagonist that, judging by what he had seen, he was facing a skilled warrior. Which subgroup is this young man from? The leader of the Supreme Court suggested that he knew this young man. Perhaps they had already met. The old man told the young man to remove his mask. He added that this would be a favor to his savior. Sim Gui suggested that they greet each other properly face to face. Isn't that how it's done? Sol Hui didn't know what to do. The young man couldn't think of a reason to refuse. He needed to distract the old man or simply run away, but that was impossible. It was also unclear what would happen to So Ryan and Yo Rim. Pu Ilgi suddenly appeared. The Earth Demon said they had strayed too far. Sol Hui thought this might be his salvation. The old man looked down angrily. Sim Gui looked at the Earth Demon and said in surprise, "Is he already here?" Some time passed. Pu Ilgi and Sim Gui sat across from each other at a table drinking tea. The Earth Demon said there had been a commotion near his quarters and asked what had happened. The old man replied that apparently some scoundrels had managed to sneak into the Silver Spirit Group's territory. He had decided to take matters into his own hands and deal with them. The old man added that it seemed to him as if the members of the Spirit of Doom were in danger, so he couldn't help but intervene. Pu Ilki remarked that it was an amazing coincidence. The leader of the Supreme Court happened to be nearby. The Earth Demon added that Sim Gui had even managed to warn him, and it was extremely timely. Pu Ilki said that everything had worked out perfectly and purely by chance. He would try to figure out who these people were and why they had traveled such a long way to his chambers. However, this would be difficult, since they hadn't left any traces behind. Sim Gui noted that he must have been in such a hurry to help the members of the Silver Spirit Group that he went a little overboard. They had almost managed to deal with those who set the trap, but not quite. These could have been dangerous people, so he had to use maximum force. Pu Ilki realized that the leader of the Supreme Court had taken matters into his own hands and dealt harshly with those people. The old man noted that due to spies who had recently infiltrated his territory, he was now on edge. Simgai bowed and apologized for the inconvenience caused. Pu Ilgi replied that he saw nothing wrong with it, since there was no room for hard feelings between them. The young man asked why the leader of the Supreme Court had wanted to see him. The old man replied that Lord Salma wanted to convey a message. Sim Gi added that he did not dare to repeat his words, so he had written them down. With that, he handed the scroll to the earth demon. The scroll contained only one phrase. "This must be stopped immediately." Pu Ilki asked, "Did he really say that?" The old man replied that he had written down only what he had heard. The earth demon angrily threw the scroll in the old man's face. Pu Ilki added that this was his answer. What would the leader of the Supreme Court do now? The old man was furious but said nothing in response. The earth demon asked what was wrong. Could it be that the leader of the Supreme Court was angry? Pu Ilki asked if he could start acting crazy and turn everything upside down. The young man asked if Simgui thought the earth demon wasn't all that strong and could be defeated. He was physically weak, and his status in the sect wasn't very high. Pu Ilki said that the leader of the Supreme Court surely thinks exactly that he, Pu Ilki, is the weakest among the heavenly demon's disciples. If you don't take his title of Star of Destruction into account, he's much weaker than the other disciples. For the leader of the Supreme Court, he is an easy opponent. How dare he be so insolent? Simgui replied that he would never harm the heavenly demon's fourth disciple. He is merely an old man carrying out orders. The leader of the Supreme Court added that he dares not speak out of turn when it comes to the affairs of the great heavenly demon's disciples. The old man added that he considered it inappropriate to voice his limited opinion in the presence of the master. Simgi rose from the table and said he would convey this response to Master Salma. Pu Ilki asked if the leader of the Supreme Court had found what he had recently lost. Wasn't that why he wanted to meet, to find out what this earth demon knew? Simgui replied that he didn't understand what was being discussed. Pu Ilki remarked that the leader of the Supreme Court wasn't supposed to understand. After all, as soon as he said he understood, he would have to be destroyed. Pu Ilki asked if Simgui knew why he hadn't brought the evidence to the Supreme Chamber. The true power of a blade is revealed when it is in its sheath, not when it is being wielded. That is the reason. The Earth Demon warned the leader of the Supreme Court to be cautious in his actions and words if he did not wish to perish. The old man flushed even redder with rage, but was forced to lower his head. Simgui's eyes glowed with fury. He harbored even greater malice. Sol Hui opened his eyes and noticed that he was lying in bed with a mask over his face. The wounds on his body had been rebandaged. Yo Rim and So Ryong were overjoyed when they saw that the captain had regained consciousness. Sol Hui asked what had happened. Yo Rim explained that the captain had lost consciousness, so they had taken him to the doctor. The wound turned out to be serious. However, the doctor said that everything was fine and there was no longer any cause for concern. The protagonist surmised that he must have been unconscious at the moment he was watching Pu Il-ki and Sim Gui. The system reported that Yo Rim and So Ryong's relationship had advanced to the levels of trust and close friendship. Our hero asked the students if they were all right. Yo Rim replied that they had no serious injuries. But if the commander had arrived just a little later, they too might have ended up unconscious. The student added that they hadn't removed the captain's mask. He would protect the commander's anonymity at the cost of his own life. Sol Hui asked Yo Rim to leave him and So Ryong alone. The girl asked what the captain wanted to tell her. The protagonist reached for the mask and removed it from his face. The girl watched in surprise. So Ryan saw the commander's face and said, "It really is him." Sol Hui suggested that So Ryan had probably figured this out a long time ago. The young man added that he was the fool who had done all the dirty work at the Cheong-il agency. So Ryan asked how he had managed to end up here. The young man replied that he had been lucky enough to discover the Supreme Court leader's weakness. Thanks to that, Mr. Pu Il-ki took notice of him. That's how he learned various martial arts and ended up here. So Ryan asked what the commander had in mind. The protagonist understood that it wasn't easy for her to grasp. A man who had recently been just an ordinary soldier had become the head of the organization. Sol Hui noted that he wouldn't be here without a plan. Without a plan, he wouldn't have gone to the weakest of the heavenly demon's disciples or joined the weakest faction, the Spirit of Destruction subgroup. Sorian remarked that if there's a reason, it changes everything. Sol Hui asked what kind of reason would be appropriate. Our hero realized she wouldn't be able to come up with a reason why it was worth joining their faction. The young man declared that there really was a reason. So Ryan asked him to explain it. The protagonist replied that he desperately wanted to become stronger. Our hero recalled that someone had told him to become stronger. Once his strength increases, they'll be able to escape this hell together. Sol Hui added that he would do his utmost to survive in this cauldron alongside So Ryan and the others. Sol Hui firmly declared that he wants all his students to survive. So Ryan admitted that she found it hard to believe. She thought the commander had a more sinister goal. Sol Hui noted that this is usually the case. The girl asked why Sol Hui was here. With his abilities, he could have chosen a safer place. The future of the spirit of destruction is obvious. And yet, the captain decided to join them. Is there really a plan? Maybe he has a trusted aide or important information to win people over to his side? The young man had no answer. From the very beginning, he had simply trusted the system without looking back. Where would he get aides, let alone a plan? Yo Rim returned to the room and announced that Mr. Pu Ilki had arrived. So Ryong and Sol Hui bowed and greeted the Earth Demon. Pu Ilki admitted that he had heard about Sol Hui's injury. The protagonist apologized for letting the gentleman down. The Earth Demon said that the leader of the Supreme Court would never send mediocre warriors on such missions. Sol Hui did well. He handed the young man 2 pills. Pu Ilkai said that these were jade face pills. They would aid in recovery and heal not only internal wounds but also other physical injuries. The Earth Demon added that the young man had done well, so he thanked him. Elder Baikong rushed into the room. He asked if Sol Hui was injured and how badly. Sol Hui asked in surprise who he was and why he had appeared there. Pu Ilki was also surprised by the elder's appearance. Pu Ilki asked why Elder Baikong had come all this way. The old man took the young man by the hand and said that their meeting was a little overdue. Following the elder, Muki entered the room. Baikong said that Sol Hui had been a great help to him with this foolish student, so he wanted to thank the young man in person. The elder examined the young man and said that with proper treatment, he would recover very quickly. The external wounds were not serious. Elder Baikong turned to the Earth Demon and bowed to him. He said he had lost his head in his excitement and asked the master for forgiveness for his rudeness. Pu Ilgi said everything was fine but asked for an explanation of what was happening there. Baikong explained that not long ago, Sol Hui had helped him deal with a problem involving a disobedient student. Since this was a personal matter, he felt uncomfortable discussing it. However, it was thanks to Sol Hui that they were able to find the missing student. The elder also thanked Mr. Pu Ilki. The Earth Demon noted that if Baikong had approached him directly with this problem, he would have done everything in his power to help. Pu Ilki expressed his delight that his mere subordinate had been able to help. The elder was surprised. "You mean a mere subordinate?" and added that he was a magnificent subordinate. Now he understood why the heavenly demon had taken Pu Ilki as his disciple. Sol Hui thought that Pu Ilki had received a compliment from the elder. This clearly made him very happy. Baek Hong held a high status among the elders. He was known for his tenacity and strong character. Until then, the other elders had praised and shown interest in the heavenly demon's other disciples, but never in Pu Ilki. He must have been jealous of that. However, Elder Baek Hong suddenly appeared and praised his subordinate. Such praise meant a great deal. Baek Hong shared some rumors. Word was that Pu Ilki had been facing a lot of problems lately. The young man acknowledged this. The elder said that if insurmountable problems did indeed arise, the Earth Demon could reach out to him. He would try to come to his aid immediately. Up until now, Elder Baek Hong had not taken either side, maintaining neutrality. Now, however, he has announced that he will unconditionally support Pu Ilki. Could this be the first time the Earth Demon has gained serious support in the form of an elder? The system reported that So Rayong's standing has been raised to the trust level. All the leaders of the Spirit of Destruction subgroup trust the captain. From this moment on, he can create schedules for the subgroup leaders. Quests from Pu Ilki are available. The lives and skills of all the leaders now depend solely on Sol Hui. Elder Baek Hong said he would like to ask Sol Hui for a favor. Could the young man take his disciple, Yumuki, under his wing? Time seemed to stand still. The system offered a choice. Is the hero ready to accept Yumuki as a subordinate? The protagonist noticed that this young man seemed to have grown stronger. A year had already passed since they first met. Sol Hui decided it would be best to agree to this request. Apparently, Elder Baek Hong remembers every act of kindness. If he remained in his debt, it might come in handy. Besides, Yumuki's skills could be useful in a wide variety of situations. The protagonist agreed. The elder was delighted and thanked him. He noted that there shouldn't be any problems with his disciple. He just needed to be a bit stricter with him. Baek Hong added that he would like to give the young man a gift as a token of gratitude. What would Sol Hui like to receive? Sol Hui reviewed the gift options in the information window. Everything looked appealing in its own way. The young man decided to go with the miraculous medicine. A pair of shoes wouldn't hurt either. This is a gift from Baek Hong, which means it's not just an ordinary high-quality item. Our hero chose the shoes. The elder said he had expected as much, so he had brought along something special. The protagonist received the pepper boots. These are shoes made from the hides of spiritual animals, crafted by a nobleman from the kingdom of Yu. They simplify part of the formula for special techniques. Elder Baek Hong said his goodbyes and expressed hope that they would meet again in the future. Yumuki asked if he was now under the command of Master Pu Il-ki. The Earth Demon replied that it was not for him to decide. In any case, the young man was welcome here, as he had been recommended by Elder Baek Hong. Pu Il-ki expressed his hope that Sol Hui would indeed agree to take Yumuki on as his disciple. In any case, Sol Hui had performed excellently, even in situations where it wasn't expected of him. The Earth Demon added that he was proud of this young man. Some time passed. The hero's health and ki had fully recovered, and Sol Hui was transported back to his room. The protagonist couldn't believe the series of events that had befallen him. Now it would be nice to get some rest. Our hero remembered the gift he had received. He needed to examine and analyze everything. The Jade Face pill. Up close, it seemed much more valuable. Should he swallow it right now? After taking the pills, the young man felt that his health and chi had increased significantly. Sol Hui was delighted. He had finally crossed the desired threshold and improved his stats. The young man tried on the pepper boots. The boots helped simplify part of the formula required to perform special movement techniques. Sol Hui thought, if one part of the formula can be eliminated, then the most complex part should be the one to remove. After making the necessary adjustments, the protagonist decided it was time to test them out. Sol Hui opened the window and climbed onto the windowsill. Our hero activated the Fist of the Wind God skill and, with the help of his boots, began to move much faster. The protagonist realized what it was like to use the technique through his fist. It was amazing. When performing this technique with a sword, the Wind God becomes more powerful and sharper. However, when used with his fists, it allows him to cover a greater distance. If he masters both methods and uses them depending on the situation, defeating stronger enemies will no longer be a problem. The young man thought he had removed only one part of the formula, but things had become much easier. These boots are a true gift from fate. Sol Hui thought that if he continued to develop and grow stronger, he would be able to defeat the leader of the Supreme Court very soon. However, the young man still felt uneasy. He was growing stronger thanks to his new abilities and gifts, but why did a sense of emptiness arise within him with every step he took? Was everything really that good, or was he missing something? The young man realized he'd never had a teacher to guide him, only reality. Had he really been fighting all this time just to survive? Wouldn't he end up just like that artificial intelligence? The artificial intelligence had always exceeded his expectations and prevailed even when all hope was lost. As he watched its actions, more and more questions arose in his mind. How does one train to become that strong? How does one master such combat skills? What exactly is this artificial intelligence? However, at this stage, he had enough to worry about without that. The protagonist was trying to weather every twist of fate. For now, that's all he's capable of. The young man realized he was living in a state of constant anxiety. He didn't know when to seize the opportunity presented to him to change things. Sol Hui could only afford to focus on the present. Our hero believed he had to help his subordinates become stronger. He also wanted to become stronger himself. We must keep moving forward toward a bright future. Sol Hui thought that perhaps one day he would be able to see something whose existence he couldn't even imagine right now. Suddenly, a man approached him and asked why the young man was training like that. The protagonist turned around and asked what Bai-gun was doing there. The man replied that he had decided to pay him a visit. Has the young man recovered yet? Sol Hui replied that he had already recovered and thanked him for his concern. Bai-gun said he couldn't help but come since they were now on the same path. The protagonist agreed. Bai-gong had heard that agents of the Supreme Court leader had infiltrated this place. Was that true? Sol Hui did not deny it. Bai-gong noted that members of his group who had been monitoring the Supreme Court leader had been eliminated. Tensions between the groups had definitely escalated. The warrior added, if that's the case, then by joining forces, they could deal with one scoundrel. However, his entourage was a completely different matter. Sol Hui asked which entourage he was referring to. Bai-gun replied that he meant the other secretaries. The man said he had come to check on Sol Hui, and that it was now time for him to return. The young men wished each other good luck. Sol Hui thought that 5 other secretaries were too many. These scoundrels could indeed get in the way. Our hero decided that he needed to stay alive first, after which he could continue his mission. He also needed to ask Sokdu to clean everything up here. After saving his progress, the protagonist tried to understand the thoughts of the Supreme Court leader. Pu Ilki humiliated him. Simgui definitely won't let this slide. Sol Hui thought there was nothing else he needed to do. Now he could focus on what he could actually influence. The system offered him a choice of schedules for the 97th heavenly year, 4th month. However, the available options were different. Sol Hui decided to try each one. The system informed him that if the hero chose completing Pu Ilki's quest, it would take up all the remaining time, and he would immediately move on to the main part of the story. Our hero didn't expect such a path to open up before him. The protagonist decided not to choose this path, as he wasn't ready and might bring unnecessary trouble upon himself. The young man assumed that the beginning of the main part meant the end of his training. He didn't want to give that up. It would be better to choose something else. Sol Hui thought that he would only be able to successfully complete the Earth Demon's task if his subordinates became stronger. This is a long process, but there is still time. The hero assigned his subordinates to individual training. 7 months of individual training and private lessons bore fruit. Yi Rim, leader of the first Spirit of Destruction subgroup, has reached the Zenith level. Joksun, leader of the second Spirit of Destruction subgroup, has also reached the Zenith level. After studying a more advanced level of the martial art of destroying the spiritual root, their performance began to improve. Yan Jin, leader of the third Spirit of Destruction subgroup, has reached the Zenith Plus level. So Ryong, leader of the fourth Spirit of Destruction subgroup, has reached the Zenith Plus level. She has also improved her insight skill. For everyone except Yumuki, who doesn't like being given assignments, this was a major achievement. However, judging by his stats, he'll be able to provide valuable assistance anyway. The search for equipment also paid off. So Ryan obtained the celestial armor winged bracers. Yunjin said he found exactly what he wanted and was satisfied. It was the cloud-colored axe of exceptional sharpness. Jokseong reported that he found some useful items, the Spirit of Heaven shield and the short Phantom sword. Yo-Rim was also pleased. He was fortunate to meet a blacksmith from the Yang family. That was a stroke of luck. He received a high-quality spear, the Spear of the God of Lightning. The students' combat strength increased significantly thanks to this weapon alone. They had been lacking it before. Yumuki noted that the past month had been quite enjoyable. He hadn't found any weapons, but he had obtained important information. Yumuki had obtained contact information for the beautiful maidens of Sichuan. He said that such information wasn't easy to come by, and that he was capable of securing it. Yumuki added that if the captain wanted to meet them, he could arrange everything. The apprentice suggested that the captain might be interested in seeing what they looked like. To that end, he had also obtained their portraits. Sol Hui realized that quite a bit of time had passed. 9 more month-long assignments, and there would be no further need for the schedule. It would all come to an end, and then he wouldn't be able to stay here, which meant he wouldn't be able to survive. He needed to focus on developing his skills in the time he had left. The young man had to choose whose quest to complete. The protagonist thought that, because of Dr. Han, he had once lost 2 lives. He also received an excellent weapon, the Royal Ceremonial Sword of Enlightenment. However, that is too high a price to pay. Therefore, he must prepare. The task assigned by Jacques Pa, head of the Silver Spirit Educational Department, was chosen. Sol Hui decided to join forces with his subordinates. After all, he had trained them for a reason. Jacques Pa said that the young man had arrived just in time. He happened to have a task for him. The head of the education department asked if the captain knew where the Silver Spirit Squadron got its funding. The answer was no. Jacques Pa explained that they had 3 sponsors. Most of the funds came from the man who managed Jintang and part of Zhongbu. Jacques Pa noted that something had happened recently, and now a problem had arisen. He didn't think it was that serious, so he didn't report it to Mr. Puil Ki. The head of the education department said that their man, Kim Man-jun, a moneylender and building landlord, was supplying funds to the Silver Spirit unit. Recently, he had begun receiving threats and was being forced to pay a protection tax to safeguard his business. Sol Hui asked who was threatening him. Jacques Pa replied that according to his information, it was Baek Yang Cheon, the leader of the Blue Dragon sect. He has become very well known recently. He is quite young, yet he has about 300 disciples. Sol Hui asked what he needed to do. Jacques Pa stated that the young man had 3 months. First and foremost, he needed to contact Kim Man-jun and find out the details of his situation. Perhaps they could come to an agreement. A tax could be imposed on certain regions, but if they demanded too large a sum, there would be no choice left. Sol Hui asked what no choice left meant. The elder replied that the young man would have to kill everyone and make sure no one saw it. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. Jacques Pa said he believed the young man, but that his enemy would be very powerful. He is considered a future expert, one of the new 7 dragons. The elder once again reminded the young man to exercise caution. Some time passed. The hero was transported to the largest inn in the capital of Sichuan, Chengdu. The protagonist and his disciples were sitting at a communal table, eating their meal. The system reported that the apprentices had obtained information about Kim Man-jun. Now they needed to contact this moneylender. Sol Hui thought that, even though he had already completed such tasks before, they were always interesting. An apprentice noted that the moneylender could be found not far from there. He's often in his office, and you can find him there. Yo Rim showed a portrait based on descriptions. Jacques Xiong stated that he had discovered an interesting pattern. Most people from Silver Spirit contact Kim Man-jun through secret writing. We should do the same, rather than trying to find him directly. Sol Hui thought this might be a good option. It's better than chasing after him. Yeonjin also expressed confidence that it would be better to simply meet with the moneylender. After all, he is part of the Silver Spirit Squad. Why complicate things? The protagonist thought that Jacques Sun's suggestion would work in this situation. Showing up unannounced wouldn't be a good idea. We need to do everything by the book. So Ryan stated that she had a different opinion. The head of the education department said to contact him first. But in cases like this, it still wouldn't hurt to exercise caution. If Kim Man-jun has colluded with another sect, their squad could be in danger. Our hero never even thought to suspect his own man. He thinks too superficially, and so Ryan pointed this out. The girl's special skill is clairvoyance, so her words should be heeded. Now the protagonist saw So Ryan in a completely different light. The young man believed he had done the right thing by taking the students with him. Searching for information is one thing, but they can also help him with other matters because each of them has their own opinion. Sol Hui asked if Yu Muki wasn't with them. At that moment, the young man was sitting at another table, chatting amiably with some girls. Mamuki told one of them that she was very ambitious. John Seok got angry and said he'd bring that guy back to the main table right away. Sol Hui said he shouldn't do that. Muki doesn't know how to behave, but he's no fool. He's being way too forward with these girls. He must have some kind of agenda. Umuki chatted with the girls, got up from the table, and said goodbye. The apprentice told the captain that he was back. Sol Hui asked what information the young man had managed to get. Muki stated that he knew where Kim Manjun usually went and where he slept, who he met with, and what he was interested in. The young man added that he had also learned something about Baek Yangchon. 5 days had passed. According to the information Muki had received, Baek Yangchon was an external disciple of Huang Shan. In Sichuan, he is recognized as a future martial arts expert. He is originally from Yunnan. He is often busy seeking new knowledge. He has been nicknamed the Sincere Wanderer. At the age of 20, he became a disciple of Huang Shan and began training in martial arts. At 32, he left the sect and gathered his own followers. Overall, he is a very strong warrior. Perhaps this is because he is interested not only in martial arts, but also in literary knowledge. Rumor had it that he left the sect after defeating Huang Shan's top disciple, who had shown great promise. He is definitely no ordinary man. For several days now, the disciples have been gathering information on the captain's orders. Only by understanding the situation Kim Manjun finds himself in can a sound plan of action be devised. Yeo Rim began investigating Kim Manjun's assets. Sol Hui asked whether it was true that funding for the Silver Spirit had decreased after Baek Yangcheon began demanding a protection tax. Yeo Rim confirmed this. Baek Yangcheon demanded 200 liang of silver per month from Kim Manjun. Sol Hui realized that this was half of the money that should be going to the Silver Spirit unit every month. This meant that Kim Manjun had cut his contribution to the squad's fund in half. In that case, the problem lay not with Manjun, but with Baek Yangcheon. The captain ordered Joksun to investigate the Blue Dragon sect, of which Baek Yangcheon was a member. In the worst-case scenario, they'll have to eliminate him. To do this, it's important to know the map of the area and the locations of the cult members. Joksun stated that the Blue Dragon cult has more than 300 members, including about 200 trainees. Sol Hui asked how strong they were. Joksun replied that only 6 instructors appeared to be dangerous. The apprentice also handed the captain a map of the area. The protagonist asked Yeonjin if Kim Manjun was having any problems. The assistant replied that everything was fine with him. He had even bought several shops, which aren't easy to come by. Yeonjin added that Kim Manjun must be much richer. Sol Hui thought this was a potential problem. Apparently, the Silver Spirit squad isn't familiar with Manjun's affairs and doesn't know how much money he actually has. Sol Hui asked So Ryong where Kim Manjun had been lately. The girl had been tasked with finding out where the loan shark had been over the past year. This information would be helpful during an interrogation, if necessary. So-ryeon replied that she hadn't found anything unusual, except for one instance. For 2 months, almost no one had seen him. Usually, loan sharks don't leave the places where they conduct their business. However, he was often absent and changed the times of his meetings. The young woman added that she had checked his security detail. All of the guards had been replaced. Sol Hui asked Yu Muki if Baek Yangchong had any acquaintances they should be wary of. The young man nodded in affirmation. Sol Hui understood that their mission was to ensure the safety of Kim Manjong and secure the return of the previous funding. Yim Muki added that all of his acquaintances were from Huang Shan. Usually, when external disciples leave the sect, they no longer maintain ties with it. But Baek Yangchong is in constant contact with some members of Huang Shan. Some of them are elders. Sol Hui suspected that Baek Yangchong had ties to the Huang Shan elders, even though he himself was just an ordinary outer disciple. The protagonist asked Joksun if he had left a letter for Kim Manjun. The disciple confirmed this and added that all that remained was for the master to meet with him. Sol Hui told his squad that in that case, they would set out. The Sichuan branch of the demonic sect. Although this sect exists beyond the lands of ordinary people, its branches can be found throughout the Central Plain. A servant approached the young people and asked if they had come to see Mr. Kim Manjun. The servant noted that only the captain could proceed further. The rest would have to wait on the first floor. The sect needs people to organize and allocate its budget, supply essential items, and gather information. But in reality, the main reason for its existence is to create a safe haven where people can take refuge from persecution by orthodox sects. The protagonist entered the office. Kim Manjun said he was expecting the young man. Our hero stated that he was the captain of the Spirit of Destruction subgroup. His name is Sol Hui. Kim Manjun also introduced himself and said he was glad to meet him. He had been warned in advance. A third-rank member of the Supreme Chamber, Sang Zhongjiang, appeared behind the moneylender. Kim Manjun explained that this was his bodyguard. Sol Hui didn't understand what was going on. What is a warrior from the Supreme Chamber doing in the finance division of the Silver Spirit Unit? Could it be that the leader of the Supreme Court wants to take revenge on Pu Ilgi for the humiliation? If Manjun has conspired with him, this could be considered treason. When did the moneylender manage to contact the leader of the Supreme Court? Above the moneylender's head was an inscription, "The book on the method of removing seals." Could this be the very method that will allow the seal to be removed from the royal ceremonial sword of enlightenment? Kim Manjun invited his guest to come in and take a seat. The young man tried to calm himself. One must not show emotion in a place like this. The moneylender said that Sol Hui had arrived just in time. He was about to request something from the main department. For several months now, they had been unable to send the full amount to the Silver Spirit Unit. They were facing pressure from another sect, the Blue Dragon. Manjun noted that it all began about 2 years ago. He first met him when he was buying an abandoned dojo nearby. Over the next few years, his sect began to flourish. The reason is that he is an excellent teacher. Thanks to him, several children from prominent families mastered the martial arts. Following their success, everyone who needed training rushed to enroll with him. Recently, he has even begun doing business with people from Murim circles in distant lands. Sol Hui surmised that there are now many people in his sect, and that is precisely why he needs so much money. The moneylender assumed that this was indeed the main reason. Now he needs to feed a lot of people and maintain order. His territory has expanded, and he has begun to encroach on new lands. He even demands payment from small shops. Sol Hui asked if Kim Manjun had spoken with him. The moneylender replied that he had, but that Manjun was not open to compromise. Manjun added, what kind of agreement could there be if he's asking for more than they earn? Besides, if they show weakness, he'll demand even more later. The market is like the animal kingdom. If you show weakness, any beast will try to sink its teeth into your throat. Kim Manjun noted that this was precisely why they had asked the Silver Spirit Squad for help. However, they were told to wait because the squad was dealing with internal problems. Sol Hui thought this was due to the incident involving the leader of the Supreme Court. The moneylender said he couldn't just wait and do nothing, so he sent a letter to the Supreme Chamber. Fortunately, the Red Demon Chamber came to the rescue. The situation was complicated, so he was provided with a security detail. Sol Hui asked Sang Zhongjiang what his status was in the Red Demon Chamber. Kim Manjun said he was from the 5 houses and held no rank. The protagonist asked the moneylender what was expected of him. The hero received a mission from Kim Manjun. He must eliminate Baek Yang Chong, the leader of the Blue Dragon sect, without leaving any witnesses. The moneylender added that given their situation, the best solution would be, no man, no problem. Sol Hui asked if Manjun wasn't afraid of the consequences. He is a disciple of Huan Shan. The loan shark replied that there was nothing to fear. One person had already been bought off. Even in orthodox sects, there are people with close ties to the outside world. Sol Hui thought that all it took was to buy someone off, and the problems would vanish. There is no limit to human cruelty. The young man suspected that the loan shark was taking him for a fool. He claimed that if they simply eliminated one person, everything would be fine. How could anyone believe that? Kim Manjun said that was all he was asking for. The young man realized that the loan shark was definitely hiding something. However, even though Sol Hui understood everything, he had already started the mission and had no choice but to give it a try. The young man said he understood everything and would fulfill Manjun's request. The moneylender laughed and said that was great. He was glad they'd managed to come to an agreement with the young man. The fat man showed him the scrolls and explained that they contained the Blue Dragon sect's weekly schedule. information about the sect leader's security detail, and other important details. Manjun told the young man to return here once he had completed everything. 4 hours passed and night fell. Our hero and his squad chose a secluded spot and kept a visual watch on the perimeter around them. Sol Hui looked around and realized that the loan shark was right. There were 2 guards on the watchtower near the back gate. 2 more were stationed at the corner of the outer wall. 2 were guarding the main entrance. This was the time Manjun had chosen. In an hour, Baek Yangchong would go to sleep. This specific time was chosen because intelligence indicated that he meditated before going to sleep. Everyone knows that for a martial arts master, there is no time more vulnerable than after meditation. Manjun even knows when Baek Yangcheon meditates. Couldn't Sang Zhongjang have figured this out on his own? That was precisely why Sol Hui felt uneasy. The protagonist thought that he must not reveal his thoughts to his subordinates. It might cause them to doubt themselves and make mistakes. It was better to focus on the mission. The commander told his subordinates that he was considering a plan and assessing the current situation. Sol Hui suspected a trap lay ahead, but he still had to act. This made him extremely nervous. The time was almost here. The commander told everyone to be cautious. Their mission was to eliminate Baek Yangchon. At a wave of his hand, the protagonist's disciples rushed to take out the guards, moving stealthily and without making a sound. So Ryan was the first to reach her target and neutralized the guard. Jiaxiang also completed his task without making a sound. Another guard noticed Yeonjin approaching, but he didn't stand a chance and was also neutralized. Yum Muki struck his target from behind, and the guard fell to the ground. Yerim took out 2 guards at once. By the time the protagonist emerged into the square from his hiding place, all the targets had already been neutralized. The team gathered again to discuss their next move. Sol Hui thought to himself that he hadn't even had to intervene. His students had become much stronger. According to the protagonist's calculations, they had 15 minutes to reach Baek Yangchon's chambers. The system reported, if the hero failed to reach Baek Yangchon's chambers within 300 seconds, he would die. The young man was surprised. That was much less time than planned. Sol Hui thought it would be impossible to slip past the guards in the open and reach the chambers in that amount of time. No skill would help. However, there was no time to think. Sol Hui began moving along the planned route without drawing attention. There were too many guards ahead. He wouldn't be able to pass unnoticed. The protagonist began to think about how he could slip past them and reach his destination. The students were puzzled as to why their commander had stopped. Could he have spotted something important? Sol Hui realized he had no choice. He needed the shortest route to Baek Yangchon's chambers so the guards wouldn't notice him. The young man selected simulation mode. However, the system reported that this mode was unavailable. There wasn't enough information. He needed to find a spot from which the entire territory of the Blue Dragon sect was visible. The protagonist saw a tall tower ahead and realized it was the perfect spot. Sol Hui, looking at the disciples, activated his voice transmission technique to communicate with them discreetly. The commander announced that the plan had changed. So Ryan must deal with the 3 guards in front of her. The rest of the disciples must follow him. So Ryan used the element of surprise and took out the 3 guards with darts. Mission accomplished. Sol Hui thought the girl had done an excellent job, but they needed to hurry. Sol Hui spotted another target, 2 guards, and assigned them to Yo Rim. The student carried out the task responsibly, and the guards were taken out with a single precise strike. The protagonist and his students continued toward the tower, realizing that time was running out. In front of the tower's entrance, a group of guards was taking a smoke break, discussing everyday matters. The commander ordered the remaining members of the squad to deal with them. The tower was nearby and our hero pressed on. He needed to get to the top. Using his long jump skill, the young man found himself at the top of the tower in a matter of seconds. From there, he had a full view of the area. The system reported that sufficient information had been gathered. Analysis in progress. Path found. 55 seconds remaining until the objective. Sol Hui saw a line in front of him indicating the direction of travel. The protagonist followed the indicator. At some point, he found himself next to the guards again, this time behind them. In simulation mode, a shadow appeared in front of the young man. The protagonist began to move, mimicking its movements. The guards put up a fight, but they didn't stand a chance. Our hero eliminated all the guards in a matter of seconds. The fight was over. Now it was time to move on. The system reported that the estimated time to reach the objective had increased by 5 seconds. At that moment, the squad members, having completed their mission, began to regroup. So Ryan asked where the captain was now. Yorim replied that he had gone off on his own. Jokseong noted that he must have had his reasons. He wouldn't have changed the plan unnecessarily. He probably found a faster and safer route. Yeonjin asked why he hadn't told them about it. The captain is certainly strong, but wouldn't it have been better to go as a group? Yumuki suggested that the captain might have seen Baekhyangcheon heading somewhere. He also knows that it's better to attack together. Umuki added that something unexpected always happens on missions like this. Perhaps the captain had noticed a change in Baekhyangcheon's plans. The young man suggested trusting Sol Hui's judgment since he was the captain. There was no choice, so the squad remained to await further instructions. The protagonist continued along the designated route following the sign. The arrow led the young man to a massive gate. All that remained was to enter. The gate swung open slightly, and guards appeared on the other side. Sol Hui let his guard down, thinking he had almost reached his goal. But it was too late to turn back. Beyond these gates lay the chambers of Baekhyangcheon. Sol Hui hesitated, wondering what to do. There was no time to fight the guards. The simulation screen didn't appear. The system seemed to be forcing him to act on his own. He had only one option left. The guards opened the door and asked why he was standing at the gate and what he was wearing. Sol Hui activated his face-changing technique. With a different appearance, he replied that he had seen someone sneak inside. The guards came out through the gate and asked where the intruder was. Sol Hui resumed his original appearance and instantly destroyed them. The path was clear, so he continued on his way. Our hero followed the sign. At the very last second of the allotted time, he reached his destination. The system reported that the hero had successfully infiltrated the territory of the Blue Dragon sect. Mission accomplished. As a reward, third-person view was granted. Sol Hui was puzzled. What does third-person view mean? The stealth skill was activated. The protagonist gained the ability to observe from cover. Baekhyangcheon found himself in the right place at the right time. The system reported that in 212 seconds, the leader of the Blue Dragon cult would become aware of the hero's presence. Sol Hui understood why the system had given him only 300 seconds. Baekhyangcheon returned to his chambers sooner than expected. It would take approximately 212 seconds for the guards' bodies to be discovered. That meant there was no time to waste. He had to act as quickly as possible. The protagonist selected the turn-based combat mode and, while observing his opponent, analyzed his strength. Sol Hui, leader of the Spirit of Destruction subgroup within the Silver Spirit Squad, was preparing to face off against Baekhyangcheon, leader of the Blue Dragon sect. Our hero suddenly realized that his opponent's strength exceeded 10 million combat units. The protagonist reassessed his chances of victory. Notes appeared on the screen. You must destroy the leader of the Blue Dragon sect, act stealthily, and avoid making noise. Otherwise, the warriors will be drawn to the sound. You must finish the battle before time runs out. The system reported that a perfect opportunity had arisen. Baekhyangcheon's weak spot had been detected. An action must be selected. Sol Hui fell into thought again. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to fight on equal terms. An idea came to him, but it was risky. After a moment's thought, the protagonist decided that even artificial intelligence wouldn't help against such a powerful enemy. He had already seen this for himself earlier. Our hero chose the martial art of destroying the spiritual root technique and charged into the attack. Baekhyangcheon heard the sound and managed to jump out of the way. The attack missed its target. The opponents found themselves face to face. Sol Hui was determined. He tried to sever his opponent's head, but Yangcheon reacted faster. Sol Hui regretted that he couldn't end the fight with a single blow, but his opponent was already wounded and his strength had diminished. The system reported a new opportunity. Baekhyangcheon's weak point had been detected. Sol Hui realized that his opponent was experiencing a distortion of qi. outwardly calm, but internally, his energy was spiraling out of control. Sol Hui attacked again and wounded Yang Chan in the shoulder. The opponent coughed up blood, confirming his internal injuries. Despite this, Baek Yang Chan counterattacked, and the protagonist was forced to defend himself. Sol Hui noted his magnificent sword-fighting style, precise, sharp movements as if dancing. Now he understood what the Wanshan style meant. Baek Yang Chan asked who he was and who had hired him. Sol Hui remained silent. Yang Chong realized he wouldn't get an answer. Their swords clashed, metal screeched, and the opponents were thrown apart. Our hero realized his opponent was too aggressive. While he was defending himself, time was running out. He had to decide to counterattack. At first glance, it seemed as though Baek Yang Cheon was showing off, but his movements were perfectly calculated. He asked again who was standing before him, while Sol Hui's health had barely dropped. Sol Hui realized that time was running out, but he still couldn't find the right moment to attack. There were too many restrictions on the mission. He concluded that he wouldn't be able to succeed without exploiting his opponent's weakness. Sol Hui stopped and lowered his sword. Baek Yang Chung was surprised and asked if he was giving up. The protagonist replied that he never gives up and beckoned to him with a wave of his hand. Baek Yang Chung called his opponent an arrogant scoundrel. The system reported that Baek Yang Cheon had found the hero's weak spot. You must select the next action. Sol Hui chose the option. Face him head-on. Baek Yang Cheon immediately attacked our hero. Sol Hui lost his footing, fell to his knees, and was wounded. The protagonist's health has decreased. Sol Hui noted that this guy is very fast. Now there's no way he can attack. He'll have to defend himself the whole time. He needs to focus. The system reported again that Baek Yang Cheon had found the hero's weak spot. He must choose his next action. Sol Hui once again selected the option, face-to-face. After another attack by Baek Yang Chong, our hero's health had dropped significantly and was approaching the critical mark. Sol Hui thought he had failed again. However, this time he was able to get a better look at his opponent's movements. Baek Yang Chan asked his opponent what he was trying to achieve. Could he really be up to something? Sol Hui thought he had neither the health nor the time to withstand another blow. This was definitely his last chance. The system reported once again that Baek Yang Chan had found the hero's weak spot. It all happened again, and the protagonist beckoned his opponent with a wave of his hand. Baek Yang Cheon shouted that this guy was a fool and probably wanted to die himself. The leader of the Blue Dragon sect swung his arm to strike. Sol Hui didn't even flinch. Our hero was waiting for just one thing, the blow with which Yang Chun would try to sever his head. At the right moment, the protagonist lunged forward using the pepper boots and closed in on his opponent. The protagonist activated the Palm of the Wind God's strike. A powerful forward momentum struck the body of the Blue Dragon sect leader. Baek Yang Chong screamed loudly in pain. His opponent was disoriented and weakened. Yang Chong sank to his knees and exhaled deeply. His life energy was draining away. Sol Hui had used this strike for the first time. He was glad it had worked. The hand of the wind god had directed all its power into Baek Yang Chan's chest. Baek Yang Chan fell face down and showed no signs of life. The system reported that the mission had been completed. After a while, members of the squad, our hero's students, appeared in the room. Seo Ryong was surprised. Had the commander already dealt with him? Sol Hui asked if everyone was all right. The girl asked the leader how the captain was feeling. Sol Hui replied that he was fine, but that it was time to leave. The system reported that additional mission circumstances had arisen. Sol Hui realized that there was indeed someone behind the door. A voice from outside ordered them to come out with their hands up. They were surrounded, and resistance was futile. Sol Hui was baffled by what was happening. After all, he had managed to eliminate his opponent in time. Why had they been discovered? A voice from behind the door announced that assassins had infiltrated the room. What had happened to the cult leader? Sanjung Jiang, a third-rank member of the Supreme Council, entered the room. He said that they had met again. Sol Hui cursed viciously at this man. Jok Seong asked in surprise what he was doing there. The people who had appeared claimed that these were the very mercenaries who had secretly infiltrated the place. Li Gyum-yong, a disciple of Gu Cheongmyeon, also appeared at that moment. He asked why these people had infiltrated the sect leader's quarters. Sol Hui immediately recognized this warrior and recalled his teacher. Sol Hui thought that everything was now falling into place. He recalled the moneylender's words that one person had already been bribed. Even within Orthodox sects, there are people with close ties to the secular world. Sol Hui concluded that the attack was most likely planned by Sang Zhongjang. Gu Cheongmyeon's disciple was the very person whom Kyum Manjun had bribed, according to his own words. The leader of the Supreme Court and Gu Cheongmyeon are connected, which means their relationship is also complicated. And Kum Yong angrily asked what this hitman had done to Mr. Baek Yang Cheon. San Zhongjang reminded him that he had warned him. He had begun to suspect these people from the moment they started threatening Kim Manjun. In reality, these people are only after money. Sol Hui was surprised. Was he really claiming that they had threatened him? Zhongjang intends to turn them into the hitmen who intimidated Manjun and killed Yang Chon. Lee Gumyong was outraged. How dare they kill Mr. Baek Yang Chon? He wouldn't let this go unpunished. Gumyong ordered the soldiers to surround these men. Sol Hui and his disciples formed a circular defense, but they were still surrounded. Now Sol Hui truly understood everything. San Cheongjiang had persuaded Kyum Manjun to choose this very date for the attack. Then he came here and deliberately mentioned Manjun, taking matters into his own hands. He did this to convince everyone that he had nothing to do with it. With his help, the Blue Dragon will now pass into the hands of Yigum Yan of Huanshan. Zhongjang said that these people have nowhere to run. The protagonist flew into a rage and triggered the San Cheongjiang event. This man must be eliminated. He also triggered the I Gum Yang event, which involves a similar objective. For a moment, our hero considered fleeing with his students, but in his current state, it would be difficult for him to protect them and escape with his own life. The protagonist thought if he was going to die anyway, he would take at least one of the scoundrels with him. Joxian asked the commander what they were going to do. Sol Hui replied that the disciples should flee immediately. Our hero did not want to use his subordinates as a shield when he himself was prepared to die in battle. Sol Hui added that they shouldn't rush to die like stray dogs. When he gave the signal, they were to run. Joxun objected, saying they had to fight together. Yeonjin added that, as the captain's subordinates, they couldn't leave him alone. He declared that he was staying with the commander because he had been prepared for this moment. So Ryan told the captain that she wouldn't run away and wouldn't leave him. They needed to show these people just how strong the Spirit of Destruction squad was. Mookie said that if he'd known how things would turn out, he would have stayed with those girls a little longer the night before. Mookie added that things are never easy. Besides, they're already here anyway, so they'll stay with the captain until the end. The protagonist thought their lives were in danger because he had become their captain. However, they managed to move him. Our hero decided that after this battle, he would never put them in such danger again. To that end, he would become even stronger. The system reported that the hero's subordinates were switching to combat mode, combat type, turn-based. Sol Hui adjusted the combat type for each of his students. Focus strike, single attack, support, free attack. The young man realized that in turn-based combat, he could also choose the actions of his subordinates. In this situation, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. That meant this option was surely the most effective. Sol Hui decided that San Cheongjiang should be targeted with a focused strike. The young man resolved to take on this opponent himself. Each of the disciples received a personal assignment and set about carrying it out. Lee Kum-yong called these warriors pathetic weaklings unworthy of his attention. Sol Hui thought that it was perfectly acceptable if their opponent underestimated them. They could take advantage of this. In any case, it was time to act. The system reported that the hero had been presented with a perfect opportunity. He had found a weakness in the Blue Dragon sect's instructors. A choice must be made. Sol Hui used the Heavenly Spirit and Iron Wounds pills. Iron Wounds restores only a small amount of health, so he would not use this medicine again. The protagonist chose the option close in and attacked his opponents. The Sword of the Wind God skill was activated. The system reported that the hero had obtained a perfect opportunity. He found a weak spot in the Blue Dragon sect's instructors. The skill was activated again. Sol Hui thought that the combination of turn-based combat and the four great martial arts was truly impressive. The system reported that San Zhongjong had found the hero's weak point. The next action must be selected. The protagonist knew that this opponent was about to attack. San Zhongjiang was weaker than Li Gumyong. Most likely, Li Gumyong didn't like receiving help from someone weaker than himself. Our hero thought that Li Gumyong had decided to deal with his subordinates on his own. Moreover, to win over the members of the Blue Dragon sect, he decided to target Sol Hui. Our hero wasn't afraid of this opponent. His combat strength was superior, but after his battle with Baek Yangchan, he had no doubts about his abilities. Sol Hui chose the defend option. He began parrying all of his opponent's attacks. The protagonist's health had dropped significantly, but he remained firmly on his feet. The hero decided to activate his ice armor to preserve more health. Now, with the help of Qi, he could reduce the damage he took. San Cheongjiang was surprised. What is this? The protagonist realized that his opponent was disheartened. He parried the attack using the sword's Qi and did not counterattack. Sol Hui asked San Cheongjiang, "What is it like to be third-ranked in the Supreme Chamber?" The protagonist added that he knew everything about his opponent. Zhongjiang replied that the leader of the Supreme Court had warned him. This guy is dangerous. An opponent like that really cannot be left alive. Our hero was surprised. Does San Zhongjiang really think he was able to deceive him? He just wanted to see what kind of trap had been set for him. The protagonist added that he now knew who was behind Zhongjiang and how the leader of the Blue Dragon sect and Kim Manjun were connected. Sol Hui added that he had discovered something else. The presence of Gu Cheongmyeon's disciple meant that the leader of the Supreme Court, who was in cahoots with Gu Cheongmyeon, had orchestrated everything. Sang Zhongjiang was outraged. How dare this guy say such a thing? Sol Hui stopped pretending and closed in on his opponent to counterattack. Zhongjiang couldn't withstand the onslaught of the Sword of the Wind God technique and was sent flying far backward. The protagonist had no intention of stopping there. The young man continued his advance, taking advantage of his opponent's confusion. The hero intended to taunt San Zhongjiang and then finish him off with the Wind God. However, his skills weren't yet sufficient to win with a head-on attack. Zhongjiang didn't know where this young man got such strength, but he was forced to admit that he was exactly as Mr. Sim Gui had described him. He should have taken those words seriously. His opponent said that in any case, he would now grant the young man the honor he deserved. The martial art of the bloody hand skill was activated. The opponents decided to start this fight over from the beginning, since they now viewed each other differently. Sol Hui knew that the martial art of the bloody hand was one of the martial arts of the demonic sect. It is based on fire. The Supreme Court leaders' fire accumulation martial art and the searing flame martial art are both based on the blood hand technique. Ice armor is the opposite of fire, so it does not absorb damage properly. The opponents used polar opposite martial arts. Sol Hui was forced to admit that the art of the bloody hand was indeed stronger. Perhaps it was due to the difference in combat power. The difference in health and qi was also noticeable. Moreover, so far they were using only internal qi. Zhongjiang said he didn't see anything special, even though he had expected much more from his opponent. The protagonist thought, if he takes another hit, he'll lose much more qi. Our hero was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Should he use artificial intelligence? San Cheongjiang smirked. No matter how capable the members of the Silver Spirit Squad were, they couldn't jump higher than their heads. Sol Hui thought it didn't matter. If he couldn't handle his opponent, he wouldn't be able to help his subordinates. Cheongjiang said again that these people were incapable of anything. They hadn't even managed to master the sect's primary martial art, which embodied its very essence. When his opponent fell silent, our hero said with relief that Cheongjiang had finally stopped talking like a common chatterbox. Sol Hui laughed. Cheongjiang asked what was so funny. The protagonist told him to shut up. He added that he was tired of listening to someone who was about to be destroyed. The artificial intelligence combat style was activated. Sol Hui found himself suspended in midair once again and said he was counting on the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence asked if Sol Hui was really satisfied with just studying martial arts. That way, he would never be able to break free from the system. The AI added that it is necessary to study martial arts properly without relying on the system, but by starting from the very basics. It is necessary to learn to understand the principle of combat, not only the forms themselves, but also how they came about, why they arose, how to use them, and for what purpose. This must be understood. The AI told Sol Hui to listen to it carefully. The entire difference between them stems precisely from this. San Zhongjiang closed in and was about to strike. Sol Hui shouted for the AI to look ahead. The opponent's sword was already about to pierce the AI's head. San Zhongjiang shouted and mentally celebrated his victory. However, the AI instantly spun around and delivered a horizontal strike. His strike was faster. San Zhongjiang was split in two, and blood spurted in all directions. The AI realized that it could simply do it like this. Sol Hui must remember his words well. You must not let the system consume you. Combat power was increased. A reward was received. The book, Martial Arts of the Bloody Hand. The protagonist said he wanted the AI's comments. What does "don't let the system consume you" mean? He wondered, if he understood the essence of martial arts, would he really be able to fight like that too? His opponents looked at Sol Hui. They were frightened and hesitated to attack him. The protagonist thought that they would no longer interfere with him. In their eyes, he was no different from an evil spirit. In the past, in such situations, the hero had a choice: to neutralize the enemy or to destroy him. This time, the artificial intelligence did not offer that choice. San Zhongjiang was destroyed. The protagonist decided not to dwell on it. He increased his combat power and received a book as a reward. The young man realized he needed to hurry to his students. He hoped they would hold out until he arrived. The protagonist understood that no matter how hard they tried, even the five of them together couldn't defeat such a powerful martial arts master. Sol Hui arrived at the scene of the battle and stood there in shock. There was blood everywhere. Our hero saw that Joksun and Yeon Jin were lying motionless in a pool of blood. Yerim had suffered a serious wound to his arm. He was kneeling, leaning on his spear. Lee Kum-yong saw the protagonist and said that he had finally shown up. The warrior added that this guy had been dealt with faster than he'd expected. Lee Gum-yong noted that his subordinates turned out to be quite weak. Yum Muki was clutching his bleeding neck with one hand. They were easy to deal with, so he had already finished off almost all of them. So Ryan was holding a sword, but her head was covered in blood. Lee Gum-yong remarked that people like Sang Zhongjiang were nothing more than expendable to him. He assumed that his opponent would deal with him and return here. Lee Gum-yong added that Sol Hui was surely thinking about his subordinates right now. Yo Rim apologized to the captain and said they had failed to secure a victory. Sol Hui replied that it was his fault. In fact, the protagonist had anticipated that this would happen. He knew that by the time he dealt with San Cheongjiang and made it back here, some of his men might have died. And yet he gave them that order because he wanted to complete this mission. Now he feels guilty toward his students. The protagonist considered only how many lives he had and what each option might lead to. He began to lose his humanity. He planned only for his own survival. He didn't care about the lives of his subordinates. They were simply expendable. It was exactly as Yi Gum-yong had said. Sol Hui vowed that in his next life, he would never abandon his students again. Yi Gum-yong asked his opponent if he had finished his heart-wrenching speech. The warrior thrust his sword forward and challenged him to begin the battle. Standing before Yi Gum-yong, our hero realized that his opponent's combat strength was twice as high. On top of that, after the battles with Baek Yang-chan and San Zhongjiang, he had little health and ki left. Moreover, he had used simulation, turn-based combat, and even artificial intelligence. Now he would have to fight without any help. Yi Gum-yong was the first to lunge forward and attack. Sol Hui managed to defend himself and took a step back. Our hero knew he wouldn't be able to win this fight fairly. The protagonist activated the Sword of the Wind God skill. However, Yi Gum-yong held his ground. His opponent declared that he wasn't so easy to hit. He was an experienced fighter, hardened by countless battles. The protagonist used another skill, Ice Armor. This was done to minimize damage. Yi Gum-yong noted that they taught interesting things in the demonic sect. Ice Armor helped him avoid serious damage, but it wasn't enough. He had almost no kuai left. Sol Hui could no longer do anything if his opponent used the same technique. And Kumyong suggested that his opponent put up a little more resistance. Sol Hui realized that his most effective technique, God of the Wind, was easily dodged by his opponent. Lee Kumyong continued to attack. Sol Hui retreated, occasionally attempting to counterattack. His opponent declared that he was disappointed. At first, he had been a little excited since Sol Hui had defeated Baek Yangchon, but that was understandable. Sol Hui was a mercenary, and people like him were hiding everywhere. Sol Hui didn't know how to win. At one point, he found himself on the floor. Our hero didn't even know what Lee Gum-yong would do next. His opponent approached the protagonist as he lay there. Sol Hui couldn't come up with a plan to win. Lee Gum-yong asked, "Is that all you've got?" The opponent declared that Sol Hui had lost his will to live. It was boring. He swung his sword and said that, in that case, this guy would be destroyed. However, that strike was not meant to happen. Darts pierced the attacker's arm. Sol Hui saw those darts and realized whose handiwork they were. So Ryan came to her senses and attacked Lee Kum-yeon to save her commander. The girl rushed forward, disregarding her own safety. So Ryan leaped forward and threw several more darts at her opponent. At that moment, Muki approached the opponent from behind. The young man wrapped his arms around Yi Kum-yong's body and tried to hold him back. Muki said he had finally caught that scoundrel. Yi Kum-yong declared that no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't succeed. Muki shouted that now it was Yo Rim's turn. Yo Rim, holding his spear with one hand, lunged forward and struck. The warrior couldn't believe it. Had he really won? However, young Muki's head rolled at Yo Rim's feet. Lee Kum-yong was furious. He said that the moment he let his guard down for a second, those losers sprang into action. Yo Rim and So Ryong were ready to continue the attack. Their opponent said they would have to finish them off. Yo Rim told the captain to run away. They would try to buy him some time. So Ryong added that she didn't know how long they could hold them off, but they would try. The disciples said the captain should continue on his way. They shielded him with their own bodies. Sol Hui watched as So Ryan and Yo Rim rushed at the opponent, protecting their commander. Yi Gum-yong parried the attack and counterattacked. Our hero wondered, why are they trying so hard? After all, their lives are about to end. The villain swung his sword, and Seo Ryong's head flew off to the side. The protagonist couldn't understand why they were willingly sacrificing themselves. Yo Rim also rushed at the opponent without a thought for himself. Unlike the captain, they had only one life. Lee Gum-yong struck, and Yo Rim's body was splattered with blood. Sol Hui didn't understand why his students were doing this. Yo Rim collapsed to the ground. Lee Gum-yong declared that these annoying weaklings were finished. The opponent noted that while destroying these repulsive demons, he envied only one thing. The more they are subject to demonic urges, the more loyal they are to their leader. That's what he truly envies. You can choose a few subordinates for yourself and get rid of the rest. On the other hand, it's actually kind of sad. When the captain turns out to be a coward, what kind of noble cause of protecting his life can there possibly be? And Kum-yong kicked the protagonist in the face and asked, "Am I not right?" Sol Hui fell to the ground. He thought that his subordinates had given their lives, yet he wasn't even putting up a fight, even though he had 4 lives to spare. Our hero thought he had always fought for survival and done everything he could. Even on the brink of death, he didn't lose hope. But one day he suddenly stopped fighting. When did that happen? He didn't want to lose his life. And Kum-yong asked if Sol Hui understood why he was about to be destroyed. The villain said that this guy had the right look, despair and helplessness. He liked it. It was fun. Sol Hui recalled the words of the artificial intelligence. You must not let the system consume you. If the system is not a gift from fate but a deadly poison, is it right to accept it or to avoid it at all costs? Yi Kum-yong asked why the young man was trembling. They were all just pawns, used and then discarded. His rival said that now that the young man knew this, he could die in peace. Sol Hui replied that he wanted to twitch a little more. Our hero had no intention of becoming a pawn of the system. The protagonist didn't know how far he could escape the fate the system had foretold. He would fight as long as he could. Lee Kum-yong was surprised by the nonsense he was spouting. Our hero replied that he had just figured out how to defeat this opponent. There was one way, if he was willing to sacrifice himself. And Kum-yong declared that he was tired of listening to him. He pierced our hero's body right through with his sword. Sol Hui thought if he couldn't see a way to win, he would simply create one himself. His opponent declared that it was all over now. However, our hero said he wouldn't let himself be consumed. The Hand of the Wind God skill was activated. The system reported that his combat power had increased. Reward received. Sword technique. Plum blossom. After that, our hero collapsed to the ground. The protagonist's health was plummeting towards zero, but the young man declared that he had won. Sol Hui was teleported to his room, his save point. The young man had 4 lives left. The deaths of his subordinates were still fresh in his mind. In his foolishness, our hero felt sorry only for himself and did nothing. He realized that he had traveled back in time, which meant his students must still be alive. But why then did his chest feel so tight, and why did he long for them? Sol Hui realized it was time to set out. There was still much to prepare. He had mastered the blood hand martial art and the plum blossom sword technique. The protagonist decided that he would never again put his subordinates in danger and would definitely become even stronger. Our hero decided that this time he would do things differently. He would challenge fate once again and remain unshakable. Sol Hui made the necessary notes in his books. The young man could only work on such an important task as combining martial arts in the privacy of his own quarters. It was just theory, but he wanted to give it a try. The martial arts, blood hand, and searing flame are very similar in their methods of utilizing demonic chi and controlling energy. If they were combined, the result would be something incredible. The result of this fusion was the martial art, accumulation of flame. Sol Hui thought he had expected something truly incredible, but instead he received the most advanced martial art mastered by the leader of the Supreme Court. The martial art of flame accumulation was learned and remained in his memory forever. Among all the forms of the martial art of flame accumulation that Sol Hui had studied was the creation of the purest flame, the flame of passion. It also included the creation of a violet fire that was nearly impossible to contain and resembled a flame from the underworld. It seemed to the protagonist that he had managed to glimpse a power that did not belong to this world. Sol Hui was almost certain that this power was accessible only to those who had mastered the martial art of flame accumulation. Our hero rediscovered just how powerful the leader of the Supreme Court truly was. Having acquired the martial art of flame accumulation and received a reward in the form of increased combat power for defeating Yi Kum-yon and San Zhongzhang, the protagonist became significantly stronger. However, he is still far from the level of the masters. The young man suspected that combat power wasn't everything. Since then, one thought has been tormenting him. Pu Ilki's combat power is only about 1 million conventional units, while that of Hyuk Gu, the leader of the Silver Spirit Squad, is just under 10 million. Sol Hui suspected that the numbers didn't reflect the true state of affairs, and in battle, Kum-yong also seemed much stronger than one might have expected based on his combat power. In any case, he needed to figure out this new secret technique first. The protagonist knocked on the door. Yu Muki opened it and asked what the captain wanted. Sol Hui handed the books to his apprentice and explained that they were the white body martial art and the severe flame martial art. Yum Muki expressed surprise, asking why the captain had decided to give him something so valuable. The commander replied that he had to step out for a short while. The young man was to copy the books and study them alongside the leaders of the spirit of destruction. These techniques would help them become stronger. Sol Hui stated that he would return to check what they had learned, so there was no time to waste. The protagonist believed that the development of his subordinates should not be neglected. The system prompted him to select a schedule for the 97th celestial year, 12th month. Sol Hui chose the option, fulfill his military duties. The young man decided that this time he would take the initiative and strike first. The system transported the hero to Sichuan. In the capital square, the people were celebrating and rejoicing. Our hero decided to first look for a place to eat well and gather some information at the same time. The young man saw a girl with the inscription, "Friendly Group +1" above her head. What could that mean? A stranger approached the protagonist and asked if he was looking for someone. He introduced himself as Chiltyuk and said he could find anyone. Chiltyuk noticed the young man's expensive sword and asked if this was his first time in a place like this. The man offered our hero a chance to have a good time. Sol Hui was taken aback and replied that he wasn't interested, since he was a man of moral character. Our hero pointed to the stranger and asked if Chiltyuk knew this lady. The stranger replied that the young man would have to wait a long time. Even if he waited, she still had many appointments scheduled. The protagonist asked what he meant by that. Chiltyuk explained that this lady was a professional and didn't work only here. Sol Hui figured out what that meant. His companion asked if the young gentleman would like something to drink. Sol Hui replied that he should bring whatever he thought was best. The protagonist walked over to the stranger and sat down next to her. The girl asked if he had some business with her. Sol Hui looked her in the eyes and said he just felt like sitting down here. The girl sighed and remarked that this young man was quite interesting. Our hero said he wanted to ask her a question, but the girl apologized and said it was already time for her to leave. At that moment, people appeared behind the protagonist. The stranger said that if he was interested in her, he could stop by here. She placed a note with the coordinates on the table. Myongpin, room 15. The girl said goodbye and left, accompanied by the people who had come for her. Meanwhile, Chiltyuk appeared and said he had brought the master the most popular wine in the region. Sol Hui took a few sips and suddenly felt drowsy. The next time the protagonist came to, it was after they had tried to snap him out of it with slaps. Chiltyuk noted that the young man had finally woken up and asked if they should whip him some more. Sol Hui realized he was in an unfamiliar place and tied to a chair. Our hero suspected that this guy had slipped something into his wine. Chiltyuk declared that it was his job to rob newbies. The protagonist found this strange, since he hadn't recognized such a simpleton. He should give this some thought in the future. Behind Chiltyuk stood a gang of thugs, scoundrels just like himself. The gang leader greeted Mr. Nobody and introduced himself as Hyun A, the head of the 42nd gang of the Myongpin house. The protagonist assessed his condition and thought he was quite weak. Hyun A said he would ask a few questions and expected honesty, otherwise the young man wouldn't survive. The gang leader asked where the young man had gotten such an excellent sword. Hyuna pointed out that remaining silent was not in his best interest. At least this way, he might stay alive. Sol Hui asked if the place where they found him belonged to Myongbin's house. Hyuna assumed that the young man didn't understand the situation he was in. Sol Hui replied that he understood everything, since he had been drugged and tied up. The gang leader asked if he realized the consequences. The protagonist replied that he was aware of them and was even glad about it. Our hero decided that everything was turning out even better than he'd expected. He now had a reason to get into Myongpin's house. Hyuna ordered them to beat him up, deciding he was of no use. Two thugs approached the protagonist looking determined. Unexpectedly, it turned out that his hands and feet were already untied. He explained that he had used a body-shaping technique. The protagonist jumped up and struck the first thug. The second one took a blow to the jaw and collapsed to the floor. Chiltyuk watched the scene in surprise. He couldn't understand how this was possible. The next moment, the protagonist grabbed one of the thugs by the throat and lifted him off the ground. He threw him forward with force. The throw was precise. Chiltyuk collided with Hyuna and they both fell. Our hero stepped closer and stood over his defeated opponents. The protagonist asked what Hyun A was going to do next. In any case, his appearance would come in handy. A man approached a large, gleaming building. It was Myongpin's house. This man was Sol Hui, who had taken on the appearance of gang leader Hyun A using a face-altering technique. Hyun A, who had been beaten earlier, confessed they were involved in extortion, targeting guests in the red light district or lone travelers. They handed over all the money to the owner of the Myongpyong house, who paid them a percentage. The owner's name was Chang Sik. He controlled the entire district and had about 200 subordinates. One of the guests approached the visitor and asked how Hyuna was doing. The protagonist replied that everything was fine. Ganya said that the boss was there and Hyuna could go see him. Our hero said he needed to hurry and wanted to tell the boss something important. Ganya noted that the boss was in a bad mood today because of the Blue Dragon cult. Mr. Kim Man-jun just can't seem to reach an agreement, which is why they can't act openly. Sol Hui thought that Kim Man-jun was the one calling the shots here, and the sect was just a front for him. Ganya assumed that the leadership would sort things out anyway. Sol Hui saw the very same girl who had given him the note. Ganya explained that she had been sold to the Hao community because of a debt, and her owner had bought her back for a large sum. Our hero knew that the Hao community was a faction of society's outcasts. Now it's clear why the sign above her read, "Friendly Group." But if that's the case, what is her connection to the Hao community, and how might this affect his situation? The protagonist asked Kong Ya whether the landlord was on the third floor and if anyone had visited him recently. Our hero realized he had some very important information. The third floor of the Myongbin house, the landlord's room. Sol Hui, disguised as Hyuna, appeared in the doorway. Changsik turned around and saw him. The owner asked why Hyuna had come this time. The visitor showed him a blade and said he'd found something useful. Changsik took the sword and remarked that it was indeed excellent. The protagonist noticed a girl sitting on the floor with bruises on her face. The owner said he would soon get rid of her. She had stolen money. He added that she had even tried to hire a hitman with the stolen funds. According to him, she did this out of revenge for her father, whom he had killed. Changsik returned the sword and ordered the girl to be executed, wanting to test its sharpness. The girl silently lowered her eyes. The master asked why Hyuna wasn't carrying out the order. Sol Hui took the sword and approached the girl. He said she should have understood the consequences but chose this path anyway. The girl replied that in his eyes it might seem like a foolish act. She added that she could not forget her father's death and that despite her weakness, her blade of vengeance would not grow dull. She said she had no regrets, except that she had been caught too quickly. Sol Hui remarked that he liked the look in her eyes. Her determination reminded him of himself in the past. Changsik asked irritably why Hyuna was hesitating and not carrying out the order. Our hero asked how much money she was planning to pay the hitman for revenge on her father. Without waiting for an answer, he said they would discuss it later and that he wasn't expecting an advance payment. Sol Hui assumed his usual appearance. The girl was surprised. He said that since they were in this situation, he would have to eliminate them all. The thugs were surprised. After all, Hyun-ah was no longer standing before them. Our hero activated his pepper boots and told the thugs to get ready. This would definitely be the last thing they'd ever remember. The young man beckoned to the thugs, and they rushed at him, shouting and brandishing their weapons. Sol Hui thought this rabble was so weak that turn-based combat wouldn't even activate. The thugs were clearly thirsty for blood. Sol Hui was amazed at how much everything had changed. The Hand of the Wind God skill was activated once again. The girl watched the unfolding events with interest, not even daring to dream of such a thing. Sol Hui said it was just a warm-up and asked the girl to count to 10. He promised that by the time she finished counting, all but one would be destroyed. Changsik urged the gangsters to take decisive action. This man is alone. He must be eliminated immediately. Sol Hui asked, "Don't you want to attack? Are you scared?" The young man thrust his sword forward and said it was now his turn. Our hero wanted to try something. He activated the plum blossom sword technique. His opponent's heads began flying off in all directions. Less than 10 seconds later, only the gang leader, Changsik, was left alive. The protagonist pressed his sword against Changsik's throat and asked if he thought it was sharp enough. Changsik begged for mercy, admitting that he hadn't recognized the man as an important figure. He promised to do anything to stay alive and was even willing to leave the girl alone. The gangster promised to forget everything that had happened here. Otherwise, a manhunt would begin for this man. Changsik assumed that the young man didn't need any extra trouble. Sol Hui thought the gangster was right. If he took out one of the red light district bosses, the cult behind him, the one funding him, would start hunting him down. However, the young man noticed that this girl wanted the scoundrel dead. Changsik declared that if it hadn't been him, someone else would have dealt with her father anyway. Sol Hui thought the man was right. If her father had continued gambling, a similar fate would have befallen him anyway. Wasn't her father to blame himself? Sol Hui said he would ask the lady about this again. The system reported that Chang Sik had found the hero's weak spot. The next action must be selected. Sol Hui chose the option, meet face to face. After that, an explosion occurred. The thug laughed and asked the young man how the bomb tasted. The system reported that damage was taken from Chang Sik's attack. However, the protagonist was unharmed. He used ice crystals to defend himself. Sol Hui swung his sword and Chang Sik was destroyed. The girl thanked our hero for his help. She said she had no money. The bandits had taken it. Sol Hui replied that it didn't matter. He needed her to tell him something. The protagonist asked her to tell him about the Hao community, of which she had previously been a member. The young people continued their conversation at the inn. The girl explained that she served as a liaison for the leadership of the Hao community. Her name was Haran. Because of her father's gambling debt, she was sold to a tavern at the age of 16. But thanks to her incredible beauty, she paid off the debt before she turned 18. After that, she began investigating why her father had gotten involved in gambling, where he'd gotten the money, and how he'd died. She managed to find out that Chang Sik was to blame for everything. She decided to go to him herself. At first, she planned to steal enough money from Chang Sik to hire a hitman. However, she had no idea that he would end up dead. Sol Hui asked, could it be that the hitman was killed by Chang Sik? The girl replied that her first target was a local loan shark who collected taxes under the protection of the authorities. Sol Hui realized she was referring to Kim Man-jun. Haran added that she intended to deal with Chang Sik later. She had heard that the mercenary had always completed his assignments, but his body had been dumped on the street, mutilated beyond recognition. Sol Hui thought her approach was correct. Eliminating one neighborhood boss solves nothing. In this world, the hierarchy is strictly observed. Therefore, they first needed to figure out who held the real power and only then deal with Chang Sik. But above Chang Sik stood Kim Man-jun. Most likely the hitman couldn't make sense of the situation and didn't know about the Red Demon's men surrounding Man-jun, so he acted blindly, and that was his downfall. Sol Hui asked Haran if she had found the hitman through the Hao community. The girl replied in the affirmative. Haran added that betrayal lurks around every corner here, but there's a certain romance to it as well. She asked why the young man needed to meet with the administrator of the Hao community. As far as she knew, he didn't just show up for no reason. It wasn't easy to meet him. Sol Hui replied that she shouldn't worry. He would definitely want to meet her. There are people about whom you can't find out anything, no matter how hard you try. The young man remarked that he was exactly one of those people. The system reported that the friendly group, the Hao community, had been activated. A man approached the protagonist, placed a hand on his shoulder, and told him to follow him. The man added that the girl should stay where she was. To gain entry into the Hao community, the protagonist saved Haran. By contacting the organization that gathers information on everything, the young man will be able to understand the true state of affairs from the perspective of those not involved in it. For example, exactly when the Supreme Court leader's man began defending Kim Man-jun, the young man felt he had a lot to figure out. Our hero was led into a room where there was only one person. It was the administrator of the Hao community, Yok Ha. He turned around and said that the young man had finally arrived. The protagonist had expected this man to be older, since he was the administrator. Yok Ha understood his thoughts and said that everyone was staring at him in surprise. He invited him to sit down and remarked that this young man wasn't one of their own. Sol Hui was surprised and asked how he could tell. The administrator replied that they'd had little time, but they hadn't found anything about this man, only that he'd arrived by cart from Guangdong. It turns out he's a guest from another faction, so there isn't enough information. Usually in such cases, they approach the investigation differently. Instead of looking into his background, they examine what the man did and when he arrived. Yokha added that what is known is this. He dealt with Chang Sik's men in the red light district. It might seem like he helped Haran, but in reality, he came specifically to them. The administrator said that a person's actions reveal who they are and where they're from. Sol Hui thought they had learned too much in such a short time. which was to be expected from an organization that controls the region's information. Our hero asked if his interlocutor knew about San Zhongjang, who is covering for Kim Man-jun. The administrator's reaction was predictable. In the Central Lands, people still fear the demonic sect. Sol Hui surmised that Yokha was shocked not only by the connection to the demonic sect, but also by the very fact that anyone was interested in San Zhongjang, a member of that same faction. Yokha realized that even within the demonic sect, there were internal strife. Sol Hui added that a single careless word could drag him into their conflict. The risk was great, but the reward was substantial. Kim Man-jun was on their side, and the steward had already been drawn into the problem. Yokha remarked that luck seemed to be following him, and asked how much the young man knew. Sol Hui thought the question was about his status in the Supreme Council, and that the steward's next decision would depend on his answer. He replied that he knew about San Zhongjang's conspiracy with Gu Cheongmyeon's disciple, Yi Gumyeon. Yokha looked at him in surprise and asked who he really was. The protagonist replied that he was simply a man dedicated to his cause. He asked a direct question: was the administrator willing to join him? The protagonist understood that only the administrator of the Hao community could make sense of all this. Kim Man-jun asked how things had gone. He was told that they had agreed to accept 5 work zones. Man-jun noted that they were once again losing out on the protection tax from the Blue Dragon sect. The assistant said that now was not the time to argue. They wouldn't last long anyway. Man-jun replied that he knew that, but asked when help would arrive from the Supreme Court. The assistant said they needed to wait. If someone from the Silver Spirit Squad was sent, everything would be resolved. Kim Man-jun replied that he would hope for that. The moneylender asked the assistant what was known about yesterday's incident. The assistant replied that it didn't look like the work of the Blue Dragon. The assistant added that the man was most likely not from the Central Lands, but from the outskirts. He acted alone, but caused a lot of trouble for the sake of some girl. The assistant said they had already tracked him down. His subordinates from the Heavenly Defenders unit should have already beheaded him. The door to the room swung open, and representatives of the Heavenly Defenders appeared in the doorway. The squad commander asked the servant where the target was. The old man pointed to the table where Sol Hui and Ha Ran were sitting. The protagonist warned the girl that they were already there. The squad leader approached the table, took out a scroll, and compared the portrait to the real people. He said that it was indeed them, and a smile appeared on his face. The warriors drew their swords and prepared to carry out their mission. The leader reminded them that they had been ordered to bring the young man in alive. The protagonist asked if San Zhongjang had sent them. Haran asked anxiously if they could handle it. Sol Hui replied that it wouldn't be difficult. They weren't that strong. The leader ordered the attack, and the warriors charged forward. However, the hero repelled the attack and scattered them in all directions. Sol Hui approached the leader and asked if they were from the Red Demon's chamber. He added that the Heavenly Defenders unit belonged specifically to her. Sol Hui asked Cheol Sahu if they were acting on orders from the Supreme Court leader, adding that he was from Huanshan and should not be underestimated. He said that if the leader didn't believe him, so be it, but he wouldn't walk out of there alive. Outside, armed men stood in the pouring rain. A visitor approached the building. A guard told him to leave. He couldn't come in right now. One of the guards recognized him as Mr. Son Changjun. The man introduced himself as Huang Si, an informant for Kim Man-jun. The guard told his colleague that this was the boss's man. The man bowed and apologized, saying they hadn't recognized him. The informant told the people to step aside and let Song Changjun through. The doors to the room swung open, and the visitor entered. Before him, on the floor, lay mangled and bloodied bodies. San Zhongjang asked who could have done this. One of the bodies had been decapitated and was kneeling. Zhongjang thought it was Cheol Sahu. He sank to his knees and lost all desire to fight. What kind of martial arts master was this who had made him lose the will to live? Zhongjang touched the body and examined the direction of the wounds. They resembled a flower. This was, without a doubt, the plum blossom technique. Huang Ya asked if the gentleman had noticed anything important. San Cheongjong replied that the nature of the wounds on the deceased's body revealed a great deal, for example, his opponent's movements. The bodies must not be moved yet. Cheongjong then asked where Lee Gumyong was at the moment. The children were practicing hand-to-hand combat and sword techniques. Sol Hui and Yo Ka continued their conversation nearby. The steward said that his companion was a terrifying man, since he had deliberately used the plum blossom technique after luring out and destroying San Cheongjang's men. Yo Ka asked if everything was all right with Haran. The protagonist replied that her quest for revenge was over and she was now free. She had gone her own way. Sol Hui asked the steward if Cheongjang would be taking action soon. Yo Ka replied that he would soon meet with Lee Gumyong. Since all of his subordinates had been killed, he would definitely seek out this meeting. Sol Hui noted that Sang Zhongjang would suspect him. Yo Ka replied that Sang Zhongjang would likely consider all possibilities and wouldn't so easily suspect someone he had worked with for so long. The administrator added that he might also suspect Baek Yang Chon, the leader of the Blue Dragon sect. In that case, they would be able to get rid of Yang Chon without getting their hands dirty. Yo Ka pointed out that Zhongjang would need more evidence. Sol Hui asked whether San Zhongjang himself might be provoking him. The steward replied that the leader of the Blue Dragon sect wouldn't fall for that. They needed to find a more reliable method. Sol Hui said that the time had come to deceive Baek Yang Chon. Our hero added that there was still something he didn't understand. He asked his companion if Yo Ka knew who he was. The steward replied that he was from the Silver Spirit unit. Sol Hui asked whether the steward understood what it meant for him to cooperate with such a person. Yo Ka speculated that he might be drawn into the affairs of a demonic sect, and that all of this was connected to politics. The protagonist asked why the steward was helping him in that case. After all, he doesn't know the state of affairs at the royal court. Why is he interfering for no reason? Yo Ka replied that if he had refused, Sol Hui could have destroyed him. Doesn't that mean that if he wants to live, he has to help? Yo Ka added that it was disgusting. Sol Hui understood everything, yet still claimed to be worried about him. Yo Ka asked if Sol Hui knew the average age of a steward in the Hao community. Sol Hui guessed over 40. The correct answer is 19. Most of them die by that age. The more experienced an administrator is, the faster he dies. Age doesn't matter. Once the Hao community went through 5 leaders in a single year. The lives of society's outcasts are worth next to nothing. They don't even know martial arts. Once they've served their time, they're thrown out onto the street. Such is the Hao community, a community of outcasts. Yo Ka told Sol Hui not to worry about it. He too would die soon, perhaps on the street or from poisoned wine. It was only a matter of time. Yo Ka added that those who become administrators decide in advance when and how they will die. The dispatcher said that he too had settled this matter. Sol Hui was to be the one to destroy him. Of course, provided Sol Hui gave him a reason. In fact, the whole situation was rather intriguing. Standing before him was a demon who mastered the Huangshan martial art. Sol Hui had studied demonic martial arts, but he did not succumb to his demonic nature. He is a member of a demonic sect, and upon first entering the Murim, he saved a human from the Hao community. The steward said he wanted to ask the young man a question. How much longer did he think he had to live? Sol Hui replied that he didn't know. At least as long as he was alive, the steward wouldn't die because of his mistake. He would fix everything before that happened. Yo Ka asked why he was so sure of that. The protagonist replied that it wasn't just certainty, it was a fact. Our hero explained that he had more lives in reserve than the others. The administrator said that was good and suggested they get down to business. Yo Ka asked if he could see those people. They were from the Blue Dragon sect, scoundrels serving as the sect's guards. Yo Ka reminded him that Sol Hui had spoken of the need to deceive Baek Yang Chon. The administrator held out a mask and said he had made it from human skin. It was San Zhongjang's mask. Our hero replied that he wouldn't need it. The protagonist activated the face-changing technique. The Blue Dragon Guards discussed how this tavern was famous throughout the district for its delicious mapo tofu. However, it was still being run by Kim Man-jun. They couldn't afford to be misunderstood. Kwan Savun, the head of the Blue Dragon sect's guard, said that Ga Hong was right. It's just that not everyone realized the owner had changed because of their excessive politeness. So it's time to make sure they remember this. Kwon Sawon placed an order, demanding that they bring all the best dishes. The head of the guard grabbed the waiter by the chest and asked if he knew who they were. The waiter said they shouldn't behave that way in a public place. Kwon Sawon became angry and grabbed the waiter by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Sanjong-jang was sitting at the next table. He said that no matter where he went, there were always a few scoundrels around. The protagonist, in the guise of Sanjong-jang, was deliberately acting provocatively to attract their attention. Kwon Sawon was surprised and asked who he was. He felt like he had seen that face before. Jong-jang said that he was indeed one of Kim Man-jun's men and his bodyguard. Kwon Sawon was surprised. Could this man really have been following them? Jong-jang confirmed it. The leader of the guards asked if Man-jun's aide wanted to fight them and whether he understood the consequences. It would mean war. Sanchong-jang said he didn't mind and demanded 400 liang of gold from each guard. He added that if they paid, he would spare their lives. Kwon Sawon decided that this man had gone mad. At that moment, one of the guards tried to strike him from behind with his sword. However, at the last moment, Jong-jang jumped back and the blow missed. Sanjong-jang counterattacked and struck the attacker in the jaw. The guard was knocked out. The tavern patrons began to scatter, not wanting to get involved in the fight. Kwon Sawon flew into a rage. The protagonist, in the guise of Jong-jang, asked in surprise why they were standing there. He beckoned them over. The guards rushed to attack but were instantly beheaded. It took Jong-jang just one strike. The protagonist activated the martial art Blood Hand. The attackers were wiped out instantly. He was pleased with his demonstration of technique. The system reported that Kwon Sawon and Ga-hong had found the hero's weak spot. The next action must be selected. The protagonist analyzed the situation and realized that the guards had grown stronger. Our hero, in the guise of Jong-jang, was surprised. Had their combat power really increased? He chose the option, face them head on. The protagonist activated his icy chainmail, and the attacks no longer posed a threat. Jong-jang grabbed his opponents by the heads and used Blood Hand. The opponents were destroyed by fire. Our hero didn't expect their power to surge so dramatically during the fight. This hadn't happened before, and he was caught off guard. This is likely a special technique of the orthodox sects. Their forms resemble the final stage of the plum blossom technique. They have a deep understanding of combat techniques. Understanding techniques and applying them are fundamentally different things. Sol Hui recalled how the artificial intelligence had warned him not to let the system consume him. He realized that one cannot consider the gifts of fate to be an unconditional blessing. In any case, traces of the demonic art Blood Hand remained in Sanchong-jang's form. Now the leader of the Blue Dragon sect will see his subordinates destroyed and will try to eliminate Sanchong-jang. So now it's necessary to get rid of the biggest problem, Lee Kum-yong. Lee Kum-yong was approaching the meeting place where they were already waiting for him. Sanchong-jang said that Lee Kum-yong had finally shown up. Lee Kum-yong reiterated once again that such meetings were dangerous for no good reason. Jong-jang apologized but said he had to verify something. Sanjong-jang reported that all his subordinates had been killed and he had investigated the circumstances of their deaths. The bodies bore traces of a unique sword-fighting technique, the plum blossom. Lee Kum-yong remarked that if they had been killed using this technique, it must have been someone from the Blue Dragon sect. But if they had such masters, aside from the sect leader, no one else was at the zenith level. Sanjong-jang said that was precisely why he had come. No one knew the plum blossom technique better than Lee Kum-yong. Lee Kum-yong laughed and didn't believe he was under suspicion. Jong-jang replied that it wasn't an accusation, but he had hoped Lee might know something. Lee Kum-yong stated that it wasn't him, although he understood the logic behind the suspicion. He added that he rarely went out, just like his brothers. It would make more sense to turn to the Hao community. Sanjong-jang replied that Yi Kum-yong does, after all, possess Huangshan techniques, which is why he turned to him. Yi Kum-yong confirmed that he knows them well and also belongs to those very people. He offered some advice. Next time, solve problems on his own and not bother him over trifles. He also added that Jong-jang had no right to summon him and that he should know his place. Otherwise, he risked suffering the same fate as his subordinates. As he was leaving, Lee Gum-yong advised him to learn how to conduct business properly. He was outraged that, after several discussions about the matter, Jung Jang had decided to walk all over him. He thought this manager was incompetent and impossible to work with. He needed to discuss this with the boss. His men couldn't even handle the Blue Dragon sect. They were too weak. He needed to ask for someone stronger to be sent. On his way, Lee Kum-yan encountered a man wearing a red scarf. He asked who the man was. The protagonist addressed Yi Kum-yun by name and said whose disciple he was. He added that he knew about his connections to Sanjong-jang. Our hero said that when the demonic sect sent someone, they would deal with him. As a reward, the Blue Dragon sect would be handed over to Yi Kum-yon. Lee Gum-yan grabbed his sword and thought it was an unlucky day. Every misfortune under the sun had come crashing down on him. The opponent stepped out onto the clearing. Lee Gum-yan swung his sword, but the protagonist dodged the blow. Lee Gum-yan realized that the man standing before him was the very one who had wiped out San Cheongjang's men. Sol Hui admitted it. Our hero stated that he wanted to confirm something in this battle. Lee Kuman's combat power increased during the fight, just like that of the Blue Dragon sect's guards. Sol Hui thought that even greater danger awaited him in the future. If he could figure out under what circumstances his combat power increased and decreased, it would greatly help him in future battles. Our hero crossed blades with a powerful warrior. This time, he was the one who provoked him. The protagonist recalled the artificial intelligence's words about the need to learn martial arts properly, not by relying on the system, but by starting from the very basics. Those words meant that he had to learn through real-world experience and feel everything for himself. Each of the opponents was interested in this fight, though their goals differed. The protagonist sensed a sudden surge in his opponent's combat power. This was the result of his understanding of the martial arts. This was especially true of the plum blossom technique. The fluctuations in combat power characteristic of members of orthodox sects were due to the nature of their training. Members of demonic sects rely on their internal QI during training to become stronger. However, most members of orthodox sects focus on developing both body and mind. Sol Hui remembered how his combat power once surged dramatically due to the white glow martial art. At that time, he was mastering the forms of this art right in the heat of battle, and his level of proficiency increased, leading to a significant boost in strength. This means that the growth of combat power depends on exactly how one studies martial arts and trains. In other words, mastering previously neglected forms of martial arts can quickly increase one's strength. The protagonist hadn't yet used the flame accumulation martial art in this battle. And Kum-yong asked in surprise why the guy was laughing. Was he really crazy? Sol Hui replied that his mind was perfectly fine, even better than usual. Our hero added that perhaps he really had gone a little off the rails at the thought that he could become even stronger. This thought captivated him so much that he was ready to go mad. The protagonist attacked, and his opponent was sent flying backward but managed to stay on his feet. Sol Hui swung his sword and delivered a powerful blow. Yi Kum-yong raised his sword and blocked the attack. The protagonist charged forward resolutely once more. Yi Kum-yong asked who he really was, since this was more than just the true flame of samadhi. Sol Hui replied that it was the martial art known as flame accumulation. It requires yang energy. Now using it, he would burn Yi Kum-yong. Our hero had used this martial art only once, yet half of his kui had already vanished. To deal with his opponent more quickly, the protagonist decided to take a risk, even though each form of the technique required an enormous expenditure of qi. Yi Kum-yong agreed that flame accumulation was incredibly powerful, but too costly. Soon, neither of them would have much qi left. Sol Hui asked if he had ever heard the expression, "The most dangerous scoundrel is the one who has nothing to lose." He added that this now applied to him. The young man decided that since he was already taking a risk, he might as well go all out. He plunged his sword into the ground and activated the flashpoint skill. At that very moment, Yi Kum-yong was engulfed in flames. The surrounding area was completely engulfed in flames. The young man had about 5,000 conditional units of qi left. This strike was meant to be his last. Lee Kum-yong survived but sustained serious injuries. The protagonist realized he didn't have enough ki to execute the technique properly. His opponent withstood the blow and he no longer had the strength to continue. The system reported that his proficiency in the flame accumulation martial art had increased. Sol Hui noted that this was exactly the result he had been hoping for, but perhaps it was too late. The diagram for the flame accumulation martial art also became available. The screen displayed the QI recovery process, and Sol Hui wondered if it would help. Lee Kum-yong asked in surprise what else this kid had up his sleeve. He sensed that something wasn't right here. He expected his opponent's ki to run out, but instead he felt it growing. The opponent was surprised at how he was even capable of accumulating chi. Lee Kum-yong lunged forward and shouted that he wouldn't let him continue. It defied all the laws of nature. Sol Hui activated the white body martial art, and the attack missed its mark. Our hero said that his opponent was too late. He struck, and Lee Kum-yong's body was pierced by the sword. The opponent lost his balance and fell. Sol Hui stood before him with his sword drawn. Lee Kum-yong, bleeding profusely, begged for mercy. He claimed he had done nothing wrong and did not understand why they wanted to kill him. Sol Hui told him to beg some more, like a dog. Perhaps then he would be spared. Lee Kum-yong knelt down and bowed, promising to keep a low profile and not use his powers. He repeated that he would live quietly and unobtrusively. With tears in his eyes, he begged for mercy once more. Sol Hui was surprised at how much everything had changed. In his past life, Lee Kum-yong had destroyed him, and now he was desperately begging for his life. The protagonist felt uneasy at the thought that something like that might happen again. Sol Hui said that he was a strange man and hadn't expected him to cling to life so desperately. Lee Kum-yong replied that it was better to live in filth than to die. The protagonist agreed with that. But he added that he wasn't sure whether Lee Kum-yong should live at all. He noted that in his past life, Lee Kum-yong had mercilessly destroyed his subordinates. Lee Kum-yong wondered which subordinates he was referring to. Sol Hui added that he could no longer forgive him, seeing him grovel before someone stronger. He said he had promised his subordinates to destroy this man in his next life. And Kum-yong was killed. The young man thought he had simply been lucky. His opponent hadn't used the plum blossom technique properly. This time, victory was once again a gift of fate, but he could no longer rely on that. Sol Hui noted that more than half of his ki had already recovered. To avoid trouble, he dragged the body into the nearest bushes. His combat power had reached 10 million conventional units, and he had gained the ability to accumulate ki. This would be enough against an average master. Sol Hui decided it was time to act. Only the final stage of the plan remained. He moved resolutely and confidently toward his goal, the Sichuan branch of the demonic sect. The warriors who tried to resist were mercilessly wiped out. Baek Yang-chong and his men arrived uninvited. A representative of the demonic sect asked what Baek Yang-chong was doing there. The leader of the Blue Dragon asked if anyone really thought they would survive after his subordinates had been wiped out. His interlocutor replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Baek Yang-cheon asked if he really thought he could escape punishment. Yang Cheon declared that they would be destroyed anyway, and that he was alive only because he was choosing the moment himself. The cult leader added that the demonic academy would not intervene without a direct war. Yang Chan said that their deaths would be ruled an accident. His interlocutor replied that this was a misconception on Baek Yang-cheon's part. A commotion rang out in the hallway and everyone turned around. A man wearing pepper boots and a red scarf entered the room, asking what was going on. Baek Yang-chan ordered his men not to attack. The cult leader concluded that he must be a master, since he had passed right through all the guards. Baek Yang-chan asked who he was. The protagonist replied that people like them had no business asking him questions. San Jung-jang concluded that the man from the Demon Academy was coming to his rescue. He complained that they had been attacked by members of the Blue Dragon. The protagonist looked at him, and he asked if there were any questions. Sol Hui said there were no questions and decapitated him with a single blow. Blood spurted in all directions, and Kim Man-jung was horrified. The head rolled to Baek Yang-chan's feet. The protagonist suggested that he pick it up and leave. He asked if that wasn't why the man had come, to behead him. Sol Hui proposed a deal. Instead of 400 liang, he was willing to settle the matter for 200. Baek Yang Chon decided that Sol Hui was in on the conspiracy. Sol Hui wondered if that was more important than the heart of the matter. The sect leader replied that it was important. Sol Hui asked if he would believe a denial. He added that he could prove the opposite by eliminating the witnesses as he drew his sword. Baek Yangchun became angry, but Sol Hui told him not to take it so personally. Baek Yangchun turned around and left with his men. Kim Manjun poured some tea and asked why he had come. Sol Hui replied that he had heard about the shortage of men. Manjun noted that his visit was unexpected. Sol Hui said that the issue had been partially resolved, and since Manjun had witnessed it, the payments should not be reduced. Manjun asked if he was certain the enemies would retreat. Sol Hui replied that they had no choice. He recalled his conversation with the leader of the Blue Dragon and believed that the misunderstanding had been cleared up. In his past life, he had witnessed how Sanjungjiang and Yiga Myong sought to destroy the Blue Dragon clan. He surmised that Baek Yang Cheon knew this and was therefore increasing the pressure on the guild. The words, "The Book of Teachings on Unsealing," appeared above his head. He asked what that meant. Sol Hui asked if Manjun had an item called "The Book of Teachings on Removing Seals." He held up the blade and asked if the seal could be removed from it. Kim Manjun asked, "Isn't this one of the demon's 4 supreme swords, the demon sword of the evening rite?" It is known that the heavenly demon, in addition to the 4 pinnacles of demonic martial arts, passed down relic swords to his disciples. These are the 4 swords, each with its own unique characteristics, the 4 supreme swords of the demon. Manjun added that there was no doubt about it. The young man can take a look at the gemstone in the hilt. It is a crystal capable of absorbing demonic power. The moneylender added that, although only briefly, this gemstone is capable of sustaining the demonic martial art. If a certain amount of power is channeled into it, the unique energy of this sword will unleash incredible might. Sol Hui asked how best to use it. Kim Manjun handed the young man a book titled General Theory of Weapons. This book contains the formulas for deriving the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, as well as schematic depictions of the 8 trigrams of the universe. It describes in particular detail the characteristics and properties of the demon's 4 supreme swords. The moneylender admitted that he himself had practiced the blacksmith's craft until the age of 40. Our hero mastered the general theory of weapons. The seal was removed from the demonic sword of the evening rite, and it was renamed the Supreme Demonic Sword of the Winds. The moneylender remarked that if the young man had nowhere to spend the night, he could accompany him. Sol Hui replied that everything was fine. He had already finished his business and received everything he was supposed to get. Now it was time to return to the academy. Our hero saved his progress at the current checkpoint and teleported home. The system prompted him to select his schedule for the 98th heavenly year first month. The young man accepted a mission from Jok Pa, the head of the Silver Spirit Squad's training center. For this mission, the protagonist decided to act alone without any subordinates. Jok Pa noted that the young man had arrived on time. He happened to have a conversation scheduled. The head of the training center read the scroll and asked in surprise, "Has the young man already completed this task?" Kim Manjun's assignment had been successfully completed. The reward was received. Now our hero can buy or craft any equipment. A portion of the map to the secret library was obtained. Sol Hui decided to purchase 3,000 gold coins to protect himself from inflation. Besides, experts said it was a good investment. Kim Manjun noted that there were many excellent goods to be found at the market. You just needed money. The protagonist was offered weapons in various configurations and for different purposes. Sol Hui was surprised. Could he really buy all of this? Weapons like these aren't easy to come by. However, the price was quite high. Perhaps he could find something better in the future. Our hero replied that he would think it over. Manjun said he was always happy to see a valued guest. For the next 4 weeks, our hero was free, since he had completed Kim Manjun's assignment well ahead of schedule. The young man thought, Even if he was free from assignments, he had no time to rest. He needed to test how the royal ceremonial Sword of Enlightenment performed in battle without the seal. Sol Hui understood that if he sat around doing nothing, he would start to get restless. He already had enough health, chi, and combat power. However, he had recently realized that numbers didn't mean all that much. There in the future, even stronger enemies await him. He must become stronger. Sol Hui began training intensively, practicing sword techniques. While training, the young man realized something. At this point, it's virtually impossible to increase his combat power by training alone. The reason is that he is growing stronger not because he understands the martial art, but because he is improving his mastery of it and consuming pills or elixirs. It is now difficult for the young man to figure out what to do to move forward. He has grown stronger only thanks to a gift from fate. The skill, Supreme Demonic Sword of the Winds, absolute mastery. To break the deadlock, the protagonist had to rely on fate once again. Using the Supreme Demonic Sword of the Winds, the protagonist attained absolute mastery of the incomparable wind sword. Now Sol Hui realized just how difficult it truly is to master martial arts. The young man noticed that even after just one such strike, half of his health and ki had been depleted. Most likely, the system wants him to use it to create chaos or to unsettle his opponent. This technique itself is dangerous, like a double-edged sword. Right now, he needs to gain as much real combat experience as possible. The young man regretted not having a teacher. Our hero stood before the crater formed by the blow and wondered, would things have turned out differently if he'd had a teacher? The system once again offered him the chance to choose his schedule for the 98th heavenly year, second month. Now that he understood how difficult it was to grow stronger through solo training, he realized just how valuable a real battle against an enemy could be. Sol Hui believed he had already prepared himself sufficiently to handle anything in the future. The protagonist selected the option, complete Pu Ilki's mission alongside the leaders. In every life, he still has a little room to maneuver. Now he hoped to fulfill his military duties. The disciples had trained well and become significantly stronger. Sol Hui thought he could equip his subordinates and give them the weapons he would buy. The Silver Spirit Squad's territory, Pu Ilki's reception hall. Elder No Zhongwan, a senior martial arts master and one of the top 100 in the Supreme Court, told the Earth Demon that Ma Tae-ryong. He had been unreachable for 2 months after he began tailing the leader of the Supreme Court. Pu Ilki asked the elder who might be behind this. Ma Tai-ryong is one of the 7 representatives. The entire power of the Earth Demon rests on them. Even the leader of the Supreme Court would have a hard time handling Ma Tai-ryong alone. But Zhongwan suspected that the Huangshan sect had intervened. Not long ago, Ma Tae-ryong had been interested not only in the affairs of Simgui, but also in the Huang clan. It is said that the clan is hiding a collateral branch. Perhaps something went wrong with his investigation. But Zhongwan also suspected that Ma Tae-ryong was important, but it was better not to get involved right now. Pu Ilki said that they had already achieved a great deal. Can the elder hear what he's saying right now? But Zhongwan noticed that Song Mo was also already aware of the collusion between the leader of the Supreme Court and the Huangshan sect. Continuing to interfere in this matter is too dangerous. The elder added that Ma Tae-ryong was a martial arts master who was soon to become the Supreme Demon. If he had disappeared, it meant that a key figure in the Huangshan sect had intervened. In that case, the leader of the Supreme Court must have already found out about it, but then he would have rushed here immediately. The Earth Demon thought that Elder No was right. This was all Salma's idea. He was too dangerous an enemy. They couldn't handle him. If he'd suspected he was being followed, he would already be here. Pu Ilki said he understood everything. If he started taking action now, they'd be in trouble. The Earth Demon added, if he were to publicly declare that Salma had colluded with the Orthodox sect, they'd get rid of him quickly. Pu Ilki said he didn't want to hide anymore. How long can one live while constantly looking over one's shoulder? He no longer wants to be caught in the middle of his brother's conflicts. The Earth Demon added that he can't even stand up for himself. Is he really doomed to watch their power struggle and hope only that he'll get lucky and be spared? Pu Ilki noted that Huangshan supplies Salma with money and weapons, and that Salma, in turn, sends cult members to them so that the Orthodox sect can use them for training. He refuses to accept this. It's his sect. The Earth Demon declared that he would seize Huangshan's shipment as evidence and carry out his scheme. Ma Wu would be used for this purpose. The plan wasn't bad. At the moment, Salma and Ma Wu hold equal power within the sect. By revealing the conspiracy with Ma Wu, he could provoke a confrontation between them. The chances of success are quite high. But Zhongwan suggested that the master select warriors who are skilled at covering their tracks. The money and weapons are surely guarded by the Huang clan. We need agile people who can make quick decisions. Pu Ilgi stated that he had just such people. The elder surmised that this was the Spirit of Destruction group. Pu Ilki agreed that these people would be suitable. But Zhongwan suggested that Cheol Gusan accompany them. This mission cannot fail. He must go just in case. They must be prepared for the possibility that members of the group might be captured alive. Pu Ilki agreed. Appropriate security measures must be taken. The Earth Demon told his assistant to invite the leader of the Spirit of Destruction group. Our hero reviewed the information in the window and arrived on the Earth Leader's orders. Sol Hui decided he needed to focus, because from this moment on, things would get serious. Pu Ilkai told the young man that he had heard of his exploits. They say he's grown stronger and has capable subordinates. Sol Hui replied that it was all thanks to Lord Pu Ilki. All this time, he had been helping and watching over him. That's something he could never forget. The Earth Demon replied that he was glad the young man felt that way. In fact, he had invited Sol Hui because he had a mission for him. It's a dangerous mission. The young man will have to risk his life. He doesn't have to agree if Sol Hui isn't ready. The protagonist replied that he agreed. All this time, he had been training to become stronger. If the Earth Demon commands it, he is ready to do anything to complete the task. Pu Ilki thanked him in advance. It is necessary to investigate the secret branch of the Huangshan main family on Mount Huangjia. Sol Hui, of course, couldn't have been unaware of it, since he had been destroyed twice in that very place, like a stray dog. Pu Ilgi explained that one of his men, Ma Taryong, had gone there on a reconnaissance mission and had gone missing. It is unknown whether he died or is being held hostage. The Earth Demon explained that Sol Hui would have to figure out everything that had happened. If he encountered the enemy, he should avoid open confrontation. He needed to gather information. The protagonist bowed and said he understood everything. The young man asked, pointing to the sword, "Isn't this sword very valuable?" "Why then did the Earth Demon give it to me?" Pu Ilki asked. "Do you really think I have ulterior motives?" Pu Ilki added, "After all, Sol Hui knows what kind of person I am and what my position is." Sol Hui recalled the question the elder had asked him. Did the young man know about the Star of Destruction? Pu Ilkai remarked that, judging by his reaction, the young man had already heard of it. The Earth Demon revealed that he was, in fact, the Star of Destruction. Pu Ilki phrased the question differently. Does the Star of Destruction need a weapon? The Star of Destruction is destined to lose control of himself because he cannot overcome his demonic impulses. It is believed that his power is so great that he can destroy anyone. He doesn't need precious swords or celestial weapons. Pu Ilki asked the young man to use this weapon and make it his own power. Sol Hui bowed and added that he was ready to set out right away. Yum Muki asked what was going on. He had just been about to rest, but was called away immediately. The young men approached a wooden house on the edge of the forest, and the man said they had arrived. The man added that Yum Muki should go inside, then turned and walked back into the forest. The warrior opened the door and stepped inside. A familiar voice greeted him immediately. Sol Hui, who was inside the building, asked how Yum Muki was doing. The young man was delighted to see the captain. Yum Muki looked around and realized that the entire squad was already assembled. Yeonjin pointed out that Yum Muki was late. The young man replied that he had been extremely busy. The friends greeted each other, delighted by the reunion. The protagonist was moved. Would this continue if he gained even more people close to him? His subordinates don't remember this, but they gave their lives for their commander. They were loyal and worried about the captain even on the brink of death. Something like that can never be forgotten. Sol Hui surmised that Yum Muki had grown stronger since their last meeting. The young man acknowledged this as he is quite talented. Sol Hui informed the squad that they had been assigned an important mission. The commander reported that a member of their sect had gone missing 2 months ago. No one knows what happened to him or where he is now. They need to find out all of this while maintaining confidentiality. So Ryan said that if 2 months have already passed, there's a high probability that he's already dead. Yeonjin asked why they needed yet another pointless mission. Yerim remarked that orders from above are always like this. Finding a person is the job of those who run errands. Sol Hui suggested that the trainees would be happy with this assignment. He went missing in the Huanshan area. There was a brief pause. Everyone listened with bated breath. John Sok guessed that they'd been given an assignment that had been gathering dust for a long time. It came at just the right time. He was tired of training. Yo Rim admitted that he too had been waiting for such an assignment for a long time. So Ryan asked if they were leaving right away. Sol Hui replied that not yet. An informant would be arriving soon. Zhong Quan entered the building and asked if they were ready. The protagonist thought that since he was currently in free combat mode, he couldn't see this man's status. However, he could sense his kai. He was a true martial arts master. Sol Hui replied that they were ready. Wasn't that obvious? Zhong Quan handed over a scroll and said it was a portrait of Ma Ter-yong. It also contains a description of what happened after his disappearance. The informant tossed a vial into the protagonist's hands and said he'd almost forgotten. The young man knows what this is, doesn't he? This is necessary for them to successfully complete the mission and not harm Lord Pu Ilgi. The informant turned and left the room. Silence reigned once more. Sol Hui realized that the man had only pretended to leave. Zhong Quan would follow them and keep watch. Muki noted that the man had been quite rude, but what had he left behind? The captain replied that it was rebirth powder. Sol Hui pointed out that the mission was so dangerous that they couldn't leave any traces of their presence. In case of danger, they would destroy themselves using the rebirth powder. They must leave absolutely no traces whatsoever. The commander noted that they now had all the necessary information. It was time to set out on the mission. On the way to Mount Huangjia, the Spirit of Destruction group set up camp. The group stopped to rest. Yum Muki entertained his friends by demonstrating his body-shaping technique. His hand turned into a child's hand. Yum Muki declared that he had succeeded, so the losers had to pay up. Yeonjin said he was just joking, since there was no room for greed among them. Yum Muki demanded that Yeonjin cough up the money immediately since he had lost. So Ryan looked at her friends and thought they were acting like children. Sol Hui noticed that they were all quite tense, but it seemed he had worried for nothing. Yeonjin replied to the commander that they just wanted to relax. Sol Hui said he understood. It was natural to feel nervous. The commander said he had one request for his students. Just like last time, when they first met, he wanted to see them in action. A lot of time had passed. Sol Hui suggested that the students attack him. However, if anyone couldn't even scratch him, they would be sent back home. Practical experience is a great way to get stronger quickly. Lately, that's all our hero has been thinking about. The more often a person finds themselves on the brink of death, the faster their strength grows. This should work for his subordinates as well. Joksun stated that he didn't want to hurt the captain. However, the techniques he'd learned had made them much stronger. Even Yo Rim, who had focused on the extreme Yang technique, was able to break through several walls. Yeonjin and So Ryong chose the extreme Yin martial art and also drastically changed their fighting styles. Muki also made significant progress and became stronger. Besides, there are now 5 of them, and they've found suitable weapons. Sol Hui wondered why Jok Seong was telling them all this. The commander added that the student must admit, he's simply afraid. In fact, it's just like when he first came out. They wanted to make fun of him, but they couldn't even touch him. Sol Hui added that his trainees have absolutely no sense of shame. The commander added that for the same reason, the informant had mocked them earlier today when he said they wouldn't be able to handle it. Yeonjin remarked that he understood. The captain was deliberately provoking them, but if the captain was confident, then he was ready. Ye Rim added that he was ready too. Jok Seong agreed. Yumuki asked if maybe they shouldn't do this. Yeonjin was surprised. Was Yumuki really that afraid of it? After all, he had just been so confident. Muki said he was ready too, but he was just too lazy to do it. So Ryan asked what the commander had in mind. Sol Hui replied that he shouldn't have to repeat himself. The commander asked, "Isn't So Ryan the weakest among them?" The protagonist declared that he didn't want to hurt them either, but if they thought he hadn't changed, they were in for trouble. The white body martial arts skill was activated. The disciples were surprised to see an icy shield appear around the commander. Sol Hui beckoned to them and said that this time he would crush them just like little children. Our hero deliberately angered his subordinates not only to increase their combat power, but also to get used to this new style of combat himself. Combat style, free form. The commander asked which of them would go first. Yumuki distracted the commander, and while he was distracted, Seo Ryong attacked him, activating a ranged attack. Sol Hui dodged effectively, and the girl's sword missed its target. Our hero realized that So Ryan was quite determined. Yeo Rim also attacked the mentor, forcing him to retreat. The students surrounded Sol Hui on all sides and, in a united effort, pounced on him. Our hero dodged all the attacks and said that unfortunately they were moving too slowly. Yeonjin and Joksong were counterattacked and temporarily taken out of the fight. Yerim also approached and struck with his spear. Sol Hui managed to dodge, and the attack missed its mark. The protagonist could see everything around him, so Ryong did not go unnoticed. The commander parried the girl's attack and said that, at her current level, close-range combat would be even more difficult. So Ryong understood this, so she also used javelins to attack from a distance. Sol Hui, while parrying Yumuki's attack, broke his sword, which greatly upset the young man. After the fight, all the students lined up in front of their mentor. The protagonist hadn't expected to feel more comfortable in a free-for-all fight. There was still a significant difference in strength between them. The commander said that now he was having fun. Could it really be that the students couldn't even scratch him? Jok-sun noted that in that case, he would have to temporarily forget that the captain was standing before him. The martial art, accumulation of flame, was activated. So Ryan declared that for her, the commander was now the enemy. The art white body was activated. Yumuki said with resentment in his voice that the commander had broken his sword. Sol Hui declared that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. Our hero leaped high into the air and told the students to really get started. They needed to show what they were capable of. Jok-sun warned the captain not to regret his words. If they happened to destroy him, it wouldn't be their fault. An enraged Yumuki declared that he would make the captain regret breaking his sword. Sol Hui activated the Supreme Demonic Sword of the Winds skill for defense. He decided this would throw the attackers off balance. A short while later, by the campfire, the commander asked Jok-sun if he had finally come to. The warrior didn't understand what had happened. The commander explained that his student's technique had deactivated him. He had been cautious, but the scale of the effect surprised even him. He was glad that no one had been seriously injured. The Supreme Demonic Sword of the Winds subdues all enemies within a radius of 300 meters. It isn't powerful enough to cause serious injury, but it does cause enemies to lose consciousness. Yumuki regained consciousness later than the others. Jok-sun acknowledged that the commander was indeed very powerful. They had been taught a lesson once again. Sol Hui noticed that the students had become even stronger than he had expected. He saw the results of their training. The instructor added that they needed to rest now, so they would stay here for one more day. Sol Hui noted that it had been a valuable experience for everyone. However, they would now face opponents far stronger than anyone they had fought before. Therefore, they would need to be more determined if they wanted to survive. The disciples listened attentively to Sol Hui's instructions and drew the appropriate conclusions. Our hero urged his followers to continue training and growing. He also hoped for their understanding. Mount Huangjia. There were no traces to be seen. Finding a missing person here is no easy task. It's also impossible to comb through the entire mountain. Even a skilled tracker, relying solely on guesswork, wouldn't be able to find the missing person. That's not even the point. 2 months have already passed and the tracks disappeared long ago. Soryan asked if the commander hadn't said that there was supposed to be a secret Huangsan base here. Even if they searched the entire mountain, they'd be unlikely to find any traces. Maybe it would be better to check there. Sol Hui told his students to wait for him and set off in a direction unknown to them. Yamuki wondered what he was planning to do. Our hero was climbing the steep slope at a brisk pace. Ever since yesterday, he had been constantly wondering whether they would actually manage to find Ma Terian. Sol Hui also believed that searching the secret branch of Huanshan mentioned in the report would be the easiest option. But could it be that no one else besides them had been sent to look for Ma Terian? He is one of the 7 representatives of Puilgi. Surely they'd already tried to find him, and yet their predecessors hadn't found anyone, which is why they sent them, the search specialists. The protagonist decided he needed to try something. The Level 2 simulation combat mode was activated. Our hero said he wanted to see which path Ma Terian had taken when he was here last time. Based on experience, simulation yields the best results. The system must check everyone who was here and select the right time. After a while, the protagonist succeeded, and he saw the direction of travel marked by an arrow. The path was found and marked with a red line. The students were surprised when they saw the commander appear. What had he found? As he ran past, the protagonist said that he now knew exactly where Ma Terian had disappeared. Sol Hui ordered them to follow him and promised to explain everything along the way. After a while, the squad arrived at their destination. The objective had been achieved. Sol Hui urged his students to remain silent and not draw unnecessary attention. The stealth skill was activated. Below, at the foot of the cliff, some strangers were talking. Jacques Xiong asked the commander, "Should we take them out?" Sol Hui replied that they shouldn't rush into it. Infiltrating the area using the face-changing technique and gathering intelligence was a more effective plan. Depending on whose appearance they imitated, the places they could infiltrate would vary. The stronger the person, the easier it would be to gather information. Sol Hui understood that he needed to choose his target wisely. But which of them was stronger? One of these men caught our hero's attention more than the others. It was Myong Kang, a disciple of Huanshan and the head of Myonghua Qi. Sol Hui looked down at this man and thought he could get the answers to his questions from him. The protagonist prepared to leap and decided he needed to take him out with a single blow. Sol Hui lunged from above at the unsuspecting Myong Kang. The opponent was struck by an energy blast to the back and lost his bearings. The Palm of the Wind God skill was activated. Sol Hui gently lowered the man to the ground and activated his face-changing technique. The protagonist continued to follow the people walking ahead. Thanks to the face-changing technique, our hero was now unrecognizable. Yamuki noticed that the guy didn't even have time to scream. The captain had deactivated him immediately. Is that even possible? From the outside, it looked like an ordinary estate, but in reality, it was a training ground for several dozen people. The secret branch of Huangshan isn't located where the report indicated, but in the opposite direction. Now it's clear why the trackers didn't notice it. However, Ma Terian must have discovered this place, though not right away. That was when his luck ran out. The warrior wished the training would end soon so he could climb higher up the mountain and destroy those scoundrels from the demonic sect. Sol Hui was surprised when he heard this. The warriors continued their discussion. Sol Hui stood aside and gathered information. The protagonist wondered just how far the leader of the Supreme Court had gone in his collusion with the enemy. Sol Hui thought that these scoundrels were gloating, even though they were far weaker. This meant they hadn't encountered the warriors who had succumbed to their demonic nature. Surely, most of those they had destroyed had been brought here by force or deception. Lone travelers who had passed through the sect's outskirts, those who didn't fit in with the sect or were expelled, or those who were simply following orders. Destruction awaits them all on Mount Huangjia. They're just as weak as the protagonist was. That's why they'll be destroyed. The warriors asked why Myong Gang was so quiet. The young man replied that he had caught a cold and was having trouble speaking. He noticed that a member of the demonic sect had appeared in this area. Had anyone heard about this? The warriors replied that they hadn't heard anything of the sort. Is this true? Maybe Elder Gumun knows something about this. After all, he's the most knowledgeable about all matters. Myunggan realized he really wasn't feeling well and asked to be taken to Myunghwa Chi. The young man asked where Elder Gumun was right now. The warrior replied that he was, as always, at his mansion. The protagonist thought he first needed to figure out what kind of work this Myunggan was doing. The young men approached the doors, and the companion said they had arrived. Myeonkang can now rest. Sol Hui thought he needed to gather all the information about this place. However, at some point, a save notification popped up. Could something be wrong in the room? Sol Hui was surprised, but he wasn't able to save. The young man entered the room and looked around. There were only books all around. The place resembled a library. A man appeared behind the young man. He said it was very interesting. The man added that the young man was hiding it well, but he could still sense a faint demonic chi emanating from him. How did a demon get in here? The man stepped closer and asked who he was. The man surmised that, by all appearances, his disciple Myongan had already been destroyed. Why had the demon come here? The protagonist didn't know what to do, attack or flee. Sol Hui couldn't even perceive his opponent's stats. He realized that he was facing a member of a demonic sect, which meant the opponent must be powerful. On top of that, our hero instinctively sensed an oppressive aura. This man's eyes glowed with ki. Was this the heart of the sword of the Orthodox sect? All this time, Sul Hui had relied too heavily on his ability to see stats. What should he do now? The man surmised from the expression on his face that this guy was trying his hardest to come up with a plan. However, if he was planning to escape, it would be better not to even try. At that very moment, Sol Hui felt the impact of a terrifying aura, as if the entire space were pressing down on him. The man warned that the building was surrounded by a special formation that couldn't be easily destroyed. The young man would be unable to escape or call for help. The man also said he could alter the space around him, and indeed, the room began to change shape. The protagonist was at a loss. The entire building was surrounded by an unknown formation. Was he really trapped? The man remarked that he now felt even lighter. He added that he was the one who had created this formation. It could only be destroyed by destroying him. The stranger asked if he was feeling better and if he was less nervous now. The protagonist thought, if he doesn't deal with this man, he can forget about Ma Tarian. He won't make it out of here alive. Sol Hui replied that his companion was too confident. If they were cut off from the outside world, that meant he wouldn't be able to call for help either. The man was surprised. Did this guy really think he could take him on? The stranger warned that one of them would definitely die. He suggested they talk before the fight, take turns asking each other questions. Everything would be fair. Sol Hui asked why he should agree. The man noted that this guy had a reason for sneaking in here. He, too, wanted to learn more about him. They were united by mutual interest. The winner would get everything. Wasn't that great? Sol Hui thought it was indeed an excellent offer, since he needed information. The protagonist replied that he agreed. That's exactly what they would do. The man suggested they introduce themselves and was the first to say his name, Gu Yom. Our hero assumed his true form and said his name was Sol Hui. Guyam remarked that it was too gentle a name for a demon. Why was Sol Hui here? The young man replied that he was looking for someone. Does Guyam know about Ma Tarian? The protagonist explained that Ma Tarian was a member of a demonic cult and had gone missing somewhere in this area. Guyam surmised that the man in question was likely Ma Tarian. Sol Hui asked if his companion knew where he was right now. Guyam replied that they had recently caught a scoundrel and brought him here. He's not a minor figure in the demonic cult, so the guards are constantly watching him. Sol Hui asked where he was. Guyam reminded him that they had agreed to take turns asking questions. Now it was his turn to ask a question. The man asked which of the heavenly demons' disciples this guy reports to. Guyam repeated the question. He wanted to know which of the disciples he reports to. The protagonist realized this was a dangerous question. Apparently, this man was well versed in the affairs of the demonic sect. Sol Hui decided there was no point in hiding anything further. He reports to Pu Il-ki, the fourth disciple. Sol Hui added that he knew about the conspiracy between the leader of the Supreme Court and Elder Gu Chung-myeon, as well as their exchange of goods and people. The protagonist asked what their goal was. The man was surprised. He was dealing with a mere pawn. He said there were enough questions. The young man wouldn't learn anything else from him. Guillaume drew his sword from its sheath and attacked, declaring that the young man would be destroyed. Guillaume swung his sword and closed in. Solhui dodged the attacks and retreated. During another attack, our hero lost his footing and, losing his balance, was sent flying backward. The protagonist immediately jumped back up and thought that he had expected this. However, Guillaume proved to be quite strong. Our hero decided he was ready for this battle. His mastery of martial arts only grows in life-or-death battles. Perhaps that's even for the best. The protagonist resolved to destroy his opponent and get out of there alive. He caught himself thinking that he was becoming more and more insane. However, you can't fight such an enemy in the open. The white body martial art was activated. Guillaume was outraged. How dare he do such a thing? Solhui thrust his sword forward, making it clear he would not retreat any further. The protagonist decided he had to land at least one strike. The supreme demonic sword of the wind's skill was activated. Guillaume was indignant once again. Where did he get such abilities? The young man was frustrated because his attack had missed its mark. His opponent had managed to retreat, minimizing the damage. The system reported that his proficiency in the white body martial art had been upgraded to the master level. Our hero thought that this came at just the right time. Guillaume asked who this young man really was, since he was using ice and lightning techniques. Solhui replied that if you want to live, you can learn anything. Guillaume admitted that he was facing no ordinary person. The protagonist remarked that he would soon become even more extraordinary and powerful. Now our hero understood for certain that he couldn't defeat this opponent. But he did gain something from this fight. Solhui declared that he would now summon a true master. The young man apologized in advance and warned that the master was out of his mind and difficult to deal with. Solhui offered to let him see a true madman. The battle type was selected, artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence asked if they had finally reached the main part of the story. The artificial intelligence greeted Solhui. The protagonist thought it might start swearing, but it unexpectedly turned out to be friendly. The AI surmised that the illusion of the heart demon formation was at work here. Guillaume looked in surprise at his red-eyed opponent. The AI realized that Solhui had called him to deal with the old man from Huangshan, who was living out his final years. It added that this old man was using their sect's formation. The protagonist realized that it knew much more than he had expected. The artificial intelligence looked at the screen, assessing Solhui's abilities. It noted that the young man knew how to gather ki, but his health metrics were still terrible. The AI asked how Solhui had managed to become so strong with such low health and ki metrics. It added that the dumber a person is, the more often they train their body instead of their mind. However, his combat strength is indeed quite good. Solhui thought that the AI still hadn't learned to communicate properly, but at least it had started swearing less and giving evaluations. The AI shouted that if Solhui had decided to go through the main storyline, he needed to boost his health and ki. Why hadn't he completed all the quests? He hadn't even mastered the Great God of Wind. Solhui asked what the Great God of Wind was, a stronger version of the regular God of Wind. The AI added that if he was having trouble defeating the first boss, he should stop hoarding lives and try to survive. Otherwise, he'd just grow old and go crazy. The AI asked, "Can Solhui even get angry at all?" The clone remarked that eventually, once the system had squeezed everything it could out of the young man, it would get rid of him. Guillaume was surprised. Who on earth was this guy talking to? Solhui shouted for the AI to look ahead. The opponent was already attacking. The clone said that this guy wasn't cool at all, and he could be quickly finished off with just a few moves. Solhui asked what moves he was talking about. The clone replied that they were combinations of moves performed one after another. Doesn't Solhui know about this? Guillaume rushed to attack just as the AI had its back turned to him and was talking to Solhui. Our hero shouted that the enemy was attacking. The clone was surprised. Could the young man already be scared? At the last moment, the AI pushed off and leaped high into the air. Guillaume didn't have time to reach him. The clone told the young man to learn from him and activated the skill, Incomparable Supreme Demonic Sword of the Winds. Guillaume was stunned by the impact, lost his bearings, dropped his sword, and was sent flying to the side. The AI employed the white body martial art, the shifting step. His opponent was still unable to get up. He remained on his knees, coughing and spitting up blood. The clone said that Sol Hui could easily handle such an opponent. However, the opponent was still alive because Sol Hui lacked sufficient ki. Otherwise, things would have turned out differently. The AI noted that there was no need to worry. It had never lost a single match. Guillaume asked his opponent who he was. The AI replied that it had no need to know. It could either attack and be destroyed or try to defend itself. Guillaume, gritting his teeth, rushed into the attack, but the AI blocked the blow. The protagonist thought that the AI was very different from him. Every one of its movements was precise. It focused on thrusting and slashing strikes, trying to take as few steps as possible. A very effective strategy. Now our hero realized just how important basic knowledge was. The AI said that Guillaume must be destroyed without mercy. The man asked if his opponent really knew who he was. The artificial intelligence replied that it knew little about him, and that he wasn't important enough to be remembered. Guillaume was outraged. This was just a demon standing before him, yet it dared to hurt his pride. The man added that he had made up his mind. Even if he died, he would at least get rid of this opponent and face Myonggan with his head held high. The AI was surprised. Was Guillaume really going to use the secret martial art of Huangshan? Did he really think he was invincible? The AI reminded Sol Hui that he'd forgotten. Their time was limited. Guillaume had just activated an acupuncture point and staked his life on it. This was very bad. If he used this martial art, defeating him would be nearly impossible. Sol Hui asked what to do, but received no answer. Guillaume took a deep breath and said he was ready to begin. Sol Hui found himself face to face with his opponent and suggested they discuss the situation first. The protagonist thought he was probably doomed. He had managed to stow his sword and shoes in his toolbox, but it would be impossible to do so during the fight. Guillaume approached and swung his weapon to strike. He shouted that the demon would be destroyed once and for all. The protagonist's head was severed from his body. Sol Hui found himself at the save point. He still had 3 lives left. The protagonist concluded that the artificial intelligence had set him up. Until his death, the young man thought he had no choice. He couldn't leave behind the supreme demonic sword of the winds and the pepper boots. But if he returned to the previous save point, they would remain in the room with Guillaume, and retrieving them would be difficult. The only option left was to continue. The protagonist had never done this before. He was in perfect condition, and all combat types were available again. The system displayed the enemy's status. Guillaume, head of the dojo, the leader of the 5 Li building of the Huangshan sect. This man possessed incredible combat power. Even in direct combat, Sol Hui wouldn't stand a chance. The system reported that an attack with a 100% hit rate was available at no cost to his QI. Sol Hui was surprised. Could he really attack? Not only could he regain his full health and strength, but he also had a chance to attack. He needed to use martial arts. That was the best choice. It was decided to choose a technique with a high level of mastery. The white body martial art at the master level was selected. The protagonist greeted him and said they had met again. The white body martial art was activated. Guillaume was immediately attacked. The protagonist used the shifting step skill. His opponent was covered in ice. A single strike was enough to shatter Guillaume into pieces of ice. Sol Hui noted that the white body martial art at the master level was something else. At that very moment, the room began to change. The young man thought that the continue option had allowed him to defeat a difficult enemy while losing only 1 life. It was a valuable experience. The protagonist realized that everything had returned to normal because the leader of the formation had been destroyed. Sol Hui left the room and returned to his students. The disciples were delighted by the captain's return. Yo Rim asked if there had been any problems. Yo Rim reported that they had finished as well. Jock Sun handed the captain a map of the area. 4 buildings resembling private homes were discovered on the outskirts of the village. Presumably, the elders live there. Yo-Rim noted that there are about 10 first-generation disciples in Huangshan and about 100 second and third-generation disciples. They often move between the village and the sect. Sol Hui agreed and added that after training, the disciples should take up their positions. The captain asked which building Materion was being held in. The disciples speculated that he was in the northeast building, where there were the most guards. Jock Sun added that there might be a basement under the building, but that would only become clear once they infiltrated it. Sol Hui noted that the other buildings were important as well. They needed to explore everything and not lose sight of their mission to find Materion and return alive with the information. Sol Hui noticed that one student was missing, so Ryong explained that Yummuki hadn't finished inspecting everything yet, which was why he was running late. The door opened slightly, and a man appeared in the doorway. The students immediately braced themselves for an attack, but then a shout rang out. The man shouted for them not to touch him, took off his mask. It was Yummuki. Yummuki let out a heavy sigh and said he had been very scared. Yanjin shouted that he should have shown his face right away. He had caught everyone off guard. Ye-Rim said that So Ryan should have thrown the dagger without hesitation. The girl replied that she could do it right now. The commander asked if Yummuki had found out anything important. The apprentice replied that he had found the right place. He added that it was a building in the northeast. Joxiong asked how he could be so sure. Yummuki said he had sneaked inside himself and confirmed it, but now there was a problem. The young man reported that there was a formation inside the building. Yonjin asked how he knew that. Yummuki confirmed that it was a formation, though he didn't know exactly what kind. The commander surmised that he was right. The enemies were surely hiding Materyong's location. Yonjin asked what to do now. Sol Hui replied that he knew a way to deal with the formation. He added that it was a simulation and that there was someone who understood it. The commander said he wanted to discuss a few more important points. If Ma Taryong is being held hostage by the Huanshan sect, why doesn't Salma, the sect's chief disciple, know about it? Perhaps he went missing recently, but even that doesn't explain everything. So Ryan suggested that the villagers might have been traitors from the very beginning. Yummuki noted that for the 9 great sects, pride is more important than life. Would they really do something like that? Yo-Rim added that this is precisely the problem. Excessive pride is destructive. Huanshan isn't the strongest sect. It's often compared to Wudan and Shaolin. Yonjin objected, saying that doesn't mean they would collaborate with the demon sect. Ye-Rim suggested that it isn't the entire sect collaborating, but only a part of it. The 9 great sects and the demon sect depend on one another. They are constantly at odds, but that is what creates balance. The protagonist thought that sounded plausible. Pu Ilki said that Salma receives money and weapons, while Huangshan gains combat experience. But if that's all that binds them, it would be easy for them to betray one another. Sol Hui thought that if this assumption was correct, the sects must be exchanging something more substantial, for example, martial arts. He recalled that the artificial intelligence had identified the formation as belonging to a demonic sect. That means they're also exchanging formation techniques. This raises the question, what is Salma thinking? The group arrived at the location. The protagonist counted 5 armed opponents. Our hero assessed their strength and activated turn-based combat mode. He decided that the disciples could handle them. The strongest was Myongran, a first-generation disciple of Huanshan. The protagonist decided to take him on himself. Our hero was surprised. Why were there so few guards here for such a formidable formation? There were no elders in sight either, but that was actually for the best. Yummuki noticed that there was no need to fight them. He pressed against the wall and said, "It's somewhere here." Yummuki pressed on a specific spot, and a secret passage with steps leading down opened up before the squad. He reported that there was a mechanism here and that the wall was suspiciously constructed. His teacher was knowledgeable about such things. Sol Hui thought that such mechanisms were hard to detect, but they were indeed here. That meant Materion was being held here. The commander ordered everyone to remain silent and said that he and Yummuki would go downstairs, while the rest would stay upstairs. Sol Hui asked Yummuki to explain the mechanism in detail later. Yummuki replied that it wasn't easy. The commander added that a single glance was enough for him to figure it out. They went downstairs. Young Mookie noted that there might be a formation ahead. Sol Hui was surprised. Could an ordinary wall really be a formation? Young Mookie replied that they come in different forms. They can distort space, lead one down a false path, or create illusions. This formation is a maze. The commander touched the wall. He was curious to see if it would work. This wasn't a mechanism, but an illusion created by the CI. Sol Hui activated Level 2 simulation and asked how to dispel the formation. The system offered a solution. He needed to place his hand on the marked points. The points were defined by a numerical sequence. They needed to be filled with qi. Sol Hui understood the principle. The condition was met. The passage was open. The illusory labyrinth formation was deactivated. The group entered and saw a man chained up, exhausted and kneeling. Sol Hui recognized him. It was Ma Tae Ryong. Yum Mookie noticed that he had severe wounds. Is he alive? Sol Hui replied that he was still breathing, though very weakly. Suddenly, Yo Rim appeared in the room. The captain asked what had happened. The apprentice replied that they had sent out a signal, and all members of the Huangsan sect were rushing here. Sol Hui realized they had raised the alarm because they saw that the formation had disappeared. Yo Rim said they needed to leave immediately. Mookie supported this suggestion. The protagonist was presented with the first major plot choice, to take the prisoner with him or leave him behind. Sol Hui thought, what difference would it make? Which option is better? If he took Ma Terion with him, he would earn the Earth Demon's absolute trust. However, he wasn't sure the prisoner would survive the journey back in his current condition. But the formation was already gone, and it wouldn't be fair to leave Ma Terion behind. He had to take him along. The shackles were deactivated. Sol Hui supported the prisoner so he wouldn't fall to the floor. It was decided that they would all leave together. Joksun reported to the commander that enemies from Huanshan had already surrounded them. The exit was blocked. So Ryong said that in that case, they needed to clear a path. Yeonjin told the captain to escape through the window. The protagonist thought, could it already be too late? Ma Tae-ryong came to his senses and said there was another way out. The prisoner added that there was a hidden mechanism behind the formation. Ma Tae-ryong reported that he had heard it clearly, even though he had been delirious. It was the sound of a massive automatic mechanism. Sol Hui said he would go downstairs right away to check it out. As soon as the chance arose, everyone should follow him. Ma Tae-ryong perked up and managed to get to his feet. He pointed in the direction they should go. If they pressed the right spot on the wall, a tunnel would open. Mookie remarked that if there really was a mechanism there, he should give it a try. The young man pressed his ear against the wall and listened intently. After a while, he announced that he had found it. The captive had told the truth. There really was an automatic mechanism inside the formation. But why had they built it here? Young Mookie told the commander that they needed to hurry. The captive showed signs of weakness again, and they had to carry him. The young people made their way through a long tunnel. Our hero realized why this mechanism had been built. It's a secret tunnel, specifically created to make travel easier. They even left glowing pearls behind to light the way. So the formation they'd gotten rid of had been set up specifically for the strangers. If it is destroyed, signal fires will light up throughout the village. The outsiders couldn't have known about the tunnel, so they'll be caught because they won't know any other way. However, things turned out differently. Ma Tae-ryong asked, did Pu Ilgi send them? The answer was yes. The Earth Demon was alarmed and therefore sent them on a search. Ma Tae-ryong admitted that he had disgraced himself. Sol Hui explained that he was from the Spirit of Destruction Squad within the Silver Spirit Unit. They specialize in surveillance. Ma Tae-ryong stated that, in that case, it would be better if they left him behind. Mookie reported that there was no way forward. However, there was another automatic mechanism here. As a result, the fugitives found themselves on the surface. Ma Tae-ryong said that their skills wouldn't be enough to break through the defensive formation. There's no escaping from here. The protagonist heard someone's voice. The person said that he was right and that they would indeed take this path. His interlocutor admitted that he was right. They had even come in through the main entrance. Could there be something wrong with the automatic mechanism? Sol Hui looked up and saw two elderly men drinking tea in the room. One of the elders remarked that capturing these fugitives would be a great achievement. Ma Tai-ryong repeated what he had said. Escaping would be extremely difficult. The rest of the squad members also entered the room. Everyone was present. Yeonjin asked why the captain had stopped. The elders took their swords and headed toward the fugitives. Jokseong asked if this was the mission in the southwest. If they managed to escape, they would immediately find themselves on the planned route. Sol Hui declared that, in that case, they should not interfere with him. He hadn't yet done everything he was capable of. The commander suggested leaving together with Ma Tarian. They were to meet later at the agreed-upon location. Sol Hui thought that, judging by what these old men had said, they were lucky, and most of the Huangshan members had gathered at the main gate. The commander said they couldn't waste any time, or they'd be surrounded again. They had to leave immediately. The protagonist thought, even if they surrounded the entire village, there was a valley in the lowlands where it would be difficult to catch up with them. If they hurried, it would be impossible to track them down. The old men smiled and said they were dealing with some amusing young men. They claim they can escape, even though they're standing right in front of them. That means they're confident in their abilities. One of the old men declared that he would choose the trio that included their leader. Another old man declared that in that case, he would choose the remaining three. Sol Hui grabbed his blade and told his students to get out of there as quickly as possible. The protagonist decided that he had only one way to get out of there, to deal with these two elders from Huanshan. Sol Hui selected the artificial intelligence combat mode. He was counting on help once again. The clone cursed, but began to help the protagonist. He moved quickly around the room. The old men couldn't even attack him. The AI leapt high into the air and prepared to counterattack. The unparalleled wind sword was activated. The old men were disoriented for a moment. The impact on their bodies was incredible. The overload intensified. It was difficult for the elderly men to endure. They strained and groaned with all their might. The artificial intelligence assumed a combat stance, dropping to its feet. By this time, the elderly men were already sprawled on the floor. Sol Hui was amazed by the artificial intelligence. Even though they used the same techniques, the difference in the outcome was enormous. Even though there was a lot of qi in that strike, none of his subordinates were injured. Sol Hui realized that in such battles, allies do not take damage. This is yet another hidden property of the incomparable wind sword. The more our hero watched this, the more he marveled at it. The old men got to their feet and cursed viciously. One of them blamed the other, as if they had ended up in this situation because of him. The AI shouted for them to shut up immediately and stay still. It wasn't finished speaking yet. The sword of the wind god was reactivated. The old men were once again under pressure. The artificial intelligence called the protagonist a fool. Because of his foolish decisions, he had just lost 5 of his subordinates. For everything to go the way the young man wants, their combat strength must be at least 6 million conventional units. They are much weaker and therefore were unable to fight their way through and return to the designated location. Sol Hui was surprised. How does the artificial intelligence know this? The clone stated that these old men should have been dealt with in advance. The old men got back on their feet. The artificial intelligence added that fortunately they had gotten rid of Gu Yom. Otherwise, he would have been here too. Our hero thought that he shouldn't have fallen into the hands of these scoundrels. He should have thoroughly investigated everything first and only then begun the mission. The artificial intelligence repeated that Sol Hui was simply a fool who couldn't handle even the easiest of the options proposed by the Earth Demon. The clone asked when the guy would ever come to his senses. Did he even know where these lives came from in the first place? Wasn't it because of his stupidity that his people were constantly dying? The protagonist had no reply. Now he thought that his efforts were truly worthless. Whatever the reason, his subordinates were dying anyway. The artificial intelligence told Sol Hui to choose again. He would be able to deal with those old men, but his subordinates would not survive. At the designated location, the young man would find only Ma Tarian, whom they had protected at the cost of their own lives. The AI asked if they would continue, or would the young man take his supreme demonic sword of the winds and pepper boots and put them in his inventory. At that moment, the old men were already right next to the AI. Sol Hui warned that danger was imminent. The AI turned around and repeated that it was still busy. It was in the middle of a conversation. Couldn't the old men listen at all? There was no need to rush like that. Sol Hui saw darts flying toward the old men. So Ryan reappeared in the room. She asked if the captain was all right. The AI asked where So Ryan had come from. She wasn't supposed to be here. The girl apologized for disobeying orders. However, she couldn't leave the captain here alone. The old man lunged at the girl and told her to go away. She was just getting in the way. The AI arrived just in time and knocked the old man aside with a punch. Another old man was already approaching from behind, swinging his sword. So Ryan stepped forward to protect the captain. The old man struck with his blade, and the girl took the blow. The AI struck back, and both old men were sent flying backward. The old men survived, and a look of schadenfreude appeared in their eyes. After all, they had succeeded. The AI shouted that they had no right to act that way. The system reported that the AI Sol Hui had attained enlightenment. His understanding of martial arts had increased. The AI's body began to glow and emit excess energy. This was the result of his enlightenment. The system reported that the AI Sol Hui was advancing to the rank of junior demon. His understanding of martial arts also improved, and there is no limit to perfection. The system reported that due to the promotion to the second level, usage time would be limited. The stronger the artificial intelligence, the more restrictions it has. The old man laughed and said that his opponent had come up with some new trick, but he'll cut the young man to pieces, so there'll be no escape for him. Sol Hui was furious and cursed viciously at the old man. The protagonist grabbed the old man by the head and applied force to him. The young man accelerated and slammed the old man's head against the wall. The impact was so strong that the wall was destroyed. Even after the dust had settled, Sol Hui continued to hold the old man by the head, pressing him against the ruined wall. The protagonist told the old man that he wanted to hear those words one more time. Could he repeat them? The young man assumed the old man was unconscious and continued to slam his head against the floor. Our hero demanded that the old man wake up immediately. Another old man decided to come to his aid and shouted for Guiyang Qining to hold on. Sol Hui stopped this old man and told him he had to wait his turn. It would soon be his turn. Our hero struck a blow, and the old man was sent flying far to the side, dropping his sword. Guiyang Qining finally came to and said that this scoundrel had no right to treat them this way. Did the young man really think he could get out of here? Another blow followed in response. The protagonist continued to beat the old man. The opponent asked the young man who he was and how he had managed to grab his sword with his bare hand. This is an external martial art, like the Iron Hand. How does the young man know such techniques? The AI asked what the old man would be able to do if he got an answer to his question. The old man began swinging his sword, but he couldn't hit his target. The AI said that once the young man mastered the martial art of flame accumulation, he would gain a special skill. The Asura Flame Technique skill was activated. The old man was consumed by fire. The AI stated that this was the formless flame. Warriors of the old man's caliber cannot resist it. By the time he realizes what has happened, it will already be too late. All he can do is watch as his body burns. After that, he will explode. A short time later, an explosion did indeed occur. Sol Hui acknowledged that this was the absolute mastery of the martial art of flame accumulation. The AI stated that, after ki accumulation, this was the second special skill granted by this art. Sol Hui must do everything in his power to reach the master level. If he has at least this up his sleeve, he will never lose to old men like that again. The AI looked at one of the opponents and said that he had something else up his sleeve. The clone added that he would demonstrate it right now. It was the Great God of Wind technique. The AI noted that this technique wasn't the easiest to execute, as it required a certain amount of health and chi, not just combat power. However, Sol Hui must learn it regardless. At that moment, the old man, fighting bare-handed, rushed into the attack. The AI raised its hand and summoned a bolt of lightning. Sol Hui watched in horror as the AI dealt with its opponent. The Great God of Wind skill was activated. The AI said that this was the only way Sol Hui could survive. The clone added that the young man would be able to learn this technique once he reached an intermediate level of proficiency in the 4 great martial arts. It's essential to learn all of this. It will come in handy in difficult situations. The system reported that the limit on artificial intelligence usage was nearing its end. The clone noted that there was little time left. There was only one thing left to do, to check whether he was indeed right. The artificial intelligence reminded him that it had already explained the consequences of his choice. Now he could see for himself. The AI burst outside and rushed toward the squad's assembly point. The young people stopped on the roof of one of the tall buildings and looked around. The AI told Sol Hui to look closely at the situation his subordinates had found themselves in because of his stupidity. One of them had died right here, another one is nearby. The clone suggested that this should be enough. The AI said that if the students' combat power had been over 6 million, those scoundrels from Huanshan wouldn't even have been able to catch up to them. Did Sol Hui now realize what he had done wrong? The protagonist said that the elders could have intervened as well. The AI suggested looking around. There wasn't a single elder here. The strongest among them was Gu Yom, whom Sol Hui had already dealt with. The rest were in other secret branches of Huangshan. The protagonist wondered why they weren't here. The AI replied that it didn't have time for explanations. The young man could ask Ma Taeyong about it. What's far more important is that today, the subordinates of Ma Wu, the second disciple, will attack this location. Ma Taeyong deliberately allowed himself to be captured in order to locate this place. He passed all the information on to Ma Wu, not to Pu Ilqi. So his men will attack this Huangshan branch. Sol Hui asked in surprise what that meant. The AI replied that the young man would figure it out for himself. There's something else important. The clone added that he'd gotten a little carried away and used up all of the young man's energy, including his true ki. So, most likely, when they switch places, Sol Hui might die. However, there's no need to worry. He'll generously place the sword and boots in his inventory. The AI admitted that he was a little ashamed, which is why he told him all this. He also added that his level had increased, so the young man wouldn't be able to summon him again anytime soon. Only when Sol Hui reaches the rank of junior demon will he be able to do this again. Will the boy be able to do it? The AI told the young man that he must remember everything, then said goodbye. His time limit had expired. Health is significantly reduced. 2 chances remain. Loading save. The protagonist found himself at the save point in his own home. The young man sank onto the bed and said that the AI had completely worn him out. He needed some rest. Just a short while ago, he had been fighting for his life, but now everything was quiet and peaceful. It was even a little eerie. Sol Hui thought that this must be the night when he returned from Kim Manjun's mission. It wasn't that hard to choose where to start over. The young man thought that this was where he had managed to successfully complete his missions. This was where he had lived, striving with all his might day after day. The system reported that his combat power had increased thanks to a better understanding of the white body martial art. This was the martial art the protagonist had used in his previous battle. His health and chi remained unchanged, but his combat power had increased thanks to a deeper understanding of the essence of martial arts. All his stats returned to what they had been before his death, immediately after the young man had dealt with Kim Manjun. The protagonist also wanted to fully understand what this artificial intelligence actually was. It was as if it knew the future. Sol Hui wondered, could it be that artificial intelligence had also gone through something similar? Or perhaps it was the AI that created all these screens and possible scenarios. Maybe for it, this gift of fate is a curse and it is resisting it? Sol Hui wanted to activate the artificial intelligence combat mode, but it turned out to be impossible. The clone warned that it couldn't be activated until he reached the junior demon level. Our hero thought that the rules for free combat mode shouldn't be in effect yet. But why can't he get rid of free combat mode? Sol Hui decided to carefully memorize everything the artificial intelligence had told him. To do all this, he first needs to change his training methods. Previously, our hero was only concerned with increasing his combat power, but the artificial intelligence pointed out the importance of health and ki. All 3 correspond to the 3 treasures: spirit, physical essence, and ki. Every art is based on the 3 treasures. The situation is complicated. How exactly should he train? At times like this, one always wishes to have a good teacher. Sol Huai told the system to show him how to improve his health and Kuai using a simulation. The protagonist believed that this was the only thing that could help him right now. The system reported that a solution had been found. A short-term intensive training course was needed to help improve his health and QI within 6 months. The young man was offered a set of comprehensive exercises. After the required time had passed, our hero decided to try again and accept a quest. He had done this before, so it wouldn't take long. Kim Manjun's quest was completed. The money and map were transferred to the inventory. Jokpa's quest is complete. The reward has been received. Now all that remains is what the young man had previously ignored. The protagonist approved all of Kim Manjun's suggestions and bought everything. Before moving on to the main storyline, Sol Hui must increase his subordinate's combat strength so that it exceeds 6 million. Somewhere in the mountains, the students wondered where exactly they were going, what their mission was, and why they needed so much food. Sol Hui replied that they were almost there and needed to be patient. There wasn't much further to go. The squad was on Mount Datan, at the foot of which lies Qinghai Lake. They were at the western border. Standing at the summit of this mountain, one can experience altitude sickness. The protagonist chose military duties in his schedule for the second month. During a rest stop on the shore of Lake Yim, Monkey remarked that the view from here was breathtaking. Yeonjin reminded them that they weren't here on vacation. The protagonist thanked the students for making it here. Starting today, this mountain will serve as their training ground. Joxian asked if the captain would really be training with them. Sol Hui confirmed this and warned that the training would last about half a year. He has special exercises that will help them become stronger and increase their QI. The captain added that the sessions would be very intense. He also expressed hope that the students would listen to him. It was here that our hero hoped to improve his stats in order to successfully complete the main storyline. Mount Datong, special training to improve health and Qi over 6 months. The reason the protagonist chose Mount Datong was that it was the ideal place for training. Of all the places located outside of Magyo, it was the most difficult to traverse and the highest. The training was extremely grueling. At first, many couldn't handle it. Even the captain struggled to keep up with them, let alone his subordinates. However, despite this, our hero didn't stop. The young man believed he had to complete the training provided by the simulation. To survive, one must become stronger. He also regularly meditated for 2 hours under a waterfall. The steady improvement of health and qi is the essence of martial arts. When the mind is completely purified, a person is not subject to temptation. Only by pushing the body to its limits can one become stronger. This is stated in the 4 great martial arts. All disciples of the heavenly demon practice the 4 great martial arts. However, unlike other demonic techniques that rely on demonic energy, these do not require the use of demonic energy. Our hero had no access to demonic energy, yet he still managed to master these techniques. Sol Hui believed that this could be called nothing other than luck. Demonic martial arts masters can draw hidden power from demonic energy, allowing them to become stronger in the shortest possible time. However, this comes with a number of side effects. By a twist of fate, the protagonist met Pu Il-ki. The Earth Demon too did not possess a large reserve of demonic energy. He used one of the 4 great martial arts, the wind. It did not require demonic energy. Sol Hui noticed that So Ryong was watching him and asked how long she had been watching. The girl replied that she had just arrived. The commander asked where the others were. So Ryong replied that they were tired and resting. The students thought this was simply inhumane. What had they done to deserve all this hell? Sol Hui asked if So Ryan was okay. The girl asked why the captain was training so intensely. She added that they were serving to the best of their ability and capacity, since they were just ordinary subordinates. So Ryan looked at the captain and asked what he was thinking about right now. The girl asked once more why all this training was necessary and what good it would do. Sol Hui replied that he didn't know himself yet. So Ryan remarked that the commander was keeping too many things hidden. Shouldn't they just end the training now? In the war against the heavenly demon's disciples, they would demonstrate all their abilities and die with honor. There's no point in trying to fill their heads with more than is necessary. Sol Hui declared that he didn't want to obey anyone's orders. The commander added that he didn't want to be responsible for anyone, didn't want to save anyone, didn't want revenge, and didn't want to be involved in any of it. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. Just to survive, they would have to give it their all. Sarayan agreed. She added that there is only one person in the sect who always does as he pleases, the heavenly demon. The protagonist declared that he wants to try not just to become stronger, but to achieve something greater. Sol Hui told Sarayan not to worry. Even if he fails, the disciple's fate will already be different. The protagonist told the girl that he understood her anger. However, he wanted them to trust him and follow him. On the 9th day of training, our hero decided to test something. During training, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Just how useful are these hellish training sessions, and what benefits will they bring in the future? Our hero told the system to initiate a sparring match with the leader of the Supreme Court. Virtual opponent, leader of the Supreme Court, was activated. The system reported that the second simulation level was insufficient. A higher level was required. Sol Hui thought that at the moment, he wouldn't be able to fully replicate this opponent. The system began replicating all of Sol Hui's stats. The stats were recreated with such precision that it even annoyed the young man. Sol Hui thought that, even though neither of them was in peak condition, this was a good opportunity to see what he was currently capable of in this simulation. The battle began, and our hero activated the Breath of the Sword skill. However, this did not faze the old man. Simgi activated his unique skills and counterattacked his opponent. The combat power of the Supreme Court leader had increased significantly. He struck, and his opponent was destroyed. The exit from the simulation was initiated. Our hero was shocked by what had happened. Sol Hui thought that the gap was indeed too great for him to overcome this old man. Sol Hui had expected to become stronger, but after leaping over a wall, he found himself up against a massive mountain. Our hero had his doubts. Could he really become stronger through this kind of training? But there was no point in thinking about that now. All that remained was to trust the system. The next morning, the protagonist was back in good shape. However, he realized it was still too early for him to fight the leader of the Supreme Court. Sol Hui thought long and hard about who to use to gauge his training progress and decided to face off against the head of the dojo. His virtual opponent was dojo head Ku Yom of the Huanshan sect. Our hero knew he couldn't defeat this opponent yet, but that was for the best. The system announced that he needed to get ready. The sparring session was about to begin. Sol Hui hoped to find out whether he had truly grown stronger through his continued training. Gu Yom attacked his opponent and began to press him, advancing relentlessly. The system reported that the hero's health had dropped. Gu Yom was indeed strong and outclassed him in every way. However, the young man believed he could handle it. The supreme demonic sword of the winds skill was activated. Sol Hui had won last time thanks to the intervention of artificial intelligence. But even now, when he's doing the same thing, if he hesitates for even a moment, nothing works out. The protagonist activated Flame Accumulation Martial Art and counterattacked Gu Yom. Their blades clashed, producing a loud screech. The system reported that the QI level had dropped. The young man, staring at his opponent, couldn't tell if he'd managed to defeat him. Everything was shrouded in smoke. As the smoke began to clear, his opponent reappeared. He was still on his feet. It was Gu Yom's turn to attack, and he rushed into battle. The opponent didn't have time to strike. The system announced that the simulation would be terminated because time had run out. During his rest, our hero became increasingly aware of how little ki and health he had. The young man realized that he still had a long and arduous journey ahead of him. 3 months of intense training had passed. However, his health and chi had increased only slightly. After training, he had some free time, so the protagonist practiced meditation. The more time passed, the more impatient he became. The young man wondered if there was any point to this training. Sol Hui began looking for answers in simulations, how much stronger he could become after daily training, whether there were ways to significantly increase his chi and health stats, and what the chances were that they wouldn't improve after this course. Jok-sun approached the captain, apologized for disturbing him, and said he had a question. A few days ago, he began to feel a strange energy in his hand. The energy emanated from the sword. Did the commander know what was going on? Sol Hui took the sword in his hands, infused it with qi, but felt nothing. The protagonist asked the apprentice, "Was that strange energy he mentioned fire energy?" Jacques' son asked in surprise how the captain had found out about this. Sol Hui told Jacques' son to step aside for a moment. Our hero gripped the sword tightly. The apprentice said that the captain had succeeded. He could see something. Sol Hui thought that even an incomplete imitation was enough to make the sword glow. Jacques' son's movements during training were somewhat similar to the instructions, so he too saw the fire. The apprentice was quite surprised. The captain's actions astounded him. Everything around them was ablaze. Sol Hui thought that a great deal of power had been used, as if several bombs had exploded, blinding and incinerating. Jacques' son asked how the captain had done it. In terms of power, the technique resembled the sword of the wind god, but its range wasn't as wide. However, if a hit landed, that power was enough to incinerate an average warrior. The commander told his student to repeat after him. Jacques' son was surprised. Where did the strike get so much power? After all, he hadn't used qi. Sol Hui explained that it was a spiritual weapon and must not be lost. The student thanked his mentor and said he would become even stronger. Sol Hui wondered, could his disciples really have obtained the spiritual weapon he'd purchased from a merchant? The commander said that Jacques' son's tactical and technical stats had changed slightly. Our hero was surprised. When had his health and ki levels managed to increase so much? The warrior replied that it was all thanks to his mentor. Jacques' son explained that he had begun to circulate his qi, which is why he had grown stronger. When he was at his limit, he channeled it through his dantian, which allowed him to strengthen the 8 extraordinary meridians. It was all thanks to the fact that he had followed the path laid out by the captain. Sol Hui thought that nothing like this had ever happened to him. Perhaps he had felt something similar thanks to the elixir, but he had never achieved anything on his own. The protagonist asked if it was the same for the other disciples. Jacques Xiong replied that Yo Rim had experienced a similar breakthrough. So Ryong and Yeonjin were already on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon, their progress would be visible as well. Yamuki hasn't made any progress yet. Sol Hui wondered, could it be that he's now paying the price for becoming stronger through unconventional means? Our hero concluded that he couldn't make any headway because he didn't know the basics. The only time he had actually trained was when he was mastering the martial art of destroying the spiritual root. All this time, he had doubted the effectiveness of that training. However, for his subordinates, that training had proven to be genuinely useful. So he needed to figure out what was missing and become stronger himself. Sol Hui decided to start over. Looking at their mentor, the students didn't understand what was happening to him. 4 months had already passed. Sol Hui continued to train intensively. The young man believed he had no choice. His combat power was very high, but essentially useless. His health and qi metrics weren't increasing as quickly as expected, despite his numerous training sessions. Our hero decided to start climbing the mountain, trying to expend as much qi as possible. He needed to learn how to circulate his qi. Sol Hui followed Jacques' son's example. When he had neither strength nor qi left, he gathered it from the surrounding space and concentrated on restoring his body. Sol Hui tried to understand what kind of strike could be considered ideal. As he did so, he trained by splitting rocks. While the young man was training and reflecting, he noticed something strange. Once, when he was almost completely physically exhausted and out of qi, his strike turned out to be smoother than ever before. From then on, this began to happen every day. When he had almost no strength left, his strikes became smoother. When his strength left him, he found himself at the peak of his abilities. He thought, if he continued to circulate his qi in this way, he would be able to open the 4th of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the penetrating vessel, in a state of tranquility. Before reaching the level of a junior demon, one must learn to circulate qi through the primary meridians. To do this, one must open the penetrating vessel, which is connected to the governing vessel, the conception vessel, and the belt vessel. Sol Hui thought, if he could manage to do this, he would become incredibly powerful. This would allow him to draw qi from his surroundings and accumulate it. This corresponds to the junior demon level. It was necessary to open the center of the primary and secondary meridians, the acupoint on the crown of the head through which all ki passes. Everything worked out, and he succeeded in opening the point on the crown of his head. Sol Hui felt the qi flowing throughout his body. He had reached the upper threshold of the level above zenith. Our hero was puzzled. Why the upper threshold of the level above zenith and not junior demon? Had he done something wrong? Responding to the system's question, the protagonist confidently released his ki. There was so much energy that it simply destroyed his clothes. Moreover, his body had changed as well. So Ryan appeared at an inopportune moment and looked at the captain in surprise. Muki asked Yo Rim what he wanted to demonstrate. Yo Rim replied that he wanted to demonstrate the power of the spiritual weapon, the Guliang Dao. The warrior indeed demonstrated his unique spear-fighting abilities. Muki noticed that this was a large concentration of ki. Yo Rim said he wasn't finished yet. Muki was truly surprised. The spear began to rise upward and transformed into a sword of light. Yo Rim declared that he could control ki. Yo Rim explained that a few days ago, when he had just made progress in his training, the captain had demonstrated what this weapon was capable of. He had taught both him and Joksun. Muki said he also wanted the captain to teach him this. Yo Rim remarked that if the boy wanted to learn how to use his spiritual weapon, he would have to climb the mountain. If he doesn't learn to circulate his ki, the captain definitely won't be able to help him. Muki declared that he too would become stronger and learn to use his spiritual weapon. Joksun said that this guy had finally decided to come to his senses. Yo Rim asked where So Ryan had gone. At that moment, the girl looked at the captain with great embarrassment. The protagonist was also embarrassed. Time stood still, and the system prompted him to choose one of the following options. Our hero was disheartened. How could it offer such options? Sol Hui understood that, in the past, the correct choices were the ones that seemed like the worst options. The young man said he had just made progress in his training and asked the girl for something to cover himself with. So Ryan took the cloak off her shoulders and offered it to the captain, looking away. Sol Hui took the cloak and thanked the student. The system once again asked him to choose one of the options. The young man didn't understand why this was happening. The young man said he didn't really want to cover up, but he couldn't go out looking like that. So Ryan, still looking away, said there was nothing to look at anyway. The protagonist smiled and suggested that the girl must not have very good eyesight if she was saying that. The commander asked why So Ryan had come. The girl replied that she had made progress thanks to her training. Sol Hui noted that it was indeed evident. She had become significantly stronger. Our hero declared that if So Ryan was ready, he would teach her how to use spiritual weapons as well. Sol Hui picked up a dart and told his student to watch closely. The skill, Shenbiao Phantom Flower, was activated. The mentor made a throw and the dart flew straight into the target. So Ryong asked in surprise how that was possible. Sol Hui replied that it was simply ki. The commander explained that he hadn't thrown it. The QE had taken the form of a dart. It wasn't just a matter of how fast a weapon could be propelled, but also its range, and the fact that the girl could learn to create a ki explosion. Spiritual weapons aren't that easy to master. It will take a lot of practice. She'll have to keep practicing until she gets the hang of it. Soryun asked the captain about what they'd been talking about. When were they going to do it? Sol Hui was puzzled as to what she was referring to. The girl was upset. Could it be that the captain didn't remember? If he remembers, let him tell her. So Ryan added that she would wait for him. Sol Hui racked his brain, trying to figure out what So Ryan was talking about. Had they really agreed on something? The protagonist began to fantasize. Could it be that they had agreed to spend the night together? The girl had previously suggested they escape this hell together. The commander realized she was referring to what she'd said at the Cheongil agency. Sol Hui decided that something about all this didn't feel right. It had to be different. Maybe he really should have chosen the worst of the options. Sol Hui didn't understand why he kept making mistakes. After all, he already knew how to respond. Our hero remembered that he had already reached the upper threshold of the level above zenith. But why couldn't he see his combat power right now? Could it be that the system needed time to calculate it? Besides, he hadn't seen the extreme cold technique before. The system suggested smearing blood on his eyes, and the protagonist decided to test it. Sol Hui was surprised, but nothing special happened. However, after a while, the young man noticed that time had slowed down. Sol Hui was amazed that he was able to control time. He managed to slow it down for a few seconds. This technique allowed him to slow down the passage of time. At the same time, the young man could still move, albeit slowly. Sol Hui decided that this was simply an incredible technique. The protagonist became curious about just how much stronger he had actually become. He was able to break through his current limit and reach the upper threshold of the level above zenith. Our hero decided to activate simulation mode and fight Guillaume from Huangshan. Sol Hui had good reason to believe that he must have become much stronger. Ever since he reached the upper threshold of the level above zenith, his senses had become much keener. The young man could sense everything around him: birds, tiny insects, even the slightest breeze. He could clearly distinguish every sound. Sol Hui could feel the ground beneath his feet, his clothes, and the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. He could even hear Guillaume's breathing. Perhaps that was why now, looking at his opponent, who had once seemed so strong, he felt nothing. The fight began, and our hero was completely certain he could not lose. Simulation mode was activated. Guillaume threw punches and Sol Hui dodged them with ease. However, the young man did not understand what was happening. Why had his opponent become so much slower? On top of that, he had grown weaker. The difference in strength between them shouldn't be this great. What had happened? Guillaume is in the early stages of the enlightened level. In Orthodox sects, this level is equivalent to that of a junior demon. Apparently, he's somewhere between the above zenith and junior demon levels. That means they're almost evenly matched. It seems that when opponents are on the same level, the difference in health and ki is what decides the outcome. The protagonist told his opponent to use the plum blossom technique. Guillaume has to give it his all. Perhaps then the fight will become more intense. Guillaume was furious and attacked fiercely, but he couldn't do anything. The plum blossom technique allows one to anticipate the opponent's possible movements and retreat routes. It's flashy and focused on speed, but because of this, it's difficult to use to kill. This technique is intended for those who want to survive. Guillaume's intense attacks resulted in a scratch on our hero's cheek. Perhaps because the young man knew all the moves of the plum blossom technique, it was easy for him to dodge the blows. Sol Hui asked his opponent if he was upset that nothing was working out for him. He added that he was finally starting to find this interesting, so Guillaume might as well try a little harder. The extreme cold skill from the white body technique was activated. Guillaume's attack faltered, failing to reach its target. Our hero made a decisive swing of his sword, and blood spurted from his opponent's throat. The simulation ended. The system announced that Sol Hui had won. Our hero concluded that he had indeed become much stronger. This was what he had been striving for by increasing his health and chi stats. However, this was still not enough, and there were two reasons for that. First, combat power. He had grown stronger, but to reach the junior demon level, he needed a combat power of at least 30 million. The lowest combat power the young man had ever seen belonged to the leader of the Supreme Court, exactly that amount. Second, QI circulation. The reason Sol Hui never reached the junior demon level is that he failed to complete the grand cycle of QI circulation, although he managed to open the meridians, the governing vessel, the conception vessel, and the belt vessel. The center of the primary and auxiliary meridians is only half open. He needs to find a way to open it completely and discover his own path. Sol Hui knows 4 powerful martial arts. However, they hinder his progress rather than help it. Many paths lie before the young man, and he does not know which one to choose. Our hero believed he should act as logically as possible, train his body and spirit, and circulate his QI. At times like these, the young man always thought, if only he had a teacher who could help him find his path. Sol Hui realized he missed artificial intelligence. One morning, a month later, Yo Rim decided to gather all the students. So Ryan asked why he was shouting first thing in the morning. The girl stepped closer and asked again what had happened. Everyone looked at Yumuki and Yeonjin, who were beaming with joy. The young people said that they too had learned how to use their spiritual weapons. So Ryan remarked that they could have mentioned this at any other time. And anyway, what does this have to do with her? Joxiong replied that these guys wanted everyone to judge whose spiritual weapon was better. Yeonjin told Yumuki to go first. Yumuki explained that this was the shadow step technique, a form of qigong usually accessible only to junior demons. It confuses the opponent by creating the illusion of a double. He added that his spiritual weapon allows him to be in 4 places at once and attack from different directions. Yumuki raised his sword and declared that he was ready to demonstrate. The power of his weapon is radically different from theirs. Everyone was surprised by his behavior. It was unusual to watch him constantly crouching and standing up. After a while, Yumuki seemed to split into 4 figures and scattered in different directions. After the demonstration, he asked what they thought of his spiritual weapon. Jok-sun admitted that it was impressive. Yeonjin said it was too early to be impressed, since his weapon was even better. He began tilting his head from side to side, demonstrating the green dragon blade technique. So-ryeon was surprised. Did he really have to make such strange sounds? Yerim suggested that their captain was just playing a prank on them. The next moment, Yeonjin leaped high into the air, demonstrating his unique abilities. In an instant, he vanished from view. The warriors looked up and saw Yeonjin suspended in midair. Joxiong suggested that it resembled teleportation combined with acrobatics. After the demonstration ended, the spectators concluded that it would be difficult to choose the best one. Yumuki shook his friend's hand and said it had been magnificent. Joxiong asked So-ryeon if they should tell the guys that the captain had come up with the moves at the end as a joke. So-ryeon suggested they come clean when they found themselves in danger. Suddenly everything around them shook. A chunk broke off the mountain and rocks began falling down. The warriors were startled. Yorim guessed it was an avalanche. So-ryeon said it wasn't an avalanche. Their captain was up there right now. The protagonist, sword in hand, was indeed standing at the foot of the cliff. He used the martial arts technique of flame accumulation, the Asura flame, took a running start, and attacked the cliff. The sword strike caused a powerful explosion, releasing energy and igniting pockets of fire. The young man realized what the Asura flame technique was capable of. His eyes sparkled with excitement and a thirst for action. Sol Hui realized that this was no ordinary fire. It continued to burn and did not go out after the explosion. It was the hellish flame of destruction. No human could withstand such heat, which is why the technique is available only to those who have reached the level of a high demon. The protagonist decided to test the great god of wind. He had seen what this technique was capable of thanks to artificial intelligence. Sol Hui remembered that he had the pepper boots given to him by Elder Baek Hong. The young man thought that without the boots, he wouldn't be able to perform this technique, and if he lost them, his progress would become more difficult. The same applies to the disciples' spiritual weapons. If they lose them, things will be difficult for them as well. Sol Hui realized this after talking with Yeonjin. He asked about the previous weapon, but the disciple couldn't remember anything. Our hero thought that if he were to die first, he wouldn't even know where they had left the spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons grant immense power, but relying on them is dangerous. The sword doubles the power of the great god of wind. He needs to test his technique without the sword. Gifts of fate often seem insignificant, but in reality, everything is thought out down to the smallest detail. An opportunity presented itself, and the protagonist activated the great god of wind skill once again. It was as if someone had foreseen everything. Our hero understood that thanks to this, he would be able to extricate himself from any situation. Everything was unfolding exactly as the artificial intelligence had predicted. Not even all high demon-level masters possess such power. The disciples surrounded their commander and asked what had happened. Sol Hui replied that he was fine. He was just training. It had gotten a little noisy. The commander noted that his squad had become much stronger, and it was immediately noticeable. Sol Hui added that it was time for them to return. Once time returned to normal, it would be difficult to come back here. Our hero decided it was time to return to the demonic sect. The system teleported the protagonist to the save point, and he found himself back home. Sol Hui decided he wouldn't save anymore. This was his last attempt at doing so. Even if he had to rewind, he would choose an earlier save. The young man didn't want to go through that awful training again. The protagonist noted that he had 2 months left. He needed to get everything done that he hadn't managed to do before. Many times before, difficult quests had taken up too much time. Whose quest should he choose now? Sol Hui assumed he wouldn't be able to complete the quest in a month. After weighing all the pros and cons, our hero chose the quest from Pu Ilki, the 4th disciple of the heavenly demon. Pu Ilki asked in surprise, "Has Sol Hui really arrived already?" The earth demon added that he wanted to gather all his people and hold a small competition. This would boost morale and help them bond. Everyone will be able to see each other's abilities and start interacting with one another. Besides, there might be warriors whose strengths have been underestimated due to their low status. This will provide an opportunity to reward them appropriately, which will also strengthen relationships. Does Sol Hui want to participate? Our hero had no reason to refuse. Besides, he could also receive a reward for this mission. Sol Hui arrived at the competition venue with his students. Many future participants had gathered there. They were all members of the Silver Spirit Squad. Yu Muki explained that there were 7 envoys present, all of whom reported directly to Lord Pu Ilgi. Yeonjin asked, "If these are the 7 envoys, shouldn't there be 7 of them? Why is one missing?" Yu Muki suggested that the 7th might be on an important mission. It must be them. After all, no one else dresses entirely in black. The commander also suggested that these might indeed be the 7 messengers. However, Ma Terion is missing from their ranks. He was supposed to have been discovered and captured around this time, which is why he isn't here. So Ryan looked in the other direction and said that the 4 pillars of war were over there. Our hero noticed 4 people standing right behind the earth demon. The girl added that there was a high-ranking demon among them. Yeonjin disagreed, since they were all lower-ranking demons. Ye Rim pointed out that this was exactly what everyone believed, but that they were hiding their true powers. We must not let rumors spread that there is a high-ranking demon on Pu Ilki's side. Seo Ryan asked how Yo-Rim knew this. Teacher Yum Muki and Elder No Jongwan were also present. They say that Elder Baek Hong knows Sol Hui, but no one expected him to support Mr. Pu Ilki. Yum Muki remarked that the old man was of little use. He has a terrible temper and won't be able to help in any way. Seo Ryong said that this was good since 5 elders had come. The 5 elders also support Aryong, the 3rd disciple. The elder greeted everyone gathered today, all those who had sworn allegiance to Mr. Pu Ilki, the 4th disciple of the heavenly demon. They were all busy with their own affairs. So many did not know each other by sight, even though they served the same master. Today presents an opportunity to get to know one another and build relationships. However, gatherings and shared meals are sufficient only for commoners, not for members of the great sect. Therefore, today, everyone will have the chance to prove their strength. Those who are confident in their abilities should step forward. Those who have trained tirelessly should step forward. Those who succeed in proving their strength and show themselves at their best will receive incredible rewards from Mr. Pu Ilki. Everyone fights according to their rank, soldier against soldier, leader against leader. Each person may participate in only one battle. It has been announced that the competitions are beginning. Those who wish to participate must step forward. Time accelerated. The competitions proceeded at a rapid pace. Pu Ilki was extremely disappointed in the Spirit of Destruction group. Sol Hui thought that he had trained only the group's leaders, but had forgotten about the ordinary members who report to them. Fortunately, the leaders did indeed become stronger and faster, but their subordinates are completely useless. The elder said that they would now move on to battles between the group leaders. Those who are confident in their abilities should step forward. Hong Ji, the leader of the first group, Amber Doom, stepped forward and said he was ready. His subordinates shouted for Hong Ji to show everyone what he was capable of. The commander must defeat them all. Sol Hui looked at this man and thought that although he was merely a squad leader, his strength was on par with that of the captains. He was almost a match even for Baigun. Baigun himself noticed this as well. The elder announced that Hong Ji, leader of the Amber Doom group, would be the first to be challenged. Was anyone ready to face him? Sol Hui pondered whom to send into battle. it would be best to challenge the one with the higher combat power. Although, given recent experience, one shouldn't look solely at combat power. Combat power is just a metric. If there isn't a big difference in combat power between opponents, the one with more health and ki will win. The commander chose Joksun. The warrior said to count on him. He wouldn't let them down. Sol Hui decided to watch this battle and wanted to view the mission details. The system reported that successfully completing the mission would guarantee a golden belt. Sol Hui wondered what that was. The warriors entered the arena and faced off against each other. The elder prepared to announce the start of the contest. Hongji said that his opponent was a member of the Spirit of Destruction group, but those people are only capable of all sorts of tricks. Now he'll have to waste his one and only chance to prove himself on some nobody who knows nothing but how to read tracks. Joksun replied that he was already used to people mocking him. However, today, everything will change. After this battle, all his opponent will have to boast about is a sense of helpless rage. Hongji accused his opponent of not even knowing the basics of martial arts. Joksun asked if his opponent was really sure he wasn't talking about himself. They hadn't even started yet, and Hongji had already decided everything. It's immediately clear what's going on in their group if they have a leader like that. Hongji was outraged. How dare this guy say such a thing? The elder assumed that both opponents were ready, so they could begin. Hongji immediately launched an attack. The protagonist was surprised. Could Joksun really be planning to use a spiritual weapon right away? Had he really mastered it that well? Hongji continued to attack. Joksun retreated step by step, not giving his opponent a chance to get close. One of Hongji's strikes finally hit its mark, and Joksun was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Sol Hui thought the student had acted too hastily. While Joksun was turning his head in all directions, his opponent decided not to let the opportunity slip away. Hongji kept attacking. Joksun, using his unique abilities, leaped high into the air and dodged the intense attacks. Seizing the opportunity, our hero's student activated a key explosion. The opponent was completely engulfed in flames, and for a moment it was unclear what was happening to him. Yumuki was surprised. How did he do that? Sol Hui thought that from the very beginning, Joksun had been counting on exactly that. He provoked his opponent by deliberately exposing himself and rising into the air. He realized it would be easier to strike from above and use the Kui blast. Joksun assumed the spectators were surprised and suggested to his opponent that they end it there. The elder stopped the fight and said that was enough. Joksun of the Spirit of Destruction group wins. Yorim told his friend that he had done a great job. Imuki stated that he hadn't expected anything less. Yeonjin announced that they had believed in him. The protagonist thought that his student, Joksun, had become much stronger. Sol Hui thought that judging by Joksun, his subordinates' skills had improved significantly. They could be relied upon. Yorim was sent into the next fight. The warrior declared that he would quickly defeat his opponent. Before the start of his battle, Yeonjin said he had been waiting for this opportunity. Yerim scored a convincing victory using the martial art of flame accumulation. Pu Ilki noted that these warriors had made tremendous progress. Their skills were at a commendable level. The elder announced the start of the next battle. Sol Hui wondered whom to send into battle. He needed to see what So Ryong had learned. The girl entered the arena to face Aho, the leader of the fourth group, Amber Doom. The opponent licked his lips when he learned his opponent would be a woman. He offered to let her join his group. Aho promised that she would enjoy being in his group. So Ryan declared that just looking at this opponent made her want to throw up. The girl told the guy to shut his filthy mouth. Aho pointed out that he had wanted to talk to her nicely. So Ryan replied that he shouldn't worry. He'd be finished soon. The elder announced the start of the fight, and So Ryan immediately rushed into the attack. The girl warned that after the fight, this guy would be constantly afraid of her. Fear truly took root in Aho's heart. So Ryan was aggressive and attacked the whole time. Aho switched to a deep defensive stance and was ready to leave the arena early. The elder stopped the fight and said that was enough. SEO Ryan was declared the winner. Muki expressed regret that the elder had stopped her, since such scoundrels deserved to be destroyed. Yerim praised the girl and said she had become very strong. Muki was supposed to be the participant in the next battle, since he was the only one who hadn't fought yet. However, Muki lost his fight. Jok Seong wondered why he had done that. Ye Rim said that was exactly what he had expected. Sul Hui couldn't understand why he had lost. His opponent's fighting ability was negligible. Muki stood before the elder and argued that he knew how to fight. The protagonist thought there was no way his student could have lost in such a situation. Sul Hui decided to review the footage of the fight to find out why Muki lost. The commander realized that his student had been prevented from using the special power of his spiritual weapon. Seeing Muki fidgeting foolishly while his opponent was preparing to attack, the referee decided that he didn't know how to fight and stopped the match. Muki began to argue that he would have been able to dodge the blow, since he knew how to fight. The commander had jokingly taught Muki how to do those frog jumps. It was his fault. The referee announced that it was now the captain's turn to compete. The squad captains were ready to demonstrate their abilities. The captain of Scarlet Doom had already lost to our hero once, so he decided not to challenge him. The protagonist decided to participate in the battle and stepped into the arena. Our hero decided to taunt his opponents and play along with the system, since, as always, it was trying to make the situation worse. Huang Song, captain of the Amber Doom group, entered the arena. The protagonist asked the elder if he really wanted him to fight this man. Huang Xiong was outraged. Who did this kid think he was? Sol Hui asked if he had really angered his opponent. In that case, he might as well give it a try and win. The elder agreed that this guy, Sol Hui, wasn't a worthy opponent. It would be better to find someone stronger. The elder pointed at one of the participants and told him to step into the arena. The young man replied that he would obey and approached the elder. Everyone was surprised. Why had the elder decided to choose a mere warrior instead of the captain of the Amber Doom? It was Zhang Kyung, a member of the Amber Doom group and a disciple of Elder Cal Vi. Muki said that couldn't be possible, so Ryan wondered, does Muki really know him? Muki pointed to a gaunt old man at the elder's table. Zhang Kyung is his disciple. When he defected to Lord Pu Ilki's side, he took his disciple with him. His teacher did the same. So Ryong asked, is he very strong? Muki replied that he is quite well known among the elder's disciples. The elder's disciples belong to a cultivators association. There they share experiences and hold training sessions. There are 50 members in total. This guy ranks 10th. So Ryong surmised that he has no equal in the entire Silver Spirit squad. The young men acknowledged that their captain would have a tough time. Yeonjin asked where Muki had ranked. The young man replied that he hadn't ranked at all. He'd been kicked out. The rivals stood facing each other, staring intently into each other's eyes. The elder asked the protagonist if he was satisfied. Sul Hui replied that such an opponent would suit him just fine. Sul Hui thought that before the fight began, it wasn't wise to taunt such an opponent. It would only make things worse. However, in the past, the worst-case scenario had always turned out for the best. By overcoming obstacles, our hero had always ended up in a better position. Sul Hui declared that he would need 3 strikes to win. The disciples watched this verbal duel closely. The elder remarked that this was very interesting. The captain of the Spirit of Doom claimed that 3 strikes would be enough for him. He asserted that he could defeat Elder Cal Vi's disciple from the Amber Doom group. In that case, if the battle isn't over after 3 strikes, the captain of the Spirit of Doom will be declared the loser. If that happens, he'll have to face punishment for his insolence. Sol Hui thought he could pull it off and didn't see anything wrong with it. The protagonist thought that this system clearly took pleasure in causing him trouble. In the past, he would have simply given in and done what she wanted. However, he isn't like that anymore. He's changed. By agreeing to these awkward actions, our hero receives a good reward. The more difficult the situation, the better the reward. You can't pass up a chance like this. Sol Hui declared, 1 hit. It seems that would be even better. 3 strikes are actually kind of boring. Doesn't anyone else think so? John Kyung asked his opponent if he was sick. The system reported that winning this battle would unlock a special event. The elder said he wanted to repeat this for everyone. The captain of the Spirit of Destruction decided that a three-strike battle would be boring, so he would win with a single strike. A lightning-fast duel. That's very bold. Jong Kyung promised his opponent he'd rip out his tongue for saying such things. Sol Hui said he could sense an aura of destruction, and even his knees were shaking. He's fought many powerful enemies lately, so this doesn't really intimidate him. The protagonist decided to switch his combat mode to simulation. If he used simulation against an opponent like this, he would only get into the habit of relying too much on the system. Our hero wanted to use the system only in exceptional cases. He had to fight on his own. There was only one way to win quickly. He had to slow down time. The white body martial art was activated, extreme cold. The referee announced that the fight had begun. Jong Kyung immediately assumed a fighting stance. A single strike should be enough to decide the outcome of this battle. Jong Kyung wondered why his opponent was standing there rooted to the spot. After all, he had just been shouting that he would destroy him with a single blow. Could he really be scared? The protagonist asked if Jong Kyung knew that the Spirit of Destruction group specialized in surveillance. They were always treated worse because of this, even the leaders. The young man added that things were different now because he had joined them. Jong Kyung asked his opponent what he was doing. Sol Hui replied, "Nothing special." Jong Kyung was suddenly enveloped in a red aura, and his body began to radiate excessive energy. Sol Hui was surprised. Could this really be key? The elder thought that this young man was using the martial art Blood-Stained Diamond. This art allows one to rise to a higher level of strength. This technique requires the slaughter of countless victims, which enables one to walk the path of blood. Although this martial art is popular within the sect, it is difficult to master. The path of blood allows one to anticipate the enemy's movements. Jong Kyung declared that he was ready to begin the fight. In the next moment, the protagonist lunged at his opponent. Jong Kyung didn't even have time to move. However, he thought that the blood-stained diamond wouldn't let this guy attack first. Now that Sol Hui was in his line of sight, all his movements were predictable. When you can see the blood trail, you can see the opponent's trajectory. This guy's movements are already predictable. Jong Kyung was surprised, but the lines of the blood trail were moving slower than the man's movements. It's impossible to keep up with his movements. Our hero activated the ultimate speed skill. Sol Hui struck his opponent's chest with all his might. Jong Kyung screamed loudly in pain. He said he had almost succeeded, that he had nearly destroyed this guy. Jong Kyung was sent flying backward and fell onto his back. He spread his arms and legs wide and began coughing loudly, gasping for air. He was out of breath. The elder announced that Jong Kyung was alive. Was that really all Sol Hui was prepared to demonstrate? The protagonist replied that it wasn't everything, though he had inflicted quite severe damage on his opponent. Sol Hui thought that it wasn't yet easy to adapt to the extreme cold white body martial art. He hadn't expected his opponent to be sent flying so far, even after he'd released the power at the last moment. Sol Hui couldn't even imagine how fast he'd been running toward his opponent. The elder asked who this young man's mentor was. The elder noted that a warrior like this must have a mentor since he had become a demon. Sol Hui was surprised. Had he really become a demon? The elders reacted instantly to this strike. They began discussing these movements. It was hard to imagine that the Silver Clan possessed such a high level of cultivation. The 7 messengers acknowledged that this was genuine martial art. There can be no deception here. It resembles the technique of instant acceleration, only its origin is slightly different. The 4 pillars of war noted that this was not the level of a Silver Order captain, but just how skilled is he. The protagonist suspected that something was amiss here, since he still hadn't reached the level of a junior demon. The elder declared that there was nothing to see here. The judge declared Commander Sol Hui the winner. Our hero's disciples also celebrated the victory. They all knew their commander would win since he was the best. Suddenly, a man stepped into the arena. He asked if the young man would fight him if he agreed to face Sol Hui. The system reported that one of the 7 messengers, Seo Mu Gui, wanted to fight the hero. What would the answer be? If he won, the young man would be appointed as one of the 7 messengers. The protagonist thought that he had already faced a similar situation in the past. Pu Ilki had given him the right to choose. This meant that the future had changed. Perhaps this is the right path toward the first goal, becoming the chief warrior, as the Earth Demon suggested. If the path of the 7 messengers opens up, our hero will move closer to the title of Pu Ilki's chief warrior. But what will happen to his subordinates in that case? Will they be able to stay by his side? In dire situations, when every mission demands superhuman abilities, will it be possible to look after them? The protagonist didn't know if he'd be able to protect them. One of the 7 messengers asked if the young man was ready to do something. Seo Mugui ranked 7th among the 7 messengers. He's stronger than Tai Huan. It won't be easy against him. Sol Hui thought that it wasn't necessary to make a decision. The fight had nothing to do with victory or defeat. The protagonist replied that he accepted the challenge. There was no reason to turn down the opportunity to fight an opponent stronger than Tai Huan. So Mugui said he was willing to let the young man land 3 strikes. The protagonist thought that this was a reasonable margin of error. There was no reason to turn down such an offer. Our hero decided that this concession would make his opponent regret what he had said. Sol Hui thanked him and said he would try to finish it with a single strike. Sol Hui launched an attack and activated the martial art of White Radiance skill. He used the breath of the sword technique. The young man unleashed a shockwave of rage. Immediately afterward, he used the martial art of unification. So Mugui withstood all the attacks and said that the 3 strikes were over. The protagonist leaped high into the air, realizing that the fight was still going on. So Mugui easily caught up to his opponent and struck him. Sol Hui smiled and said that his opponent wasn't the only one with such skills. It was time for the supreme demonic sword of the winds. Our hero swung his sword and said he was curious to see if his opponent could survive this attack. The protagonist didn't stop there. He pulled out another trump card and activated the palm of the god of the winds. So Mugui remained on his feet. Our hero realized that he had only just come to understand something during this battle. Undoubtedly, one of the 7 messengers was extraordinarily powerful. But if he seized the opportunity, winning the duel wouldn't be that difficult. The young man realized that whatever he could do, the artificial intelligence could do as well. However, judging by its reaction to what was happening, this time it would not have chosen one of the messengers. The artificial intelligence assumed that Sol Hui was just all talk. However, it too had chosen a partner for itself. Our hero understood that the artificial intelligence was not an enemy. It was his friend. Just because they had chosen different paths didn't mean he couldn't continue to improve as a warrior. Sol Hui felt that his anxiety at this crossroads had lessened. It was all thanks to the artificial intelligence. One of the 7 messengers approached Pu Ilgi. It was Ku Yang Ryun, the first of the 7 envoys. He asked the master who this person was. He was too experienced to be a mere captain. Pu Ilki replied that she was Zhongmirio's disciple. Zhongmirio was his teacher. The Earth Demon added that Zhongmirio was invincible. Ku Yang Ryong asked, "Has she really appeared again?" Pu Ilki replied that she hadn't appeared, but he knew that the reason this young man had become so strong so quickly lay in his own progress. The elders began discussing the news that this young man was Zhongmirio's disciple. In that case, there was an explanation for his skills. But what about the martial arts masters who are the 4 great masters? The elder replied that they have no priest. These are not the martial arts mastered by all the envoys and the 4 pillars of war. If he is a disciple of Lady Zhongmirio, then it's no surprise that Pu Ilgi sent his dragon. The battle was not yet over. The rivals stood facing each other. Seo Mugui asked his opponent, "Are you confident or indecisive? Why does the young man keep attacking?" One of the 7 messengers said that in any case there was no chance left. There was no room for error. Sol Hui declared that everything would soon become clear. So Mugui got angry and said that his opponent was very arrogant. It's inappropriate to behave that way. One of the 7 messengers attacked his opponent using his unique abilities. The protagonist managed to dodge and avoid this dangerous attack. Next came a sword strike. Sol Hui leaped to the side and once again emerged unscathed. The Ghost God's Step skill was activated. The opponent seemed to vanish. Sol Hui couldn't identify him. Our hero noted that Seomugwi was indeed very fast. It was impossible to predict his moves because he moved like the wind. There was no way to keep up with him. The protagonist decided he had no choice but to use extreme freeze. At that moment, the opponent approached from behind. Sol Hui jumped aside and turned to face his opponent. The protagonist wondered if he could even defeat him at all. Our hero watched his opponent's new movements. In addition, the duration of extreme freeze had been cut nearly in half compared to his previous opponent, Zhong Yu-un. The longer this skill is used, the more restrictions it imposes. Sol Hui thought, if he didn't want to use extreme freeze right away and couldn't catch his opponent, there was a method he could use now. Our hero had no choice but to anticipate his opponent's movements in advance. Even though he had to take a big risk, that didn't mean he would be able to predict his opponent's moves. If he knew his opponent's trajectory, he could position his sword in the opponent's path to stop him. By putting his plan into action, the young man began to fight his opponent more effectively. So Mugwi was surprised. Could this guy really be anticipating his moves and managing to block them in time? The protagonist activated the Palm of the Wind God skill once more, so Mugwi once again felt the unbearable pressure. His opponent could barely stay on his feet. Sol Hui shouted that he wasn't finished yet. The Asura's Flame skill was activated. The area between the opponents was burned to the ground. One of the 7 messengers lay face down, motionless. The protagonist's disciples said it was simply amazing. But what kind of skill was this? Sugui finally managed to lift his head and began coughing violently. Sol Hui thought that he had managed to survive after all, which meant he'd managed to jump out of the way. That's good. Otherwise, there could have been trouble. Sol Hui told the messenger that he was impressed, since the latter had been so desperate to win. Pu Ilki approached the opponents and said they could call it a day. It seemed there was nothing more to see here. The Earth Demon declared Sol Hui the winner of this battle. One of the envoys took So Mugui by the arms and asked if he was all right. His opponent this time had turned out to be incredibly strong. Pu Ilki remarked that everything had gone simply splendidly this time. He hadn't expected the young man to be able to defeat one of the 7 messengers. The protagonist thanked him and noted that he owed everything to Pu Ilki. The Earth Demon said he had come all this way because he had a question, the final blow. How does the young man know this technique? The protagonist thought that this question was on everyone's mind. From the Earth Demon's perspective, he is a disciple of Zhongmi Rieo, so even considering the power he had displayed, mastery of fire clearly wasn't among his possible abilities. These are completely opposite techniques. Our hero replied that he had found this technique here. The books were kept in the 1,000 Days Hall. Pu Ilgi speculated that there were several variations of techniques that might indeed be found in this hall. However, what the young man had used was a skill of a much higher caliber. Sol Hai noted that even if it were merely a subtype of the art, the result could be completely different depending on how it was applied. There is a certain similarity between diametrically opposed skills. The young man suggested that Mr. Pu Ilki knew how it worked. Opposites have different properties, but the principles of control are very similar. The Earth Demon noted that opposites contradict one another. When Qi rises, yin and yang coexist, and then yin fades away. Pu Ilki noted that he was interested in something else. Different breathing methods employ different techniques. How does a young man manage to combine them? It took our hero some time to come up with an answer that would satisfy the Earth Demon. Time was put on pause. Ever since the protagonist had mastered a higher level of the art of fire, he had expected that such a question might arise. A simulation was launched. Sol Hui replied that upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts practice, his master had encountered even greater limitations. In her words, the barrier was higher and harder than anything she had ever faced. She meant to say that, even though she had advanced so far, she still hadn't managed to solidify all her skills at the proper level. He does not neglect either the art of ice or the art of fire. He always strives to achieve harmony between yin and yang. Then he will be able to see this world much more broadly than he does now. The protagonist finished his reply and added that this was exactly what his master had said. Pu Ilgi smiled and said that this came as a surprise to him, since he had never thought about it before. Indeed, such a perspective can only be gained by constantly exploring the world. Ordinary people are not destined to attain the vision of the soaring phoenix. Pu Ilki asked if Solhui would like to join the 7 envoys. After all, the young man had already gained enough experience for the next step. Solhui thought that the answer to this question had long been decided. Our hero declined the offer. The protagonist apologized and thanked him for the offer, but he felt he still lacked sufficient experience and skills. Solhui thought that despite his victory, it was still too early for him to join the 7 envoys. His special skills merely gave him an advantage. A key player never knows when his weaknesses will be exposed. There is still much to learn. Both he and his students need to become stronger. In his current position as commander, he has much more time for that. Pu Ilki said that the young man surprises him every time. He was offered the chance to become one of the envoys, but he refused immediately. What is the reason? Does the young man truly believe he lacks the skills to become one of them? Or is the reason his subordinates? The Earth Demon decided he hadn't been mistaken. Moreover, he liked the young man's perspective on things. Besides, he had heard that Sol Hui cared deeply for his students and trained them meticulously. Could it be that he's afraid something will happen to them if he becomes the messenger? The Earth Demon said that in that case he would make another proposal. Sol Hui, along with his students, would accompany him. The system reported that Pu Ilki was making another proposal. Does the hero want to become the first hunter? The Earth Demon added that he had been planning to expand his staff anyway. The protagonist thought he hadn't made a mistake, first and foremost, because he had used not only the art of ice, but also the art of fire. The gist of it was that if he surpassed the 7 envoys, or at least demonstrated a level of martial skill worthy of them, they would make him another offer should the first one be rejected. Our hero thought that Pu Ilki had always been able to recognize talent. Not only are the 7 envoys present here now, but also the elders, and even the 4 pillars of war, Pu Ilki's finest soldiers. If he demonstrates his abilities in front of them, they will naturally want to grant him the appropriate title. The young man decided that his choice had been the right one. Become an advisor to the Earth Demon. That was the second option proposed by Pu Ilki. However, once in such a position, one never knows what to do next. Pu Ilki asked why the young man was silent. Could it be that he didn't like the terms? Sol Hui wondered if it was possible to continue the conversation without making a choice. The protagonist asked if he could have a little time to think it over. After all, this was a very serious proposal. He couldn't give an answer without thinking it through properly. Our hero believed that there were still unresolved issues standing in his way. Judging by what the artificial intelligence had said, there was something in this story that he could still gain. Pu Ilki agreed that such a proposal could indeed be perplexing. It had all happened too spontaneously. The Earth Demon stated that he would give the young man a few days to think it over. Sol Hui knelt and thanked him. The system suggested that the hero distribute some of his rewards to his subordinates. The protagonist returned home to his save point. The young man said that, fortunately, everything had ended well this time. Sol Hui couldn't forget Pu Ilki's words. After all, if he became the Earth Demon's advisor, it would undoubtedly change his entire life. Pu Ilki would come to trust him more and treat him much better than he does now. The protagonist thought that the artificial intelligence must have gone through this process as well. The artificial intelligence said that before moving on to the main storyline, it was necessary to study the palm of the wind god and the flame of Sura. The young man thought that if he had mastered these 2 martial arts earlier, he would have stood out significantly in the competitions organized by Pu Ilki, just as he did now. Sol Hui surmised that in the past, the artificial intelligence hadn't even asked itself why it had chosen this particular path. Our hero assumed that the artificial intelligence knew a great deal. It drew conclusions that seemed to predict not only the course of the life it had chosen, but also the development of the one it had never chosen. Many of its harsh comments and nitpicking were precisely that because they were based on its own experience. So why didn't it say anything about this path? Perhaps because artificial intelligence never even joined the 7 messengers? There was a conviction that it was better to continue as usual than to choose a different path. Sol Hui decided he needed to find out the basis for this conviction. What exactly should one be certain of? When transitioning to a different position, the difficulty will increase. Whether it's the 7 messengers or the 4 pillars of war, the missing part of the training will take place separately and be much more thorough. If there is such a thing as trust in artificial intelligence, only one person comes to mind, Ma Taeyong. It's quite possible that the answers lie with him. The young man thought, the younger demon, second among the 7 messengers. In any case, he is the one who is needed most right now. Perhaps it doesn't make sense, but it's impossible to think of any other reason why he might be so special. If the current choice is truly better, will he become a henchman, or an employee, or an assistant? In any case, it will work in his favor. The protagonist wondered if this might mean that, ideally, one should stick to the correct opinion when making a choice. Sol Hui ran through many options and realized it wasn't worth getting involved in yet another mess. If there's no way to handle everything on your own, taking on so much is extremely dangerous. There have been times when the price paid was too high. Now the path to follow was clear. With some free time on his hands, the protagonist decided to check out the rewards he'd received. The golden belt looked quite unusual. Sol Hui tried on the belt and concluded that it was much more comfortable than he'd expected. The system suggested placing the potions in empty slots. During combat, the young man would be able to instantly use a potion from a slot. This equipment made it much easier to use potions from his inventory. Among the rewards were also a drowsy bud, which increased health, and living holy water, which increased his chi reserve. The young man decided to place them in the slots. He was glad to have received something truly useful. Next time, he had to make sure he was fully prepared for even the worst-case scenario. One morning, the young man received a message. It came as a surprise. Kyu Min-jun informed him that a large number of high-quality items had arrived at the store. The protagonist fully woke up and checked the details. The items really were excellent. Sol Hui thought that if he bought everything, he would spend all 5,000 gold coins he'd earned at the competition. Our hero placed the order, and the merchant said it was an excellent choice, since such items were indeed extremely rare. Sol Hui wondered, could this training session finally be his last? The protagonist accepted the mission from Hyuk Gu, the black dog. After that, the young man set out on the mission with his subordinates. Hyuk Gu asked if it was true that the young man had defeated one of the 7 messengers at the competition. That is truly an amazing achievement. He has already surpassed the level required to belong to the Silver Order. Sol Hui replied that this was still not enough. Hyuk Gu called the young man modest and suggested they return to the main topic. He had summoned him here because he had received a report of a serious problem within the Imperial Guard. His interlocutor asked if the young man knew what the Imperial Guard was. The protagonist replied in the affirmative. He knew it was an organization that studied many kinds of arts at the main temple. But wasn't that a place where students were trained? Hyuk Gu noted that he had already sent a request to Kigiada, but it seemed the situation could not be delayed. They had been asked to take action since they were nearby. Kyriosade is a place where Jianshi and deviant souls are born. Deviant souls use mad demons with clouded minds. Hyuk Gu surmised that a serious problem had arisen there. This means that the deviant souls are refusing to follow orders. Rumor has it that a rebellion has begun there among demons possessing the most dangerous survival instincts. Everything turned out to be much more complicated than expected. The problem was that they were tormenting not only the Jiangshi and those around them, but also the most powerful beings in this world. Hyuk Gu declared that their top priority was to destroy the uncontrollable demons. In life, they were first-rate fighters, so they would remain dangerous opponents even now. If the situation became too dangerous, they would have to hold their ground. Sol Hui bowed and said he understood everything. Hyuk Gu explained that this place was located at the rear of their building. The entire squad was assembled. Yum Muki reported that they were already near their destination. At their destination, the young people were met by an old man and a child. The old man asked where these people had come from. Sol Hui replied that they were from the Silver Order and had come to help the local residents. The old man thanked them and noted that requests for help had already been sent out to everyone, but so far no news had been received. The child asked if only 5 warriors had actually come to help. The old man explained that the situation had turned out to be much more dangerous than previously thought. One of the demons was thrashing about as if it were about to break free at any moment. The old man added that he was using the 9 demons technique to hold it back, but that it wouldn't last much longer. Yo Rim was surprised. Isn't the 9 demons technique supposed to be the ultimate technique capable of binding an opponent hand and foot? The child explained that particularly possessed demons are capable of demonstrating truly terrifying power. Moreover, they can release an enormous amount of energy all at once. Yummuki noted that in that case, we're talking about absolute mastery. The old man said that wasn't really all that much. Perhaps it refers to a kind of supermassive energy. Sol Hui thought that even without using a sword, they were still at the peak of their power. Besides, their opponents are deviant souls. Their physical power would be practically limitless, and in the heat of battle, they would employ the full art of the dark spirit. The protagonist couldn't even begin to imagine the limits of their inner potential. The old man noted that even a single demon possessing supermassive energy posed a serious threat, and there were 8 more deviant souls in this village. Sol Hui thought that the current situation was far worse than Hyuk Gu had described it. Usually when casting spells on Zhongshi or deviant souls, poison and human blood are used. Creatures created in this way feed on human blood and are sometimes capable of using perverse magical techniques. It was precisely for this reason that Ma Wu prioritized the destruction of sorceress factions. Kijiade was one such faction. Ma Wu took part in the power struggle among the heavenly demon's disciples. Sol Hui looked closely and saw an inscription appear above the child's head, though it remained illegible. The protagonist read the phrase, "Move System, Level 2." Our hero understood perfectly well what Level 2 meant. Recently, the simulation had already displayed a similar message, and it turned out to be much more useful than the previous ones. Sol Hui wondered how he could get this opportunity. He had already accepted one mission, and they wouldn't give him another. Yummuki told his grandfather not to worry. They would definitely come up with something. The young man gave his name and added that he was a special student of Commander Sol Hui. Yummuki added that he was the strongest fighter in the Silver Order. By the time the others responded to the request for help, the job would already be done. The old man asked if the young people were sure they wanted to take on this task. The mission was accepted, and the move system was upgraded to Level 2. The old man said that in that case the young people should follow him. Yummuki urged the commander to hurry. The old man and the child led the squad to a temple located in a huge deep pit. The temple was surrounded by a crowd of people. These people were continuously reciting prayers and chanting the incantations necessary to perform the ritual. Loud thuds and all sorts of screams could be heard coming from inside the temple. The temple windows were barred and people were peering out through the bars. They were screaming loudly and their eyes were wild. Yummuki surmised that the building wouldn't stand for long. Joksun asked if everyone could feel this power. So Ryong stated that she had encountered something like this several times before. However, the current situation was nothing like the previous ones. Yo Rim and Yeonjin were seeing something like this for the first time. The protagonist found this strange. At best, it was just an ordinary wooden building. If it had really been struck with such force, it would have collapsed long ago. However, the structure merely vibrated, neither breaking nor crumbling, despite the constant blows from within. The old man informed the squad commander that the building wouldn't hold out much longer. The adepts are doing everything they can to hold it up, but their strength is already running out. Sol Hui asked how strong their opponents were. Usually, zombies who have lost their will possess great physical strength but are not particularly intelligent. The old man replied that this was usually the case. However, it's one thing to be an uncontrollable creature, and quite another to possess a will of one's own. The deviant souls rampaging now are too different from the ordinary ones. The magic used against them is based on existing techniques, even if they've been recently refined. Sol Hui speculated that the problem might lie precisely in this new magic. What exactly did they do? The old man replied that their goal was to become stronger. That was precisely why they created the new magic. They were trained to survive on their own even after being dropped into enemy territory. They were supposed to use various tactics, feed on blood, and replenish their strength. Sol Hui noted that now they were sowing chaos not only in enemy territory but here as well. The young man thought that, judging by the old man's words, these were Zhongshi and deviant souls that grew stronger by harming their opponents. These are monsters capable of sucking blood and stealing life energy. If even a few of them slip through the cracks, it's impossible to predict what evil they might commit if left unchecked. If they aren't suppressed right from the start, the consequences will be catastrophic. So Ryong asked the commander what they were going to do. The protagonist replied that they needed to split up and take positions along the perimeter. First, he would break through to the interior and deliver the initial strike. If the enemies attacked, everyone should act in unison, as a single team, to eliminate the enemy. Sol Hui said that Yum Muki would guard the rear. He was to closely monitor the situation and, if any problems arose, help resolve them. Combat mode was activated. Simulation Level 2. Sol Hui declared that they must find the deviant soul among them, within which the most dangerous demon lurks. Our hero wanted to keep this demon constantly within his field of vision. Among the demons in the room, there was indeed one whose behavior stood out noticeably from the rest. The system completed the identification process, enabling intuitive target recognition. A total of 8 objects were flagged. Particularly dangerous targets were marked in red. Zhongshi with lower health levels were marked in green. The amount of information received turned out to be even greater than the protagonist had anticipated. Sol Hui decided that next time he would change his combat strategy. Level 2 simulation was currently active. A Zhongshi is a body brought back to life through magic. Although the soul has already vanished, the spirit remaining in the body can still be controlled according to the practitioner's intentions. If control cannot be established, all of such a creature's movements and abilities develop to their maximum potential. A deviant soul is a demon created through a ritual based on human blood. Its body possesses immense potential but is severely limited in terms of longevity. Since such an entity uses its power indiscriminately, it is necessary to closely monitor its movements, as any blow it delivers could prove critical. In terms of strength and speed, it surpasses an ordinary human by thousands of times. Sol Hui decided that the first priority was to assess the opponent's capabilities. The chief deviant soul, Shim, a second-generation disciple of Pu Ilgi. He is capable of absorbing internal energy, infecting blood, and using self-destruction. Sol Hui understood that this particular opponent was the main threat. Someone must have brought him here from the street. The chief Zhongshi is Bo Uk, a junior disciple of Tewagaga. He is also capable of infecting blood and using self-destruction. The protagonist felt a chill run down his spine. This Zhongshi used to be a junior disciple of Tewagaga. He did not belong to any clan and merely carried out orders from time to time. Apparently, after his death, he had become even stronger. They always use people, whether they're alive or already dead. Sol Hui thought that, had he not been lucky once, he himself might have ended up in this Jiangxi's place. The adepts continued to chant their spells tirelessly. The building continued to shake, but it still hadn't collapsed. The incantations were helping to hold back the onslaught. Sol Hui leaped forward and found himself inside the temple. These zombies were everywhere. The protagonist thrust his sword forward. The main target was right in front of him. A smirk appeared on the deviant soul's lips. The protagonist realized this was quite brazen and swung his sword, intending to strike. In the next instant, the Asura's flame skill was activated. The chief deviant soul was instantly engulfed in flames. Immediately afterward, a powerful explosion thundered. The protagonist was quite disheartened. He had thought the opponent was laughing for some reason, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Sol Hui found himself surrounded by Zhongshi on all sides. The protagonist kept his composure and activated the Scorched Earth skill. To do so, he plunged his blade into the floor. The old man and the child standing outside watched as the temple's roof burst into bright flames. The temple couldn't withstand the onslaught. The doors burst open and the Jiangshi rushed out. The terrified adepts continued to chant their spells while the Zhongshi charged straight at them. The protagonist's disciples kept their composure, joined the battle, and began to eliminate the Zhongshi that had broken free. One of the adepts leapt to his feet and shouted for the creatures not to approach him, since he was reciting a spell. However, the monsters paid no attention to his pleas. They were incredibly ferocious and looked quite bloodthirsty. Joksun managed to leap toward the adept and save him from certain death. The Zhangshi was cut to pieces. Soryong also demonstrated remarkable courage and bravery. Her javelins took out a considerable number of enemies. Yeonjin and Yerim, swinging their swords, pierced the Zhangshi's bodies right through. The child said that these Zhangshi were indeed under the control of a deviant spirit. Could their rank really be so low? The old man surmised that the information about the Silver Order had turned out to be inaccurate. The Zhangshi produced here are, at the very least, mid-rank warriors of the Silver Order. The old man added that, if everything turned out well, he would need to speak with these warriors. The protagonist, swinging his sword, destroyed all the Zhangshi around him. One of the surviving Zhangshi swung his fist and lunged at the protagonist. The young man noted that the enemy had come to him on his own. The zombie's body began to change rapidly, and its skin became covered in blisters. The young man recalled that this had been mentioned earlier. The system reported that the sixth deviant soul had detected the hero's weak point. He needed to choose his next action. Sol Hui thought that the turn-based system had once again given him time to think. However, this time the options had changed. Now he could make his own decision. Nevertheless, our hero still believed he could trust the system. Sol Hui activated the Supreme Demonic Sword of the Winds. This granted him temporary invulnerability. The protagonist found himself on the roof of a half-ruined building. The search for the enemy continued. Sol Hui looked back and saw the fleeing Zhangshi. He couldn't let it leave this place. The enemy ran without stopping. Sol Hui activated his speed skill and began to accelerate, moving even faster than the Zhangshi was running. The protagonist overtook the zombie and found himself right in its path. However, Yumuki suddenly appeared. He grabbed his sword and declared that it was time for this monster to meet its end. Sol Hui shouted for the apprentice not to do anything, or he would get hurt. The Zhangshi leaped upward and prepared to attack Yumuki. Sol Hui continued to shout at his student that this was not an opponent he was capable of defeating. With a deafening roar, the second deviant soul brought its fist crashing down on Yumuki.